Our story begins with our protagonist. In a world where some classes are so bad, they're basically considered completely useless. Elma Edvin, the Edvin family heir, is undergoing his divine blessing ceremony. He's experiencing a weird déjà vu, like he's known everything for a long time. His father is incredibly hopeful, believing the God of Sword will grant Elma a powerful class during this ritual. Suddenly, it all clicks for Elma. This isn't just déjà vu. He knows this world is exactly like Magic World, a VR online game he played in a previous life. He remembers everything, even before his birth, and recognizes this ceremony as the game's baptism. Even with this shocking revelation, Elma is determined. He knows exactly what class he wants. The Heavy Knight, notorious in Magic World as a crappy class, but his favorite. The system confirms his class as a level 1 Heavy Knight, showing his initial stats. The system visually confirms the Heavy Knight class. Excited, Elma turns to his father and proudly announces,
"I did it, Father. I'm now a Heavy Knight."
His father responds with a polite but stiff smile. Visibly agitated, Elma's father leans in, asking if he misheard, specifically if the class was Sword Saint. His expectations were clearly far from met. A woman nearby briefly considers if she's mixing up past and present memories, which might explain some confusion. A blonde man in the crowd reacts with surprise to the tension. In this world, strong, easy-to-master classes are highly favored, while technical classes that bloom later are greatly undervalued, and their true potential isn't well understood. Elma's father angrily demands to see the status board for himself. Elma's father explodes upon seeing the Heavy Knight stats, yelling it's faulty with low offensive numbers and no attack skills. Elma defends himself, explaining his HP and defense are actually in the top bracket. Showing zero mercy, Elma's father shoves him back, declaring he has no concern for such things as defense. Elma's father vents his fury, stating he's glad the ceremony was private, as Elma's shame would have made the Edvin household lose face. Elma looks pained, absorbing the cruel words. Another character nervously questions if it's appropriate to hold their divine blessing ceremony now, given Elma's disastrous outcome. Elma reflects on Maris, a daughter of the Edvin branch family. He's barely spoken to her in years, though he recalls playing with her as children. Elma has a bad feeling, but his father insists Maris's divine blessing ceremony start immediately. A bishop proceeds with the ritual as Maris undergoes her baptism. Maris, now at the top of a grand staircase, turns to Elma and apologizes, confirming she received the coveted Sword Saint class. She states,
"It seems that I had robbed your talent off of you. Sorry, Elma-sama."
Elma realizes his bad feeling came true, knowing his father's sour mood will only worsen now that a branch family girl obtained the Sword Saint class, which everyone expected him to inherit. As expected, Elma's father is ecstatic, declaring Maris wonderful and boasting she's a true member of the Edvin household. Without hesitation, he announces Maris will now be his daughter and, shockingly, the next successor of the Edvin household. The formally dressed individuals gathered murmur, processing the swift and dramatic change in succession. Elma's father embraces Maris, solidifying her new position in the family. Maris calls out, "Father," accepting her new role and the drastic shift in family dynamics. Elma's face shows wide-eyed shock and distress, taking in the full, crushing weight of his new reality. An agitated woman forcefully interjects, correcting someone who suggested Elma-sama had the responsibility of being the next successor. She declares no, insisting that Elma, our Elma, was the one responsible, her face intense with emotion. With his new successor, Elma's father explodes, completely disowning him. He screams,
"You, who had betrayed my expectations, are no longer my son."
He orders Elma to get lost, never to show his face again. Someone tries to intercede, arguing the Heavy Knight is a strong class, but it's no use. Maris calls out father as she walks away with him, leaving a stunned Elma to depart the mansion alone. Elma recounts his exile. His father refused to listen, kicking him out of the mansion with almost no money. He travels by horse-drawn carriage, passing through a bustling town, his future uncertain. Later, at an inn, Elma reflects on his father's heartless actions, still stinging from the rejection. He acknowledges the grim reality. He's lost everything, his home, his family, even his friends. The weight of his new circumstances settles upon him. But then a spark of determination ignites. He still possesses his strongest class, the Heavy Knight. His resolve hardens, knowing he still has this one thing to rely on. Looking out at the city of Rondom, Elma notes that while this world mirrors the game, its history and topography are completely different. He decides he needs to start investigating everything, area by area, to truly understand his new reality. First, he accesses his skill tree system window to verify his class and skills. He sees his class is Heavy Knight, LVL1 with remaining skill points, 5. Skills like Vow of the Heavy Armor are listed. He's concerned the Heavy Knight's specifications aren't different in this world, as that would be a huge blow to his plans. To his relief, a system window confirms, nice, it's still the same. His class is indeed Heavy Knight, level 1, and his Vow of the Heavy Armor skill is at 10 tenth points, just as he remembered from the game. The narration explains the skill tree. Players choose freely which skills to acquire, a choice that's incredibly impactful and determines their fate. Mechanics. Every time a character's level increases, they gain 1 skill point, plus an initial 5 bonus points received upon gaining a class. There are class-specific ones like Vow of the Heavy Armor and random skills acquired during character creation. Elymas' class skill, Vow of the Heavy Armor, is exclusive to Heavy Knights. It's known for being overwhelmingly difficult yet powerful, but also widely considered the weakest joke skill tree because many of its skills lack precise timing. Other skills like Novice Swordsmanship could evolve, and some could steadily improve defensive power. But then Elymas makes a bold move. Despite its negative reputation as a joke skill, he decides to go all in, allocating all 5 of his remaining skill points to Vow of the Heavy Armor. Immediately, system notifications flood Elymas' vision. Vow of the Heavy Armor levels up to 5. He acquires a new skill, Rampart Return, and gets a Def plus 10 boost. Surprised yet satisfied, Elymas confidently says this will do. With his new skills active, Elymas Edvin is ready. His updated stats show him at level 1, with 10 HP for MP, Attack Power 8, Defense 8, Magic Power 5, and Speed 3. He's equipped with an inferior soldier's sword and iron armor, and now has his new Rampart Return skill. Suddenly, a frog croaks a loud gecko in a nearby forest. An adventurer-like character appears in the forest, and a status system window pops up, prompting the character to exclaim, "It's Alana." The frog's hind legs twitch as if it's about to pounce. A system window pops up, identifying the frog as a demon, Lana, level 2, with 7/7 HP and 3/3 MP. The large frog-like creature, a Lana demon, suddenly lunges with its tongue extended. An elf-like character reacts with surprise, exclaiming, "That's so sudden." Elymas unleashes his newly acquired skill, Rampart Return. He strikes the large, bare-chested opponent, sending it recoiling with a loud, splattering sound. Standing with his sword drawn in the forest, Elymas is surrounded by dark, blob-like entities and a large, amorphous creature, all seemingly targeting him. In a close-up, Elymas is seen emitting a bright light or particles from his face, a clear sign of his fierce determination and activated combat skills. Then, a glorious level-up 1 to 2 notification flashes across his vision. This, Elymas breathes, surprised but pleased. Looking at the dissolving monstrous entities, Elymas remarks,
"It's still such a gruesome sight."
The system then reveals Rampart Return's description. Blocked damage means his defense is so much higher than the enemies that he takes no scratches, effectively nullifying their attacks. After the battle, a shimmering, faceted stone, clearly loot from the defeated demons, is seen. Suddenly, a distressed blonde character, possibly injured, cries out for help. "Help! Anyone! Please help me!" They hold a mana stone, identifying it as a level 2 mana stone. The panicked blonde character runs frantically through the forest, screaming, "I'm gonna get killed. They're gonna kill me." The desperate blonde character rushes towards Elymas, pleading, "Please help me." Elymas observes them, simply remarking,
"An adventurer, here."
Behind the panicked adventurer, several frog-like monsters are revealed, clearly the source of their terror, still in hot pursuit as Elymas watches, seemingly unfazed. A swarm of small frog-like creatures, led by a larger frog, thunder along the forest path, rapidly closing in on the panicked adventurer. The alarmed male adventurer, seeing Elymas' seemingly simple gear, questions him nervously. You, can you really do it? With a get-up like that? Are you actually a well-known adventurer?" Elymas, ever confident, simply replies, "Leave them to me." The adventurer reacts with visible surprise at his calm declaration. The panicked adventurer scoffs, declaring Elymas couldn't possibly handle so many demons, especially since Elymas just admitted, "Nah, in fact I just had my first level up a moment ago." The adventurer insists, "There's no way a rookie like you could even handle that many demons. You're much weaker than I am. It's impossible for you," clearly underestimating Elymas. As the frog-like creatures close in, the alarmed adventurer yells urgently, "Take OFF that heavy armor. Just run away." Elma, however, just grits his teeth, and instead of running, he seems to be preparing for battle, still in his heavy armor, as the horde of monsters approaches. Elma charges, and with a powerful impact, he slams into two of the monstrous figures, sending liquid splattering as they take heavy damage. He follows up with a swift sword strike, his blade cutting through another foe with incredible speed. An agile, light-colored creature manages to get past his defense, landing a kick on Elma, then quickly follows up with a blow to his face. With a powerful strike, the agile attacker lands a critical blow, shattering Elma's armor. Elma stands in the middle of a pile of defeated creatures, prompting the shocked adventurer to stare and exclaim, "You, what are you?" "That mini Lannis." Elma, cutting him off mid-sentence, starts to state his name.
No. I am Elma EDV.
Elma pulls up his status window, showing Elymas Edvon, level 8, 10 HP, for MP, 12 attack, 29 defense, 9 magic, 9 speed. He has Rampart and Reflection skills, equipped with a grunt sword and iron armor, and the title Unwavering One. Elma notes this world's system is exactly like Magic World. Suddenly, someone cries his name. The adventurer Elma saved, Aruz, introduces himself, thanking him profusely. Aruz explains he can't find a party because he needs to hit level 3 on his own, having come from his village to be an adventurer. But Elma just pragmatically collects magic stones, pretty much dismissing Aruz's gratitude, stating he's focused on raising his own level. Aruz enthusiastically tries to invite Elma to a party once they get back to town, figuring Elma must also be left out since defensive classes are unpopular. He praises Elma's fighting, but Elma flat out rejects his offer, even dropping an item. Aruz continues, pressing Elma not to be stubborn and warning him he'll never level alone. He points out Elma fought like a shield class, and Elma confirms the assessment. Defense-oriented classes, a graphic explains, draw enemy attention and protect allies. Elma, however, is resolute. He internally declares he wants all the items, skills, and title for himself. Forming a party now would split experience, which isn't his goal. He also admits there's no guarantee others would trust him anyway. He absolutely cannot remain in this terrible situation. Just then, Elma argues with someone, yelling they've got to aim higher. He insists it's for their own sake, warning they can't hunt Rana endlessly and won't succeed at their current pace. The shadowy forest is punctuated by glowing eyes, and Elma ends the conversation surprised. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying spider-like monster screeches. A loud thud echoes as Elma, gripping his shield, reacts surprised. Aruz, still injured, looks utterly shocked and terrified. Elma shouts for his status, grabbing his weapon. He quickly stabs the insect-like monster, while a terrified Aruz screams in disbelief. A system notification beeps. Aruz identifies the new enemy, an Ariandype, level 16, with full HP and MP. It has the Flaming Claw skill, and its poison debuffs speed. Aruz notes it's double his level, and must have used a creepy crawly skill to sneak up. He's panicking, as Elma observes seriously. Elma realizes his Rampart Reflection ability is useless. He needs double the enemy's attack and defense to trigger it, and this Ariandype outranks him too much. He fears his life is over if he takes a Flaming Claw. Punching the ground, he blames himself for Elymas' predicament. Despite his fear, Elymas steals himself, sword ready. He tells someone to escape while he tackles the monster, asserting he'll take it on. Behind him, a calm character places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The calm character, with a steady voice, tells Elma, "I'll handle the monster. Leave it to me." Elma reacts with a distressed NGH, but the calm character simply reassures him, "No, it's okay." Elma's legs are visibly trembling, betraying his deep fear. Meanwhile, the injured Aruz can only stare, exclaiming, "No? Look, you're really playing this fast and wild, dude. Hold on there." Elma, facing the monstrous spider, finds his resolve. This fight, he declares with newfound determination, isn't an impossible victory for me. The injured Aruz warns Elma again. "Yeah, I gassed you up and said you were good, but you can't physically beat it. An Ariandype isn't something a newbie like yourself can handle." The monster looms, making his words hit harder. Ignoring the warnings, Elma calmly activates his status window once more, calling out STATUS. The status window reveals a major jump. He's now level 8. He gains 7 skill points from leveling up, with 5 remaining. Elma realizes he can now take Oath of the Heavy Armor, a powerful skill he's considered, along with Defense Bow and Jinner Sword as options. He wastes no time, allocating those skill points to a new ability. Instantly, a system message flashes. Unlocked new skill, Disarm. Elma immediately understands. Disarm is a common skill that temporarily lowers an enemy's attacking power by 20% for 1 minute on a successful blow. He realizes this is the exact skill needed to defeat the Aryan Type. As the monstrous 8-legged beast shrieks again, Elma steps forward, determined. With a defiant roar, he tells the creature, "Come, you foul 8-legged beast. I'll give you what you've come for." He advances, ready to engage. The tension is immediately high as a massive, monstrous spider-like creature unleashes a roar, a potent glow forming right over its mouth. Then, a smaller, fuzzy variant of the spider-like creature joins in, spitting out a glowing stream of liquid. This is its signature move, Light of Poison. Elma Edv, ever the strategist, declares he's going to take a chance here and just receive this attack head-on. A powerful, watery blast impacts our hero, sending him skidding backward with incredible force. He's absorbing the hit. Immediately, Elma activates his disarm skill on Alana's monster. While the direct hit does almost no damage, it successfully inflicts a reduced attack power status effect on the creature, weakening it for future blows. Our guy is playing the long game. Nearby, a multi-eyed, sharp-toothed monster lets out a high-pitched shriek, clearly agitated. This monster, with its arachnid body and massive claws, then unleashes its own attack, a flame claw strike that rings out with a loud clang. As it connects, the battle escalates as a large insectoid monster attacks with such force that it kicks up huge clouds of dust and debris, causing powerful impacts. Aruz, watching the chaos, yells out,
SSHIT?
Impure terror. Elma, ever the tactical genius, coolly calculates the enemy's moves, noting that the Poison Light skill consumes 7 MP and Flame Claw consumes 5 MP, seeing a multi-eyed monster with only 4 MP left out of 11. He uses Disarm again, confidently stating,
That won't work, you know.
he's draining them dry. He reflects on his title, the Immovable, which grants him a sweet plus 10% defense buff just for standing still. He also notes that his Disarm 2-hit attack has successfully reduced the monster's attack power by a full 40%. Talk about turning the tables. With a determined expression, Elma announces,
The conditions are met.
You just know he's about to pull off something epic. He starts running, seemingly away from the massive spider-like monster that's barreling towards him. But the monstrous creature, with its huge black eyes and sharp fangs, lets out another terrifying roar, clearly thinking it has the upper hand. Suddenly, Elma plants his feet, stopping his retreat. He turns and takes a firm fighting stance, gripping his large sword, ready to face the spider-like monster head-on. It's a trap. Our hero, with his light, spiky hair, is locked in intense focus, surrounded by swirling lines and particles as heavy impacts rock the area. Just like that, Elma lunges. Shield in one hand, spear in the other, he activates Rampart Return, the ultimate counterattack. He crashes directly into the monster's head, unleashing all the blocked damage back at it. The immense, multi-eyed monster lets out a guttural sound, twitching violently as a shadowy figure stands triumphantly over its defeated form. That shadowy figure is Elma Edv. He's not just victorious. He's leveled up from an impressive 8 all the way to 12, gaining 4 skill points in the process. Standing over the large defeated monster and several smaller ones, he coolly declares,
That's enough out of you.
As Elma inspects his stats, a system message pops up. Currently, you cannot upgrade Vow of the heavy armor any further. He reacts with a curious, The monster he just impaled with his sword lies inert nearby. Elma quickly recognizes this message, thinking,
That method still lives in the magic world, huh?
He feels like he's seen this system notification before, connecting this world to his past life as a VRMMO player. Satisfied, Elma proclaims, But with this I've acquired all the basic skills. The system confirms that Vow of the Heavy Armor has indeed reached level 15, granting him the new parry skill. Just then, Aruz calls out to him with an OI. The area around them shows the clear aftermath of the intense battle, with debris scattered everywhere. Aruz, still reeling from Elma's power, stammers.
Why you? What are you actually?
The sheer display of strength has left them utterly bewildered. Feeling a bit sheepish, Aruz admits they shouldn't have worried at all, adding,
I feel kinda bad. With you can certainly make a living alone.
Clearly, Elma's reputation as a defective heavy knight is a myth. Elma, ever the gentleman, offers to escort Aruz to the city. Aruz, relieved and grateful, accepts and thanks him, saying,
Thanks, Ares.
Whoa, Ares? Did Elma just get a new alias? Just as they seem to be heading to safety, a system window flashes. Abnormal status. Poisoned. Elma flinches, holding his cheek, clearly in distress. Aruz notices and exclaims in alarm.
Wait, aren't you poisoned?
Talk about a cliffhanger. Elma heads to Rondom City's Adventurer Guild to register. At the counter, Elma confidently announces, I want to register as an adventurer. The name's Elma, level 12, Heavy Knight class. The receptionist listened. The receptionist confirmed his defensive type class, and Elma was officially registered. Elma was satisfied. He was officially an F-class adventurer, as confirmed by the system. To enter a dungeon, a party needs an E-rank adventurer, and ranks go from F to S. Elma immediately decided to reach E-rank fast. Then, a system message popped up. His vow of the heavy armor skill had a growth limit tied to his adventurer rank, currently capped at F rank. While Elma processed this, two male adventurers whispered about him to a dark-haired woman. The whispering turned to mockery, with one adventurer sneering about teaming up with weak trash like Elma, and another questioning a low-level heavy knight trying to form a party. Ignoring them, Elma presented a huge pile of monster stones. The female employee gasped, asking if he got them all alone. She processed 10 small and 1 big stone, totaling 80,000 gold. Elma confirmed he hunted them alone, leaving the employee disbelieving. Two armored men watched Elma suspiciously, one wondering if he stole the stones, the other questioning him. Unbothered by the stares, Elma thought about using his magic words from his past life, clearly having a plan. He reflected, an adventurer with enough funds. Now, for the next step. He then asked the clerk if there was a promotion quest an F rank could take. She hesitated, confirming one existed with a reserved IA. The scene shifted to a forest graveyard. A large, bearded man announced to adventurers that a punk would join today's raid quest. Looking at Elma, the bearded man exclaimed in surprise, "But to think it was you, Elma!" The furious bearded man ranted, accusing Elma and Tail of disrespecting the guild and monsters. He threatened to beat sense into them, dismissing Elma's claim of killing a level 12 Alanda ape as bullshit. The bearded man clenched his jaw, still fuming. Next to Elma, Tail looked worried and frustrated. Despite the insults, Tail acknowledged this promotional raid quest was a rare opportunity they had to take. On a desolate, possibly icy terrain, an adventurer lamented, "This is the worst." A man's eye twitched, showing the tension. Tail bowed, politely requesting to be treated well. Elma's father, there, simply responded with a disapproving HMPF. In the graveyard, the blonde adventurer, Tail, confirmed her understanding with Yep. Understood. Elma's father told her, "Tail, we're starting soon," and reluctantly agreed, "That's fine, I guess." Elma sensed about 30 monsters ahead. Tail used her search skill to pinpoint the horde. Elma was curious as Tail proudly boasted her skill located the monsters, claiming she deserved an E-rank promotion. Elma's father, the bearded man, tersely acknowledged, "HMP, well done, Tails." A mocking adventurer, likely one of the naysayers, leaned in to tell Elma his guild stunt was now gossip. Elma listened seriously. The adventurer continued, claiming it was a shame Elma had a trashy class, then bragged about the red mage's high physical, offensive, recovery, and support spells, implying he was one. Elma looked annoyed. A blonde man in a hat dismissed the talk, but an armored blonde man declared his fondness for his own class. The red mage is a powerful jack of all trades class, especially in games. Walking through the graveyard, the man in a hat warned the armored blonde, who carried a large sword, not to hold them back. The armored blonde reflected that while versatile classes are favored, this world isn't a game, a distinction he understood. Adventurers gathered, including a man with an apron and cleaver, and a heavily armored man with a mustache and axe. One stated to make things clear. The cleaver man instructed, "Your job is to maintain distance and take care of the small fries." Then, the D-class adventurer with the mustache revealed they faced an undead army led by a ghoul head. The cleaver man sternly warned, "I won't help you if you get tangled up." The D-class adventurer confidently declared, "As a D-class adventurer, I'll take it down." Elma and Tail observed. Before them loomed the level 30 ghoul head. Gotan, the level 40 rank adventurer, confidently said, "If things go as planned, we shouldn't lose." He explained the ghoul head had no offensive skills, but could create low-grade whites from corpses using undead breath. Elma, however, thoughtfully said, "However," clearly realizing there was more to it. In a desolate graveyard, the harsh reality of this world hits. Death is permanent, not a game over. This isn't about stats, it's real. Gotan, observing the grim scene, asked the bearded guild leader to clarify his orders. The leader simply calls out Gotan. The guild leader reacts with a surprised what? Taken aback by Gotan's request. Looking around, the guild leader voices concern about a worst-case scenario. He warns the undead group might be more dangerous than reports suggest, implying a trap. Adventurers gather, listening intently to the guild leader. The guild leader turns his furious gaze on Elma Edv, questioning if Elma is now giving him orders. In the gloomy environment, fearful, low-leveled adventurers plead for detailed instructions, but the guild leader sharply refuses with an no. An adventurer says, "Oi, oi," and the frustrated guild leader grumbles about babysitting, resignedly admitting he has no choice. Meanwhile, the blonde man in a hat dismissively walks through the graveyard, scoffing that only trash classes like Elma should fear undead, while Elma watches silently. An unidentified hand is pinned by spikes. An adventurer declares scared individuals can run to the backlands. Another confidently tells Gotan they won't need instructions. Hearing this, Gotan asks a question, while another adventurer queries the group with right. The blonde man in a hat responds with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, Tails gasps in shock. Multiple low-grade whites and a massive, smoky ghoul-head monster erupt from the graveyard earth, with more creatures clawing their way up. Gotan makes a sharp TCH. Both he and Elma Edv brace themselves, ready to confront the emerging threat. Tails screams in pure terror, reaching out in distress at the horrifying sight. The terrifying ghoul head, a monstrous, pale creature with a gaping mouth, lets out a deafening goo-goo as it fully emerges, shaking the ground. Seeing the chaos, the guild leader yells at the adventurers, demanding to know what they're doing as they move behind him. Tail and Pole quickly respond with a firm yes to the leader's command. The guild leader instructs Tail and Pole to cover his flank. But Pole struggles, kneeling, and Tail yells at her, urging her to keep up. Elma assesses the situation. He observes a large creature roaring with a simple club, surrounded by crawling whites, thinking it shouldn't be much of a problem if that's all it has. An armored adventurer asks if they're charging such a large group. Gotan confidently declares, "The rest of us are going to take care of that giant head's goons." Elma watches, questioning. Elma sees the nervous adventurers hesitating against the undead. He tells Tails he thought Gotan would separate the boss from its group. Tails explains many are new to group combat, fearing whites from blind spots, especially with Gotan fighting the boss. The guild leader takes charge, instructing adventurers to split into groups of 3, assuring them whites won't be a problem if they watch each other's backs. Elma murmurs a concern. Splitting up leaves someone alone. A determined young armored adventurer acknowledges, "You understood, we'll try doing that." Suddenly, a spiky-haired man reacts with wide eyes, surprised and panicked. Action intensifies as an unidentified blonde man is caught in a forceful, rapid interaction. Just then, Elma Edv expertly executes a
Parry.
with his sword against a monstrous enemy, sending an unidentified man caught in the impact reeling backward. The battle rages across the graveyard, adventurers fighting desperately against the horde of zombie-like creatures, including a blonde adventurer swinging their weapon. The system explains Elma's parry skill, using a shield or sword to create an opening and ward off attacks. A close-up shows a star-shaped object as adventurers battle creatures. Elma doesn't stop. He's a parrying machine, expertly deflecting a series of attacks, first from a dark-haired character, then another, and finally parries the blonde man in a hat who mocked him. It's a flurry of parry. After parry, as he holds his ground, Elma Edv unleashes his full arsenal, engaging multiple enemies. He rapidly activates,
Disarm.
pivots to,
Reversal.
then utilizes.
Rampart.
With these combined skills, he defeats or repels several enemies near a stone wall, proving his combat prowess. Elma Edv surveys a chaotic graveyard scene where adventurers struggle against low-grade whites, one already incapacitated. He watches intently. Guild leader Gatan, watching Elma defeat whites, comments,
"So this is the rumored Heavy Knight, huh?"
Another adventurer notes Elma single-handedly took down over half the whites. In the middle of defeated whites, Elma realizes his parry skill is effective. He levels up from 15 to 16, gaining skill points. Elma smiles, noting,
Nice. I'm getting a lot of points.
his system confirms level 16, updated HP/MP, defensive skills like parry, and titles the immovable and frank adventurer. Other adventurers, including Pole, struggle. One admits, "Now I'm more scared of him than the whites." Gutan observes Elma's reliability, but Elma looks worried. A white strikes an armored adventurer, who cries out. Another lies incapacitated. For armored adventurers brace defensively for the next wave. Elma's small companion asks, "Are you going Yelame? Tio go Tio, Helkatan?" Elma advises against it.
It's better to just let him deal with it.
As
A ghoul head's level is way above our own.
more ghoul-like creatures rise, despite the companion thinking, "I think that's all of them." Gatan and another man grimace, frustrated. D-rank adventurer Gatan charges a massive ghoul head, striking it with his axe. The monster roars. The monstrous ghoul head roars as a smaller creature collapses. Gatan swings his axe, yelling,
Stay down, you stubborn head.
Multiple whites cling to Gatan, who shouts. Tails and Pole panic as Pole is knocked down. Furious, Gatan demands of two hesitant adventurers.
I told you guys to take care of the whites.
He scolds their lack of nerve and warns he has no interest in promoting cowards. Tails whispers that getting closer risks targeting by the ghoul head as more whites rise. Ignoring commotion, Elma forcefully attacks the ghoul head, kicking up dust as it snarls. Behind Elma, Gutan observes chaos with a tense expression. The ghoul head's immense arm flexes. Gutan's face shows intense focus. A leg and foot descend rapidly, poised for impact. Gutan kneels, bracing, recovering from a powerful blow. Grimacing, Gutan powerfully swings his axe again. Elma unleashes,
Boulder Smasher.
striking the ghoul head. Blood splatters as the monster screams. Gutan swings his axe, fighting alongside Elma against the ghoul. Elma confidently declares, "One more from Gutan, and we can finish it off." A status window appears, confirming Elma's tactical awareness. The status window highlights the ghoul head. Level 33, critically low HP 2879. The monster is on its last legs. Relief is short-lived as a man panics. The whites keep coming. Pole and Gatan react with distress as more undead surge. Pole, resolute, steps forward, declaring, "We'll handle the whites," as another adventurer supports him against the horde. A huge monstrous creature emerges, grabbing a human by the leg, lifting them to its maw. Elma shouts.
No, wait.
The monster crunches, devouring its victim with a sickening sound. Elma identifies the skill.
So it has corpse eating.
Other adventurers realize it's healing. As the monster visibly gains strength, the monster's HP bar glows, rapidly climbing to 6079, confirming its terrifying healing. Elma senses something amiss. He mutters,
No, but something's off.
sensing a greater danger than just healing. He deduces,
There's no reason to eat this many undead if he just wants to heal once with corpse eating.
a chilling thought strikes him.
Don't tell me.
As a distorted creature transforms, suggesting the monster is doing more than just healing. Unaware of Elma's realization, Gatan, axe in hand, proclaims,
There's no more whites disturbing us now.
acknowledging the ghoul head healed, but oblivious to new danger. A woman urgently shouts, Gatan, stop, get away from it, her plea filled with alarm. Ignoring the warning, Gatan charges the roaring ghoul head, declaring,
I'll finish you off right here.
and attacks with his axe. Gatan, still unaware, again confidently states,
There's no more whites disturbing us now.
acknowledging his target healed. Gatan charges the monster, shouting,
I'll finish you off right here.
as the woman desperately yells, Gatan, stop, get away from it. The promotion quest hangs in balance. The ghoul head evolves into a terrifying mad head, instantly jumping from level 33 to 40. Gotan is totally confused, while Tails immediately realizes the gravity of the situation, exclaiming,
This is not good.
Monster evolution like this is super rare in Magic World, usually happening when a cornered monster taps into hidden potential to become a deadlier species. Even in the game, its exact conditions were largely unknown. Elma quickly realizes this whole nightmare is just bad luck. He knows the probabilities of this happening are barely understood, even from his game knowledge. Seeing Gotan dangerously close, Elma shouts a frantic warning for him to move. Too late. The mad head roars, and Gotan cries out, stumbling back as a system message confirms he's afflicted with the day's abnormal status. Watching Gotan falter, Tails panics. If the guild leader is out, they're doomed. He desperately yells at Paul to distract the monster and buy them time. But Paul, frozen with fear, is reluctant to attack. He stammers, asking what Tails expects him to do, terrified a magic attack would mean instant death. Meanwhile, Goton, still dazed, struggles with the monster. Goton, despite his injuries, tries another axe swing, but the monster is too fast. He gets a crushing blow in return, spitting blood as he's sent reeling. Falling backward, Goton crashes to the ground, critically injured. The blonde male character looks on, aghast. Lying there, spitting blood, Goton is completely helpless. The system confirms his grave state, hitting him with the abnormal status, plus paralyzed debuff. He's now completely immobilized. Elma bravely steps in, yelling,
PARRR.
and parrying a massive clawed attack from the monstrous creature, kicking up dust. Even with that, another dark-haired individual is still impacted, lying on the ground. Paul explains he hasn't gotten paralysis heal, having put all his skill points into attack power up, but confirms he has heal. Tails takes charge, declaring,
I'll distract the monster.
and immediately orders him,
Get to Goton and use heal and paralysis heal on him.
emphasizing getting Goton to safety and healing him. Paul acknowledges the command and bolts to Goton. Elma quickly calculates their chances.
If I can hold out for that long, then Goton should be able to get back on his feet after Teal uses heal on him.
He knows the Mad Head's unique skill, paralyzing toxin of decaying flesh, causes paralysis that naturally wears off in about 3 minutes, giving them a narrow window. Elma takes a combat stance, sword ready. He reflects that.
Nothing in the game could compare to experiencing this in real life.
The stakes are terrifyingly real. The monster they're up against is no longer the ghoul head, but the fully evolved Mad Head. Now, a formidable level 40 with a full HP bar. Stepping forward with a large sword, Tails bravely shouts,
Come at me, Madhead. I'll be your opponent until Goton wakes back up and gets back on his feet.
He's putting his life on the line to buy time. But the other adventurers are not as brave. One shouts, Idiot, shut up. We need to run away while we still can. While another adds, Once that guy gets killed, we will be next. They're convinced an F-rank, level 16 adventurer like Elma has no chance against a level 40 Mad Head. Elma, with a glowing weapon, is fully aware of the danger.
Making any mistakes could lead to my death.
He thinks, utterly focused on the battle ahead. Without hesitation, Elma unleashes a powerful punch, landing a solid hit that creates a visible impact against the Mad Head. The Mad Head reacts with a furious, fanged roar, its mouth gaping wide in pain or anger from Elma's attack. Suddenly, Tails screams,
Parry.
as he skillfully deflects a monstrous punch from the Mad Head, creating a huge explosion of debris. What a save! But the monster's blow is incredibly powerful, sending Tails flying through the air in an explosive impact. Landing hard, Tails cries out, Gah, as he's violently knocked backward, taking significant damage. Wincing, Tails laments to himself.
I wanted to avoid a situation like this.
Groaning, he didn't want to push his limits this far. Reflecting on the brutal fight, Tails acknowledges the truth of adventuring. It's a situation where your abilities are tested to the limit, a classic case of high risk, high return. Man, things are getting seriously intense for Tails. He's right there in the thick of it, throwing down with a Mad Head, but he's already bleeding and clearly struggling. Watching from the sidelines, the blonde man in a hat notices how hard Tails is fighting, saying he's clearly struggling and that it's a miracle he's even lasted this long against the monster that took down Goton. Even Pole expresses surprise, noting that Tails, the heavy fighting knight, is somehow fighting evenly with the monster. He's in a desperate dance with the monster, his hand extended, almost like he's trying to push it back while it roars and lunges with a massive fist. But Tails isn't just taking hits. He dashes back and quickly attacks, slamming into the Mad Head with a swift move that sends debris flying as the monster impacts the ground. He follows up immediately, delivering a powerful downward strike with his weapon, hitting the Mad Head square on and driving it further down. Meanwhile, our guy Elma is observing all this, strategizing in his head. He knows he can't keep just dodging the Mad Head's attacks forever, deciding, I'm going to have to continue using feint attacks. Just then, as the Mad Head lets out another roar, a system message flashes for Elma. His beginner swordsmanship hits level 5, unlocking a brand new skill, Direct Slash. He immediately recognizes its value, a point-blank blade attack perfect for high defense opponents, thinking, alright. Back on the front lines, Tails is still getting battered. He shouts,
Parry.
and deflects a massive blow, but the force sends him sliding backward across the ground. Digging his sword in, he barely manages to stop his momentum. The Mad Head lets out a weird UUP sound, and Tails crumpled on the ground near its huge leg, clearly taking a beating. Still on the ground, Tails looks up, trying to regain his bearings. But then, Elma's eyes narrow, his focus sharpening. He's ready to make his move. Crouching low, our hero readies his massive, glowing weapon, preparing for a devastating strike. And then he unleashes it, shouting,
Direct slash.
Elma slams his weapon into the monster, a powerful impact shaking the very ground. Despite the powerful hit, Elma knows it's not enough to take down this beast, thinking to himself.
But this isn't enough to take it down.
He reflects on his direct slash skill. Most people think it's trash because it sacrifices range for a jump and attack, but he knows.
For a heavy knight with low offense and high defense, it surprisingly works well.
The Mad Head screams in pain, reeling from the blow, but it's still standing. Back to Tails, who's still in the thick of it, landing multiple blows on the Mad Head. The monster screams and roars as it's hit, and even with blood on his face, Tails keenly observes that.
Your movements are getting erratic.
Tails shouts at the monster, telling the Mad Head.
That's right, Mad Head, the real thing starts now.
The monster responds with a terrifying roar and lunges forward. But then, still bruised and bleeding, Tails declares that.
My role is finished.
This is intriguing. What's he planning? Suddenly, Elma appears airborne, weapon raised for a massive downward strike, taking the Mad Head completely by surprise. The monster lets out a confused UGA, and just as the Mad Head is reeling, a powerful, named attack, Dragon Slayer, is unleashed. It's Guiton. Looking absolutely enraged, dark energy crackles around his mouth and beard as he swings a powerful blade, leaving shadowy trails in its wake. He's back from his paralysis. The combined assault is too much. Tails follows up, slamming his axe right into the Mad Head's skull. Blood gushes out as the monster lets out a pain J and collapses to the ground, finally defeated. As the monster falls, Elma's fist glows, perhaps a final attack he was ready to deliver if needed. And with the Mad Head disintegrating into particles, Elma stands victorious, his sword still in hand. A system notification flashes, confirming his level up from 16 to a massive 23. Guiton, now fully recovered and looking shocked, stares at Tails. He can't believe that Tails, a mere F rank, managed to last so long against attacks that literally almost killed Guiton himself. He marvels.
He managed to last this long against attacks that almost killed even me?
After the intense battle, Guiton bows deep to Elma, apologizing. Tails watches completely surprised. Guiton, super frustrated, shouts about his bad leadership and sloppy management, admitting everything went just as Elma predicted. That's a big deal. Guiton looks away silently while Tails calls his name, worried. Guiton then tells a crouching character in the graveyard to retrieve something important. Someone comments they could really use it, and another mentions how valuable a level 40 magic stone is, hinting at the dropped item's worth. A defeated monster makes a faint sound. Tails asks Guiton if everything's okay, and Guiton reassures him it's just a monster someone defeated. Elma asks if he should give Guiton the rare monster drop. Guiton, stoic as ever, says it's Elma's and he won't go back on his word, but asks to see its status. Elma shows off the newly acquired treasure, the Shield of Madness. Its system window pops up, defense plus 25, a whopping 3 million gold value, and blocking with it boosts your next attack by plus 8. Guiton is genuinely shocked by the 3 million gold value. Elma, deep in thought, explains his Rampart return skill needs armor to block, but this Shield of Madness could completely nullify same-level attacks. He definitely sees its potential. Guiton then turns to Elma, promoting him to E rank. He vows to chew out the guild if they dare disagree. Elma, eager, starts asking about the promotion details. Guiton blusters about hitting anyone who disagrees. Tails then casually reveals the guild actually asked him to watch Elma for foul play. Elma is utterly surprised. The tone shifts. Guiton claims he healed Tails, letting her stand up. Tails, tried her luck, asks if Guiton would recognize her promotion too. Guiton explodes, accusing her of holding him back against the monster and ranting about harder dungeons. He refuses her promotion, leaving Tails distressed. Guiton, still fuming, yells at the blonde man in a hat to go get more experience. The man stutters a hesitant "why yes," while Elma watches seriously. The blonde man looks down, processing Guiton's harsh words. Elma silently walks through the graveyard, leaving the tense exchange behind. Behind Elma, the blonde man makes a sound of discomfort, clearly frustrated. Next, the rewards are tallied. The raid gets 130,000 gold, plus 200,000 for 10 white stories. Everyone, including Elma, OOHs excitedly as money is put into a box. They mention a final reward for retrieving a ghoul-turned-mad head's magic stone. A woman dramatically presents another large bag, a staggering 600,000 gold. The crowd gasps and cries well. The area bustles with murmuring adventurers cashing in. Tails notes raids pay well, and Gutan admits Tails actually earned more than him this time. The woman who presented the gold asks Gutan about defeating a person variant of the ghoul head, clearly intrigued. Off to the side, a bald character wonders if someone's using some kind of loophole. Then, a blonde armored character chimes in, remembering that he also brought back a high-level magic stone recently, finding it suspicious. The blonde armored character, completely bewildered, asks, how the hell could a mere heavy knight earn that many magic stones? Someone else reacts with surprise. Just then, Gutan, absolutely furious and clenching his fist, slams his hand down. He yells, so you lot are suspecting Elymas? He then declares that suspecting Elymas disrespects his own judgment, shutting down the whispers immediately. The blonde man in a hat, the armored man, and the other armored figures all react silently, tension palpable as Gutan's outburst settles. Reflecting on the chaos, Elymas thinks about how he safely got promoted to E rank, thanks to Gutan silencing the crowd. Now, he wonders what his next move should be. Elymas realizes his current fighting style, using Rampart Return, is starting to lose its usefulness. So, his new plan, raise money in dungeons, which he can finally enter now that he's E rank. To be a complete heavy knight, you need 2 skills, Smoldering Mad Fong and Vow of the Heavy Armor. Combined, these skills make a heavy knight the pinnacle of a human weapon. Neither just offensive nor defensive, but something entirely new. Elymas is outside a shop, pondering the Smoldering Mad Fong. Crucial for a heavy knight, he doubts finding such a rare item in town. Inside, Elymas buys 3 healing potions for 72,000 gold. He grumbles about the cost, but knows it's necessary. Afterward, the clerk has a question for him. Elymas, frustrated, asks where to buy skill books. The surprised clerk explains skill book dealings are banned. Adventurers can use found ones, but the guild buys the rest for nobles and churches. Across town, Elymas realizes his family, the Edvins, likely monopolize skill books in London. He's distressed, seeing how noble families here have more influence than in the game, shocked this could happen. Elymas resigns himself, writing and accepting the situation. He watches an attendant at a counter. As he looks at 3 healing potions, Elymas thinks about a secret bonus that came with them, musing that he's not supposed to reveal this willy-nilly. Elymas gets directions to a shop selling dismantled items from dead adventurers. He questions the ethics, asking if not reporting findings to the guild is okay. A woman explains adventurers rely on these black markets, and the guild looks the other way. She reveals skill books are hoarded and unused. Dismantled items don't go to grieving families, but straight to nobles, which is truly messed up. Frustrated and introspective, Elymas thinks he's grown ignorant of this world. He reflects on his past as a sword saint, wondering how different things would be if his memories hadn't returned. We transition to an old building, its door creaking open to a dusty alleyway and a sign for Tails Pub. Coughing from the dust, Elymas steps into the cluttered building. Looking around, Elymas wonders if skill books are really sold in a place like this, peering into the shadows. A closer look reveals a chaotic display of items. Wooden figures, a sword, broken horns, boots, and a cross-designed shield. Eyes wide with surprise, Elymas points to a shelf, seeing skill books. He quickly counts 5, the very books he was told were impossible to buy. Suddenly, an old woman with a hat, long nails, and staff, smoking a pipe, emerges. She warns Elymas.
The Shattered Grimoire Hall isn't a place for youngsters such as you.
Elymas, surprised, notices her shabby armor. The shopkeeper tells Elymas he's free to browse, adding dismissively that a brat's fingerprints won't change their prices anyways. Elymas confirms he has money and asks to see the skill books. With a creak, the shopkeeper's gloved hand pulls out a book for Elymas. The book is Beginner Archery, market value, 2 million gold. Elymas is utterly shocked, sputtering.
T2 million. It was 500,000 in the game.
The price hike is insane. Then, Elymas sees another price tag, reacting in shock and yelling, 3 million? The old woman calmly confirms her shop sells it for 3 million. She explains the inherent danger. She took big risks to get it. She's grateful government officials turn a blind eye, but fears being shot if someone higher up found out. Elymas checks his inventory, 988,888 gold. He worries he can't buy rare skill books. Even selling his mad shield, he'd still need 3 million more for beginner skill trees. A brutal reality check. A table shows various books, archery, magic, a cartoonish face with a sword and shattered window. The shopkeeper announces the last book. Elma lists the skills: beginner archery, magic power-up, jack in a box, elemental guard. All rare, but none are what he needs, surprising him. Just then, a gloved hand holds up a large, ornate book with an eye mechanism, decorative chains, and claw embellishments. Elma's eyes go wide, mouth agape in disbelief. It's here, he realizes. His search is finally over. Clutching the ornate book, Elma excitedly declares this is it. Smoldering Mad Fong, a heavy knight's mandatory skill. The amused shopkeeper teases him, then drops the bombshell. Ah, that one costs 50 million gold. Elma's glee vanishes in utter shock. Despite the shock, Elma doesn't back down. The old woman claims she beat up 5 people, daring Elma to have a go. Elma retorts she needs bodyguards for prices like these. Elma sighs, troubled, but his determination holds. Looking at the valuable book, Elma asks,
Could you reserve this item for me?
With fierce resolve, he vows.
I'll definitely gather the 50 million and come back here.
The old woman, pragmatic, questions him.
What's in it for me?
Nervous then surprised, Elma hears her agree.
Very well, I'll save it for you.
With a dismissive sniff, she adds, Humph, I don't hate brats like you. Elma secured his impossible reservation. Elma needs to earn about 60 times the reward from his last big raid, a daunting amount he's now contemplating. Thinking about the massive 55 million gold, Elma realizes high-ranked adventurers and their stores have a warped view on money. Recognizing the huge financial challenge, Elma steels himself to come up with a solid earning plan. He considers the rare and expensive smoldering Mad Fong skill tree, usually only sought by heavy knights and berserkers. But heavy knights, like him, lack high damage output. So his first idea, Plan 1, collecting rare drops in dungeons, immediately hits a snag. The plan would take too long, so he scraps it for Plan 2, farming with rampart return. He dismisses Plan 2 quickly, not wanting to waste skill points on temporary skills useless once he gets smoldering Mad Fong. Plan 3, learn beginner swordsmanship or study other skill books. Elma thinks grouping with other adventurers would greatly increase his options. His last raid performance earned him recognition, despite heavy knights not being super popular. As Elma considers finding allies, he overhears 2 adventurers excitedly discussing a blood-stained sword they found, worth 2 million gold, enough for them to live lavishly. Luce, a jester-like clown, practically glows with pride, yelling my skill, and taking full credit for the rare drop. Her 3 party members observe in silence, not sharing her enthusiasm. Elma, watching, questions their odd party, swordsman, bandit, jester. Meanwhile, Kleinsen argues with Luce, who keeps insisting, right? It was all thanks to me, right? A party member doubts Luce's claim about the bloodstained sword drop. Kleinsen tersely dismisses it with, thanks to you, huh? Luce doubles down, declaring from now on, and vows to prove her worth in the next dungeon. Kleinsen and Luce walk away, Luce still muttering, aha, but it really is before trailing off. Suddenly, Kleinsen harshly confronts another jester-like girl, asking if someone useless in a fight expects a share. She trembles, trying to protest she fights on the front lines, but Kleinsen cuts her off, calling her simply useless for only taking aggro without attack skills. He then leaves with Reese, abandoning the distraught girl. Tails, observing, complains it's unfair to speak that way after finding something valuable. The distraught jester-like girl defends herself, saying her lack of attack skills is due to Kleinsen's advice on skill point allocation. Kleinsen turns on her with an intense stare, demanding unfair. Tails reacts with a jolt of fear. Kleinsen challenges, unfair, huh, while Tails stands upset with crossed arms, and Reese is by Kleinsen's side. Kleinsen continues, asking if she's mistaken. He insists he only advised on skill points, but she made the final skill tree decisions. The jester-like character stammers, K. Kleinsen, clearly distressed. Elma observes the familiar pattern, arguments over botched skill allocation and reward disputes. Tension rumbles through the cave where the 3 adventurers stand. Elma knows these issues well. Skill trees designed for a party often become useless with changing circumstances, leading to frequent arguments, like in Magic World. A man dismissively scatters gold, stating, fine, here's your 100k gold. The jester-like character receives the meager sum, is asked, is this good enough? Then coldly told to leave. Walking away, Reese tells Kleinsen the jester-like character showed her true colors for a paltry sum, criticizing her lack of skills despite their kindness. The jester-like character desperately apologizes to Klein San and Reese, promising not to ask for money again. But Klein San mercilessly declares her a lost cause, saying it's too late, and kicks her out. Elymas sighs, watching Klein San, Reese, and Luce abandon the distraught jester. He notes financial and skill point allocation issues often cause party breakups. Elymas is level 23. Elymas wonders if the jester, a clown, focused on support skills, or if she put points into agility up, or some useless weapon skill tree. Elymas knows the leveling system requires hunting same-level opponents for progression. He's level 23, seeing level 2 monsters, showing how hard leveling becomes without defeating appropriate level foes. Elymas reflects that bad skill point distribution prevents defeating same-level opponents, making leveling hard. He still doubts Luce's claim about the bloodstained sword drop. But new thought strikes him. Why chase away someone with that skill tree? He's surprised by the possibility the jester might have a unique skill, resolving to confirm it. As Elymas thinks, the desperate jester approaches. She flinches when he extends a hand, begging, "I'm sorry for being selfish. I'm not going to ask for money anymore. So please put me in your party." Luce, a jester-like party member, practically begs Elymas, to join her party, promising he won't regret it. But he pushes her away, looking angry. Reese, the red-haired man, and a blonde woman just watch. Elymas grabs Luce, demanding an 80/20th reward split. Reese asks what's going on, and the blonde woman reveals Elymas was kicked out of their party, which Elymas silently hears. Reese quickly piles on, criticizing Luce's low battle power, saying she can't even level up properly and is useless. Seizing the moment, Elymas offers Luce to Reese. Reese laughs, accepting and telling Elymas not to regret it. Elymas replies, "That's no problem." Luce looks visibly angry and annoyed, while Elymas stays neutral. Elymas shouts he doesn't need anyone's permission. Reese readily grants permission for someone to be taken. A hooded character is confused, and a smaller figure makes distressed sounds as a sword is drawn. Reese points a sword at Elymas, demanding his level and if he has allies. Elymas, unflinching, states he's a level 23 solo heavy knight and an E-rank adventurer. Luce then reveals she's only level 13, doubting her usefulness. Reese immediately dismisses her as useless to Elymas, who seems surprised and questions Reese's logic given his own class and level. Undeterred, Elymas shouts, "That's no problem." Reese is confused by Elymas' assertiveness. Beside him, the blonde woman calls out to Klein, while Luce watches. The blonde woman and a hooded figure discuss why the E-rank adventurer would be so interested in Luce, wondering if a certain thing has a significant effect. Elymas reflects that he might have been too straightforward, while Luce looks utterly confused. Reese smiles, thinking it would be perfect if Elymas just takes Luce and leaves without a fuss. The blonde woman, catching his calculating expression, asks Reese what he's talking about. A close-up shot shows a hand firmly gripping the hilt of a weapon. Luce remains thoughtful. Luce wonders if Elymas is just hitting on girls or truly interested. Meanwhile, Reese and the blonde woman express disbelief that a solo heavy knight could be level 23, concluding he's either lying or recently got kicked out of a party. Reese tells them to think about it clearly. Luce, resigned, responds, "If you say so," as the blonde woman watches. Reese and the blonde woman continue to strategize, noting it would look bad if word got out they chase someone out due to a skill allocation mess-up. One of them remarks that the current situation is actually perfect. The blonde woman is comfortable with Luce leaving their party. Meanwhile, Reese, deep in thought, focuses on Elymas, internally stating, "Elymas, I've been waiting for someone like you." Luce accepts the offer. An unidentified hand holds a glowing orb. Luce, overjoyed, asks Elymas to treat her well from now on. Elymas accepts, realizing he just gained his very first party member, and says, "Yeah, let's get along, Luce." The blonde woman reminds Luce she hasn't been able to buy proper weapons until now. An unseen character congratulates them on forming a party. Coins scatter. Luce hands over a bag, saying this 100,000 gold is a parting gift. Use it well. She immediately thanks Klein San Reese. Reese, Klein San, scolds them, mocking the thrown money as a parting gift and saying they should pick it up. Elymas asks if they can pick it up, but Luce, concerned about leaving 100,000 gold, stops him. Reese refuses, not wanting to be indebted to trash class individuals, and walks away with the blonde woman, leaving Elymas and Luce behind. Elymas, grateful for a party, tries to ask Luce a question, but Luce quickly offers advice about fighting monsters and leveling up through his skill tree. Luce, feeling a little insecure, then asks Elymas if he helped her because he fell in love with her at first sight. Elymas is totally surprised. Dungeons are nightmares from the sleeping god, Alzeros. Alzeros, creator of gods and the world, lost his mind. His gods then sealed him. Alzeros' nightmares appear as monsters in dungeon gates. Elma and Luce are at Angel's Toy Box, a level 50 dungeon. Yikes. Luce explains her only skill, Dice Thrust, needs a 6. She rolls a 2, then asks Elma if he's okay with her, a level 13 clown, with just an iron piercer. Luce, embarrassed, laughs off her failed skill attempt. With 8 skill points, Luce wishes she could invest in the Fool's Acrobatics or attack power-up to be more useful. Luce tells the Jester, I need you. The Jester blushes, surprised, asking what she means. Luce admits she's slow with emotions and needs directness. The Jester wonders if her bluntness is bad or cowardly. Luce declares their goal.
In this expedition, we're going to earn at least 30 million gold and we'll carry you to level 30.
The stunned Jester warns Luce not to show her status, asking why she revealed such big plans. 2 figures appear in an ornate hallway. Elma outlines strategy. He'll draw enemy attention while his ally uses their knife. He's confident they won't die, even at this level 50 area. Despite the high level, Elma clarifies they'll only farm the first floor. A distraught Luce notes, coming here was her judgment, prompting an HM from Elma. Elma calls Luce's motivation good. Luce, holding her new, expensive iron piercer knife, level 18, 550,000 gold, good for armored foes, declares LRIGHT. Leave it to me. She promises to live up to their confidence. Elma reacts with HM, as a large, stitched figure steps nearby. Elma is also there as Luce declares protecting her new iron piercer is her job. Target, a level 20 patchwork bear monster. The party discusses strategy. Luce says attacking the patchwork bear as it strikes can stop it. Tails adds critical hits help. Elma says its attack power, 22, isn't fatal. Luce thinks it's cute. Tails questions Elma's knowledge, who denies being a fan. Elma instructs Luce. He'll handle the teddy bear's attacks, and she should take it down from its blind spot, avoiding bites and claws. Luce replies, Y10. The teddy bear monster closes in. Elma uses Shadow Stomp from Mad Head to level Luce. He steps on the teddy bear's shadow to stop its movement. The effect ends if his feet lift. Sharp objects emerge from shadows. Elma warns Luce to stay alert. Luce doubts it's not like this thing has claws or teeth. Then gasps as something tears. Elma, with sword and shield, restrains a large, stitched, horned monster, striking it. He tells Luce to finish it, noting it's hard to hold still. Luce shouts, "Oh, Aka." Someone comments it doesn't look cute anymore. Luce attacks the large, stitched monster with her knife, slashing as it takes damage. Elma asks Luce about her level. Luce, over the defeated monster, confirms it was resilient, but she took it down. In the middle of the torn, stuffing exposed monster remains and plush toys, Luce cries, "Yeech! No way, no way, no way." Elma notes these are for power leveling, so it's fine. The distressed Jester, nearly in tears, complains she'll be kicked from the party. The patchwork bear isn't dropping anything valuable. Despite the Jester's frustration, Elma points out another patchwork bear, assuring drops will come as they farm more. The Jester regains composure and agrees to go again. Suddenly, Luce cries out, WAA-. An item dropped. 2 of them. She displays 2 bear shields, plus 12 defense, 200,000 gold, noting their good performance for their low level. Elma is surprised by the rare double drop, but accepts them. This double drop is thanks to Luce's high luck stat. Her skill, Beckoning Kitty, boosts luck by 500%. Tails, observing Klein's sand and the Jester, wonders why Klein's party missed these good drop rates, given limited monster info. Perhaps they were just used to good drops. Luce, beaming with a shield, asks Elma.
Elma, was I useful this time?
Tails has an epiphany. Klein's party's oversight was likely due to it being their first party, an awe of understanding. Elma thanks Luce. Luce reacts with a delighted HHHH as her level shoots from 13 to 20. Someone comments she's leveled enough, and the real deal begins. Playfully, they ask if she wanted the bear shield that much, and Luce enthusiastically announces she'll gather 10 more items. We learn about the Lana, a frog monster and the mascot mob of Magic First World. It was also the first monster our hero ever took down after arriving here. Today, we're targeting the Golden Lana. The hunt is already on as figures move through a dungeon. Elma tells Luce this dungeon is the only place they can farm these special Lannis right now. Golden Lannis look like gold, and are high-level monsters with 0 attack or magic skills. Their spawn rate is super low, but catching one means seriously valuable rewards. Basically, they offer huge experience, rare items, and harmless farming. Everyone's thrilled about it. Players love farming Golden Lannis, calling them loot boxes for their amazing drops. You can see why, with other players already downing one. Luz confirms she knows about Golden Lannis, their spawn routes, how to spot them, and other local monsters. Elma listens. Elma says her knowledge will save time. Luz excitedly adds that tavern adventurers claim 1 golden lana could mean years of luxury. Luz teases Elma, hinting at more info from the tavern. But there's a dark side. Adventurers often get overwhelmed by other monsters while chasing Golden Lannis, leading to their defeat. Luz warns that Golden Lannis are incredibly fast and show no damage when hit. Elma observes a winged golden lana, realizing it must have claimed many adventurer lives. Elma notes players here build for survivability, making Golden Lannis tougher to catch than in a game. Tails confirms death is final.
That's right, unlike in the game. If you die once in this world, that's it.
Tails explains Golden Lannis have extremely high speed, 67, and defense, 200, plus they're immune to debuffs. Luz worries if they can even damage them. Tails says even her Iron Piercer's 15% penetration won't help. Elma explains Golden Lannis are twice as fast as Jesters and 3 times faster than Heavy Knights like him. With 200 defense, even his Rampart Return or Direct Slash's 15% penetration would do no damage. The Heavy Knight pauses, contemplating their grim assessment. Suddenly, a confident voice declares, "It's okay, I have a plan." Luz, shocked, asks if it's not impossible. Elma smiles, saying everything has a weakness. Luz asks Elma if she has a skill to damage Golden Lannis, knowing Heavy Knights usually don't. Elma smiles broadly at Luz, declaring, "I'm counting on you, Luz." A flabbergasted Luz can only respond, "Eee." Luz is instructed to put all 8 of her recent skill points into the Fool's Acrobatics. A flustered Luz tries to say she doesn't have that ability, but an unseen character emphasizes that the 2 skills she'll gain from the Fool's Acrobatics will be crucial for their hunt. Tails is fighting a low HP toy box. Luz asks if they should finish it, but Tails shouts,
"Alright, Luz, let's run while we can."
He explains cornering it would call reinforcements, and it's not their target. Elma defends focusing on Golden Lannis to a Jester-like party member who suggests hunting other monsters for 3 more levels. He reassures them their current levels are perfect for Lannis, and they might find 2 if they continue tomorrow. He emphasizes how valuable Golden Lannis are, worth all the effort and patience. He tells Luz to speak up if she feels dissatisfied or unsafe, but also warns that even with high great fortune, finding a Golden Lana won't be easy. Luz gulps nervously, worried about the immense challenge ahead. The Jester-like party member declares loyalty to Elma, then suddenly looks surprised, catching Elma's subtle smile. Suddenly, a Golden Lana appears. The level 40 monster takes everyone by surprise, especially Elma, who is shocked at how fast they found one. Luz, already excited, bounces around, practically screaming, asking,
WW found one.
and then immediately, frantically,
WW, what should we do?
Elma, keeping his cool, tells Luz she needs to calm down if they're going to catch something like this. Deep breaths, Luz, he advises, while in the background, a smaller, Jester-like party member cheers on excitedly. Nearby, the metallic frog-like creature, the Golden Lana, hops quickly across the ground, unaware of the complex plans being hatched to catch it. Confirming the preparations, Elma asks Luz if she's used the 10 skill points she got from leveling up. She nervously confirms, "Why yes." With that out of the way, Elma announces it's time to put their plan into action. Tails then chimes in, confirming that he's already gotten his hands on the 2 skills they discussed earlier, ready for the hunt. Luz simply stares, processing everything silently, a mix of determination and nervousness on her face. As the Jester-like party member positions themselves as bait, Tails declares he'll wait for the Golden Lana right there. Noticing Luz's anxiety, our hero Elma turns to her, asking with a hint of concern.
Luz?
Trying to calm her, Elma reassures a distressed Luz that it's okay if she fails, urging her to take deep breaths and encouraging her that she can do it. Taking his advice, Luz inhales and exhales deeply, resolving herself for the task ahead. Then, with a determined shout, Luz declares, "Leave it to me." The challenge is immense, though. Golden Ranas detect enemies within a 4-meter radius, and the dungeon's halls are, by cruel coincidence, exactly 4 meters wide. This means even hugging the walls won't stop them from detecting an enemy, making the whole situation incredibly difficult. But Luz is ready. Performing incredible acrobatic steps, she climbs a vertical surface, effectively bypassing the floor detection. An armored character is also seen moving vertically higher up, illustrating a unique approach to this problem. The metallic frog-like creature, the Golden Lana lets out a surprise croak. As it notices something unexpected, its confusion evident. Watching the action unfold, Luz smiles, while Elma observes intently. Meanwhile, Elma is engaged in a fierce battle on the ground, a projectile flying through the air. Not giving up, Luz continues her pursuit of the hopping Golden Lana, declaring with fierce resolve, "I won't let you get away." An ally yells to our hero, Elymas, "ITS running that way," and then casts Doppel illusion. Suddenly, 4 identical jester-like figures appear, blocking the Golden Lana's path. These creatures are immune to daze and confused status effects, but they can't see through the illusion and are too cowardly to attack them, effectively trapping themselves in the tight corridor. Elma, ever the strategist, identifies the Golden Lana's critical weakness.
The other weakness is that Shadow Step works on it.
The problem, he muses, is whether he can successfully deploy the Shadow Stomp skill. The Golden Lana is 3 times faster than him. Its shadow is barely 50 centimeters long, and all of this is happening in a narrow corridor, making the timing absolutely critical. Meanwhile, Elymas stands in a large hall, a formidable monster before him. Filled with determination, he vows, "I'm not going to screw up something I came up with." Our hero holds a glowing, faceted stone, recalling that he bought it along with his iron piercer knife. This is a magic stone, holy, he realizes, noting that while it uses MP to circulate mana and release a healing light, its healing capabilities are actually quite low. But Elma has another trick up his sleeve. With a bright, explosive flash, he uses the crystalline object, demonstrating, "You can also use it like this." The creature with faceted eyes reacts with another surprised croak. Just as the small, frog-like creature leaps away, Elma initiates his Shadow Stomp skill, aiming to pin it down. His foot lands firmly on the ground, creating impact lines, and a large shadow spreads out on the right side of the panel. Confident that his plan worked, Elma Edv offers a sly smile. And just like that, Tails triumphantly announces, "Got why, Golden Rana." The golden, frog-like creature is finally caught, the team's intricate plan coming to a successful conclusion. A triumphant croak echoes as a large mechanical frog-like creature appears. Luz buzzes with excitement, cheering, "Elymas, you did it!" Luz wonders how they'll bring it down, but Tails, running with her, and Elma, confidently exclaims they've practically got it. A frog-like monster lies stunned, sparkling from the attack. Tails and Luz sprint toward a bright light at the end of a corridor. Elma states the only way to finish it now is with a critical strike. Luz quickly grasps the plan. Elma now has the freedom to repeatedly attempt a critical hit. A critical hit isn't just raw power. It's unleashing an attack by perfectly reading enemy movements to find the precise moment to strike. A critical hit delivers 1.5 times more damage than a normal attack, plus a pierce effect ignoring 50% of the target's defense. Elma interjects, reminding them his attacks couldn't damage this creature, even with a critical hit. Luz absorbs the information. Confused at first, Luz's expression shifts to enthusiastic support, telling Elma to give it his absolute best shot. Elma reiterates, landing a crit requires immense skill and luck. He then turns, placing his trust in Luz, telling her he's counting on her. Elma confirms he's incapacitated, lamenting, "I can't move, after all." Tails stands protectively in front of Luz, observing Elma. Luz's eyes widen in disbelief. She's never landed a critical hit. Elma reminds Luz about a skill she's had since the beginning, Dice Thrust. He's putting her on the spot. An unidentified adventurer dismissed Dice Thrust as a trash skill, worse than a normal attack. Luz, seeing its system window, describing it as a stabbing skill rolling 1 to 6 for special effects, looks shocked. Elma excitedly explains the hidden power.
That's right, if you roll a 6.
Luz realizes a roll of 6 is not just 13x attack power, it's a guaranteed crit. Combined with her iron piercer knife's 15% penetration and the crit's 50%, the penetration effects overlap for significant damage increase. But the question is, will it go smoothly? The numbers are incredible. One attack with 1.9, 5 times power and 65% penetration, but executing it is another matter. Tails advises Luz, there's no useless class skill, only situational or late-blooming ones. He tells her again, with newfound resolve. Elma asks Luz, "I need your strength. Please lend me your strength once more." Luz agrees without hesitation. Luz strikes. Tails reiterates his faith, saying,
"I am counting on you, Luz."
Inspired, Luz responds with fierce determination.
I'll show you what it means to be an adventurer. I'll do it.
She vows. With intense focus, Luce activates her dice thrust, conjuring a glowing, pointed object. Luce unleashes her attack, swinging her weapon with a powerful motion, a visible 50 marking its impact as a monster croaks. Elma watches sternly. Luce's attack connects. A critical hit lands squarely on a large, dark entity with menacing claws. The number 6 flashes, signaling her dice thrust roll success. Luce reacts with intense focus as Madhead takes the full brunt of the attack. Cracks spiderweb its body, and it croaks in defeat. Madhead finally shatters, defeated, its remnants scattered. A weapon is stuck nearby, and a polygonal gem, its valuable magic stone, lies fallen. Luce observes her victory. The victory is immediate and significant. Elma levels up from 23 to 30. Luce, equally elated, screams.
I did it. I'm LVL 27 now.
As she levels up from 21 to 27. Looking at the defeated Golden Rana, Elma and Tails discuss its value. Golden Ranas grant extremely high experience, but the real prize is the high-quality item drops. Luce and Elma react with shock as the incredible news is delivered. The drop rate for these rare items from Golden Ranas is a stunning 50%. And they've done it. A system window flashes their incredible reward, a shining Rana's decorative sword, plus 12 attack, 17 million gold market value, forged from high-purity Rana gold. Luce grins, clutching the new sword, while the tied-up Elma yells with excitement. Luce gleefully holds up the magnificent, shining Rana's decorative sword, confirming its plus 12 attack, 17 million gold market value, and high-purity Rana gold composition. The tied-up Elma celebrates, ecstatic they acquired such a valuable drop. Luce is freaking out over the shining Rana's decorative sword, which has popped up with plus 12 attack power. The system window says it's worth 17 million gold. Elma is stunned, thinking they're getting 1.7 million from it. Elma misread the number. Luce corrects him. It's 17 million. Tails immediately points out he's missing a digit, causing Luce to practically collapse in shock, trying to count the zeros herself to grasp the massive sum. Elma notes everyone has calmed down a bit after the initial shock. Luce still can't quite believe it, holding the sword. It's wild to get so rich from one item. Caught up in the excitement, Luce declares,
Elma, let's run away together. We'll live in some secluded backcountry village, just the two of us.
She's terrified, explaining they'll be targeted if word gets out about the item's value. Elma eagerly agrees. Elma agrees with Luce's fear, acknowledging they need to leave soon. But then, Elma drops a bombshell. They're going after one more before sunset. Luce is shocked, stammering, "Oh, one more? 3 hours pass, filled with many failed dice strike attempts. The screen repeatedly flashes miss. Finally, with a determined shout, this time for sure dice strike. Luce lunges. It works. The system flashes critical, a perfect hit. Luce's weapon connects, shattering the opponent, defeated by her powerful critical strike. Victory. Despite the victory, Luce is on her knees, thoughtful. Tails calls out Luce, curious about her quiet state. Tails beams, congratulating Luce on her second success. A system message confirms his level up from 31 to 33. Luce remains pensive, but Tails comforts her, saying her misses are just saving up luck for when it truly counts. Suddenly, Luce is ecstatic, celebrating a massive gain of 34 million gold. She also levels up from 27 to 31. But the joy is short-lived. Luce is suddenly distressed on the ground. An ally urges her, keep it together. As Elma shouts, Luce, the scene cuts to a grand, celestial patterned ceiling, hinting at their mysterious location. As everyone regroups, Luce agrees, that's right. We have to focus on that too. Elma shifts to skill allocations. Tails quietly mutters it still doesn't feel real, while Elma credits Luce for securing 2 valuable items. Luce, overwhelmed, struggles with the monetary figures. Elma is lost in thought, letting out a soft HM. Luce asks what's wrong, but Elma remains silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, Luce asks Elma, did you hear a crying baby just now? He's surprised, identifying it as a wandering lord. He explains the dream lord usually stays at the dungeon's end, but sometimes it wanders, becoming a wandering lord. The thought of a level 50 lord of dreams, or wandering lord, freaks Luce out, but Tails assures her they can avoid it. He plans for them to just run from the noise to the exit for their rewards. Luce, relieved, says,
Is that so? Then I'm relieved.
Just as they think they're safe, a Luce-like figure screams, help me. In a dark corridor lined with bookshelves, a knight resembling Elma stands on high alert with his sword. Both Luce-like and Elma-like figures stare shocked. One grimly states, "We were too naive. Their escape plan has failed." Injured, bleeding adventurers reveal they were ambushed by a monster far more powerful than any other in the dungeon. Elma Ed, determined and furious, realizes these adventurers are too injured to escape. If left behind, they'll die. Elma makes a swift decision, declaring he'll hold the monster here. Annalene Stracts Luce, led these two away to the exit. Elma confidently adds he knows the enemy and can buy enough time. An off-panel voice expresses concern, noting even he couldn't face a level 50 King of Dreams. But Luce, resolute, cuts them off, declaring,
I understand.
She accepts her task. Elma confronts a blood-splattered Tin Knight in a tense standoff, sword and shield ready. A bloody figure screams in the background. Elma clarifies to a surprised Elma Ed that a Heavy Knight's main role is to draw enemy attention. He's upholding that ideal, risking his life. Chaos in the dungeon. Elma makes a stand, telling shocked Luce to help the injured, including a blood-stained woman Elma cradles. He'll buy time, facing a menacing Tin Knight as Elma shouts,
Sorry, thank you so much.
Elma observes the level 40 Tin Knight at half HP. He thinks this isn't the worst, so there's still a chance. Luce is distressed, insisting it's useless and they should just run. Elma steps up, ready to fight, declaring she and Elma can take it down. Luce is horrified, but someone reminds Elma the monster, though strong, is weakened. Elma drops a bombshell. The Tin Knight isn't the real Lord of Dream, just a limb. The real Lord of Dream is coming any second, stunning Luce. 3 new level 40 armored enemies appear. Luce desperately argues against leaving anyone, but Tails retreats, and Elma calmly says she'll catch up later. Elma harshly tells Luce he can't fight effectively with baggage, calling her a hindrance. Luce is shocked and hurt. Turning his back, Elma stares into a dark corridor, resolute. Luce flees, pursued by glowing monsters. She sees a disembodied hand and whispers, I'm sorry. She can't dwell. Luce calls out to Elma to catch up as soon as possible, desperate. Elma observes the 3 level 40 Tin Knights. He knows he could have beaten them with Luce, but the real Lord of Dream is still coming, which is the bigger problem. He prepares for battle, admitting he lied to Luce about catching up. As a Heavy Knight, he's too slow, and Luce runs on, unaware of his true plan. Running from the magic-wielding Lord of Dreams, now a giant shadowy figure, seems impossible. He thinks it might be different if he were just facing the damaged Tin Knight alone. Then, it hits him, running is impossible. Elma takes a ready stance, shield, and cape flaring, 3 small tin soldiers behind him. Then, it finally arrives. A large, monstrous entity with a prominent eye emerges, shrieking. Determined, Elma declares he'll take down Embryo now. The system shows Embryo is level 50, with full HP and nearly full MP, surrounded by other armored figures and bloodied soldiers. The Lord of Dream. He analyzes the behemoth, realizing its weakness. A vulnerable eyeball, only hit by long-range attacks. Its flesh has terrifyingly high defense. A low-level solo player could crush it if they hit that weakness. Confident, he challenges Embryo, promising a fair fight. A system message flashes. His vow of the heavy armor reached level 27, and he's got a new skill, Shield Bash. With a roar, he activates
Shield Bash,
sending the Tin Knight flying. Watching the Tin Knight reel, Elma explains Shield Bash is what he needs to break their formations. The system confirms it sends opponents flying with force. Pressing his advantage, Elma attempts to disarm on a Tin Knight, but it successfully parries. Meanwhile, 2 other Tin Knights fight a large, round monster in the room. He realizes Embryo's unique weakness. Its powerful skills, Sylph Cutter and Thunderstorm, hit its own Tin Knights too. This vulnerability can be exploited while fighting them. The baby-like Embryo floats nearby. Another clash, and debris flies. Realizing his advantage, Elma will now focus attacks solely on the Tin Knights. He moves, using Disarm on a large armored foe to create an opening. But then, the Tin Knight ominously announces activation requirements are met. Elma notes his Disarm hit twice, with 47 seconds left on cooldown. A Tin Knight runs from the downed armored foe, adding to the chaos. A small figure is sent flying, impacting a structure. Watching, Elma declares the hard part is just beginning, as another horned armored character observes. Mid-battle, Lord of Dreams Embryo, a giant baby-like creature with one eye, repairs a damaged Tin Knight limb using an ominous repair command. As long as Embryo is active, it endlessly revives its Tin Knights. The damaged one instantly regenerated to full HP, making this fight tough unless they stop the source. A fully restored Tin Knight is back in action. Elma Edv is in fierce combat, shield up, weapon ready. Embryo's eyeball is a critical weakness. Sir Elymas, the Heavy Knight, dashes forward, roaring, "Feast your eye on this," striking the eye with a crystalline gauntlet. The creature shrieks as Sir Elymas's attack lands. Embryo's HP drops to 31 of 42. Damage counts. Tails follows with a ranged attack, impacting Embryo. The group works to exploit the opening. Embryo shrieks as Tails explains he pours MP into his Earth Magic Stone for Earth Affinity Needles. This is his only way to damage the monster from a distance. He states,
"That's the only way I can reach it with an attack."
it's a precise, long-range, resource-intensive strategy. Sir Elymas expertly dodges Embryo's Sylph Cutter attacks. A second too slow means instant death. With a roar, he unleashes a
Shield bash.
to keep Tin Knights at bay. Something unexpected happens. Sir Elymas exclaims.
What?
His shield bash, which usually sends enemies flying, failed. The drum-like Tin Knight dodges Sir Elymas's shield bash. This is a huge, unexpected shift in monster behavior. This dungeon is far more intelligent and adaptive than any game he's played. Sir Elymas is surrounded by multiple drum-like Tin Knights, moving with unexpected speed and agility. He defends against their rapid movements. Under overwhelming assault, Sir Elymas struggles with his shield, feeling pressure from intelligent enemies. He's holding the line, but it's taking a toll. He fights, attacking one Tin Knight and blocking another. Sir Elymas uses his class skill set to keep multiple threats engaged. Even as smaller Tin Knights swarm, Sir Elymas unleashes a
Vital Slice.
He's doing everything to hold off these self-repairing, learning monsters. Frustrated, Sir Elymas curses.
Curse these monsters.
Their adaptability makes this battle far more difficult for a seasoned Heavy Knight. 3 more Tin Knights stand ready, reminding him the numbers are stacked against him, and tactics are evolving. A chilling realization hits Sir Elymas.
They're starting to learn from my actions.
The enemies aren't mindless, they're adapting. He realizes their movement confirms they understand his shield bash. This is a game changer. Magic World monsters never learned, but he anticipated this dungeon's brutal reality, which ups the stakes. This learning ability dramatically increases the difficulty of defeating Embryo. This dungeon is no longer a game simulation. It's a living, adapting nightmare. Sir Elymas desperately strategizes. He needs 3 more Magic Stone hits for Embryo, but its fast auto-recovery means he can't prolong the fight. Cornered, seeing Embryo's HP at 3342, a new threat makes him exclaim.
You've got to be Joking.
A powerful SYLPH cutter. Attack, a rapidly spinning projectile, screams towards Sir Elymas, the very attack he was evading. Alarmed, Sir Elymas yells.
Oh no, I can't avoid it.
He's trapped, unable to dodge this devastating, potentially fatal blow. Despite his words, he makes a desperate, rapid motion to escape the inevitable. As the Sylph Cutter closes in, Sir Elymas is confused, thinking,
I shouldn't be in Sylph Cutter's range thanks to my position. So how?
The enemy's intelligence bypassed his defenses. The attack lands with CRNCH and BA boom, as Sir Elymas screams in pain. Embryo watches, sneering, as another character unleashes a push attack. Things look dire for Sir Elymas. Lying on the ground, afflicted with stun, Sir Elymas's consciousness grows hazy. His legs refuse to move, a death sentence with armored enemies closing in. He thinks of Luce, hoping she's safe. Then, Sir Elymas lets out a shocked
MNGH.
as Luce, the clown, appears. Distressed, she says, thanks for saying that, Sir Elymas. Nothing brings me greater joy than hearing you request my services. She's back in chaos. Luce activates her
Doppelillusion.
skill, summoning multiple copies of herself. She's ready to turn the tide, even with Sir Elymas stunned. Tears streaming, Luce explains her return.
So I could come back and check on you.
She got others to safety, then worried not sensing him following out. Still restrained, Sir Elymas shouts, frustrated.
I told you to take the others and flee. Luce, why are you here?
He can't believe she came back into danger. Luce refuses to back down.
No, you listen to me. It was my own pride.
Elymas, injured, pleads.
Please go and flee this instant. Luce,
He's distraught she's joining this fight. Luce, with powerful determination, asserts.
Well, I have pride too, and that's why I'm staying here with you.
She reminds him.
You were the one who rescued me. You were the one who put your life on the line so that I could flee with the others.
She won't abandon him. Sir Elymas is shocked by her unwavering loyalty. Elma cuts in, crying.
so what? Are we supposed to just give up?
Sir Elymas says neither he nor Luce has a long-distance attack for Embryo. Luce, doubtful, says her attack won't work, then asks.
When even I dismissed myself as a lost cause.
Reminding him of his past reliance. Sir Elymas, moved, just says Luce. With newfound strength, Luce looks at Sir Elymas.
One more time. I want you to rely on me one more time.
Seeing her conviction, Sir Elymas smiles, realizing.
I get it. Luce is so much more than I give her credit for.
Hope flares anew. The battle is raging as Elma throws himself into the fray, unleashing a powerful shield bash that cracks apart a Tin Knight. Suddenly, Luce lunges forward, shouting to eat this, striking a Tin Knight with her weapon. The impact leaves visible cracks and damage on the creature. Gripping her weapon firmly, Luce declares her confidence, realizing that her actions are indeed possible, asserting that she knows she can do this. And just like that, the damaged Tin Knight collapses to the ground, seemingly defeated. But an unidentified eye stares intently, observing the scene, a sense of surprise in its gaze. Because the Lord of Dreams embryo floats menacingly above the debris-strewn room as damaged Tin Knights on the ground begin to twitch and then, to Luce's utter frustration, fully reassemble themselves. They stand up, good as new with 47 HP, proving there's no end to this. Seeing the endless regeneration, Elma states the obvious truth. If this turns into a battle of attrition, they lose any hope of victory. He realizes it's pointless to just sit here and keep defeating the Tin Knights, so they have to strike down the embryo itself. Elma cautiously agrees to his own idea, but Luce, ever practical, asks if he actually has a plan to do so. He explains that their strategy relies on a 1 in 6 chance of hitting a 6 on Luce's dice thrust skill. The knight then reminds her that a critical hit with dice thrust once took out a golden Rana with 200 defense, meaning it could at least deal a large amount of damage to their current enemy. But there's a problem. The embryo's defense stat is 88 when its armor is closed around its eye. Luce wonders how to overcome that, but Elma warns her that a direct attack would make her the target of its devastating Sylph Cutter attack. Luce questions how she could possibly hit an enemy so high in the air before having an epiphany and remembering her acrobatic amble skill. Elma sets the stakes. If they fail, there's no guarantee they will survive. He instructs Luce to follow him closely, declaring he'll force the embryo into close combat. With resolute determination, Luce vows that she will get the 6 they need. With the plan set, Elma unleashes a vital slice on a Tin Knight, urging Luce that he's counting on her and all his hopes are in her luck. Luce affirms, shouting "You got it," and leaps into action, calling out that it's time to fly. As our hero, Elma executes a shield bash, Elma observes his mind racing. He knows everything's gone perfectly so far, but he can only pray to Lady Luck now, expressing worry over a seemingly pointless deviation. A flashback shows Elma missing multiple attacks during a past fight against the second Golden Rana, needing 7 tries to finally land a 6 despite her high luck. Bringing herself back to the present, Luce, with a serious expression, declares that their chances this time will converge as she initiates a swirling dice thrust. Attack! Elma stresses the gravity of the situation. They only have one chance. Our hero, Elma, defends with her shield against the baby-like Lord of Dreams embryo and a Tin Knight, the tension palpable. Suddenly, the Lord of Dreams embryo clenches its fists, its face contorted in rage, as a powerful, swirling energy surges around it. Our hero, Elma, shouts "Come on," her determination clear. Then, a large number 4 flashes, accompanied by ominous sound effects. Both Elma and Luce react with wide-eyed shock and distress, their expressions conveying pure disbelief. An armored, winged creature attempts a spear-like attack, but the system flashes the devastating result. Miss 4. The attack sails past the baby-like Lord of Dreams embryo. The baby-like Lord of Dreams embryo, having evaded the attack, simply smiles broadly, letting out a mocking kiki. Luce was reflecting on their desperate plan, knowing they shouldn't have risked their lives like this. Still, there truly was no other way, with the Lord of Dreams embryo looming. Elma wondered how in the hell they were supposed to overcome this impossible situation. But he clenched his fist, declaring there was no way he could give up now. Just then, Elma landed, immediately grappling with multiple Tin Knights to draw their attention. Elma explained his role was to draw the Tin Knights' attention so Luce could land safely. He remained intensely focused, watching Luce fall through the air reflected in his eye. Luce, performing her acrobatic amble, declared this was their real last chance, twisting as the Lord of Dreams embryo watched. Then, she initiated her dice thrust, landing a critical 6. The attack hit the Lord of Dreams embryo directly in the head, sending blood everywhere. The battle continued, and Luce clashed with a large armored foe alongside another combatant. Suddenly, the massive armored foe collapsed face down, its HP bar dropping to 0/42. Victory! In the aftermath, sparks lingered. Luce, dressed as a jester, crouched near a glowing effect as a system message flashed. Acquired 2117 experience points. Level up. 31 equals 39. That's a huge jump. Luce internally reflected on making one massive miscalculation in her past assumptions. Elma, wide-eyed, also saw a level up message, his own level soaring from 33 to 41. He thought back, realizing the only thing he could do was put his faith in Luce's luck, even when she lay incapacitated and the Lord of Dreams embryo still loomed. Kneeling, Luce could barely believe it. She gasped, saying she really did it, confirming she wrestled away victory with her own 2 hands. Elma reached out, thanking Luce and telling her he would have died if she hadn't returned. Luce giggled, holding her hat, and said, "Is that so?" Elma smiled back, relieved. She continued, saying they'd gotten so many expensive items, and her dice thrust really came through, proving everyone wrong about her class being a total waste of talent. This dreamhole exploration had given her purpose. Luce looked surprised as Elma told her, "It's because it was you, Luce. You believed in her, not just her skills." Elma then reflected on his past, admitting he'd been obsessing over things like level and class, just like Klein, who made an unfortunate mistake. He realized he was, in a way, the same as his father and Klein, only his assessment criteria were different, and he'd learned a valuable lesson. He praised Luce, stating that she found herself in a do-or-die situation, turned the tables instantly, and ultimately defeated the foul embryo, even saving him from his own arrogant self. And then, the ultimate reward. Luce was awarded the title, the Upsetter. This title is given to those who defeat a Dream Lord with a party of 2 or less, at 70% or less of the recommended level, granting a 15% boost to attack and speed when fighting higher-level enemies. But wait, there's more. Elma was stunned. The Tin Knights dropped expensive items, like a tin sword LV.35 that gives +9 attack and is worth 2,400,000 gold. Luce held up multiple swords, full of energy, confirming the drops. He then asked Luce if she saw a wind elemental bow, an item the embryo could drop, joking that you need real courage to walk around with some of these items equipped. Luce agreed to check, then confirmed she found a bow. A system window popped up revealing a skill book, Intermediate Wind Magic. It's worth a whopping 20 million gold and unlocks a skill tree with everything from wind blades to summoning lightning, plus a speed boost skill called Tailwind. But then Elma, Sir Elymas, collapsed to the ground in distress. Elma asked why he'd conceal such an item, clearly surprised by the skill book. Sir Elymas nervously explained that they'd acquired something very important that would put their lives in danger, and only a specific old woman could deal with it. Luce, startled, asked Sir Elymas what was happening as the entire environment started rumbling, shaking, and dissolving around them. He calmly explained that this shaking meant the Dream Lord had been defeated, and the Dream Hole would be destroyed, meaning they'd soon be standing outside. Sir Elymas, the knight, is brooding. After their last fight, he won't beg her to rejoin their group. His pride is too great. The scene shifts to a bustling tavern, packed with adventurers celebrating. Everyone's buzzing, wondering if a high-level monster caused it. Word is out about a valuable sword, bringing adventurers much gold. But the real shocker? News spreads. E-rank Elma and F-rank Luce cleared the level 50 Dream Hole, Angel's Playbox. Tails is bewildered, discussing needing a new party member. Elma, with Luce nearby, explains they were attacked, not trying to defeat the Dream Lord. He offers the other 2 adventurers as witnesses, but the crowd remains disbelieving. A city official confirms a subjugation fee for defeating the Angel's Playbox. Towns and villages constantly quest dream holes. Long-standing dream holes spawn more monsters, causing bizarre incidents and disasters. Theories about why this happens, mana flow, sleeping god Oxuros, are unproven. It's known a dream hole's recommended level correlates with surrounding topography. Elma, hearing this, realizes they get a reward for conquering it. This system benefits everyone, boosting adventurer profits and serving the kingdom by attracting high-level adventurers to dangerous dream holes. Aware of the payout, the knight asks how much they'll receive. No one in Rondom could conquer the angel's playbox, so the city head set a reward. The amount is revealed, 10 million gold. Elma and the knight are both shocked. Other adventurers are blasé about the 10 million, saying Luce's dropped items made them numb to such amounts, hinting at treasures from the level 50 dungeon. Elma wonders how much Luce and the knight made for 10-meter gold to be nothing. She remembers Elymas tried scouting Luce for skill earlier, and now they have this big payday. Luce is promoted to D rank, skipping E rank. Elma realizes she's out of his league. His pride shatters, and he flips completely, begging her back. Luce is startled, apologizing quietly. The knight tries to lead Luce and Elma away, saying the investigation will take time. But a padded helmet character protests, telling them to wait. Despite the padded helmet character's pleas, Luce, Elma, and the knight walk away, leaving them. As they leave, a new female character with boxing gloves appears, reacting to the commotion with "Oh, gross." Later, Elma, the knight, and Luce chat about their 10-meter gold reward and D-rank promotion. Elma strategizes. Their D-rank promotion allows 45 skill points, making his goal to acquire the Fong of Smoldering Insanity a real possibility. Luce notices Elymas in thought, and asks if something's the matter. They celebrate at a tavern. Luce is giddy, excited to order whatever she wants, recalling past party members. Elma toasts as Luce holds Golden King's Hearth. Luce checks the menu for items under 4,000 gold. She spots a royal crab pie for 8,000 gold and, shocked, tells Elymas to avoid that page. Despite Luce's shock, Elma orders the royal crab pie. Luce is flabbergasted, questioning him. The knight notes she hasn't grasped their wealth and says they need to discuss splitting rewards and items. Over their meal, Elma discusses a skill book, asking Luce about the intermediate wind magic one, suggesting it'd be beneficial. Elma, holding book, Golden King's Hearth, declares she won't use it. Elma explains she wants something better, aiming for other skills. Luce, surprised, asks if she's really not using it. The knight points out the skill tree would help Elma find new party members. He confirms they'll sell it, expressing gratitude. Luce explains her reasons not to use the skill book. It changes her goals, as she aims higher than intermediate skills. And she'd be heartbroken if the group split. Missing her point, the knight asks if she's short on gold. Elma proposes the gold split. Luce gets 46 million gold. He gets 11 million. Luce is shocked and frustrated, reminding him they agreed on an 80-20 split, making her head spin. Luce refuses the proposed amount, refusing to accept it and demanding the breakdown. Elma, flustered, apologizes, realizing his mistake. A tense negotiation is underway. An old woman with a monocle asks Luce if she's with Elma, calling her adorable. The knight asks if she still has the Fong of Smoldering Insanity. She confirms, stating trust is important. Luce asks the knight, "So this is the shop with your item?" The knight confirms the item is for him. Luce teases, saying she's
not that wicked of a man.
The old woman, skeptical, suggests the knight might force Luce to learn a skill tree, finding it bizarre someone wants it. Luce is confused. The knight, with Luce, tells the appraiser they're here to assess items. A cloaked character places an ornate, glowing item on the counter. A magical circle pulses. 2 short swords and 2 ornate daggers are presented, the old woman watching keenly. The old woman identifies 2 dazzling Rana decorative blades, offering 30 million gold. She hints it's paltry for the
unnecessary danger.
The knight insists on 30 million in a direct transaction. Frustrated, Sir Elymas hisses, "Teach this old witch." The old woman states, 25 million gold. Luce, reasonable, asks, "Don't you think the shopkeeper has a point? 25 million is still a lot." She asks Sir Elymas. Annoyed, Sir Elymas warns Luce.
Don't fall for her wiles, Luce.
He already told the old woman he hates drawn-out negotiations. The knight is furious, knowing her shop offers the best price, but suspects she'll exploit weakness. He's determined to leverage a better outcome and not appear feeble. The old woman senses his struggle, warning his high and mighty act won't work. She knows she could drive the price lower. Slyly, she adds he has something else to discuss. The knight presents a rare skill book, a Dreamlord drop. He's willing to sell it for the right price, considering using it himself. The old woman's eyes widen at the skill book. This skill book, she exclaims, flabbergasted by its rapid acquisition. She predicts the knight and Luce will soon be lauded as heroes. The old woman prices the intermediate wind magic skill book at 20 million gold, a risk to stock. The knight wonders how much she'll haggle. Edv knows the guild values it at 70 million gold. The old woman is confident she can sell it. Elma offers 22 million. The old woman counters with 14 million gold. A gruff old man, a shop attendant, warns against greed, calling them greenhorns who can't even use the item. Exasperated, the knight shouts at the old man, demanding to be shown what's behind the curtain. He argues he's offering future spoils. The old man retorts he could say the same. In the middle of the heated exchange, Luce quietly asks the old man about the Fong of Smoldering Insanity, asking its cost. The knight reveals the Fong of Smoldering Insanity, Luce's desired skill book, costs 55 million gold from a shop, despite a 30 million market price. The old woman, now in charge, smiles cryptically. What now, little one? This is the best part of all. The old woman proposes a bold trade. Swap the skill book and items for the Fong of Smoldering Insanity. Luce, shocked by the 55 million price, gets an idea. Before Luce can articulate her thought, the old woman shuts her down, telling her to take your thought and shut your mouth with it. She declares, that ain't no negotiation at all. Luce proposes the knight gets the skill book, and they keep the magic stone and conquest gold. The knight sees it as a great deal. The old woman considers it, realizing swapping the skill book for multiple items is easier to sell. She warns Luce not to interfere, but then, seeing them as future heroes, considers it a good investment. The knight freaks out, realizing, that means I'm not going to have any gold to give you, Luce. He worries about the party's future. Luce, suspicious, confronts him. Are you telling me that you're about to cut me free, Sir Elymas? He denies it, claiming it's hypothetical. An unknown character walks away, suggesting it's a present of thanks. The exasperated old woman orders someone to keep a close hold on the knight. She praises Luce's moxie. The knight reassures them, nothing to worry about. The old woman wants the deal done before he talks more. Luce confirms readiness for the swap, and they high-five. The knight stares, bewildered by their compatibility. We start with a memory. A young Elymas watches a long-haired girl, isolated but strong. He just knows she won't be easily crushed, exiled or not. It's a reflection on her unwavering strength. Suddenly, we jump forward. The adult version of that girl, covered in blood and brandishing a sword, grins maniacally. She's completely satisfied, saying she's carefully driven someone into a corner. Then she turns to Elma, calling him, my precious little Elymas. The background is chaotic, full of murmuring people. Cutting away, we're in the guild. Leader Gatan slams his fist, furious. He demands to know,
are the stories true that Elymas is doing as he pleases in the city of Rondam?
His anger makes the building rumble. A subordinate tries to report calmly that rumors say someone resembling Elymas is doing great things. Gatan roars back, accusing Elymas of using his name to threaten guild staff. He declares,
I only think of you as a pitiful reject, Elymas.
He's furious Elymas is sullying the Edvon name after leaving home. Meanwhile, Thomas, a loyal subordinate, volunteers to confirm details from Master Isis. Isis finds it hard to believe Elymas, whom he remembers as wise and pure-hearted, would commit such an act. He gives Thomas permission to investigate. But Isis has his limits. He issues a grave warning. If Elymas has used their family name like this again, his life won't be spared. He'll be expelled from the guild and banned from re-registering forever. The scene shifts again to the head of the household, an old man, inviting Malice into his room. She respectfully calls him master. The head of the household gets more intimate, reminding Malice she's his heir and future head. He tells her to call him father and not be so distant. Another older man observes. The observer chimes in, noting Thomas is too supportive of Elymas, making his expulsion seem minor. Malice, having overheard, strongly believes Elymas' treatment has been a bit too kind-hearted. Suddenly, we're back with Elma, Luce, and a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure suggests they observe someone. Elma is ecstatic, saying he can't believe he bought the Fong of Smoldering Insanity. Luce reminds him he bought her Iron Piercer too, calling the Fong a gift from her. He's confident his investment will pay off, explaining it was vital to defeat the Golden Rana. Overjoyed, Elma asks Luce if he can equip it.
Of course. Go for it.
She shouts. A system window flashes. Skill book. Fong of Smoldering Insanity for 30 million gold. It unlocks a skill tree, promising its possessor will fight even after severe injury, unapproachable by a god of death. The description explains it teaches skills only to those prepared for death and war. Luce, ever pragmatic, voices concern. asking if he'll be alright. She finds the description scary and suspects a weird drawback, questioning if the skill tree is that strong. But Elma is undeterred, proclaiming fiercely, "Once I have enough skill points,
I'll become a monster in an instant."
He confidently confirms its strength, knowing it'll boost his power to ridiculous heights with his heavy knight skills. Luce lets out a nervous gasp as Elma, holding the glowing book, declares, "Okay, here I go." A system window hovers, showing his skill tree fragments, hinting at changes. Accessing his skill tree, Elma makes a crucial decision. He confirms erasing defense booster to make way for the new power. With a flash, the new skill Fong of Smoldering Insanity appears at 0/70. His Oath of the Heavy Armor is 27 out of 100, and Beginner Swordsmanship is 5/50ths, showing a major shift in focus. Sir Elymas, a level 41 Heavy Knight with 13 skill points, is beaming.
"Thanks to you,"
He exclaims to Luce. She playfully reminds him.
Weren't you the one who told me that I shouldn't show people my stats so easily, Sir Elymas?
Despite the teasing, she's happy for him, and he plans to prioritize investing in Oath of the Heavy Armor. Elymas suggests they get new equipment, noting their levels have risen significantly. The cloaked figure agrees, and Luce happily celebrates her proposal being accepted. They review their drops, 2 swords and 2 coins. Elymas playfully scolds Luce about fighting only for items, but she denies it, then eagerly suggests another dream hole for more loot. As they discuss this, a door creaks open. Elymas leads Luce and Elma into a bustling area, full of murmuring people. A guild attendant suggests a private room, but Count Ises suddenly arrives. He declares an important matter and demands the room be cleared. The surprised attendant asks about his sudden arrival. The attendant lets out a startled EP as Count Ises, forceful, reiterates his command.
Clear the room.
He sharply questions the attendant's hearing, asserting his authority. Luce, watching, comments that the Edvon household doesn't have a great public impression. Their presence is, as she puts it, a bit overwhelming and kinda mean. Elymas watches Ises walk away, acknowledging him as the famed Count Ises. HUH? The cloaked figure follows, with subtle tension. Suddenly, Ises stops and points, commanding,
You too. Remain.
Luce reacts with visible shock, letting out a startled YYSH. Elymas's expression turns instantly concerned, realizing they've been singled out by the powerful Count Ises. Talk about a heated start. We jump right into it with Luce distressed over someone's attitude towards Sir Elymas. Then, Gaton, the guild leader, explodes in anger, clearly upset about how he was spoken to. But the real curveball? An unidentified, long-haired combatant aggressively confronts Luce, demanding to know what her relationship to Elymas is, creating instant tension. Elma, our blue-haired protagonist, watches the scene intently, staring hard at the unfolding drama. Luce, still caught off guard, tries to ask Elma if she knows Sir Elymas. Before Elma can properly answer, Sir Elymas steps in, declaring this a personal matter he needs to handle and telling Luce to step outside. But Luce isn't having it, protesting his dismissal, prompting Elma to finally speak up, calling Luce a little girl. The tension escalates as the unidentified old man, later revealed as Malice's father and the head of the household, angrily orders Luce to leave. He then turns his ire on Malice herself, questioning her presence and calling her common filth for butting into their conversation. Seeing this, Sir Elymas interjects, suggesting Malice should remain. Addressing the old man as father, Malice explains that the other person, clearly Luce, appears close to Elymas and might be relevant to their ongoing investigation. Suddenly, Count Ises introduces himself to the crowd, cutting through the drama. He reminds Sir Elymas of a previous promise, where he entrusted a specific, important matter to him, confirming his deep involvement in whatever is unfolding. Turning to Gaton, the guild master, Count Ises identifies him as well. Gaton, however, is being utterly sarcastic, praising Elma as dashing and polite and skilled enough to leave a mark on the history of our guild. He then asks Count Ises, with a sneer, if he's here to hire Elymas after hearing tales of his promising future. But Count Ises isn't in the mood for games. Looking directly at the guildmaster, he states bluntly that Gaton already knows the true reason for his visit and demands an end to the pretenses. This quickly kills any lightheartedness, making it clear Ises is here on serious business. The unidentified old man, Malice's father, confronts Elma, loudly declaring that he is a member of the Edvon household. Count Ises, in a furious glare, then accuses the guild staff of colluding with Elymas, whom he disparagingly calls this brat. He commands Thomas to gather every single staff member immediately. Thomas, reeling in shock and questioning the order, nonetheless complies and rushes off to obey. Still caught in the aftermath of the Count's explosive commands, Malice's father questions her about something, prompting her to simply utter Elymas. Hearing Malice mention Elymas, Luce's eyes widen as she reacts with surprise, beginning to piece together a potential connection between Sir Elymas and Count Isis. Confirming to her father, Malice admits the connection to Elymas, though she expresses hesitation about revealing the full details. Just then, Gaton, the guild master, points angrily at Sir Elymas, reminding him of a harsh warning. He once threatened to take Elymas' head if he ever dared to invoke the powerful Edvon name again. The past tension between them is palpable. Malice, taking in the unfolding drama and Gaton's accusations, has a sudden realization, murmuring that she now understands what someone was after. Gaton continues to confront Sir Elymas, Elma, and the long-haired combatant, his fingers still accusingly pointed, but all three remain defiantly silent. An unidentified small character then jumps to Elymas' defense, expressing confusion as to why he's being doubted. Elymas himself firmly states that he hasn't once mentioned the Edvon name. But before anything else can be said, Malice's father grabs Elma, while Malice herself interjects, calling out to her father. Shifting the focus, the long-haired combatant asks Elymas if he's around level 40. With a satisfied look, Elymas confirms that he is indeed at that level. The long-haired combatant then declares that the target of their investigation has been found, implying there's no need for further haste. This statement causes Gaton to react with visible surprise or disbelief. Malice announces that she's now level 45 after completing a life force transfer and proposes a spar to test her new abilities. Gaton scoffs, remarking that a heavy knight would never stand a chance against a master swordsman like Malice. Despite the skepticism, Elymas accepts her offer for a mock battle, but only if he can set a condition. Elymas reveals his condition. If he manages to best Malice and display his true power, he wants her to never ever darken his path again. A sinister smile spreads across Malice's face as she responds that nothing would make her happier, adding, "That's how it's gotta be." This dramatic exchange causes Malice's father, the unidentified old man, to shout out in furious outrage. And just like that, the spar begins. Sir Elymas and Malice clash, their swords ringing out as they engage in a fierce battle within a large indoor area. As the battle intensifies, Malice voices her concern, declaring that Sir Elymas is being far too reckless. Her father, the unidentified old man, watches on, and despite the stakes, he warns Malice not to actually kill Elymas during the spar. The sparring continues with furious energy. In the middle of the clashing blades, Elymas remarks that, to be honest, they haven't sparred like this since they were children, highlighting a shared history and perhaps a deeper, more personal edge to their fight. From the sidelines, the long-haired combatant, the one who first questioned Luce, watches the duel with an unsettling sneer. As the fight rages, Elmo looks over, clearly surprised by the intensity of Malice's attacks, stating that he never thought she hated him quite so much. With a resounding clang and a sharp shing, the combat reaches a fever pitch. Luce watches, visibly shocked by the sheer speed of Malice's movements. At the same time, Elma grips his weapon even tighter, bracing himself for the next assault. Malice kicks off their sparring match with a bang, lunging forward with her curved sword and telling Sir Elymas, straight up, that she's going to slice his left arm clean off. Sir Elymas, ever the heavy knight, brings his shield up just in time to defend against her rapid assault. Malice keeps up the pressure, swinging her sword in a flurry of blows, pushing Sir Elymas back with every clash. He's getting cornered, shield taking the brunt of it, as Luce watches on, clearly worried about our heavy knight. Malice doesn't let up, even taunting him mid-fight. She closes in, declaring he'll have a taste of this, and slams her blade right into him. Sir Elymas grunts from the impact, reeling from the blow. A system window pops up, flashing Elymas Edvon's current status. His HP has dropped to 61 out of 100. The unidentified old man, watching from the sidelines, harumphs, criticizing Elymas for clinging to his pride. He even suggests that Malice is just toying with him. Both Malice and Sir Elymas quickly regain their stances, eyes locked, ready for the next round of their intense mock battle. Elymas, meanwhile, notes internally that Malice has already shaved off a painful 40% of his HP. His system display still shows him at 61 100ths HP, with his MP at a full 41 41st. Malice continues her verbal assault, calling him a moron and mocking his speed, but Sir Elymas, despite the taunts, deftly blocks her incoming attacks with his shield and spear. Suddenly, Malice staggers back, caught off guard as her foot gets stuck in the floor. She cries out in surprise, giving Sir Elymas the opening he needs. He lunges forward, yelling,
Vital slice.
landing a solid hit that smacks right into her. Luz gasps, thrilled that Elymas actually managed to land a blow on Malice. The unidentified old man, however, comments that a master swordsman and a heavy knight have a stat difference as vast as heaven and earth, suggesting Malice might have lowered her guard. Elymas internally boasts that the speed boost from his title, the Upsetter, finally allowed him to connect. Knowing his title gives him a 15% boost to attack and speed against higher-level enemies. Even Malice admits that despite him being a heavy knight, the blow inflicted a decent amount of damage. Malice doesn't stay down for long, swiftly initiating another sword attack as the sound of SWIF and release echoes, showing she's not done yet. Sir Elymas blocks the incoming attack with a loud CLANG, but the force sends him sliding backward with a ZAZSSH. Malice actually compliments him, saying that he's done well fighting on his own like this. A smiling Malice then says she was truly worried their playtime was going to end too soon, revealing how much she's enjoying this intense fight. Malice shivers with anticipation, drawing her sword and declaring that she's going to show Sir Elymas her respect with the very next blow. With a powerful SHWOM, Malice unleashes a devastating sword skill, announcing it as Cold AS Steel Cutter. She confidently asserts that this is truly a master swordsman skill, leaving a visible splash of motion in her wake. Luz's eyes widen in shock, exclaiming,
She disappeared.
The speed of Malice's attack is so immense that Luz can't even track her movements. A blur of motion and a WHOSH sound signal Malice, now an armored figure, lunging forward at an incredible speed. Sir Elymas stands his ground, facing the direction of her blinding attack. Sir Elymas braces himself, letting out a pained KGH, as Malice's curved weapon slams into his shield with a deafening shrang. Her blade slides off, generating a slice sound and sending debris flying, the force of her attack clearly immense. Malice grins as she delivers another powerful attack, forcing Sir Elymas to endure the impact. Luz clutches her chest in distress, and even the unidentified old man observes with palpable tension. Sir Elymas, visibly straining, questions internally,
Did I manage to endure it?
Sir Elymas is moving with incredible speed, zipping across the sparring ground so fast he leaves a misty trail behind him. Watching the intense display, the head of the household, an unidentified old man, is visibly strained and sweating, his face tight with tension. Malice, cool as ever, observes the chaos around her. Her gaze is sharp, and she just utters a thoughtful, But then, things take a turn. Sir Elymas stumbles, landing hard on the ground, bleeding from his mouth. Malice, walking away with a victorious air, declares that she can't just slide through defenses when an opponent focuses completely on protecting themselves. She then adds, almost tauntingly, that his defenses are steadily getting worse. Oof, that's gotta sting. Malice, still holding her curved sword, approaches the downed Sir Elymas, telling him the confrontation should end here. Blood drips from Elymas, and Luz, watching from the sidelines, is absolutely frantic, screaming at Sir Elymas that he's at his limit and begging him to stop fighting Malice. The head of the household watches on, muttering humph, and Malice, clearly tense. Despite his injuries, Sir Elymas looks up, bleeding from his mouth, and starts explaining his strategy. He reveals he had 3 objectives in this battle. The first was to confirm the strength of Malice's Cold AS Steel Cutter attack. The second was to find a definite chink in her armor. Meanwhile, Malice stands ready in an attacking posture, waiting for him to continue as Elymas grips a large cube-like object. He continues listing his objectives. The first, to confirm the power of Malice's Cold AS Steel Cutter attack. The second, to pinpoint any definitive weaknesses in her defenses. Malice, still engaged in combat with her weapon generating that signature Cold as Steel effect, keeps him on his toes as he prepares to drop the final bombshell. And the third objective? He reveals it was to have Malice reduce his HP down to less than 40%. Looking at his status window, Elymas Edvon is currently at 38/100ths HP. He planned this all along. Malice isn't buying his poker face for a second. With a fierce glare, she demands,
Did you think I would chicken out over your bluff? Huh.
Clearly, she's not one to be easily deterred. Malice, with a smirk, drops a bomb of her own. She reveals that she's just finished her life force transfer and is now level 45. She also makes a pointed comment about the Magiblade, the Water Crow, and its ability score, implying she knows something about its power. Looking unfazed, Sir Elymas states that everything she just mentioned including her new level and the Magiblade, is all being taken into consideration. Malice, still smiling, then proudly declares that she can now finally allocate skill points. Sir Elymas watches, still bleeding from his mouth. Sir Elymas, still holding that glowing object, reflects internally, realizing that Luce, or Luce as he thinks of her, truly made things happen for him at just the right time. He recalls Luce interacting with an old woman, a pivotal moment he's now processing. Then, with a swish sound effect, Sir Elymas activates a skill card. It's a skill Exiled Heavy Knight LV.1, and we can see a defense boost listed. This is big. He remembers Luce's encouragement from earlier, urging him to keep his wits. He hears her determined voice in his head, telling him,
I can't leave you behind when you appear to be so upset, Sir Elymas.
Her loyalty runs deep. The unidentified old man, the head of the household, comments on how terrifying it must be to speak out against a count. Luce, meanwhile, looks distressed, clearly affected by the implications of the situation. It looks like things just escalated for Sir Elymas, too, as his Fong of Smoldering Sanity skill has leveled up to 5, and he's unlocked a special skill called Dragon Rage Death Gaze. Luce gasps, eyes wide in shock, blurting out,
That's precisely why.
as a system window confirms the incredible news. Fong of Smoldering Insanity has indeed reached level 5, and a legendary special skill Dragon Rage Death Gaze is officially unlocked. What a turn of events. With a newfound determination, Sir Elymas confidently declares,
This battle will be our victory.
Luce, witnessing this declaration and the power behind it, looks on with a mix of distress and surprise. The tide is turning. Malice, clearly impatient, cuts him off with a terse.
Enough talk.
As Elymas and Luce stand in the background, a system message clarifies the strategy. The Dragon Rage Death Gaze skill can only be activated when HP is 20% or lower. And look, his HP is exactly 2100s, meeting the requirement. The system also notes that a specific Heavy Knight skill can overcome the dangerous weakness of trying to activate this skill by just letting your HP drop too low. Suddenly, with a WHOSH, Elymas Edva, now at a dangerously low 18 out of 100 HP, activates a skill called Life Shield. This common skill sacrifices up to 20% of his HP to create a shield with equivalent durability. The unidentified old man, witnessing this, questions his decision, saying,
You choose to activate Life Shield in this situation? I suppose you've given up, Elymas.
But Sir Elymas, blood still on his mouth, looks anything but given up. His eyes are filled with fierce determination as he declares to Malice,
We're putting an end to this right now, Malice.
Watching the escalating tension, Luce can't help but shiver. Her heart pounds fiercely, a loud thump resonating through the air, highlighting the sheer intensity of the moment. And just like that, Sir Elymas's hand grips his weapon, surrounded by crackling energy. He's ready to unleash his new power, and this fight is about to get even crazier. Sir Elymas and Malice clash instantly with zero hesitation, both fighters pushing their physical limits to the absolute edge right from the start. Malice struggles to hold her ground, completely thrown off. As a master swordsman, she can't comprehend how this heavy knight is suddenly keeping up with her speed. Sir Elymas smugly points out his disadvantage is gone, explaining that his active skills have turned the tables entirely. They immediately dive back into a furious clash, their blades sparking in rapid succession across the training arena. Locking blades, Malice leans in close. Instead of being frustrated, she lets out a creepy laugh and calls him an interesting little boy. The silent knight refuses to let her words rattle him, so Malice breaks the tension with a mysterious question. She references the classic tale of an angel who crafted wings of wax to escape, only to fly too close to the sun and fall to her death. Shifting back to the fight, they trade a flurry of high-speed parries, neither of them giving an inch. Malice confidently claims his parry skills are inferior, but Sir Elymas warns her that things won't go the way she thinks. Suddenly, a blade cuts cleanly through the air as the battle shifts gears. Malice unleashes her flowing waters attack, driving forward to wash away his defenses. The heavy knight quickly adjusts his stance in a split second. Leaping back in shock, Malice realizes her strike completely missed. Sir Elymas points out her critical mistake, noting she failed to defeat him when there was still a massive stat difference, forcing her onto the defensive. Malice stares down her opponent, realizing she has to end this fight right now. She swings her sword with everything she has, unleashing her next move. Sir Elymas braces himself, and their weapons clash in a brutal collision that sends shockwaves through the room. They trade rapid strikes, testing each other's reaction times. Malice executes a massive, sweeping arc, but the knight deftly slides back to stay out of range. Sir Elymas calmly points out her fatal error, exposing her weakness. A projectile flies through the air and hits a high target as the tempo reaches its limit. A quick circular blade motion highlights the precise timing needed for a countermaneuver. Standing nearby, the head of the household watches the tense battle unfold. Sir Elymas seizes his opportunity, sweeping his massive sword in a deadly horizontal arc that forces Malice to crouch low. Fuming with frustration, Malice snaps that he should have tried to finish her off quickly instead of dragging this out. Sir Elymas explains that his skill only boosts his stats for a single second, so maintaining it relies entirely on his talent. Screaming, Malice loses her weapon but charges forward unarmed to throw a desperate punch. Sir Elymas blocks her strike with his shield, praising her tenacity even though she is weaponless. But praise won't save her, as his heavy shield smashes directly into her, shattering her momentum. Using his momentum, Sir Elymas slams his opponent to send her flying. Malice crashes violently into the wooden wall, cracking the timber as the knight stands ready. As his dark aura fades, Sir Elymas looks down at Malice, who sits defeated and broken on the floor. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the knight finally lets his guard down. A heavy silence settles in as the shocked spectators stare at the spectacular upset. Luce walks down the stairs in amazement, quietly muttering that he actually won. Crying tears of joy, Luce suddenly leaps forward and hugs him tightly, leaving him startled. She tearfully admits how terrifying the fight was since Malice was out for blood, and the knight gently pats her head to comfort her. Holding her close, Sir Elymas warmly tells her that his victory is all thanks to her. On the sidelines, the head of the household shakes with rage, calling the situation completely outrageous. Elma Edv watches as Sir Elymas reassures everyone that Malice is just unconscious. The bearded man sighs and admits the guild is clean, forced to accept the undeniable strength he just witnessed. Right after, a heavy sword is slid back into its sheath with a clean click. Nearby, a massive armored guard holds the unconscious Malice. A light-haired knight steps forward, admitting Elma definitely has the skills required to defeat the Dream Lord. Instead of celebrating, Elma silently watches the departing figure's head toward the exit. He remains quiet, his mind racing with complicated emotions. This awkward silence triggers a memory of his father lecturing a young Elma, telling him that nobles must never show emotion to retain dignity. In that memory, his father explained that these harsh rules are the only way to protect their people and lands. Even now, Elma still views his father as a stubborn and selfish ruler. Yet, those words shaped his identity as the one meant to protect this territory as the next count. Back in the present, Elma bows and thanks his father for raising him, but the count remains completely silent. Without another word, they turn and walk in opposite directions. Upset by this cold departure, Luce desperately calls out to Count Isis, begging him to wait. With tears in her eyes, she asks if he is really leaving without apologizing to Elma, while Elma gently tells her to let go. Luce protests, saying it is too lonely to leave things like this after finally clearing up their misunderstanding. Luce gasps as a rough voice calls out to her from behind as the door is pushed open. Elma's father gives a final command, telling Luce that he is leaving Elma in her care. Stunned, both Elma and Luce look back, completely surprised by this unexpected blessing from the stubborn old count. With that surprising farewell behind them, they prepare to move on as a brand new day begins. The next morning, the two leave the capital city of Londulm in a carriage, discussing his father's silent concern. Elma admits he is surprised his father acknowledged Luce, which makes her giggle happily. The carriage slows down, and they step onto the busy cobblestone streets of their destination. They arrive in the grand adventurer town of Lacarina, marveling at its massive scale, fountains, and towering statues. Lacarina is a legendary haven famous for high-level dungeons spawning around it, drawing in countless warriors seeking fame. Elma notes they aren't total beginners anymore, though a patriotic Luce defensively brags that her hometown is still much better. Luce asks if they are heading straight to the dungeons after the guild, and Elma confirms the plan. Checking his system screen, Elma looks at his D-rank stats. Realizing his current sword is cheap garbage, he decides their first priority is upgrading weapons. Meanwhile, Luce stares blankly at her own skill sheet, her head spinning as she tries to distribute her points. Determined to keep up with Elma's rapid growth, she wants to allocate her points properly. Giving up on the math, she shoves her sheet to Elma. The screen shows her level 39 clown stats, and 18 in use points. Elma chides her for showing her secret skill tree so easily, but Luz beams, saying she does not mind sharing anything with him. He explains that clowns build for speed, magic, or critical damage, recommending she commit to criticals by dumping points in a Great Fortune. Trusting him, Luz dropped her points instantly. Her Great Luck hits level 30, and her beckoning kitty skill evolves into the legendary Angel of Happiness. Luz declares she will become the greatest critical clown in history, while Elma notes they need to hunt a specific skill book next. Elma and Luz stand at the entrance of a 100-foot path. Even though the recommended level is 60, way higher than theirs, Elma is confident they can farm some valuable black steel drops here. They teleport deep into the dark, wooden reinforced mine shaft, bypassing the entrance completely. This is where the real danger begins. The mine is incredibly eerie, supported by old wooden beams and dimly lit by strange crystal lanterns hanging from the ceiling. Luz is nervous about the huge level gap, admitting she's worried they might be underleveled. But Elma just smiles, telling her recommended levels are just arbitrary numbers to be ignored. Elma explains their target is a monster called a Smile, which is actually lower level than the dungeon's recommendation. Its black steel drop is highly prized by mid-tier adventurers because it's valuable and easy to carry. Luz is amazed by how much Elma knows about different classes and dungeons. Elma accepts the compliment, noting that getting this specific drop is crucial for their next steps. Elma mentions he learned all this back when he lived with his family. Fearing she hit a sensitive spot, Luz quickly apologizes for bringing up his childhood. Keeping his past life memories a secret, Elma reassures her. He actually thanks Luz, reminding her that she was the one who helped him leave his toxic family for good. Luz remarks that his family sounded incredibly dramatic. Remembering his past, Elma clutches his head, realizing how ridiculous his situation really was. Luz wonders if Elma should just live a peaceful life as a guild counselor. With his knowledge, he could easily secure a cozy, comfortable office job. But then Luz panics, tearing up as she realizes he wouldn't need her anymore if he took an office job. Elma laughs, holds her hand, and reassures her that being an active adventurer is way more fun anyway. Luz is relieved, but their moment is cut short by a heavy rumbling sound echoing down the corridor. A massive, boulder-like threat is rolling right toward them. Elma warns Luz that their target has arrived. He immediately takes a defensive stance, ready to block whatever is coming down the tunnel. A system window appears, identifying the rolling rock monster as a Smile. It's level 45, with 60 HP and 45 MP. Luz gasps, pointing out that this regular monster is the same level as Maris, that crazy successor girl. A tiny floating companion nearby jokes that Maris would be furious if she heard that. Luz is still tense looking at the stats. Level 45 is exceptionally high for a standard mob in a cave like this. Charging forward, Elma raises his shield as the monster accelerates. He tells Luz he'll block it, noting that unlike smart human opponents, these monsters only roll in straight lines. Elma braces himself as 3 creepy, smiling stone spheres come hurtling down the cracked slope. Elma meets the first giant sphere head-on, delivering a solid strike that halts its momentum in a cloud of dust. The stone monster bounces back and tries to roll away to regroup. Elma plants his foot and immediately chases after it. Sprinting through the dark cave, Elma slides. Closing the distance, Elma uses his skill, Shadow Stomp, slamming the ground to restrict the rolling monster's movement. Elma explains that keeping their distance renders the monster's charge attacks useless. He hits it head-on, calls out Disarm, and states its damage output is now basically 0. Luz leaps into action, yelling that she'll handle the back while Elma holds the front. She slashes her daggers against the stone body to chip away its defense. Elma blocks another violent rolling charge with his shield. The heavy stone creature grinds against his defense, but Elma holds his ground perfectly. Luz jumps high, spinning acrobatically above the pin target. With a cry, she drives her daggers straight down into the stone monster. As Luz lands, deep cracks spread across the stone monster. A second later, the level 45 Smile crumbles into a pile of harmless rubble. Elma proposes hunting 10 Smiles, catching Luz off guard. She panics at the number, but he calmly says they just need to watch their HP. He explains they need to match the 34 million gold they made from the rare blades by farming 8 pieces of high-quality black steel equipment. Elma treats this like routine work, noting Smiles are nothing compared to the embryo. Still, Luz reminds him he struggled in their first fight. Elma claims gold is the best way to get stronger. Luz and their companion tease him for confusing his goals and methods. A heavy thud shakes the cavern, cutting them off. Elma raises his shield and prepares for what's coming, muttering his concern. Suddenly, four massive smile monsters roll down the path, blocking the tunnel and threatening to flatten them. Elma notes that encountering a smile horde is extremely rare. While Luz panics over the numbers, Elma starts analyzing their next move. Before she can think, Elma prepares to explain how these rare hordes operate. Luz wants to run, but Elma commands her to face them head-on instead. Elma plans to use the horde for quick leveling and loot, telling Luz to use her rapid attacks to thin them out. Elma braces himself and shifts into a defensive stance as the wall of rolling rock monsters reaches them. Through the dust, Elma spots a unique, frowning stone ball, a rare level 45 monster named Frowny with 60 HP. Elma explains this rare spawn is thanks to Luz's Lady Luck skill, but she panics, thinking he's blaming her for the danger. Elma tries to clear up the misunderstanding while Luz comically chases him with her weapons, ignoring the monsters. Two massive stone monsters lead the charge, one grinning and the other wearing a heavy frown. Snapping back, Elma says he'll draw their attention and tells Luz to target the leader, the frowning monster. Luce eagerly agrees. Elma leaps forward to draw their focus while Luz positions herself behind him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Elma strikes head-on, parrying the first smile monster's heavy charge and sending sparks flying. As the monster recovers, Elma calls for Luz's help, and she drops down from above with her daggers ready. Dropping to one knee, Elma blocks a bone-rattling impact from the rolling monster with a shield. Spotting another stone sphere spinning wildly, Elma screams a warning to Luz. Elma uses Shield Bash, deflecting the heavy rolling monster upward and throwing off its trajectory. Luz tracks the airborne monster, readying her weapons for a finishing blow. Luce shouts Dice Trast and lands a critical hit with a perfect roll of 6, shattering the beast. A system notification awards Elma 772 experience points, leveling him up twice from level 43 to 45. Luz warns him as two more smile monsters roll in from both sides to pinch him. Calmly facing the twin threats, Elma says he'll show them what happens when their leader is gone. Elma swings a shield, parrying both charging smile monsters at the exact same time. Elma notes that without their frowny leader to guide them, these monsters are just mindless pinballs. Elma uses Vital Slice to crush one monster, while Luz slashes and destroys the other in perfect teamwork. To stop the last smile monster from escaping, Elma uses Shadow Stomp to freeze it in place. Luz dives in, demanding its black steel drops before shattering the final monster to pieces. The battle ends as they gain another 613 experience points, lifting the tense atmosphere. Luce prices Elma esse reliability. Elma admits he was worried he'd have to use his risky Dragon Rage Death Gaze skill. They inspect their loot, including a hammer and sword worth over 4 million gold each. Elma notes they hit their minimum goal. While reviewing their haul, Elma notices a strange, dark, round object left behind by the rare Frowny. Luz asks if it's a magic stone, but Elma explains it's a far more valuable item called a rune. He explains that runes are embedded into weapons by skilled blacksmiths to boost their capabilities, but each weapon can only hold one. Elma identifies it as a ruinous rune, worth 20 million gold, which boosts a weapon's attack power by 30%. Luz loses her mind over the 20 million price tag, bringing their total run value to 41.5 million gold. The dark passages of the dungeon fall silent once again. Elma reflects on their massive haul, wondering why he isn't more excited as they look ahead. Luz grips her dagger, completely startled by an ominous sound echoing from the depths of the cave. Two massive booms shake the cavern and their wooden bridge. Elma stands firm, staring ahead, while Luz freezes behind him. Luz frantically wonders if it is a giant rolling smiley, but Elma quickly explains that such a monster does not exist. Nearby, Sir Elymas, the Heavy Knight, notes that the town has not issued a bounty for this area's Dream Lord yet. He reasons the Dream Lord shouldn't make loud noises, but another massive boom echoes near his lantern. In absolute shock, the knight clutches his head, dreading that the noise might belong to a mithril golem. A colossal metallic foot stomps the ground, sending violent tremors throughout the entire cave system. Luz asks if it is really a mithril golem. Kneeling to listen, Elma smiles and confirms it is the dungeon's ultra-rare monster. Elma explains that defeating it drops mithril, a legendary material used for powerful weapons, making this far rarer than a Frowny. But his expression darkens as he warns Luz that this creature is also incredibly powerful. In Magic World, Elma heard stories of entire player parties wiping out because they got greedy from mithril drops unprepared. The golem hits so hard that a direct strike would instantly defeat even a defense-focused heavy knight. Unlike in a video game, death in this world is permanent. One mistake means game over. Elymas smiles at this classic high-risk, high-reward scenario, debating if they should actually hunt it. Meanwhile, Sir Elymas struggles with the same dilemma, knowing fleeing is wise since fighting other monsters alongside it means doom. Gritting his teeth, the knight admits the temptation to obtain legendary mithril is almost too much to resist. While lost in thought, a sudden voice calls out, breaking his concentration. Mithril gear is on a completely different level, easily surpassing black steel with its absolute authority. Back with the main party, Luz cuts through Elymas' hesitation, enthusiastically shouting that they should just go for it. Surprised by her sudden confidence, Elymas asks if she is really sure about this. Grinning, Luz admits she is a scaredy cat, but says they need to go get that mithril. Luz playfully suggests they might actually have the advantage, leaving Elymas wondering if she has a secret plan. She sheepishly confesses that her Lady Luck skill is likely the reason the golem spawned in the first place. Filled with determination, Elymas plants his sword, agreeing to defeat the rare beast without hesitation. Suddenly, Tails punches his palm with raw excitement, loudly declaring it is time to hunt down a mithril golem. Tails explains they must first choose their battlefield terrain, leaving Luz completely confused by the term. Soon, loud crashes rumble as the duo waits silently in a narrow stone corridor for their massive pursuer to arrive. Looking around the tight walls, Luz asks if this cramped space is safe. Elymas reassures her that everything is going perfectly. He reminds her how corridor width helped defeat the Golden Rana. In tough fights, height, width, and footing are crucial. Elymas explains this cramped hallway is perfect because it severely restricts the giant golem's movements. He shares its terrifying stats: level 55, 78 attack, 66 defense, and an auto-recovery skill, making Luz shiver. Since slowly chipping its health is useless, they need a massive critical hit from Luz's dice thrust skill. A massive rocky hand suddenly grabs the wall as a deafening rumble shakes the passage, signaling its arrival. Elymas knows dodging a level 55 boss is risky, but that is exactly why he chose this narrow corridor. Charging forward with his sword drawn, Elymas tries to create an opening for Luz. He shouts for her to get ready, but the massive stone golem is incredibly fast, swinging its giant fist directly at him. Before anyone can react, the golem's massive stone fist slams directly into him. Gritting his teeth under the immense pressure of the block, Elymas struggles to hold his ground against the monster's pure brute force, feeling every muscle in his body scream. Looking up, he faces the massive stone beast as it prepares to strike again. Its sheer presence is on a completely different level than any monster they have faced in this dungeon. Suddenly, the golem unleashes a devastating force that sends Elymas flying backward through the air, struggling to keep his grip on his weapon as the wind is knocked out of him. Sliding heavily across the stone floor, Elymas digs his boots in and braces his shield to stabilize his footing, barely recovering his stance before crashing. With sweat dripping down his face, Elymas stares ahead with absolute focus. He knows this isn't a game. It's a real life-or-death battle where any mistake could be fatal. Standing nearby, Sir Elymas realizes his original plan of using disarm repeatedly to disable the golem won't work here due to the beast's immense power. But Luz isn't about to back down. Sliding onto the rocky ground with her dagger drawn, she prepares to jump back into the action to support her teammate. With an explosive burst of energy, Luz leaps high into the air, holding her weapon ready to strike the monster's blind spot from above with incredible speed. Landing quickly, she dashes toward the mithril golem while Elymas watches closely, keeping his sword ready to back her up if the beast targets her. But the giant monster roars and unleashes a wide, sweeping swing of its massive arm. Luz gets caught in the powerful attack and is blown backward before she can strike. The force of the strike crumbles the stone wall beside her. Falling back, Luz gasps, admitting the sudden counterattack really terrified her as she regains her footing. Seeing his teammate in trouble, Elymas steps up to draw the golem's attention. The monster doesn't hesitate, throwing another lightning-fast punch right at him. Analyzing the fight, Sir Elymas notes that while the golem's damage output is insanely high, the narrow cavern pathway heavily restricts its movement, giving them a fighting chance. Relying on his quick reflexes, Elymas parries the punch, redirecting its colossal momentum with his shield and sliding backward along the stone floor to absorb the impact. Feeling the heavy vibrations through his arm, Elymas makes a tactical observation. He realizes he can successfully deflect the golem's blows as long as they aren't delivered with full force. The deflected punch slams hard into the cave wall, causing the heavy stone to crumble and filling the narrow corridor with a thick cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Elma leaps forward with a shield raised, closing the distance to refuse the giant beast any breathing room in this cramped space. The golem roars and swings its massive arm to crush him. Elma quickly drops into a defensive stance, raising his shield to absorb the brutal blow. Right at the moment of impact, Elma unleashes a powerful counter, shouting,
"Shield bash!"
as his heavy shield slams directly into the golem's massive body. He knows that from a pure stat standpoint, he loses this matchup. However, the shield bash skill is a clash of values, where the side with the higher stat inflicts damage. But the monster isn't easily stopped, unleashing a heavy strike that shatters the surrounding rocks and sends massive debris flying through the cavern. Standing firm as the dust and falling debris settle, Elma keeps his shield raised and stays on guard, facing down the massive golem. Seeing the golem's reaction, Elma smiles and mockingly points out that the beast actually had to use both of its hands to defend against his bash. Exploiting the opening, Luce leaps through the air and strikes with dice thrust, landing a massive critical hit on the golem with a perfect roll of 6. Feeling the physical toll of the battle, Elma groans as his HP bar takes a serious hit, dropping down to 56 out of 117. Shaking off the critical hit, the golem roars furiously, causing the cavern ceiling to crumble and rain heavy rocks down around Luce. The giant beast begins rapidly swiping its arms along the ground to crush her, but Luce stays calm and repeatedly jumps back to dodge the deadly attacks. Elma drives his sword into the cavern floor, unleashing Shadow Stomp to stop the mithril golem's crushing foot. With a grin, he mutters,
"Good."
The two face off in a narrow rocky cave, locked in a brutal stalemate where neither is willing to back down first. Elma knows he is in serious trouble. Keeping this massive brute focused on him is exhausting, and one wrong move means instant death. The golem lunges forward, bringing down its massive arm. Elma quickly hunkers behind his shield to survive the devastating impact. Deflecting the strike with perfect timing, Elma completely ruins the golem's balance. Shifting his weight under the pressure, he shouts,
"Now!"
Unable to recover from the parry, the massive mithril golem crashes face first onto the hard rocky floor. Seizing the golden opportunity, Elma commands his partner to strike. Luce charges down the corridor as Elma shouts,
"Go for it, Luce!"
Luce activates her dice thrust, but the roll lands on a disappointing 3. The attack misses completely, and she barely dodges a counterswipe. Flipping backward, she narrowly avoids being crushed as the golem's powerful punch tears through the corridor. Sliding to her knees, Luce groans in frustration, but Elma remains focused, knowing the real test of survival is just beginning. Since the beast constantly heals, they must land a perfect 6. With his HP dangerously low at 47, Elma prepares to risk everything and activates Life Shield. Elma springs back into action, unleashing rapid slashes against the golem's armor, searching for any vulnerability. Blocking the beast's movements, Elma calls out,
"Shadow Stomp,"
and follows it up with a heavy shield bash to rattle its defenses. The impact tears the cavern floor apart, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Elma braces behind his shield, holding his ground. Standing in the settling dust, Elma raises his sword as the golem looms, already preparing its next attack. Suddenly, the giant golem loses its balance, swaying under the physical strain of their previous clashes. Charging through the crumbling cave, Elma kicks up debris as he prepares to deliver a decisive blow. Pushing past his limits, Elma screams for his ally to strike, shouting,
"Now!"
Hearing the signal, Luce locks her eyes on the target, determined to bet everything on this next move. Luce leaps high and uses dice thrust, but the system rolls a 4, resulting in another miss. Luce laments.
Why did it have to fail twice in a row now, in a dangerous situation like this?
Refusing to let her despair, Elma shouts through the chaos, telling her to stay focused. He holds his guard, facing the towering stone beast alone to buy Luce the precious second she needs. Stepping in, Elma parries a descending stone arm, cracking the ground. Feeling the raw power, he gasps.
What a monstrous strength!
The impact leaves his hand completely numb, and he gasps as sweat pours down from the sheer force. The relentless monster doesn't pause, immediately winding up another colossal fist to crush him. Elma steps in front of his ally, using his heavy shield to block the stone monster's massive punch head-on. Gritting his teeth, Elma exerts every ounce of strength to keep from being crushed by the weight. The pressure is too much. Elma is blown back, crashing heavily into the stone wall and screaming in pain. Standing over the wreckage, the giant stone monster looms with its eerie, smiling face looking down. Cornered, Elma looks up at the golem's raised fist in absolute terror, realizing
I can't dodge it.
Just then, Luce leaps in and unleashes her dice thrust. This time, a glowing 6 appears, landing a massive critical hit on its weak spot. Putting everything into the strike, Luce drives her weapon into the core, shouting,
Please die.
The power of the 6 explodes, threatening to shatter the golem. Looking at the cute metallic face in his hands, Elma notes how deceptive it looks compared to the mithril golem. Its absurd valuation takes the wind out of his sails. Luce shrieks in disbelief at the 25 million gold valuation, wondering if this dream hole always drops such insanely valuable treasures. Holding the valuable item, Elma explains this jackpot is why he pushed his physical limits. Missing a rare golem like this was never an option. Elma points out that gear made from this material is the strongest they can get at their level, so he wants to forge it into a weapon. While Elma considers crafting a shield or armor, Luce supports making a weapon and suggests heading to Lacarina to find a legendary blacksmith. Since Luce is their primary damage dealer, Elma decides the new weapon must be a dagger, leaving her daydreaming about how it will feel. Luce is thrilled to see the finished blade, while Elma silently notes he owes her a massive debt for carrying them through this dungeon. Checking their inventory, Elma finds their total haul has reached 68 million gold, proving the insane luck of the Pierrot class. Elma decides it is time to leave, calculating that this massive gold influx will easily buy Luce her next powerful skill book. They begin making their way back, walking through the quiet, abandoned mine tracks. Walking past an underground waterfall, Luce admits she hopes they do not encounter any more terrifying monsters on their way out. Elma reassures her, saying that after defeating the golem, none of the regular monsters in this cave can stand against them. Elma explains that because they leveled up, the final Dream Lord will be an absolute breeze and is far less dangerous than a golem. Suddenly, a voice echoes under the dim glow of a hanging lantern, calling out to her. Elma casually asks if she knows there is a shortcut to warp directly to the entrance without walking the whole way back. Luce blinks in confusion, asking if such an amazing shortcut actually exists in this dungeon. Smiling, Elma reminds her that she has actually experienced this quick travel method before on their previous adventures. Elma drops the truth, explaining that the shortcut requires them to hunt down and defeat the dungeon's Dream Lord. Gripping his sword, Elma explains that this specific boss is incredibly slow, and since he knows all its patterns, defeating it will be easy. Luce looks nervous, asking if they should really be picking a fight with a boss in their current state. Elma explains that because the golem fight ended much faster than expected, he still has plenty of energy left for a boss battle. A system window shows Elma is sitting at 47 out of 110 HP, noting that overusing healing potions causes heavy mental fatigue. Luce asks what kind of monster the Dream Lord is, while Elma assumes the dungeon's name makes the boss's identity totally obvious. Luce reveals the boss is actually a giant rock insect called the Boulder Centipede, leaving Elma completely confused as it has nothing to do with dreams. Terrified by the thought of a giant centipede, Luce turns pale, prompting Elma to ask if they should just skip the boss entirely. Shaking with fear, Luce insists she is totally fine with bugs, while Elma just stares at her obvious terror in deadpan silence. The group arrives at a snowy cavern, standing before a massive stone door engraved with mysterious dual circle symbols. Elma explains to Luce that reaching level 18 in her Pierrot class skill unlocks a massive power spike that serves as an elite weapon. Showing off her 18 unspent skill points on her status screen, Luce dumps them all into her acrobatics tree, hoping for the best. Luce jumps for joy as she successfully learns the new skill, multi-hit acrobatics. Elma smiles and tells her to give it a test run. Visualizing the skill, she learns she must launch into the air and ride a wave of mana to maintain her spinning momentum. Nodding with focus, Luce understands how it works and crouches low, gripping her dagger tightly as she prepares to launch herself upward. Luce worries that the move leaves her completely open afterward, but Elma reassures her she won't need to worry about it for this fight. Elma explains that the Boulder Centipede has a major weakness to multi-hit attacks, which leaves Luce surprised by how straightforward the strategy is. Standing before the boss door, Elma confidently declares that following their plan guarantees an easy victory, filling Luce with hype as they prepare to enter. Elma and Luce stand before a massive circular door, reaching the deepest level of a dream hole for the first time because that embryo was previously wandering around. Elma warns Luce that although this boss is on the easier side, they're facing a Dream Lord and cannot let their guard down. Luce nervously agrees. Luz tries to compose herself as the heavy door swings open. Elma grabs the door handle, muttering that it is time to go. Bright light floods the entrance as the doors open, revealing a massive stone face carved into the cavern wall. Inside, Luz is amazed by the beautiful waterfall and the shallow pool of water reflecting the light. As they enter the centipede's gallery, a low, buzzing sound echoes, and Elma raises his shield, warning Luz to stay alert. With a massive boom, a colossal armored insect monster bursts out of the shadows, and they brace for a fight. The level 60 boss, Dream Lord, Rock Centipede, appears with its massive health bar. Elma calmly jokes that the Lord has come to welcome them. Elma suggests they quickly defeat the giant bug, harvest the experience and items, and return to town. The massive centipede slithers forward, its legs clicking against the stone floor. Luz is completely disgusted by the creature's countless legs and cries out in disgust. The giant beast slams into the ground, creating a massive shockwave, but Elma and Luz quickly dodge the attack. Sliding back, Elma warns they would be dead if hit, and orders Luz to execute their practice tactic as she leaps into the air. Elma unleashes a shield bash to break the monster's defenses while Luz glides down with her daggers ready. Elma's meta-knowledge is key here. The rock centipede cannot attack enemies on its back, which is exactly where Luz lands. Luz prepares to strike while Elma rushes forward to distract the beast and buy her some time. Elma successfully distracts the screeching centipede while Luz sprints along its massive, armored spine. Luz activates her skill, multi-hit acrobatics, spinning rapidly to shred through the centipede's hard outer shell. Screaming in pain, the beast summons magic circles and casts rock blast to retaliate. Boulders rain down from the ceiling, forcing both of them to block the flying stone debris. Luz shouts to go one more time, and Elma calls out her name to support her final push. Airborne once more, Luz unleashes another multi-hit acrobatics barrage, completely emptying the boss's health bar. Watching her land, Elma cheers and praises her for an incredible job. The boulder centipede crashes down dead, and a system notification awards them 2,379 experience points. Elma levels up from 49 to 54, and Luz goes from 47 to 52. Elma warns her to get down safely, but she is too excited to care. Boiling steam suddenly rises from the centipede's corpse. Luz panics from the intense heat, and Elma realizes this is not a normal boss reaction. Their companion with the book screams a warning for Luz to jump away, realizing the monster is not actually dead. Panicking, Luz tries to run back, but the monster keeps spewing dangerous, boiling steam. Elma watches in horror as a massive steam explosion erupts right beneath Luz, blasting her away with a sudden heat burst that should not have happened. We're introduced to a game-changing concept in this world, existence evolution. It's an incredibly rare phenomenon with hyper-specific requirements for each monster race. Even back when Elma played Magic World, the developers kept the but thanks to Elma's deep meta-knowledge, he actually has a solid grasp on what this giant rock centipede needs to undergo this terrifying transformation. He recalls the first two requirements. The beast must devour a massive, predetermined number of corpses and then gorge itself on a specific hoard of magic stones. And the absolute kicker? The final condition to trigger this evolutionary nightmare is that the monster actually has to be defeated by an adventurer first. Staring at the battlefield, Elma is hit by doubt. There is absolutely no logical way these insane conditions could have naturally been met out here in the wild. To satisfy them, a Dream Lord would have to wander outside its dream hole multiple times, an incredibly chaotic event that should have raised major red flags. If a monster of that scale were loose, the guild boards would be flooded with panic and reports of heavy casualties, yet there hasn't been a single whisper. To make things even more baffling, this particular dream hole is practically brand new. The timeline just doesn't add up. Even if this world's rules differ slightly from his favorite game, there is still no logical reason for an existence evolution to trigger without a massive catalyst. Then, an unsettling thought hits him. Some unknown force might be intentionally manipulating events to satisfy these requirements out of pure malice. But Elma quickly second-guesses himself. Nobody in this world should understand existence evolution, and there's zero benefit to doing this, leaving him totally baffled. Feeling a heavy wave of guilt, Elma realizes his meta-knowledge completely blinded him to reality, and he hates that he dragged Luz into this death trap. Sensing his regret, Luz immediately shuts down his apologies. She tells him there's no need to feel sorry, admitting she was also too relaxed since everything had gone perfectly so far. Luz suggests using Shield Bash to launch her up so she can shred the beast again. But Elma shuts it down, explaining that after its evolution, their trusty dice thrust won't deal real damage anymore. He explains they need to land a perfect roll of 6, at least 4 times. With the monster's auto-recovery skill constantly healing it on misses, relying on raw luck is a direct path to a game over. Before they can even formulate a backup plan, a thick, boiling cloud of steam begins to hiss and spew violently from the collapsed body of the giant centipede. As the heavy stone shell disintegrates, a massive system window flashes a terrifying warning. The rock centipede has successfully evolved into a level 75 Death Amud. The freshly evolved Death Amud emerges from the shattered remains, glaring directly at them with its singular, massive central eye and radiating pure hostility. Letting out an ear-piercing shriek that shakes the cavern, the level 75 boss stands tall. Elma reacts instantly, screaming for Luz to get out of the way. Frozen in horror, she can barely process facing a level 75 monster. Lunging forward just as the predator sweeps down, Elma slams his shield up to intercept the devastating strike and protect Luz. The sheer force of the collision triggers an explosive shockwave that rips through the cavern floor, sending debris flying as the evolved beast unleashes its terrifying power. Gritting his teeth, Elma holds his ground, using every ounce of his heavy knight strength to keep his shield raised and absorb the brunt of the destructive blast. As the smoke settles, the towering, armored figure of the evolved centipede remains standing completely unfazed, looking down at them like bugs. Staring at the towering boss, Elma realizes they are out of options. With its massive jump in level, insane speed, and overwhelming attack power, running away is impossible. The giant centipede lets out a low, menacing hiss, letting them know it has no intention of letting them leave this place alive. Turning to Luz with a serious expression, Elma breaks the silence. He asks if she is willing to put her trust in him and hear out one last crazy plan. He waits in silence for her response, knowing that whatever she decides will seal both of their fates. The scene shifts slightly to the dark, rippling waters of the underground lake. Breaking the quiet of the cavern, Luz looks up with concern, asking, as the massive shadow of the centipede looms beneath the dark water, Sir Elymas gazes forward with absolute resolve and quietly confirms his decision. Luz is pumped up, holding her twin daggers with a wild energy and declaring she wants to try this too. Our hero Elma can't help but smile, absolutely loving her relentless spirit even in the face of death. He looks at her, his expression softening as he whispers a sincere thank you to her. Knowing she has his back is the only thing keeping him sane right now. But as he stares down the towering Death Amud, reality quickly sets in. With his current level, there is no way he can hope to create more than a single opening to strike. Standing side by side in the massive cavern, Elma tightly grips his sword and shield, warning Luz that they only have one shot at this. If they mess up the timing, they are both history. Before they can even coordinate their steps, a sudden shift in the air makes both of them freeze in absolute shock. Screeching with an ear-splitting roar, the massive centipede cries. Cree! As its front claws cracklingly charge a terrifying sphere of dark energy. The pressure radiating from the boss is enough to make anyone lose their mind. Seeing the attack incoming, Elma instantly yells for Luz to dive behind a nearby boulder, and she doesn't hesitate for a second, sprinting for cover. The monster wastes no time, shouting, "Death Needle!" as its devastating magic circles manifest in the air around its segmented body. Diving just in time, Elma and Luz press themselves flat against the stone cover as the rapid-fire needles slam into the other side, sending violent shockwaves echoing through the cavern. Clutching her daggers, Luz anxiously asks what the game plan is, but her eyes widen when she realizes the stone they are hiding behind is literally melting from the sheer heat of the attack. Keeping his cool, Elma explains the crazy strategy, telling her he is going to use his shield bash to launch her completely over the beast, targeting the boulder directly behind it. He points toward the massive beast, instructing her that once she reaches that perfect blind spot, she needs to unleash everything she has on its tail. Elma looks her in the eye and tells her he has complete faith in her incredible speed, prompting Luz to nod determinately and promise to leave the tail to her. Out on the cracked, dry cavern floor, the giant centipede lets out another deafening "Cree" as it turns its focus back on them. The massive beast lurches forward with terrifying momentum, kicking up dust as it barrels toward their melting cover. It slams its massive front body down with absolute fury, pulverizing the ground and creating a massive shockwave that tears up the cavern floor. The giant centipede slithers rapidly through the shallow pools of the underground lake, kicking up massive sprays of water as it closes the distance. Bracing his heavy shield flat as a launch pad, Elma drops into a deep stance while Luz crouches light as a feather on top of it, her daggers ready for launch. With a massive shout of
Shield bash,
Elma launches Luz high into the air, right over the beast's head. The impact is massive, forcing the giant centipede to screech in confusion as it momentarily recoils from the unexpected force of the strike. As a monster slides backward across the wet cave floor, Elma quickly reaches down and scoops up a heavy stone, already preparing his next desperate play. Mocking the boss to draw its attention, Elma chucks a rock directly at its face and shouts,
I'm your enemy here, you poisonous monstrosity.
It completely works. The massive centipede locks its furious gaze onto Elma, glaring with absolute malice while our guy stands his ground, raising his shield for the incoming impact. Taking a swift step across the rocky ground, Luz prepares her strike, knowing Elma is risking everything to draw the aggro and buy her the time she needs. With his health sitting at a critical 22 points, Elma activates
Life shield.
to absorb the charging monster's next blow, desperately holding the line until Luz can reach the tail. He leaps dynamically through the shallow water, kicking up massive waves as his armored boots slam down, positioning himself perfectly for the clash. Flashing in the corner of his vision, the harsh reality of the system screen shows his HP is still resting at that dangerously low 22 points. One mistake here means instant death. But suddenly, a glowing blue system notification pops up in front of him, declaring that the secret conditions have finally been met. Feeling a sudden rush of overwhelming power, Elma unleashes a crackling electric aura around his sword and shield, taking a powerful combat stance to activate
Dragon Ridge Death Gaze.
The level 75 centipede boss, Death Amud, thunders through a dark underground lake, kicking up giant waves as it hunts down its targets. But Elma doesn't back away. Gripping his heavy shield, he charges straight ahead as a crackling blue electric aura surges around him. Gritting his teeth, Elma realizes the massive beast is still way too fast. It's a deadly race against time to pull off his plan. The giant centipede chases him down with terrifying speed, its multi-segmented legs thrashing through the shallow water right behind him. Luckily, Elma has a plan. He spots a narrow corridor ahead, a perfect bottleneck to trap the beast and give himself a fighting chance. Sliding down a steep slope with his electrified sword ready, Elma watches the massive monster loom above, tracking his every move. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the cave right where the monster is standing. Elma uses his shield like a snowboard to slide away from the blast. Bracing behind his heavy shield, he grunts as the shockwave washes over him, preparing for whatever deadly magic the boss throws next. With a deafening screech, the giant centipede shakes off the dust and stomps forward again, proving it's far from defeated. Knowing he can't hesitate, Elma charges right back in. He sprints forward with electricity crackling wildly, determined to close the distance. Suddenly, a giant one-eyed rock monster crumbles down right in front of him. But Elma doesn't even flinch as his aura surges to its limit. With a fast sliding slash, Elma cuts right past the falling creature, shattering it to pieces without losing a single bit of momentum. As the centipede screeches in fury, Elma slides to a halt and gathers a massive crackle of electricity around his fist. Elma fires a volley of magic projectiles, landing heavy hits to successfully draw the monster's anger completely away from Luz. But the boss quickly retaliates, charging an ominous sphere of dark energy between its giant pincers. Elma braces himself for the oncoming impact. With laser-focused eyes, Elma reads the monster's movements, calculating his next move down to the millisecond as the magic intensifies. He knows that if he gets hit by Death Needle, the multi-hit attack will completely bypass his life shield and shred him to pieces. Watching anxiously, Luz and her companion hold their breath as the extreme heat from the magical energy begins to melt the cave walls. Sprinting straight toward the towering boss, Elma takes the ultimate gamble and charges headfirst right into the danger zone. He knows the secret to this fight. That massive magical attack leaves the centipede wide open and vulnerable right before it fires. Just as the boss unleashes its Death Needle, Elma drops from above and uses Shield Bash to slam right into its face. Poised on a rocky ledge, Elma balances his weight for a split second, ready to launch forward for the decisive strike. Leaping into the air, he dives straight toward the centipede, putting everything into this single aerial assault to crush its defenses. Realizing an intruder is coming from above, the giant centipede screeches and thrashes its legs to block the sudden threat. Elma breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes the boss is reacting way faster than expected, moving to block him. But that's exactly when Luce, looking serious under a clown hat, prepares to strike from the shadow of Elma's diversion. Diving down, Luce drives her dagger deep into the monster's flesh. The system rolls a lucky 6, landing a massive critical hit. Screaming in agony, the centipede thrashes wildly as Luce's high-damage critical strike pierces deep into its defenses. With a confident smirk, Luce pulls back her dagger, knowing she bypassed its hard outer shell to hit where it hurts most. The blow lands cleanly right on its tail, exposing the monster's ultimate weak spot and halting its deadly attack. Seeing their plan succeed, Elma grins and explains that unlike its armored body, the Death-Immude's tail is completely soft and defenseless. Luce panics after her hit, unsure of what to do next. Since she is in danger, Elma tells her to run around the massive stalagmite. Trusting him, she immediately books it. As Luce sprints through the shallow cave water, the massive centipede thrashes and struggles to turn its huge body around to chase her. Elma raises his shield and analyzes the fight, noting the Death-Immude is fast, but will take time to catch up to Luce at its tail. This gap is the perfect opening for his next move. As the beast is distracted by Luce, Elma focuses, waiting for the perfect window to strike. He readies his heavy sword, knowing he needs to reposition himself to land the final, decisive blow. Elma leaps across the rocky gap, clearing the stones in a single jump to position himself perfectly above the boss's path. Meanwhile, Luce keeps running around the rock, exhausted and screaming that she can't keep going as the centipede snaps right at her heels. Hearing her, Elma notices that the stalagmite's circumference and the centipede's length are almost identical, presenting a brilliant tactical opportunity. Luce realizes what this means. Since the monster is as long as the rock circumference, it is chasing its own tail in a closed loop. Pushing her body to the limit, Luce rounds the bend, with the monster's tail now dangerously close to her path. The centipede's dark tail thrashes ahead of her, splashing water as the creature struggles to squeeze through the tight turn. Elma yells for her to stomp on its tail and jump to the top of the stalagmite. It is a crazy plan, but their only shot. Trusting him, Luce leaps forward and stomps hard on the thrashing tail, causing the beast to shriek in agony. The devastating stomp ruptures a major body segment near the tail, spraying dark fluid as it tears through the monster's defense. Using the momentum, Luce launches herself high into the air, safely out of reach of the centipede's snapping jaws. Luce lands safely on the elevated ledge, executing the wild maneuver perfectly and leaving the centipede disoriented below. The impact actually severs a chunk of the monster's tail, leaving it crippled. The centipede shrieks as the loss of its tail segment completely breaks its posture, leaving the high-level boss vulnerable. A system message confirms the boss is heavily stunned, completely immobilized, and wide open for a final strike. Relieved and crying, Luce realizes the plan actually worked and they've pulled off the impossible. Trembling, she cautiously peeks over the rocks to ensure the stunned monster won't suddenly attack again. Elma steps forward with a grin, praising Luce for her amazing work and promising to finish the boss off. He pulls up his skill screen, bypassing basic skills to access the high-risk, high-reward abilities in his heavy combat tree. A system alert announces that Fong of Smoldering Insanity has reached level 15, unlocking the skill. No defense spared. He activates it, dropping his defense to 0 to convert it entirely into raw attack power. In the game, this skill was highly unpopular because most classes had low defense compared to their attack, making 0 defense too risky for a tiny boost. Playing with 0 defense in high-level dungeons is usually a death sentence, especially with long vulnerability windows during its activation. But Heavy Knights are the exception. Their defense is double their attack, making this skill a nuclear option. Under 50% health, no defense spared converts his massive defense to attack power. Under 20% health, Dragon Rage Death Gaze boosts his speed and attack by another 100%. Electrical sparks crackle around his black steel sword as both skills synergize, supercharging his weapon with energy. Elma notes that his final attack combines his defense and attack stats and then doubles that sum, creating a massive multiplier. Stacked with his black steel equipment and unique Upsetter title, these skills are about to unleash a monstrous amount of damage. Lifting his electrified sword, Elma grins as his final attack stat swells to a staggering 277, breaking early game scaling. Sensing the immense danger, the centipede breaks the stun and charges, while Luce watches the clash in shock. Elma dives from the air like a meteor, cloaked in raw energy. Below him, The giant centipede Disowned has no idea what is about to hit it as our hero commits fully to this massive strike. Looking at his rapidly draining resources, Elymas realizes he only has 12 MP left out of his 60 maximum. He has to make every single second of this fleeting window count. He knows this gamble is only possible because of Luz, who watches anxiously from behind a nearby rock. He cannot waste the precious second she bought him. This level 75 evolved boss is a fortress, boasting huge health, thick armor, and an annoying auto-recovery skill. Under normal circumstances, breaking its defense would be a total nightmare. But to a heavy knight running a glass cannon build, those defenses mean absolutely nothing. Elymas locks his focus onto his target, ready to break right through it. Luz gasps in shock as she realizes the massive boss is already moving again. Its stun status wore off much faster than expected. Breaking free from the paralysis, Disowned screeches furiously, opening its terrifying mandibles to destroy the puny adventurers who dare to damage its tail. The giant beast charges forward at terrifying speed. A dark, eye-shaped magic sigil flares up in front of its face, channeling its most devastating spell. A barrage of hot projectiles erupts from the seal. It is the dreaded Death Needle, a spell that ignores normal defense mechanics and flies straight toward Elymas. Luz screams Elymas' name in terror, knowing a single direct hit from this multi-hit magic could easily end his life on the spot. As the lethal needles close in, Elymas stands his ground, enveloped in a crackling, smoky black aura. The needles slam into his translucent shield, instantly cracking the barrier right in front of Elymas' face. Even as his shield threatens to shatter, Elymas prepares his counter, channeling thick black energy around his dark steel sword. The barrier shatters completely, but Elymas stands firm among the shards, raising his sword and shield to meet the beast head-on. Leaping into the air, Elymas channels his massive stat boost into one single strike as he descends on the boss. Disowned opens its fanged mandibles to swallow him. Unaware, it is staring directly at its own demise. The collision is cataclysmic. A violent shockwave and dark energy erupt as Elymas slams his blade directly into the boss. The giant centipede's armor is torn apart, and a massive segment of its body is severed clean in half, spraying dark fluid everywhere. Landing back on his feet, Elymas continues channeling his high-risk skill, with black electricity surging around his body. A roar of pure agony echoes from the dying boss, unleashing a blinding shockwave of light through the chamber. A powerful gust of wind whips across the wet rocks, shrouding the battlefield in dust and smoke. Another massive, severed segment of the insect crashes heavily onto the cavern floor, showing the devastating force of his blow. Struggling to stay on her feet, Luz clings to a rock and squints through the dust, trying to see if their gamble worked. The remaining trunk of Disowned crashes backwards into the water, struggling to maintain its footing after taking such a heavy blow. Seizing the moment, Elymas prepares his next move, dropping his defense entirely to channel all his strength into a finishing blow. Elymas watches the giant centipede loom over him as energy crackles around his body. It is a battle of pure attrition to see who lands the final blow first. Elymas slumps forward in relief as the adrenaline fades. Luz happily credits Elymas' crazy tactics for their survival. However, Elymas apologizes, explaining that a normal rock centipede should never have undergone an existence evolution. Elymas smiles and tells Luz that their victory was actually thanks to her. Luz blushes, shyly twirling her dagger and admitting she helped a little. Excited, she mimics Elymas' final sword swing, gushing about how incredibly powerful his devastating finishing blow looked. Elymas warns her that his high-risk skill strips his defense, leaving him vulnerable. He only pulled it off because the centipede was stunned. He admits he would have died if his life shield hadn't absorbed the monster's magic, making Luz realize how close they came to disaster. A system window pops up, awarding them the rare title Nightmare Neutralizer. Luz stares at it, wondering what kind of effects it grants. Elymas explains that this title is a jackpot since existence evolution is rare. It grants a permanent 7% attack boost against Dreamlords. The cavern falls quiet as the heavy tension of the boss battle finally starts to clear. Elymas reminds Luz they can't leave empty-handed. They need to find and collect the dissolving boss's highly valuable magic stone. Elymas finds a magic stone, but Luz suddenly screams in shock, pointing at another glowing object in the water. Luz points in disbelief, shouting that they got an ultra-rare drop from the Disowned. The screen reveals the poisonous Kalapata dagger. It requires level 70, grants 28 attack, and is worth 28 million gold. Luz notes how special this drop is. Elma shakes his head, amazed that they keep pulling incredibly rare loot like it's nothing. Elma notices a key detail. The dagger's poison chance scales directly with the user's luck, making it perfect for a specific build. Confirming the incredible 28 attack boost and massive value, they realize this weapon is truly meant for elite classes. An overwhelmed Luce clutches the blade, while Elma marvels at how their run turned into an absolute goldmine. Since its passive ability relies entirely on the user's luck, someone with high luck can trigger constant poison. Elma realizes this is perfect for her multi-hit acrobatics, allowing her to trigger the poison almost instantly. Luce panics over carrying 28 million gold, hysterically wondering if they'll face divine wrath for keeping such a valuable treasure. Luce even suggests leaving the dagger behind out of fear. Elma tells her to calm down and think logically instead of throwing away a fortune. Leaving the dungeon, the duo heads back to civilization, arriving at the massive city of adventurers, Lacarina. Luce walks so suspiciously from the stress of carrying a fortune that she draws bizarre looks from the passing crowd. Elma asks her to stop acting so shady before they get arrested, but Luce defensively whispers she can't help it. They enter the luxurious Lacarina Adventurers Guild, a grand building with massive stone pillars that show off the city's wealth. At the service counter, Elma politely asks the guild clerk to exchange their magic stone for gold. The Grand Guild acts as a hub where high-ranking adventurers gather to trade rare materials. In the crowded lobby, Elma repeats his request to exchange the stone and clear their inventory. He also requests to speak with a high-ranked adventurer or, preferably, the guild master himself. Elma warns her that something dangerous is happening right under the guild's nose, speaking with absolute seriousness. He feels responsible for reporting the unchecked boss evolution before things spiral completely out of hand. Knowing that the evolution of Dream Lords can't be ignored, Elma aims to prevent a widespread catastrophe. Since these evolutions require claiming many victims first, he finds it highly suspicious that the guild is staying silent. Scoffing at their registration cards, the receptionist notes they're just D-rank adventurers, dismissing their claims as ridiculous. Luce slams her hands down and yells at her for being so condescending after what they achieved. Unmoved, the receptionist tells them to keep it brief since she is busy, leaving Luce extremely frustrated. Elma tries to explain calmly, but the receptionist reiterates that their prestigious guild is too busy to waste time on them. Keeping cool, Elma apologizes but insists that they need to discuss the gravity of this threat. He explains that the complex threat will be mishandled if it is dismissed as a simple issue. She sneers, lecturing them about how much gold they process compared to some quiet hometown. When she demands they leave, Elma calmly reaches into his bag to show her they deserve attention. He slams two massive, glowing magic crystals onto the counter, immediately shattering her arrogant attitude as they light up the room. Elma and Luce follow a cloaked figure up a grand staircase in Lacarina's inner sanctum, lanterns glowing along the way. At the bottom, a woman in black with a white bow turns sharply and announces,
"I have brought the two adventurers you were previously informed about with me."
Elma and Luce standing rigid behind her. A hand knocks on an ornate door, spikes and geometric patterns glinting, as knock-knock echoes like a warning. Back at reception, the clerk asks,
"What's this about?"
Before being cut off by an off-panel voice. I don't recall hearing anything about that. The receptionist gasps.
"What?"
As another staff member leans in urgently. Did the other staff not inform you of this? Revealing a flaw in the guild system. Two figures enter, one in white robes, one in dark cape. The robed one says calmly, "It's fine. As long as they're willing to hear me out," while someone off-screen stammers, "I'm terribly sorry. It seems that there was a slip-up." A hooded figure sighs and waves.
Fine, fine. Bring them in.
The procedural mess is dismissed. The real meeting starts now. In a rich hall, a long-haired woman fans herself and remarks, "A Pierrot and a Heavy Knight. What an interesting combination," her tone amused but sharp. A clerk stutters.
They are two D-rank adventurers who just arrived from Rondom.
Everyone's sensing something's off. A sharply dressed man turns to Matilda.
Who are these two, Matilda?
Elma stands tall in armor, Luce slightly behind, both silent, bracing. An extreme close-up on a narrowed eye. D-rankers from Rondom. That flicker says it all. Someone's lying or things are deeply wrong. Luce flinches violently, wide-eyed and trembling, startled by something unseen. A subordinate confirms, "Why yes," and it appears that they have conquered the Centipede's gallery dreamhole. Another voice cuts in firmly.
I believe their capabilities to be much higher than D rank.
The blonde, armored man blinks.
2 D rankers conquered the Centipede's gallery?
And it's a team of a Pierrot and a heavy knight. The long-haired woman tilts her head. Interesting, already piecing it together. She flips documents, muttering.
How fascinating.
I had assumed either class was not well suited for defeating Dreamlords, and yet, her assumption's crumbling fast. Elma thinks. The air was tense, so I thought she'd send US away, but now I believe she will hear US out. A fragile hope forms. Seated behind a cluttered desk, the guild official exhales slowly through a pipe.
I almost find myself curious.
Not impressed, just intrigued, and that's dangerous. Elma realizes. Rather, IT feels AS if she sees right through me, making me nervous. But adds, relieved. But I can tell her observing I isn't questioning. It's assessment, not suspicion. The official leans forward.
But with no feathers in your caps, it appears to me that you two are simply aiming for higher than should be allowed.
Your skills alone would mean you're beyond C rank. Still, why would 2-rank adventurers challenge a Dreamlord? Every word cuts deep. A woman in dark robes smirks. You both appear to be confident in your class and dreamhole information.
Heh. As long as you two aren't in a hurry to die.
Her amusement feels like a dare. One standing figure sweats internally. And no, I have a feeling there's much more to her than that explanation can provide. She deduced all of that just from the little bit of information I shared. Then, awed and fearful. So this is what a guildmaster is like in a land famed for high-level dreamholes. The seated woman lifts her gaze.
And you are knowledgeable of dreamholes.
Before they answer, she continues. Very well. You lack timidity, have a brash attitude. You have refined features. Like cataloging specimens. The long loose freezes fret, eyes bulging.
She's already figured out that much?
Panic floods her. This wasn't supposed to happen. Clutching his arm, Luce whimpers internally.
Luce is too obvious. The jig is up, I suppose.
Out loud. MEP. A squeak of terror while he stays stone-faced. Elma bows, voice steady. Thank you very much for your time. We just came from extreme situation in the Centipede's gallery and felt the need to report it. My name is Elymas. This is Luce. We are adventurers from Rondom. Elma and Luce stand before Halen Howrod, seated amid books and vials, calm, poised, waiting. The air hums with unspoken questions. Halen smiles faintly.
You might have surmised as much, young man, but I am connected to one of Count Howrod's branch families. I am Hylen Howrod. I am the guild master of Lacarina.
Then dismissively, HRM, I see. There is more I'd like to inquire about, but I'll leave it for another time. Elma realizes, branch families serve as guild masters to link nobility and guild. Lacarina holds heavy political weight, and that explains why Halen read his bloodline so easily. A sidebar shows the rock centipede. Feared Dreamlord, massive, lightning-fast recovery, relentless charges. Many fall, not from strength, but patience. The blonde man points to a report.
The two of you have done admittedly well to conquer the Centipede's gallery.
Even he can't deny the facts. He thinks, I feel like making small chat with this woman could be very, very dangerous. Luchistamirs.
That makes sense. I mean, I get it.
While Elma watches silently. Another man, earrings glinting, sweating, thinks, not to mention, there's something else I have even greater misgivings about. Halen knows too much. If I show her a chink in my armor, she'll realize I have information from outside this world. He clenches fists. I know I shouldn't rush to simple conclusions, but I'm between a rock and a hard place. I'm starting to wonder if the mastermind behind existence evolution is someone in the Howrod household. In another chamber, a hooded figure asks casually,
What of it?
You appear to be thinking of something. The silence weighs heavier than steel. On a distant shore, mud churns as a monstrous crab-like creature heaves on a land. Multi-eyed, mandibles dripping, chest marked with a sun sigil. Something ancient stirs. Back in the chamber, the blonde man thinks. Could very well be the one pulling the strings of the existence evolution. The person sitting before me. His suspicion hardens into fear. The woman with the staff leans forward.
You're the one who said you had something you wanted to report to me, no?
Her tone isn't inviting. It's a trapdoor opening. Her smirk deepens.
And simply a bold move to try and boast of your accomplishments to me while piquing my interest.
Or was the abnormal situation all a bald-faced lie? She's not accusing. She's inviting confession. Her hands tighten on the staff.
I was interested enough to play along with this little charade of yours.
The word charade hangs like smoke. She knew. She always knew. Elma pales. Beside him, Luce gasps, mouth open, eyes wide. The charade is over, and the real test has just begun. A close-up, just an eye and mouth, and the voice drops. Existence evolution. The air tightens. Elma and Luce stand before a seated figure in the sanctum, documents in hand. They report. The rock centipede in Centipede's gallery underwent existence evolution. Guild records confirm the dream hole is brand new, barely mapped. The seated authority, back turned, long hair draped, says calmly, existence evolution of dream lords causes severe monster damage. Elma adds he reported it directly because it feels like an omen, something starting. Then wait, existence evolution. The figure jerks, voice cracking with shock. Elma and Luce stay still, but the room shifts. This is no longer paperwork. A blonde armored man snaps up, gripping a document. Did you say the Dream Lord of Centipede's gallery underwent existence evolution? His tone is urgent. He's not doubting, just realizing how bad it is. A long-haired official slams her teacup down, wham, spilling tea as she shrieks. How could that happen? That dream hole's only 2 weeks old. Her panic is raw. This shouldn't be possible. A spiky-haired man sweats, eyes narrowed. Is this an act? He scans for tells. This reeks of setup, and he doesn't buy it. Another official trembles. Hey, are you telling the truth? One misstep, and we're in hell. Someone thinks silently. She wouldn't make that face if acting, especially with Halrod lineage. That tale hits hard. A woman in dark robes sits still, fingers on a desk with test tubes and half-drunk tea. She says nothing, but her silence screams louder than any outburst. Elma, using alias Elymas, steps forward, arms open. Yes, Guildmaster. That's why we reported it immediately. He states facts, not pleas. It's more dangerous that way. A blonde woman in uniform tries to downplay. All that happens is its level goes up a bit, right? But her wide eyes betray her doubt. Matilda stammers an apology while a long-haired authority shouts. Matilda, why wasn't I informed immediately? The tension is thick enough to cut. The blonde woman doubles down, voice shaking. We don't even know what skills it would have. There are almost no recorded cases of Dream Lord existence evolution. It's unprecedented. Then the gut punch. Level 60 rocks Centipede to near level 80. A dark-robed woman leans forward, sweating. Did you say a bit? That's not a bit, that's apocalypse. The dark-robed woman finally speaks, flustered. Why, you have a point. Forgive my indiscretion. She looks embarrassed, while a man beside her watches silently. The chaos spreads. The blonde armored man throws his hands up. Do we have any parties in Lacarina who can beat a level 80 monster blind? The fan-wielding woman adds dryly. We don't even know where Dream Lord evolution happens. They're not just scared, they're lost. The fan-wielding woman frowns, thinking, is this really possible? How could their ragged appearance be an act? She's struggling to reconcile their look with the claim. Slip, crash, a teacup shatters. The receptionist gasps, oh, like the whole guild is one nervous system, and that cup tripped the breaker. The armored man cuts through. We must either issue a raid quest with B-rank adventurers, or go to the main household. A second teacup trembles on the table. Tremble, tremble, as if the building holds its breath. Finally, the seated authority speaks calmly. I'm not here to blame. I won't make your names public. Answer honestly. Was a wandering triggered? Did anyone die? Then gently. Either way, you did well to survive and report it. Elma and Luce exchange a frozen glance. A simple, hangs in the air. They're not lying. They're just unprepared for how deep this has gone. Elma clears his throat. No. We've already conquered Centipede's gallery. He says it like handing over a receipt. Matilda's earlier report? Confirmed. Halen, long hair, high collar. Let's out a sharp HMH? Eyes widen, sweat beads. Even she didn't see this coming. Elma nods. Yes, that's what I mentioned. Halen leans forward, voice cracking. In the dream hole? Why you defeated it? She sounds less guildmaster, more stunned witness. The blonde armor man smirks, watching Elma's pendant glint. I think Halen has no idea what's going on. He's amused, not worried, which is worse. A dark-robed official flips a book, stunned. Is it even possible? You're D-rank with minimal gear. She connects the dots fast and realizes that's how threatening existence evolution is. Then, she assumed you panicked and fled. Halen exhales, fingers steepled. I see. So you've already presented it to the guild. Her tone is calm, but calculation flickers behind her eyes. She's catching up fast. She stands. I've exchanged it for gold. It's in our guild safe. An off-panel voice yelps. WH, where is its magic stone? The room tilts. That stone was evidence. Rusu kuringingutu iruma kabaza hamasu. Kohuzu shiapuri. Ehemu. Zenretsu auto e silento scream. Kya. She's not just overwhelmed. She sees how deep the hole goes. Matilda steps in smoothly. If you're looking for your tea, you dropped it off your desk. Halen doesn't look up. She's processing a live grenade wrapped in velvet. Halen snaps. Bring me it at once, Matilda. Pen still in hand, eyes locked ahead. No room for error. The staffer scrambles. Why, yes, ma'am. Right away. An older woman barks. No, I mean a magic stone, you dolt. The staffer freezes, then pivots. Another cup of tea, coming right up. Absurd but tense. A seated woman clears her throat, ahem, while a clown-costumed woman grins. I thought she was scary, but now kinda cute. The armored man beside her stays silent, eyes closed, checked out. Halen turns to Elma and Luce, voice steel-cold. I'm certain you had no strategy. A beat. Then, reluctantly, well done defeating the existence-evolved Dreamlord. Not praise, acknowledgement of the impossible. She leans in, voice dropping. But what bothers me most is why it happened there. I'm deeply interested in how a Pierrot and Heavy Knight, Derank, pulled it off. She's not curious. She's probing. The blonde armored man cuts in, tight-faced. Do you honestly have no clues? He demands truth. Elma doesn't flinch. He holds his ground. Halen closes her book with a soft click. Now that the dream hole has disappeared. She doesn't finish. Disappeared. Not sealed, not collapsed. Gone. A calm, long-haired woman says softly, I cannot express vague conjectures to mere adventurers as guildmaster. Elma and Luce stand exposed. The weight of that title hangs heavy. Text flashes. The forbidden Greatwood, unexplorable, ignored, spawns countless high-level dream holes. It's considered the worst, most confined area of the great continent. Pieces click. None fit. The blond man presses. Strange disasters often occurred near the forbidden Greatwood. He narrows his eyes. Is it happening now? Near a city full of adventurers? The long-haired woman clasps her hands. The implication is deafening. Elma cuts in firmly. So everything beyond that will be her conjectures. He draws a line. And honestly, I love this. Halen smiles faintly, pen tapping. However, I won't answer that. I appreciate your swift understanding, Elymas, or whatever. That whatever. Oof. She reminds him, you're playing a role. And she holds a script. She rises, fan in hand. The guild and Howlrod household shall investigate. Thank you for your report. Then, contradicting herself, but there is nothing to fear. I will not take this lightly. Reassurance wrapped in threat. As they leave, Elma thinks, I assumed this was triggered by human hands, and yet, his certainty cracks. If not human, what was it? He bows politely, voice edged with unease. Thank you for your time. Luce walks beside him, silent, shoulders tight. As they step out, his final thought lingers. Though, something about this feels disconcerting. Yeah, it does. A uniformed woman shouts in shock.
Lady Hylen, are you certain? You're going to allow them to leap past C rank just like that?
While the blonde, armored man chokes out.
B rank?
And the clown-costumed woman watches, silent but intensely focused. Halen sits calmly, pen in hand. There isn't a guild worker in any other city who would dare question my decisions. She leans forward. Yes, and my word is law. I was directly appointed guild master of Lacarina by the lord of these lands. The long-haired woman with the fan tilts her head. What are you prattling about? My role is to reward skilled adventurers with suitable status. Halen smiles. The only thing I expect is your continued success. When asked if she wants something in return, she replies, Well, I greatly appreciate what you're doing for us, and leaves it hanging. The clown-costumed woman claps wildly, sparkles flying.
That sounded so cool.
Like she just witnessed something legendary. From behind her desk, overlooking the city, the long-haired woman fans herself slowly. Your successes reflect this guild and our nation. It's not praise, it's branding. The pyramid on her desk catches the light, hinting at deeper intent. A soft kohan ahem clears the air as she says, also, while this matter is wholly unrelated, the narration reveals, they politely declined Halen's job offer, but were still promoted to B rank. The spiky-haired man mutters, so that's what you're really after, and he's right. She continues, now recruiting, and B rank and up would be ideal. I'm thinking of adding more members to our guild. The clown-costumed woman and spiky-haired man stand before her desk like candidates, even though no one asked them to apply. The clown-costumed woman claps again. eyes wide.
That sounded so cool.
Still fully invested in the political drama unfolding. Back at the desk, the long-haired woman repeats, "Your successes reflect this guild and our nation." This time, the pyramid glints sharply. You realize this is empire building, not diplomacy. A side profile of a woman, eyes closed, says, "Also, while this matter is wholly unrelated to what I'm about to say," as if reciting a legal disclaimer. The narrative already knows where this is headed. The spiky-haired, caped figure states firmly, "So that's what you're really after?" The narration confirms. They turned down Halen's offer, but got promoted anyway. The clown-costumed woman watches quietly, like she's taking mental notes. The long-haired woman closes the loop, and B rank and up would be ideal. I'm thinking of adding more members to our guild. No ambiguity. Elma and Luce are now assets, whether they like it or not. The jester outfit character holds the poisonous Kalapata dagger, fingers trembling. Are you really okay with someone like me equipping this expensive weapon? Item box flashes. Recommended level 70, plus 28 attack, 28 million gold. They stride down the street, grinning. It's high time we find ourselves a talented blacksmith. Now that we're officially B-rank adventurers. Agreed. Elma walks beside them, calm, but not leading for once. Elma gestures toward the dagger. It would be a greater waste to sell it. High attack stat, and it pairs well with your Lady Luck skill tree. Greater chance to poison enemies. He's strategizing, not selling. The jester character pivots. Then how about we find a delicious restaurant in the near future? Elma stares. Silence. She bounces on her toes. We could even afford dessert. Then stutters, BB but. If we sold it, then we could stuff our faces with yummy food, revealing this is as much a food arc as a gear upgrade. Elma proposes using mithril and black steel ingots for armor and weapons, and notes it'll cost more than the dagger alone. No panique. Just cold math. They're done playing. The short-haired girl nods. We might not even find one of that caliber in this town. But grins, of course I don't mind. Then we'll walk around like banks. With 30 million gold, they kinda do. Processing Dreamhole metals requires a blacksmith with a specific skill tree. High-level blacksmiths here are far rarer than in-game. Silhouetted hammer strikes, and sparks emphasize how scarce this expertise is. After half a day chasing rumors, they learn of a level 60 blacksmith, but the barkeeper warns, the best are locked away by nobles or royal forges. Local top-tier max out at level 40. This isn't hard. It's designed to be impossible. The barkeeper leans in. The one man who told us about him said not to expect much. Stories say he's a stubborn, narrow-minded, foul old man. No amount of gold would make him work for you. Cue ominous music, and our heroes walking straight in. The clown outfit character knocks on a rickety door. We're looking for a blacksmith named Veruga. Excuse me? Is anyone home? The door creaks open, just a sliver. They stand outside a crumbling shack. The white-robed character frowns. This doesn't look like a top-tier blacksmith's home. The clown outfit character shivers. Just seeing it makes me nervous. Same. Suddenly, a hammer whistles past their heads and embeds in the ground. The clown yelps, "EP, I'm sorry. Please forgive us." From inside, a voice roars. "I told you I ain't gonna forge no sword for a rotten-minded whelp like you." Then quieter. "You're back again, you little shit." Finally, almost amused. "Ah, you're not that nasty little thing." "Wait, what?" Inside, the bearded man with goggles sighs. "There've been bothersome adventurers lately. Forgive me for yelling at you two." He's not kind, he's exhausted. And that's worse. The long-haired woman tries diplomacy. "I understand your frustration with strange characters forcing ridiculous jobs." But he cuts her off, hammer in hand. Great. He's even more narrow-minded than I thought. He's rejecting her, and the system she represents. Sir Veruga turns, hammer raised. "But there are two kinds of brats I don't like." His voice drops. "Listen up, you brat. I know you probably came because you had a job for me." He's not talking to them. He's talking to every adventurer who ever thought gold buys respect. He leans in, eyes blazing. The first are conceited whelps, and insincere liars who try to flatter me. The listener, small, young, doesn't flinch. This isn't negotiation. It's initiation. The jester-clad girl steps forward, hands clasped. "Sir Veruga, are you being bothered by an adventurer right now?" She doesn't beg. She asks, and in that moment, you see why he might listen. Veruga thinks, irritated, "Why am I getting lectured after exchanging a single pleasantry?" Elma chuckles. Nowadays, those are the only two types of adventurers around. When integrity is rare, it becomes the ultimate flex. Elma stands arms crossed, grim. Luce gapes beside him. Off panel, someone recounts a troublemaker shouting, "I'll pay, so just shut up, go back there, and make me a sword that'll suit me." Elma's jaw tightens. He knows that voice, and he hates it. The bearded man with the dice headpiece slams his fist. Oof. I was ready to lay more gold on the line. Glad I didn't. Then glares, if I was in it for the gold. Do you really think I'd be living a place like this? He's not poor. He's principled. The woman in striped armor smiles. Well, with that, we'll leave you to it. Elma and Luce stand relaxed, relieved. But Veruga mutters, fists clenched. I ain't some man who just bows down to others, you hear me? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Good. Anger means he's listening. The white-haired, armored man appears at the door, glaring. Follow me. Then snaps. Are you going to keep me standing here and talk? Be more considerate. He's not inviting them in. He's commanding them. And for the first time, they move without hesitation. Inside, 3 clown-costumed figures scramble. And no, sir. We're coming right now. If you're not coming in, then get out. One whispers to Luce, seeking guidance. And in that moment, you realize they're not just followers. They're learning. Veruga hammers the anvil, sparks flying. I can't forge a weapon that makes them a hero just by owning it. Something like that shouldn't exist. It's the person themselves that comes first. Elma rolls his eyes internally, but he's processing, not tuning out. Elma thinks, but he's right. He's lecturing us on not taking our lives lightly. A masked figure with huge goggles cuts in. It'll just end in your deaths. If you're too eager for success, that ain't yours. I bet you two are trying to boost attack power with gold. Einshaw. Ouch. He sees them. Elma steps forward, calm. Based on your convictions, I'd like you to listen to what we have to say, and then make your decision. The jester girl adds softly, please just hear us out a little. They're not begging. They're offering evidence. That changes everything. The bearded man snorts, seated. I'll hear you out. Not that it'll change my mind. A hand slides a sealed box across the table. A SWOM. This isn't a request. It's a challenge. Elma lifts the box. I want to request you to make a sword with this. Veruga's eyes widen. WH. This is dot. The box hits the table with a KTUNK. You feel the weight of what's inside. He lifts the hammer, opens the box, and freezes. Whispering, could it be? Is this mithril? His face shows awe, disbelief, and slow respect. This isn't just metal. It's proof. He jumps up, sweating. I won't do it. Then louder. No. Handing over a weapon of such caliber to weaklings goes against my convictions. But hesitates. You want me to forge a mithril sword? Finally, voice cracking. This is an undertaking I must accept as a blacksmith. He's in. Elma speaks clearly. In addition to that, acquired this after defeating a mithril golem. He gestures to the box. Sir Veruga, if you will. Luce and I, for the first time, he doesn't hide behind aliases. He owns it. Elma flips open his B-rank ID card. Elymas EUG Chin, and states flatly, we are both B-rank adventurers. Veruga stares, sweat beading. Off-panel, a voice scoffs. A B-rank adventurer defeated a mithril golem with beginner's armor. This isn't credibility. It's legend. 2 young onlookers burst out. Really? The short-haired one claps, eyes sparkling. They're not spectators. They're believers. And that matters more than gold. Sir Elymas peers through binoculars, lowers them. You've passed my inspection, but let it be known that it's just barely that. Pause. Then grudgingly. I suppose you too possess some strength. It's not praise. It's permission. For Veruga, highest honor. A hand slams the ruinous rune onto the table. KTUNK. Text flashes. Sale price. 20 million gold. A rune that brings ruin. Weapons embedded receive 30% attack boost. The rune goes silent. This isn't just power. It's danger. And they're handing it over like lunch money. Luce leans in. That's a good point. Including it in a mithril sword increases its long-term viability. The short-haired girl turns to Sir Elymas. Why don't you have him embed the ruinous rune into it too? They're not clients anymore. They're collaborators. Sir Elymas stares at the rune, jaw tight. This is going to be a much larger job than I'd anticipated. He glances up, genuinely surprised. Why you have this rare of an item too? The last wall crumbles. He's accepting them. Not just the commission. Narration confirms. A set of black steel armor and embedding the ruinous rune into the sword. For 4 million gold total. The blonde character murmurs, relieved. He wasn't planning on fighting with that iron armor. Thank goodness. Now I know. They didn't just win a commission. They won trust. Elymas and Luce sit debating resale strategy. Sir Elymas, I think we should give up on trying to sell that. If we did this, that, and then this with this skill book, we could sell it for even more. Narration adds. It took a few days to complete. During that time, Luce and I went sightseeing and gathered info. They're not idle. They're building. The forge door swings open. The time's come to meet my new mithril sword. One declares, sprinting forward. Chirp chirp, as a tiny creature follows, wings fluttering. This isn't gear acquisition. It's homecoming. Veruga shouts from the doorway. I've got no weapon to sell you anyway. This was something I was hired to forge. Sir Elymas doesn't flinch. I'm not telling you to give it to me. I'm telling you to sell me that sword. Luce watches tense. This isn't a dispute. It's a final test of principle. Veruga snaps. Enough with your antics, magic swordsman. Sir Elymas lunges. Luce cries. Are you all right, Sir Elymas? Tension Bex. But here's the twist. Veruga knows who he's talking to. And that changes everything. Then laughter. Mukimbuisa, Botswana. Grandpa. Don't tell me this is the weakling you forged that mithril sword for. Another dryly. Were you, the great blacksmith, Veruga, that desperate for gold? A third whispers. Is this one of their skills? I can hear them, but I can't see them. Veruga stands frozen. They know. All of them. The chapter ends, not with a sword, but with footsteps approaching the open door. Hilda snaps.
I'm 17, ass.
Behind her, a fur-trimmed armored man and a tiny crowned girl stand still, watching like it's a royal execution. She adds, eyes narrowed, teeth bared.
You Sawyer do look like you're underestimating me.
It's not negotiation. It's a declaration of war over a sword no one's seen yet. From the right, a spiky-haired armored guy cuts in.
Ever heard the story of a magic swordsman who has a second name, the Blackened Flameblade? Yo, clunky knight.
The crowned girl blinks. The fur-armored man doesn't move. The air just got heavier. The jester girl points to Sir Veruga, half hidden in shadow. He should be easier to talk to than the stubborn old fart there. Then grins.
Heh, now that the owner is here, we can cut the crap.
Elma steps forward, voice tight.
Absolutely not. I need it. I asked him to make it for me.
His expression is granite. He's staking a claim, not asking. The jester girl shouts.
Sell me the damn mithril sword.
Then calmly.
I just have one thing to say.
No priambid. Just raw demand. She softens slightly, smiling.
I know if I give you 30 million gold for it, that's enough.
The mithril sword gleams on the table.
Look, I'm not going to strike some hard bargain.
Elma, spiky hair, clenched jaw, cuts in.
Besides, 30 million isn't even close to what it would take. Like I said, I'm not selling.
The jester girl sneers.
Heh, Yano, I bet that's a number so big. You twerps can't even wrap your puny brains around it.
Elma's face flushes red, grinding his teeth. A massive downward slash rips through the room. The spiky-haired man in fur armor swings hard. A long-haired woman in dark robes ducks low, barely avoiding it. It's not aimed at anyone. It's a warning. I'm done talking. A crossbow lies shattered on the floor. Limbs snapped, metal twisted. Clatter echoes. High-end gear turned to firewood. No one flinches. Luce freezes mid-breath, fists clenched, mouth open in shock. Speed lines swirl. She didn't see it coming. Neither did anyone else. Elma holds his sword ready, stance coiled. The clown-costumed woman watches from the side, arms crossed, sharp-eyed, unreadable. She's not scared. She's analyzing. The long-haired, armored figure leans in.
Be a good boy and sell me the sword.
Then quieter.
Had my mood been worse, I would have lobbed your head off. But that's all a heavy knight can muster.
The camera zooms on the sword spiked, Batwing guard. The clown-costumed woman rushes forward.
And what are you thinking? Suddenly attacking someone like that?
Behind her, the blonde armored man asks.
Hey, are you all right, Sir Elymas?
Elma hasn't moved. Sword up, breathing steady. He's waiting. Close up on the sword's jagged guard, catching light like a predator's grin. No words, just a weapon and what it means. Back in the forge, Elma fires back.
You landing a sucker punch in the form of a slice proves nothing.
Hilda tilts her head.
It was a mere display of how utterly powerless you are compared to me.
The blonde armored man watches, silent but calculating. The blonde armored man asks coolly.
And what are you going to wager?
Hilda replies instantly.
Bring it on. As long as you wager that mithril sword.
Then grins.
Then should you and I take this outside and duke it out?
Elma stares.
The hell?
Hilda escalates.
But, not only will I give up on the sword, I'll pay you whatever the market price it has as if you sold it.
She spreads her arms.
How about that? See? Now you got no reason to run away like babies.
Then, smirking.
Ha! I, the great Hilda, ain't gonna lose to you scrubs.
Sir Veruga steps in.
Battles comparing actual power are unfair when up against one, so yo.
He pauses.
Magic swordsmen specialize in one-on-one battles. You shouldn't agree to her provoking, lad.
He's warning, not scolding. Luce leans forward.
Because if so, I'll happily accept your offer.
Elma turns sharply.
Are those the conditions you're agreeing to?
She nods. This isn't play anymore. It's a contract in steel. The jester girl panics.
No one can stand a chance in duels with one at that level. Even I know that.
Turning to Elma.
Even I think this is a bad idea, Sir Elymas. You'll be going up against a B-rank magic swordsman.
Her voice cracks. She's terrified for him. A long-haired figure snaps.
And if we get our hands on tens of millions of gold, it's worth it.
Then mutters.
Time to chastise you for your actions, Hilda.
Elma sighs.
But now she's pissed off. I was just planning on ignoring her.
Hilda rolls her eyes.
You'll regret this.
Then sweetly.
Thank the gods you're a moron.
She calls out.
Dimma call over a guild attendant to serve as a witness to our battle.
The long-haired guy grits his teeth. She's escalating and enjoying it. Outdoor training yard, fence, wooden building, two distant figures standing like sentinels. They're still, tension thick. This is where words become steel. Kurak kuru, pashan e hando suramuzu down, suodo meetingu samushingu anshin, sparkusu flyingu. A grunt. HMPH. The calm shatters. It's here now. A bearded armored man sprints toward Elma.
I can't fathom what you're trying to do. You keep undoing a skill you go out of your way to cast.
Elma stands frozen, goggles askew, wild hair sticking up. He's not confused, he's calculating. Elma raises his sword.
Life shield.
A system window flashes. Common skill. Sacrifice up to 20% of your HP to activate. The sacrificed HP becomes a shield with equal durability. A lion-haired figure mutters.
That doesn't make it any clearer.
The armored man shrugs.
It's HP management.
In this world, survival is math. Spend 20% HP to live, you do it. The long-haired woman with the fan nods.
You have a point.
Elma frowns.
I can't see a reason why you would use no defense spared. So.
Lucha blitz.
Can you win, Sir Elymas?
She's not doubting him. She's begging the universe to say yes. The long-haired woman explains. They possess practical long-distance magic attacks. Elma finishes grimly.
She has long-range attacks, so if I go against her with my defense stat of 0, we might both just end up dead.
System box confirms. Defense, 0. 1 hit, 6 times damage. Total annihilation or suicide. Elma looks calm.
It's a bit cowardly and I don't like it.
He pauses.
I've already calculated my chance for victory.
Veruga urges.
Then you should flee while you still can.
Elma is past fear. He's in the zone. Luce stares at Elma's intense smirk and whispers.
Why you're making a creepy face, Sir Elymas.
Then, to herself.
But magic swordsmen tend to have a warped thought process.
She's right. When your brain runs on risk, calculus, and dragon rage, normal doesn't apply. Gussin up. Luce stomps forward, finger jab.
Don't you be doing anything funny to my brand new sword. You hear me? I've brought them along, you stinky heavy knight.
She's not just defending the sword. She's defending him. And that's the most dangerous thing in the room. A white-haired ponytail character smirks, muttering that magic swordsmen think alike, and especially Hilda. The air feels heavy with unspoken tension. Elma stands calm on a dusty path, sword at his side, and asks plainly, "What is your question?" The blonde armored man replies, "Sure, unsure but committed." The blonde armored man steps forward, urgent. Since they're fighting with skills, they need to run through a what-if first. He confirms the terms, then snaps at Luce, pulling her from silent panic. Hilda's associate speaks tightly. What happens? Elma answers flatly. If one dies, that's it. No appeals, no second chances. A long-haired woman offers to stop if either hesitates, but Elma cuts in calmly. He only wanted confirmation. He thanks her, turns to Hilda, and begins. No fanfare, just fate locking in. Hilda grins, says she's fine with the terms, then snarls. Are you trying to piss me off, you moron? She means it. Her tone sharpens the air. A woman in formal attire says then, and the clearing erupts. One slashes with a curved blade, another holds a long sword ready. Scritch cracks like a whip. This is the point of no return. 3 voices shout.
Begin.
The spiky-haired armored man yells.
Life shield.
And
Dragon Ridge Death Gaze.
As lightning flares, the jester dashes forward with a spiked mace. blur lines trailing. Pure speed, pure chaos. Same explosive burst from another angle. Shield crackles, mace whips, voice yells.
Begin.
Again, the ground shakes, you feel without sound. Close up on Hilda, eyes narrow, teeth gritted, fury radiating. She's not just angry, she's offended, and that's when things get dangerous. System window. Dragon Ridge Death Gaze, special skill. Boost attack and speed by 100% only when HP at most 20%. Lightning surges around the sword. He's betting on bleeding out to win. It's insane and deliberate. Hilda gets hit hard, slides back with 0 RSH. Curved blade barely keeping her upright. Stunned, but not down. A gloved hand grips a sword hilt. Lightning crawling up the blade like veins. Silence hums with building magic. Hilda crouches, panting. What sort of weird skill is that? Her disbelief cracks her confidence. Luce screams, I told you to never use that skill. But Elma activates. No defense spared. A common skill that sets defense to 0 for full attack boost, while HP less than 50%, draining MP continuously. He's not dodging. He's inviting the hit. A robed figure leaps back twice.
Leap.
Leap, sword high, evading unseen danger. Not retreat. Repositioning. Every move is calculated. The jester costumed spellcaster crouches, forming a fireball labeled
Blaze.
Flame coalescing fast. Her mace lies forgotten. This isn't support. It's escalation. She pulls the fireball close, eyes hidden, warns, watch closely from a distance. Behind her, the robed figure braces, sword raised, aura flickering. The countdown ticks in your chest. Spiky-haired character's face fills the panel. Wide eye, gritted teeth, sweat beading. 2 exclamation points hover. You just saw something that rewrote the fight's rules. The armored man raises his sword vertically. Energy and flame erupting along the blade. Black impact circles blooming. He's not attacking. He's unleashing. Bay-a-boom. A massive explosion rips through the wasteland. Rocks fly, dust chokes the air. Armored man reels back. In the distance, a figure stands engulfed in flames. Weapon raised at the epicenter. It wasn't a miss. It was a target. Luce's face, close up, mouth open, eyes bulging, screams.
Huh.
She's indoors or trapped, and whatever happened broke her brain. Another impact, swoosh, shatters rock near Hilda, mid-motion, weapon drawn. Debris flies past. She's still standing, but the ground feels unstable. Sir Veruga and Luce freeze, mouths agape, eyes locked off panel. Their shared shock says everything. This shouldn't be possible. Wide shot. A crater dominates the clearing, dust settling. For figures scattered. One sprinting towards center, 2 frozen near wood, and a light-haired jester shrieking.
Wait, what?
The duel didn't end. It exploded. Luce throws hands up, voice cracking, pause. Time out. Stop. She's not asking. She's begging. Desperate. This is survival, not strategy. She slams her mace down, clatter, and shouts louder. Are your ears for show? I'm calling a timeout. Please stay away from me. Panic raw, unfiltered. She's disarming live. Pointing at her discarded weapon. Don't come closer. Look, I threw it down. It's not surrender. It's proof. In this world, proof buys seconds. But the spiky-haired armored man keeps advancing. Energy crackling, fists clenched, eyes locked ahead. Rumble, punch, he ignores the timeout. Rules no longer apply to him. Lucha breaks. Sweat pouring, voice trembling. I lost. I surrender. I give up. Not graceful. Human. She wasn't trying to win. She was trying to live. The armored man stops. Not from fatigue, but satisfaction. Eyes sharp, unreadable, holding a scroll before his face. He didn't overpower her. He made her choose to stop. A long-haired man with a nose ring thinks, if you threaten them, they'll surrender. I was confident she would. He predicted it. Someone else did too. 2 black panels flash thoughts. Is that how magic swordsmen ensure safety? And the thought process I mentioned earlier. Not exposition. The puzzle clicking, slowly, dangerously. Reflection. Magic knights perish if they quit at the wrong time. They trade endurance for power, embrace drawbacks, and sometimes the smartest move is to stop before the math catches up. Luce did exactly that. A blonde woman stammers. Oh, of course. Please announce the results. Flustered, caught between protocol and disbelief. The verdict is coming.
Victory goes to Sir Elymas.
Elma stands tall, sword in hand, and scathed. Behind him, the jester sits defeated, but alive. The mithril sword is still his. The crowd is silent. Nobody saw that coming. The jester jumps up, furious. You were the one who wouldn't stop. I had no choice but to surrender, pissant. Elma deadpants. Cut the crap. I only said I wanted a timeout. It's no longer about the fight. It's about who controls the story. Hilda steps in. I see. Follow the pre-battle agreement, or we take action. The guild won't recognize protests. She's enforcing. And she's right. The jester tries. At least accept my offer of 20 million gold? Then defiantly, as if I, the great Hilda, would ever revoke the terms. She's not backing down. She's rebranding loss as principle. Luce matevs, stingy. Oh, I get it, but still. Elma cuts in firm. Absolutely not. No debate. No wiggle room. The sword stays with him. Period. Sir Veruga leans in low. Hey there, boy. Not angry, curious. Like he just realized the real game wasn't about the sword. Lou snaps. Don't say this was all a sham. Elma interrupts. It isn't? This sword's sale price isn't near 30 million. I feel awkward saying this. He's correcting the record, honestly. He gestures to the mithril sword, voice softening. Well, it'd be best if you took a look yourselves. He's not hiding. He's inviting scrutiny. Truth doesn't fear inspection. System window. Mithril sword. Level 70, plus 46 attack, sale price, 51,500,000 gold. Embedded with ruinous rune. Luce's face distorts. FFFFFF, as Elma holds it out. The number explains why everyone wanted it, and why Elma refused to sell. A spiky-haired man with a scythe and bare shield lunges, veins bulging, screaming that someone stole 50 million coins from him, and calls him a shithead. His rage makes the air crackle. Elma grabs Luce's arm and yells, "Let's get out of here!" as they run, muttering under his breath, "Ah, I see. She sold her weapons." A long-haired observer asks if the fleeing pair is the heavy knight Hilda mentioned, just as the scythe wielder wishes forward, shouting, "As if I'd let you flee." 3 figures blur, 2 running, 1 closing in fast. The fur-armored blonde points at 2 distant figures, yelling they cheated him out of money with shady tactics. His robed master stands calm, dagger ready. Another blonde thinks, they're probably the Black and Flameblade. Their aura confirms it. The ground rumbles with dread. A light-haired woman with a forehead gem steps forward. "I wanted to meet you after hearing what Hilda said." She names him plainly. Carlos. Magic swordsman. A-rank adventurer. No fanfare, just cold recognition. Dust settles. Elma stands tall, mithril sword in hand, and scathed. Luce crouches nearby, shaken but alive. Hilda glares, arms crossed, rejecting surrender. The blonde armored man watches silently from the edge, calculating. Hilda's spiky-haired associate says quietly, "The Black and Flameblade is a true powerhouse. I don't think I could cross swords with him at our current level." He's not boasting. He's admitting limits. The light-haired woman turns sharply, not at Hilda or Elma, but the unseen party, and asks flatly, "Is it true you cheated Hilda out her gold?" The room freezes. That question sinks deep. Elma holds up the mithril sword. This is the result. "We settled it in a strength duel. I won." Then casually adds, "She approached me, demanding I hand over my mithril sword." A long-haired woman with a triangular forehead gem locks eyes on the speaker, just stares. Not angry, not curious. Pure assessment. The panel labels it, stare. That's all it needs. A spiky-haired blonde girl blinks, confused. The long-haired figure. Only legs and robe visible, sighs. "I see. I thought so." Like she'd been waiting for this moment since breakfast. The tension shifts, but doesn't break. A masked character yelps.
"And master? What was that for?"
As he reels backward, clearly just smacked off panel. His shock is genuine. Cut to the blonde armored man, sword raised. Not to slash, but to flat strike the masked guy's shoulder.
"Ouch."
He yelps, stumbling back. It wasn't lethal. It was disciplinary, and that's scarier. The long-haired woman with the nose ring says coolly, "Besides, I never agreed to be your master." The armored man cuts in. "I only said I'd meet them." The masked guy protests. "What? You said you believed me." She replies, "I'd already expected you'd done that." She closes her eyes, sighs softly, smiles faintly, like watching an amusing puppet show. The masked guy stammers.
"And master?"
Then trails off.
But...
His realization dawns slow, painful, inevitable. Elma shrugs. "I agreed to Hilda's challenge because I thought it'd be good money." Then adds, "And no, I wasn't that bothered. I could have refused any time." He's stating facts, not making excuses. He turns to the light-haired woman with the cross emblem. "My mismanagement caused you hardship." She smiles. "You are a good person, Sir Elymas." Cue awkward squirming. Internally, Elma groans. "Bleg, he's so saint-like. It's making me uncomfortable." Sir Elymas says quietly. I wasn't blessed with many allies as a newcomer. No self-pity, just truth. That's why people follow him. Sir Elymas starts a mention payment, but stops, smiling. But it was worth it because I learned how to discern who I can trust. Not a victory lap. A lesson. In a world where betrayal is currency, that's rare. One suggests lunch. Perhaps not here. Why don't we go? Another nods. I understood. A third hands something over solemnly. Please do not return a single coin. This is for her sake. A tiny spiky-haired figure crumples with a crewish sound. Outside, Elma asks flatly, what was the matter you wanted to discuss? No fluff. Just straight to the point, because whatever's next is serious. At a tavern, someone reports, existence evolution is happening more often. Monsters pour from new dream holes, especially around Lacarina. The air thickens. This isn't random, it's a pattern. The speaker continues, I've been investigating dream holes solo in Lacarina. Then the real question, is it coincidence? Or is there a reason? Elma chews slowly, eyes unreadable. Silence says everything. A long-haired figure nods. Ah, perfect. I knew a talented adventurer, like you would know. The spiky-haired, armored guy leans in. Does this relate to the Centipedes Gallery incident? That name alone sends a chill. The long-haired character sighs. I failed to explore a certain dream hole. The spiky-haired guy stares. You failed? An A rank? Reply. In 2 weeks, I traveled alone. Failure here isn't weakness. It's the first step toward understanding what broke. Narration flashes. One of the most feared disasters in Magic World. When insane numbers of monsters flooded from a dream hole. They call it monster pools. Once it starts, there's no stopping it. The woman with the forehead gem and scarf states grimly. A single adventure doesn't stand a chance when a monster pool triggers. Then, chillingly, triggered. Not might. Not possibly. Triggered. He ties it together. All monster disasters likely share a common cause. Final line. So Amude's death wasn't isolated. The room freezes. Now they're chasing ghosts. The spiky-haired armored man says gravely. Then habitable areas for humans would shrink drastically. He's not speculating. He's projecting. If this spreads globally, civilization shrinks in isolated pockets. A long-haired person nods. I agree with Elymas. A short-haired figure interrupts, startled. Now you're exaggerating, then corrects. I don't believe it's an exaggeration. Even skeptics fold. That's how bad it is. The spiky-haired armored man exhales, sets his jaw. Let's move on to my request. No more dread. Now it's action time, and whatever he asks will hurt. Sir Elymas clasps her hands, looks at Elma and Luce. I want you two to join a raid quest with me. For the dream hole I failed to explore. Her tone leaves no room for debate. She names it, the Graveyard of Grief. Behind her, a stone tunnel leads to a pulsing portal. I want you to assist me in investigating and traversing it. Not clearing, not conquering, just surviving. The long-haired woman with the fan leans to Luce. He taught Hilda when to quit. He'll be cautious, then murmurs, but this feels ominous. When a most cautious person is nervous, you should be terrified. Sir Elymas tilts her head. Normally I'd agree, but I have reservations. Luce leans forward, clown mask hiding her face, and asks simply, what should we do, Sir Elymas? She's deferring, letting the saint lead. A short-haired figure with a crown-like headpiece clenches a fist. Then who else could stop it? They nod resolutely. I still want to join them. Not for safety, for necessity. A long-haired man with earrings stares into distance. Only I can do this. Quieter, as someone who remembers endlessly playing Magic World. He's not bragging, he's confessing. That memory might be the only key left. A hooded figure tells Hilda gently, don't feel forced to come. The fox-eared girl grins, fists tight. It's been a while since we got to swing our blades, master. Hilda isn't there, but her presence is everywhere. ZRSCH, ZRSCH, ZRSCH. 5 times, the sound of blades sliding free, synchronized in a forest clearing. Boots, sandals, armored tread, all stepping in unison. No words, just readiness. Close up on feet. 6 more ZRSCH sounds, sharper, tighter. 3 distinct pairs, elegant, bare, heavy, moving as one. This isn't a group, it's a unit. They march forward. Fox-eared girl left, hooded figure center. Elma, unmistakable in shadow, flanked by the blonde armored man, clown-costumed woman, and fan-wielding woman. Snow drifts. Crowds watch. This isn't a team. It's a storm heading for the Graveyard of Grief. A spiky-haired fang man mutters, I'm not sure about this. Luce, in her clown mask, asks the caped figure flatly, Master, did we really need this many people? He doesn't react, just stands like he's already mid-mission. Off-panel, someone whispers, why is the blackened flame blade's disciple carrying a scythe? Another jokes, maybe she acquired Scythe Tree? Idle chatter while waiting for trouble. The caped figure says calmly, it's not unfeasible for the situation to worsen. I gathered more adventurers for that reason. The spiky-haired man snaps. What if numbers become a hindrance? The master stays silent, already seeing the worst case. Luce tilts her head and asks, why did Sir Carlos agree to take Hilda as a disciple? Beside her, Elma stands arms crossed, silent but knowing. A fox-eared girl with a scythe growls, I wasn't being condescending. I am sorry. Luce jumps back, ACK, while two armored figures watch blankly. She shouts, gee, sorry for being the Hilda person. Luce flinches again, ACK, and the group collectively sighs, pretending not to hear. She deflates, muttering SWF soon, with a tiny cartoon fox above her head. Carlos stands beside her, staff in hand calm. Elma and Luce exchange glances. Carlos steps forward. I'm not doing anything exemplary to earn the title of master for this one. Behind her, the fox-eared girl growls, but Carlos doesn't look back. She's here by choice. In close-up, Carlos adds quietly, I believe the magic swordsman class is powerful. Her expression is serious, not boastful, just certain, like recalling something older than the current crisis. The fox-eared girl lets out a louder grrrgh. Garurudu. Carlos watches, serene, as if she's seen this before. Maybe she has. A twin-tailed girl with cat ear clips murmurs.
I could already foresee her overdoing things on her own and losing her life as a result.
Not judgment, just sorrow. Carlos explains, if we ignore them, they isolate and rot as adventurers. That makes them prone to party issues. Then adds they have high attack but are terribly inefficient. It's diagnosis, not criticism. In a mock combat grid, one adventurer yells, you don't get all the spoils. I'll take the boss. Off panel, someone notes, he has a point. The magic swordsman's benefits rarely help the party. The class wasn't built for teamwork. A long-haired figure in profile says quietly,
that was how I once was.
Then warns, if one panics, one will be unable to see the world from others' viewpoints. A hard-learned lesson. Standing in a sun-dappled grove, the long-haired woman says, I wished I had someone who could calmly advise me. I still feel that way. Her voice cracks slightly, honest, not weak. Everyone realizes, we're that someone now. She kneels, confessing. I used to lament how everyone was selfish. Unable to understand my peers, I suffered and rushed to succeed. The silence afterward is shared. Not awkward, just heavy. She lifts her head. That is why I called out to Hilda. Luce and Elma listen. In the corner, the white-haired ponytail character freezes. Mouth open, spear slack, as if Hilda's name rewired their brain. The fox-eared girl grins, axe and shield gleaming.
Nye he.
Ain't he just the best? She declares to the cape wearer. You're accepting, powerful, and kind-hearted master. Loud, absurd, and utterly sincere. The long-haired woman gasps, what did you just say? The fox-eared girl cackles, grrr Hillel, while Sir Elymas stands unmoved. Someone mutters, I wish the disciple would take a page out of his book about personality. Luce whispers to Elymas, I can't fathom what it'd be like to see Carlos in a wild state. Her voice is hushed, almost reverent, like imagining a force of nature breaking loose. A cloaked figure with a four-leaf clover brooch raises a hand. Halt. Everyone. A frilly dressed girl blinks. You think so? Another dryly adds. He's stretching the truth, so Hilda doesn't feel embarrassed. They stand in a mossy cemetery, air heavy. A white-haired figure murmurs, here they come. 6 silent figures stride down the path between gravestones. The raid tenses. No more talk, just readiness. A scout yelps, they start at level 52. The number hangs like a death sentence. Glances exchange. This isn't scouting anymore, it's war. Monsters erupt from the dream hole, wolves, bats, twisted things. A sword wielder shouts, cut them down, and the raid surges forward, unified and without hesitation. Leading the charge is a level 52 Madwolf, HP 102 to 102, MP 62 to 62, roaring down the ruined path, wolves and bats swarming behind. A declaration, you're not welcome here. A beast lunges at Elma, but he twists mid-air, sword flashing, countering before impact. Not luck, instinct, training. From behind a mausoleum, a wolf leaps with a will. But Elma is already pivoting, shield up, sword ready. Another armored figure watches the battle flow, like a conductor. They're orchestrating, not just fighting. A sharp voice cuts through.
Luce.
Close up on a light-haired fighter, eyes wide alarmed. Something's wrong, or someone moved too far ahead. The wolf skids to a halt and bolts, thud, 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 retreating at insane speed. Elma and his ally watch, unreadable. Did it panic? Was it supposed to run? Either way, The real fight hasn't started. A skeletal canine sprints past, ribs exposed, drool dripping, status. Abnormal status plus poison. It's slowed, not dead. And that matters. Luce leaps like a shadow, dagger in hand, striking mid-stride.
Okay.
The beast roars in pain. Precision. Purpose. Elma nods. Excellent. Then it's already working. His tone is confirmed. Not surprised. He knew exactly what would happen. Luce holds up her dagger. I successfully poisoned it. Narration reveals. Her poisonous Kalapata dagger synergizes with her high luck stat. That's why she's smiling. The poison beast staggers as system text appears. Lowers target speed by 10%. Poison has secondary effect in Magic World. Not just damage, it's control. And control wins raids. An arrow thunks into its neck. It screams. Gag. As Luce lunges, dagger raised. Say your prayers. She's not playing. She's ending. The creature collapses. Silence. Then, acquired 174 experience points. Luce doesn't celebrate. Just turns, breathing steady, scanning for the next threat. Legends are made quietly. A spiky-haired man exhales sharply.
Humph.
Not angry, just impatient. The warm-up's over. He's ready for what's next. Luce nods. G got it. Sir Elymas calls. Let's keep up the pace and take them down. There are still many to go. Around them, the spiky-haired man stands ready, bow drawn, sword at hip. Advancing, not resting. After the last monster falls, Elma wipes his blade and chuckles, quite the fierce welcome before even setting foot in the dream hole. Luce grins under her mask. Phew, that's the last of them. Behind them, for fighters stand ready, sword, dual blades, staff bow. The graveyard is silent. The dream hole waits. Cracked earth. Maybell, a C-rank priest with a fan-top staff, smiles brightly. Oh, thank you for that. She introduces herself to Luce, the clown-masked B-rank adventurer, and another off-panel member. A robed figure murmurs in the background, clearly unimpressed. Elma edge steps forward, helm hiding her smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Elymas, a heavy knight, and this is Luce, a PRO. Luce bows deeply, but we're newly minted B-ranks. Both look earnest, aware they're the least experienced, and hoping others won't leave them behind. A hooded figure cuts in. Don't make her waste MP. We haven't even entered the dream hole yet. A calm blonde man adds. I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing we have a seemingly reliable white mage. His tone is smooth but probing. He's testing her, not just thanking her. Elma, Luce, and a woman in white and black robes stand silently, listening. No words, just quiet calculation behind their eyes. The blonde man smirks faintly, repeating, I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing we have a seemingly reliable white mage. The second time, it's less reassurance, more challenge. Someone blurts, I think he's a B-rank hunter named Kelt. Kelt stiffens. I'll be more careful regarding my actions. Luce bows deeply, stammering, Ard. I'm so sorry, Sir Kelt. The blonde man defends himself by charging to attack them. You know that. Against many foes, culling numbers isn't bad. He trails off. That's just a hindsight opinion. Translation, yeah, I messed up, but I had a plan. The spiky-haired archer snaps. You don't get it. This raid is a marathon. At least don't kill morale with nasty comments. Luce panics, her body tenses, and
panic
flashes twice like a system alert. A dark-haired archer with our markings cuts in, steady. The goal is to investigate the dream hole. This isn't average exploration. Cold, direct, exactly what the group needs. Two faces, one sneering, saying check your pride at the door. The other, a light-haired armored man, stares back, jaw tight, silent. Pure tension crackles between them. The group marches toward the graveyard of grief, wind whipping past broken tombstones. WHOSH echoes. No dialogue, just motion and dread. The blonde armored man turns sharply to try and seize leadership. A side-profile figure labeled Sneer smirks. Power struggles are already open season. Kelt stands calmly with his bow as someone explains. He finishes monsters from the rear. If the front line falls, he covers the breach. It's not flashy, but it's vital, and he knows it. Luce realizes aloud, while keeping the vanguard attacker in check. With his comment, he set it up so the healer follows his orders. The long-haired woman beside her looks uneasy, hand over her mouth. Politics run deeper than the graveyard. Kelt steps close to Elma. Be wise and live long. Elma replies without turning. Make too many offhand comments, and you'll ruin my opinion of you, boy. A warning, not a threat. Both know the stakes. A long-haired character grabs loot. I'll just help myself. Then casually, oh right, the rule is kill equal spoils. So no one fights. As if anyone believes that. The looter grins. Phew. Look at all these drops. Luce mutters, oh, I already hate his guts. Then quickly adds, but those drops are thanks to my skill. She just claimed credit. Oops. Close up, the blonde armored man's shoulder, star-adorned hilt catching light. Silent. Still. A promise of steel, and maybe betrayal. A long-haired woman in traditional attire smirks. Don't worry. As a healer, he's the type I often meet. His goal was to overwhelm you by blaming you. But as I delay healing with excuses, they fall in line. His type? I pretend to obey. Maybelle grins. The fur-armored blonde nods, filing it away. They reach the entrance, recommended level. 70 blares above a shimmering portal. The blonde speaker dryly notes. The name couldn't be clearer. Broken tombs, skeletal vines, eerie glow. This isn't fun. It's lethal. Elma steps forward, scroll in hand. We split into 5 groups, follow different paths, meet deep in the depths. The raid listens, silent, focused. She's leading. For once, everyone's actually paying attention. She flips the map. From guild intel and past surveys, we mostly know the paths. A text box adds, Dreamhole floors are random spawns. Plan all you want. The dungeon laughs at you. Final briefing. The guild has a reward fund. Spoils split equally. Once the survey's done, we defeat the Dream Lord with a human wave attack. The fox-eared girl perks up. Luce grips her dagger. This isn't scouting anymore. It's war. A swirling vortex pulses ahead. Off panel. Be exceedingly cautious, as anything is possible in this dream hole. You believe it. Here, traps aren't traps, they're lessons. The long-haired woman with the fan states calmly. With our numbers, we won't lose if we work together. The Dream Lord here is the Skeleton Knight, Nightbone. He stands, towering, armored, blade raised. Not a boss. A statement. The group doesn't flinch. They step forward. The full raid stands together. Elma, Luce, the fox-eared girl, Celt scanning the horizon. No beating. No doubt. Just a team ready to walk into hell and come out with answers, or corpses. Either way, together. The fox-eared girl bursts out. No, it's because I can't foist you on another group with your current equipment. It means you've acknowledged my talents. The white-cloaked figure sighs. I also don't recall becoming your master. She freezes. I mean, adorable chaos. We love her. The long-haired woman lifts her chin. As to how to split into groups, I've already given it thought. You believe her. When someone says that tone, they've written the roster, assigned roles, calculated fallout. This is chess, not improv. Maybelle crosses her arms, exhaling sharply. As Elma stands beside her, unruffled. Whatever happened off-panel annoyed Maybelle. Elma's already 3 steps ahead. Celt reappears, bow slung, smirking. Don't be getting underfoot in there. Then, grinning at, if it ain't the brats from earlier. He's enjoying this. After today, we're just curious what he says next. An off-panel voice. We look forward to working with you, Maybelle. Her expression softens. She smiles slightly. Elma watches, unreadable. But for that moment, Maybelle feels seen. Sometimes, that's worth more than full HP. The long-haired woman steps fully into frame, fan and staff in hand, beaming. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad I'm with people I spoke to earlier. Her joy is genuine. And, for a second, the graveyard feels like a reunion. Which, let's be real, is way more dangerous. Sir Celt turns, smirking, as the long-haired woman addresses him. Now you get it, you dumb healer. We'll leave strategic decisions to you. She adds, Elymas and Luce seem nice, and you appear reliable, Sir Celt. He rolls his eyes, but doesn't argue. For once, someone trusts him, and that changes everything. Luce, in her clown costume and holding a dagger, fidgets. A single gravestone stands, Greek script, a cross, silence thick. Elma tilts his head. A single gravestone is already eerie. Can I say everything seems suspicious? Luce snaps her fingers, confident now. She has a point. It's hard to spot what's off when we don't know what to look for. But maybe my magic world experience helps. Elma gives a slow nod. Not agreement, just acknowledgement. She leans into her gamer instincts, and it's oddly refreshing. Luce turns slightly, voice respectful. Why, you're right, Maybelle. Just saying the name confirms Mabel's presence. Luce's tone shows quiet respect, no drama needed. Maybelle steps forward, fan and staff in hand, robes swirling. She beams. We're not scholars. Our goals are culling monsters and dreamhole processing. No need to overthink. She cuts through tension with clarity, not recklessness. A sharp command. Yo, Heavy Knight, walk farther ahead. He obeys instantly. The group follows in tight formation, moving like one unit, ready to react. That PATUMP? It's the raid's heartbeat. From rear. What if a monster hits our healer off guard? Not paranoia, logistics. One mistake here means death. Healing isn't support. It's the fragile spine holding the team together. Elma turns, voice steady but critical. What good is a slow, heavy knight so far in front? He's dissecting, not yelling. Everyone hears the challenge to command structure. Geez, the spiky-haired archer gets reprimanded mid-stride. Stop making me give unnecessary orders. Understand your role. His expression stays neutral, but irritation simmers. He doesn't argue yet. Inside Jesus' head, he'll call it strategy and tie my hands. Kelt's logic is flawed, but slippery. He's not doubting skill, just recognizing the trap. Jesus' smirk deepens slightly. His intentional insistence is just foul. That tiny curl says it all. He's amused, not angry. The most dangerous people smile while twisting the knife. Suddenly, we have monsters. A horned shadow lunges, jaws wide. Debris rains down. Kelt raises his shield, grimace locked. Behind him Luce, Maybell, and the fox-eared girl freeze half a second, then move. This is real. 3 small Mummy Rana crouch. 1 larger sits upright. System window. Monster. Mummy Rana, LV. 55, HP. 147/147, MP. 99.99. Elma mutters, don't make light of them. Those stats aren't cute. Luce grins, oh, they're just Rana. It's insane, and it works. The big Rana opens its mouth impossibly wide. Rub it. And surges forward like a spring, flinging smaller ones back. Motion lines blur. This isn't a shuffle. It's a predator strike. The raid is still 10 feet away. 5 hunters brace at the corridor end. Mabel's eyes widen sharply. 2 BOTNG sounds erupt near the wall as the Rana hits something unseen. Impact shakes the air. Everyone's still standing, for now. Close up, 1 sharp eye focused, motion lines slicing across. Someone's reacting fast. Not panicking, just calculating. That's the line between surviving and becoming another gravestone. Maybell and Kelt strike and sink.
Shadow Stomp.
Launching the enemy airborne in dark energy. No Wastimotion. Clean, coordinated devastation. Ground trembles. This is why they're B rank. Elma slams his shield.
Shield bash.
And the enemy rockets back with a deafening doblam. A glowing sphere hovers midair. That hit hurt. An enemy hangs midair, encased in shimmering ice.
Freeze.
Elma watches silently. Yarinjas Raiku Furosto. 1 moment charging, next frozen solid. That's control, not luck. Luce spins, hook weapon gleaming. I'm already on it. She's not waiting for orders. She's ahead of them. Exactly the chaos the team needs. Elma grips his weapon tighter, yells,
Luce.
Not in anger, but urgency. A lifeline across the chaos. Luce hears it. She reacts. Luce slices a mummy midair as the archer dashes forward, bow drawn. 2 women trade tactics. You'll waste MP. 1 warns, but the vanguard suffers against 4 enemies. Another smirks. Guess he knows his basics. Heh. No wonder he was defiant. The fight's messy, fast, alive. A foot leaps forward, leap, and a long-haired woman shouts. Hunters aren't supposed to be too far forward. Sharp, authoritative. Not scolding, correcting. Discipline is survival. The archer fires mid-leap. Divish, and the arrow hits, thwop. The mummy reels, collapses. He lands and keeps running. Precision, not heroics. And it's working. Kelt, lagging behind, shouts, I can't cover you from that distance. You can't knock back undead. Strained, not angry, alarmed. He sees the risk first. That's why he's Barank. The archer keeps running, the downed mummy forgotten. Distance stretches. No one calls him back yet. Maybe testing limits. Or just waiting to see if he survives. The top-knot character stabs a mummy.
Stab.
Then draws bow and fires.
Swift.
Enemy crumples. 2 strikes. 1 kill. Efficiency, not flair. He yells, stop standing there and cover me, Pierrot. Mummy wobbles, struck again, then stomped flat. Kirsplat. A distant figure sprints toward them. Something's coming. Not friendly. The mummy lies still, flop, system message, acquired 639 experience points. Small but real. Every kill matters. They're still breathing. First victory.
Multi-hit acrobatics.
A character spins mid-air, dagger flashing, slicing the mummy clean through. Alright, they gasp. Flashy, yes, but effective. In a graveyard of grief? Effectiveness is everything. Kelt crouches, bow drawn, when a tiny frog plops beside him. SSSSHD, a soft sound. He doesn't flinch. He's seen weirder. Kelt stands, sighs. I wanted at least 3 for myself. TCH, I lost out to your skill. Not bitter, admitting it. Rare. In a world of ego, humility marks a true veteran. An off-panel voice. His refusal to let Maybell attack, and charging in. This must be how Kelt achieved B rank. Just for drops and XP. Harsh, but true. He's not reckless. He's calculated. Every risk serves power. Kelt grits his teeth, jaw clenched.
MNGH.
Not pain. Frustration. He knows he missed out. In a raid like this, missed chances don't come back. The spiky-haired man explodes. Screw you, you damn frog. Rage and abnormal status plus poison flashes. He got hit, and he knows it's going to be ugly. The frog spits. Poison spitball. A viscous glob streaks toward him, landing with a and Patiu. Not big, not a boss, but in a graveyard, even small threats bite. The poison man whips around. I know you have poison heal. Joe, heal me up. Not asking, begging. The long-haired woman stands ready, staff in hand. She flinches. What did you just say? Then forces calm. You unfortunately, that's not something I can do right now. Voice wavers, stance holds. Not spite, greater good. Costing her trust. Lou snaps, drawing her bow. Don't talk about hypotheticals. They won't fall easily. Maybell chants under pressure. Suffer repeated attacks while I prepare poison heal. The vanguard will collapse. Off panel. Luce's HP, but she's already moving. Hesitation means death. Luce's eye narrows, irritated, calculating, and she lets out a sharp. Not defeat. Acknowledgement. She's adapting. That's how you survive here. Maybell pushes back. It's more effective to heal your poison after the fight. Not dodging, optimizing. In a raid, MP management isn't trivia. It's life or corpse. Luce exalis.
Phew.
And nods. I hear you loud and clear, priestess. Fine. Not happy, but compliant. In this team, that's worth more than pride. A dark-haired man smirks. Sound good? I'll share some after, if you contribute now. Not generosity. Leverage. In a raid where loot is scarce. Everyone listens. Sir Kelt stands tall, spear ready. You don't get much to take home, so you're in a tight spot, ain't ya? Maybell watches, silent. He's not threatening, negotiating. In a graveyard, every coin counts. An internal voice, carrot meat stick. He's trying to win Maybell over with gentle persuasion. Not romance, strategy. Kelt plays the long game. In a raid, influence beats swords. The long-haired refuser stands firm. That's simply something I can't do, Sir Kelt. No flinching, no bargaining. Just principle. In this place, principles don't rot. A partially visible figure declares, but I take pride and responsibility in my decisions as the healer. Not bravado, conviction. In a raid where lives hang on split seconds, that's the only currency that matters. The spiky-haired man nods slowly, emblem gleaming. Yes, you're right. You are experienced in exploring dream holes. Not praise, recognition. In a team built on fragile trust, that's the first real bridge. Maybell steps forward, fan high, voice ringing. For that is my sense of self-respect. I will prioritize the safety of my allies, even if you mock me. Not begging, declaring her code. In the graveyard of grief, integrity leads. Dust settles after the mummy Rana collapse. Geez, the spiky-haired archer crosses his arms with a sharp tsh, muttering they took them all down. Maybell stands nearby, calm, staff loose, already shifting from combat to assessment. Maybell offers healing to Luce and the fox-eared girl, but they decline, opting for potions instead. Kelt, the blonde armored hunter, cuts in. Let's collect their magic stones, Sir Elymas. A note explains healing items only speed natural recovery, not replace it. Luce grins. Great job, you too. Do you need healing? The white-haired ponytail character crouches, eyes wide. What the? They dropped weird items, voice cracking with genuine surprise. A close-up shows a zom shroom, 400,000 gold, an aromatic, poison-laced mushroom that zombifies insects and small animals. The kind you'd find in a necromancer's pantry, not raid loot. Kelt rubs his temple, exasperated. I thought the same last time, but what's with their drop rate? Are they possessed? His frustration is about system inconsistency, not just gold. G scoffs off panel. They're material, but they're used in alchemy. Who buy these? He's right. The market for zombie insect bait is niche. Maybell tilts her head. What are you speaking of, Sir Kelt? A quiet challenge, forcing him to clarify. Kelt kneels slightly, not in submission, but concession. I admit defeat. Sorry for thinking you were a cut-rate priest. Maybell replies, that's enough. Tension eases. Respect earned. G steps in, arms crossed. Those two are already close friends, so you could delay my healing. Even I can tell what you were thinking. He's calling out the unspoken strategy, and he's not wrong. He continues, voice firmer. So he's planning to pay her off? Let's bury the hatchet. I'm well known. I know you don't want to make an enemy out of me. Kelt frowns silently. That rummage near Jesus' hands? He's adjusting his bow, ready to draw. A sudden shout. Really pisses me off, Sir Kelt. Raw irritation. No speaker shown, just a pressure valve blowing. A hooded figure chimes in, pleased. I'm happy enough with that. Revealing healer's got a special guild reward. Jeez listens, arms crossed, expression softening slightly. Maybe the system is looking out for them. Maybell, seated, speaks softly. I understand wanting more than others because you're risking your life. She's not defending greed, just acknowledging danger's emotional math. It lands differently from her. The black-haired woman with bangs snaps, staff raised. I'm the one with lives hanging in the balance. Her voice cracks, but she adds quickly, but stop dragging me into your nonsense. She's rejecting collateral damage, not the plan itself. Jeez pivots, pointing at a masked, long-haired figure. Who did you bribe to get to C rank with childish thoughts? Sweat beads, eyes wide. The masked figure stays composed. Elma Edv looms faintly behind. Plod, plod, plod. Luce leads down the corridor. Kelt follows in armor, fox-eared girl trailing. Off panel. Aight. Done collecting. Let's move. Momentum restored. Maybell turns away, fan in hand, sniffing softly. Healers often negotiate from weakness. If underestimated, it's over. Kelt whispers, Maybell, realizing how much she carries. Her eyes close, serene smile. So the ironclad rule is, never let your intentions be seen by a foe you've identified. Kelt and the fox-eared girl walk on, unaware or finally aware. Kelt crosses arms. It's because she's fought as a healer, that she's indomitable. Fox-eared girl watches silently. Maybell lifts a finger. Keep it a secret. Kelt nods. Don't worry. I won't comment. A truce, forged in respect. Jeez slams a map against his thigh. What the hell was the guild thinking? This path weaves pointlessly. That TCH is frustration at bureaucratic circles. They pass an angel statue gripping a scythe. Exposition. This course likely aims to help cull monster numbers. The Graveyard of Grief has already spilled large waves outside. They're containment ops, not exploration. Kelt squints at the map. Even then, this is strange. Across from him, a cloaked figure holds the other half, gloved hands steady, silent. The quiet screams louder than words. The map is messy. Handwritten notes like the path doesn't exist over monster counts. Mad Dog X4, Mummy Rana X4, White Bird X5/X6. Someone's lying, lost, or both. Speech bubbles float. Sometimes we shoot right past them. And just when I thought we were oddly going around designated spots. The inconsistency isn't accidental. It's systemic. They're guided, not led. Kelt insists. We take the shortest route to the meeting point. Maybell nods. Jeez flips the paper. He wrote a lot. Maybe he's meticulous? The long-haired man with nose ring snaps. The map's vague and inaccurate. Warning. Keep this up. We'll get lost or surrounded. Argument boils. Don't you get it? We're taking the safest route. You're so damn stubborn. Are you ignoring quest conditions? Stakes are mission integrity, not just survival. The dream hole still waits. Kelt sighs. Fine. I'll leave route selection to you. A dark-clad woman adds dryly. I understand wanting loyalty to the guild. The fight shifts. Obedience versus autonomy. He groans.
Leg.
Full body recoil. Off panel. Just be a good boy and agree the first time. Absurdity Bex. This raid is less a team, more a diplomatic crisis with swords. A crisp command. Heavy Knight, take the next left. Okay, we're headed straight this way. Immediate disconnect and terror. They're not even hearing the same instructions. Jeez throws the map down. This damn map is wrong all over. Kelt points out there's zigzagging. Isn't this odd? You told me to go right last time. Cognitive dissonance. Dangerous. Jeez grabs his head. Shut up and take a left down that hallway. Kelt fires back. Are you accusing me of being directionally challenged? Luce stands alone, internally cursing the guild. Chaos is total, but they keep moving. Then, MEP, a wide shot, a massive chamber lined with human skulls, walls, floor, pillars, archways. 3 figures freeze at the entrance. The sound? Likely Luce, or the ceiling groaning under history's weight. Jeez blinks skeptically. I don't think this relates to the mysterious changes. Maybell, this is a famous sight in Magic World. Luce trembles. I have a feeling this will haunt my dreams. Fair, given the decor. Camera zooms in. 5 skulls embedded in stone, teeth bared, socket hollow. No dialogue. No movement. Just scale and silence. This isn't a dungeon. It's a monument, and they stand at its threshold. A messy dungeon map shows crossed-out paths like the path doesn't exist and doesn't exist. 2 voices argue. One says the broken map still points to the meet-up spot. The other calls it useless. It's not just bad navigation. It shows the guild's system is falling apart. The masked figure with the scythe slams a fist down and shouts,
I'm going to give it to them when we get back.
Then mutters twice,
Curse the guild.
The group freezes in the floral corridor, staring at the huge door ahead. Kelt and the dark-clad woman watch silently. His outburst isn't just anger, it's deep betrayal. The black-haired woman with bangs turns to the fur-collared hunter and says coolly, I would appreciate a light class like the hunter being in front of me. Before he answers, the dark-clad woman cuts in. Are you taking the vanguard position now? He flinches and yells rag, not from fear but because he's trapped into stepping up as leader. The fox-eared girl watches Kelt and murmurs, Kelt's a bit clumsy, isn't he? I sort of feel like he's a kindred spirit. She's not mocking him. She sees her own awkward sincerity in him. A quiet moment of connection amid the stress. Someone snaps.
Hurry up and get in front of me. Stop being so lazy.
Kelt fires back instantly.
Why, you're the one who walks way too slow.
It's petty, but in a life or death space, even bickering is part of staying sharp. And awkward.
Oh, ha ha.
Tries to lighten the mood, but the dark-clad woman just glares hard at Kelt and the fox-eared girl. Her silence says it all. We don't have time for this. The dark-clad woman cuts through the noise with one command.
Hold up.
Everyone freezes. Her voice isn't loud, but it carries the weight of someone who's seen groups fall apart before real danger even hits. An ear twitches sharply just once. No face, no name, just that tiny physical reaction of dread settling in before the threat appears. The spiky-haired archer snaps his bow taut, eyes locked on a skull-framed doorway. There's a monster coming. Calm voice, urgent stance. The corridor goes dead silent. Chaos erupts. Luce dashes forward with dual blades. Elma drops behind a shield yelling,
What?
And the swordswoman surges ahead. They're moving on instinct, not waiting for orders. That's how you survive when death walks in. A short-haired man grips his sword so tight his knuckles whiten, eyes narrowed. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. His focus screams, I'm ready. Let come. From the skull archway, a masked figure emerges, two staff-like weapons held low. No sound, just a faint applaud. It's not flashy. It's waiting. And that's worse. Behind the front line, Kelt points upward. The fox-eared girl holds her scythe ready, and the healer watches grimly. They're not fighting yet, but already calculating angles, escape routes, who takes the first hit. This is real teamwork under pressure. A bare foot steps forward, stitched at ankle and heel, fresh threads pulling tight. Hitapurotto. Each step sounds like a hammer on stone. Whoever this is, they're built for punishment, or the punishment. A heavily muscled arm flexes, stitches crisscrossing bicep and forearm, raw and recent. Not healed, repaired, like something was torn apart and hastily stitched back together. This isn't a monster. It's a construction. A bandaged hand, wrists wrapped tight, stitches near tendons, grips a long, thin weapon. Bone fragments litter the floor behind it. This isn't random violence. It's designed. Every detail screams intention. Full reveal. A stitched humanoid, two swords low, crouched like a predator before the skull archway. To the left, a silhouetted figure aims a spear. Not attacking, just holding the line. The standoff is electric. No one moves. Not yet. Kelt shouts.
What the hell is that?
Eyes wide. The fox-eared girl gasps, scythe half-raised. Behind them, a third member shudders violently, facing teeth clenched, as if the thing's presence alone is overwhelming. System window flashes. Monster. Patchwork. LV. 67. Hashpe doasute doasite mepe shaizet shishase. No roar, no animation, just standing there, massive and stitched like a nightmare tailor's final project. That's why everyone panics. It's not scary, it's inevitable. The blonde-haired man blurts out, sweating.
It's the protector of the graveyard of grief and will always make an appearance.
His voice cracks on.
Patchwork.
Like saying it summons it closer. In this world, it probably does. The dream hole is vast, with at least 20 adventurers inside, and Patchwork has wide perception. It doesn't wait. It hunts. Distant figures approach a glowing structure. A mass-stitched figure lies bound in chains. This thing isn't random. It's placed. Someone whispers, stunned, and we encountered it at a dead end. The horror isn't just the monster. It's the geometry. Trapped. No retreat. No flanking. Just you, your allies, and a stitched giant who wants you to run, so it can chase you down. Luce, Kelt, and the healer stand shoulder to shoulder, slack-faced. One size. I can't even begin to express our misfortune. Getting ambushed, by the name guardian of a graveyard and a dead end? That's not bad luck. That's cosmic trolling. A masked, muscled figure brandishes 2 swords while exposition drops. Patchwork was designed as a gimmick for the dream hole, to terrify players with its stitched form and relentless chasing. It's not evil. It's engineered fear, and that makes it 10 times more dangerous. The cold truth. If you ever encounter a patchwork, it's pretty much assumed you will not fight it and instead flee for your life. But here, both a heavy knight and a priestess are slow. Translation: you're screwed. No running, only fighting, or dying. A gloved hand tightens around a weapon hilt, grip, not hesitation, resolve, the moment before the storm breaks. Luce and the healer stand side by side, weapons raised, eyes locked on the threat. No speeches, no last words, just readiness. In this place, silence is the loudest declaration of intent. The masked figure leans toward Kelt, voice low and apologetic. Listen, don't hate me for this. It's not a threat. It's a plea. And that's what makes it terrifying, because whatever comes next, it's personal. Then,
Kelt. Pull back behind me.
Someone shouts urgently as Kelt squares off against the armored monstrosity. He doesn't move. Not yet. He's weighing risk, loyalty, pride, all in the split second before steel meets stitch. Feet scrunch on stone. Scrunch. As an off-panel voice states, the brutal logic. But logic dictates that you all will have to fight it since you're all slow. No sugar cuating. Just physics and inevitability. A face contorts in panic, sweat beading, as someone screams.
Don't you dare.
Not at the monster, but it's someone in the group. This isn't just survival anymore. It's about who gets sacrificed, who gets saved, and who draws the line. Chains rattle as the masked figure lunges. Dash, swords flashing. Simultaneously, the black-haired character dives forward, shouting.
Hurried hair. You all just try your best to somehow get away from it.
It's not surrender. It's sacrifice. One buys time, the rest run or die trying. Mid-dive, the black-haired character grits their teeth and shouts. I'm not to blame, but if at least one life can be saved, then it is the correct course of action to take. Elmo whirls, face red, and roars. KLT. You little. Luchistades, stand. In battle heat, identity blurs, loyalties fracture, and a line between hero and liability vanishes in one scream. The fight? It's only just begun. A spiky-haired archer draws his bow and fires. An arrow slices cleanly through an armored foe's defenses, sparks flying as it cuts flesh and metal. The armored figure collapses, blood pooling as he screams. The fox-eared girl in her jester hat stares, muttering. I thought only one patchwork was supposed to appear. Chaos erupts. Someone writhes shouting, help me. This hurts so damn bad, while a dark-haired woman snaps, but 2 isn't a number we can handle. A blonde ally adds grimly. This must be the influence of the monster pool. Maybelle is ordered to heal. Luce must draw aggro off Kelt, who's already fighting. A muscular stitched figure looms, weapon raised. The long-haired woman with the headband shouts, we can't go and rescue him now. Another voice cuts in, but there's already one staring us down. Nearby, a small figure crawls across skull-strewn ground, muttering crawl to crawl to crawl. The long-haired woman adds bitterly, not to mention, he'll just run away as soon as we heal him. The spiky-haired man grits his teeth, exhaling hard. HFF. 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 Clearly exhausted, body trembling. The long-haired woman snaps, furious. Since he abandoned us, he should have been prepared for me to be unwilling to do him any favors. That snatcher, selfish ass. Betrayal radiates off her. Against skulls, a spiky-haired armored figure argues coolly. Not to mention, we need every single person we can get. Another counters firmly. It isn't as if he did something that he deserves to die for. Kelt lies sprawled, breathing raggedly. The dark-clad woman declares, we can manage it. But another voice admits wearily, yes, Kelt might run away again. But right now all we can do is bet on his goodwill. The black-haired woman with bangs scoffs, holding her umbrella-like object. The way you're saying it, you think we can manage something with 4 people? Her tone drips with skepticism. A dark-haired girl with a headband winces. UURK, you said that with little resistance, as if the ease of an earlier move made things worse. Kelt pushes up, sword and shield in hand, roars.
I'll take command.
And charges forward like storm. The fox-eared girl yells, Sir Elymas, while the black-haired woman cuts in sharply. But first, how can we possibly deal with the patchwork in front of us? The stitched horror looms behind them. Kelt lifts his foot.
Leap.
Motion lines blur as he surges forward, closing distance instantly. He grips his weapon tighter, jaw set, gives a firm nod. I nod, eyes locked ahead, resolve hardening. A jester helmeted fighter leaps and slams a shield down.
Shield bash.
Shockwaves ripple as distant figures clash. Patchwork blocks a strike with dual swords. Whoosh. Then stands over a bleeding, spiky-haired character panting on the ground, while a long-haired woman gasps in horror. The masked, long-haired figure darts in, deflecting blade-like projectiles mid-leap as the stitched enemy raises its massive sword overhead. SLIC, ready to cleave him. The stitched enemy swings down, whoosh, but the masked figure drops low, evading, while behind him, a dark-clothed scythe wielder strikes from the blind spot. The masked figure pivots and delivers a lightning-fast kick to the enemy's hip.
Kick.
Sparks fly as the stitched leg buckles, fibers tearing. Now it's tag team. The masked figure slashes, swing, while the spiky-haired archer fires an arrow. ZRRSH. In perfect sync, both locking onto the same target. Off-panel, voices murmur. Sir Elymas is kind-hearted, but also realistic. In the background, the fox-eared girl stands near a fallen comrade, silent but watchful. The spiky-haired archer explodes in frustration. I was gonna, then screams.
You moron.
Fist clenched, eyes wild. A gloved hand reaches down. A short-haired girl with a heart-shaped headpiece shouts fiercely. That is the sort of character he has, her expression blazing with loyalty. The spiky-haired archer freezes mid-motion, eyes bulging, sweat dripping. He stares upward in pure disbelief. The jester-hatted character holds up a poison knife, voice cold. I will drive this poison knife right into your back as you flee. But I'm not as tender as Sir Elymas is. If you try and run away on us again. A figure on cracked ground clenches his fist, and groans MNGH. Through gritted teeth, pain radiating. A scarred-faced man shouts. Bizarrely strong monsters like them haunt other dream holes too. But the three-armed god of death isn't an enemy you're supposed to fight. A masked, muscular fighter stands over a fallen comrade, swords raised. Warning. Not to mention, when two appear in one place, voice heavy with dread. A horned, fanged enemy crashes in, clashing swords, clink, CLANG, and the warning finishes chillingly. Everyone is going to end up dead 100% of the time. The party scrambles, dual blades and scythe swing desperately against both enemies, while the dark-clad woman confirms. He's right. We can't possibly even hope to take on two of them with our current party. A dark-haired woman cries out. On your own, there's no way you could possibly. Before cutting off, face twisted in fear as someone charges solo into the maelstrom. Orders fly. Maybell, please heal Kel, and then work as a team of 3 to finish the other. Elma raises his sword. I'll take this one out. Elma grips his sword tighter. A heavy knight's job is to draw an enemy towards them, not to flee, but to become the magnet for chaos. A half-seen face urges hurry and go already, but Luce, bow drawn, shoots back defiantly, but, refusing to abandon her post or her injured teammate. Luce squares her shoulders and shouts, I got it. Even as another voice explains, she's having a worse time doing that while fighting. Then the truth lands. Luce is covering for an injured Celt. Explosions ripple, boom, metal shrieks, SHING. Someone yells, we'll finish this up fast and get back to you. Celt staggers behind Luce, barely upright, as the rest surge forward to buy them time. An attacker leaps high.
Shadow stomp.
And as he descends, a shimmering.
Freeze.
Effect wraps around him, ice crackling before impact. The strike lands.
WHABOM.
The target hurled backward, slamming into the ground, body convulsing as he screams.
Ray-H.
Into the dust. A low-angle slash slices upward. Number 2 flashes as the blade bites deep into the patchwork side, sending it staggering back with a hum. Before it recovers, another sword crashes down. Number 1 blares as the second attacker lands an overhead strike. Now impaled through the chest by both blades, the patchwork lies still, 2 fighters flanking it. SKRICK. The air splits as multiple blades cross mid-flight in a precise, desperate storm. Then comes number 3. A dark-clad figure lunges, sword driving home, and the target flies back with a WHOM wrapped in a shimmering distortion field. Mid-leap, the spiky-haired archer fires straight into the fray, arrow snapping free with sparks. The crowd watches, frozen. A muscular figure crouches inside a roaring circle of energy, Escherian, as radiant lines explode outward, suggesting a massive release or last-ditch defense. The masked figure swings a massive blade downward. Death's sword erupts as the stitched enemy is trapped in a glowing circular seal, muscles straining against containment. A gloved hand tightens around a hilt studded with a pulsing gem, knuckles white, veins standing out. It's a vow gripped in steel. Blonde hair whips as Kelt slashes horizontally, slice, debris exploding outward. His form is all momentum, no hesitation, though he's wounded. The stitched monster bends under the blow, back arching, stitches pulling taut, as the blade carves through muscle and sinew. Resistance breaks. The bald dual-sword wielder stands over Kelt, who's flat on the ground, eyes locked upward. Debris litters the floor. This isn't over. The monster activates Death Sword instantly. Kelt braces. He's faced this exact skill 4 times. Its speed and power are terrifying up close. 3 arms. Wide reach. A horrifying skill layered on top. Kelt grits his teeth. He's not just fighting a monster. He's fighting a trap. Avoid head-on at all costs. The fox-eared girl shouts, loose. Always moving, stay on its left side. Her voice cuts through chaos, precision under fire. A stitched giant swings its weapon. Hum. While nearby, an eye widens in shock or focus. One hesitation could end it. The fox-eared girl sprints down the skull-lined corridor, scythe held low, breath steady. She's repositioning, not fleeing. Kelt lies injured, but the dark-clad woman kneels beside him. Leave attacking to Kelt and Maybelle. Maybelle stands ready, hands tense for combat, not healing. The spiky-haired archer leaps sideways as Boom and Usu shake the floor. Near misses that leave dust hanging. She's buying seconds for the team. The jester-costumed fighter ducks under a blow, weapon raised, as the command rings out. Focus on evasion and defense. They're strategic, not weak. Acrobatic amble. Kelt spins mid-air with dual blades, PATMP and HTMP, slicing through air. The jester yells, I'll give everything I've got to those 2 actions. The blonde man with the star ornament nods sharply. Sir Elymas dodges a dual sword strike, pivots, and counters with a flick, TMP, TMP. Steel meets steel, enemy stumbles back, stunned by her speed. The dark-clad woman and Luce strike together. Take this, and this, and this. But Luce shouts.
Arg. Screw this.
Sweat drips, bowstring trembling. She's giving everything, and it's not enough. Ice shards explode as the black-haired woman slams her staff.
Ice.
Shattering stone beneath her feet. Her voice wavers. I can fight too. Luce's scream is raw. Eyes shut, face flushed, bow gripped tightly. That.
Arg. Screw this.
Isn't anger. It's exhaustion screaming back at fate. From the shadows, someone murmurs, this is going to be a long, drawn-out battle, but it's for the best. No hope, just acceptance. Stab. Crick. Arrows and blades pierce the monster again and again. Its body jerking, joints straining. It's not dying fast, but it is bleeding. The blonde armored fighter raises his sword. I'm the one who's in real trouble. Not bravado. Not despair. Just truth. Tactical intel. The patchwork is scariest in close combat. Silver lining? It's slow and has no long-range attacks. A masked dual wielder listens, then moves to exploit it. A small figure darts left, then right, evading effortlessly, while another slashes down. Text confirms. It performs poorly against parties dedicated to evasion. Smart. Desperate. Necessary. CLANG. Kelt's sword crashes onto the patchwork shoulder. The monster staggers but doesn't fall. Not yet. Now it's a rhythm. Clink, clang, clink. Kelt blocks with shield and sword, parrying curved blades toward his throat. Each clash chips stamina, but he holds the line. Close-up of the patchwork's cold, unblinking eye, just as Kelt shouts.
Parry!
And his shield stops the blow dead. He's not winning. He's surviving. Kelt lunges. SCHD, SLIC, FHWA boom boom boom, and unleashes.
Death Sword.
In a blinding slash, the enemy shrieks, thrown back, armor cracking. This is him refusing to break. SCHD, a horned enemy, takes a sword to the ribs, metal screeching like a warning siren. Pain registers, but not surrender. Kelt grunts.
UNGH.
As he braces against a counter-blow, shield shuddering. His armor star ornament glints. Still there. Still him. He roars.
Death Sword.
Again, glowing circle flares around his blade as he strikes. Zuzwam. The enemy vanishes mid-recoil. Not the end, but for 1 second, victory. A blonde armored figure kneels, sword planted in stone, sweat on his temple, gritting out a strained KGH. Behind him, a wall lined with human skulls watches the fight. Opposite him, a massive stitched brute holds a sword in both hands, muscles coiled, dark flecks hanging in the air. He's still, but pressure builds. Close up on the blonde warrior. sharp eyes locked forward, jaw clenched, sweat tracing his temple. He's not broken, just burning with resolve. ZWOSH, the stitched giant leaps down, dual swords raised for a devastating overhead slash. He lands with a stomp, shockwaves cracking the floor. Two figures lie nearby, one barely moving, the other silent and still. Crack! A spiky-haired archer is thrown back, shield sparking with electricity. The fox-eared girl screams, "Look out!" Voice raw with panic. The spiky-haired fighter recovers instantly, lunging with lightning surging up his blade.
Dragon Ridge Death Gaze.
His sword slams into the armored foe with a SHGREN. Elma Edv, still masked, now clearly Sir Elymas, strikes a pinned enemy with a lightning charge blade. Everything's all set up for your defeat, you monster. Electricity crackles as the blades sink deeper. From above, a jester-hatted figure drops silently. Leaping down from stonework with deliberate grace. Back in the arena, the spiky-haired fighter raises his crackling sword. Let's finish this, eyes blazing with desperation. Above, another clash erupts. CLANG. Patchwork lunges, arm outstretched. GRIP. Trying to seize a weapon mid-air, fingers nearly closing before momentum carries him past. Clang. Elma Edv and Kelt strike Patchwork's defenses and sink, sparks flying like fireflies. Patchwork twists, deflecting with a curved forearm. Clang, clink, sending one attacker skidding back, motion lines blurring his retreat. Kelt roars, electricity arcing up his arms and sword.
Once more.
His voice is charged, like the air before a storm. Elma and Kelt lunge again. C. Blades cut deep into Patchwork's torso. Blood sprays, stitches tear, and he staggers back, wounded and stunned. The stitched giant braces, sword vertical, resisting a close-range lightning surge from a long-haired opponent. Arm trembling, suture straining, but holding firm. Kelt crouches, dual swords raised, crackling with energy. He's channeling power like a conduit, holding the team together. A single eye fills the frame, wide, unblinking, pupils needle-thin. Not fear, pure calculation.
GGGH.
The spiky-haired archer is blasted backward, arrows and daggers scattering midair. Kelt stands firm, sword extended, electricity dancing along its edge. A sword crashes into a star-emblazoned shield. Clench. The impact vibrating up the defender's arm. He doesn't flinch. Kelt launches airborne, sword trailing like a comet. 0RSH. As Patchwork lies flat, legs kicked up trying to dodge. He brings the blade down.
HRAHH.
Eyes locked, teeth bared, sword sinking into Patchwork's shoulder as radial lines explode outward. Clong. Light-haired attacker versus dark-shielded defender. Sparks fly like shattered glass, neither yielding, both breathing hard between strikes. The light-haired fighter sweats as tactical text flashes. Lower your HP to activate Dragon Rage Death Gaze. Below it, how to defeat a Patchwork. He exhales, grips his sword tighter.
Next.
Blade humming as a spherical object rolls forward, rumbling the floor. The spiky-haired fighter unleashes.
Death Sword.
Blade punching through Patchwork's chest, ribs splintering, fabric tearing in a burst of energy. A blonde headband-wearing figure stares ahead, fists crackling, while Kelt duels an agile foe. PSSHHH, and new instructions appear. Make it use up all its MP as you battle it. 3 panels show Death Sword, Death Sword, Death Sword, each more desperate, until the final line, there's another condition to be met. No explanation. System window, Patchwork HP 9228, MP 1266. Death Sword costs 18 MP. He spent most of it, and he's still standing. Broken swords litter the floor, K-clang, as the armored fighter smashes into Patchwork again, clong, while Elma duels another foe. Then, you no longer have your 4th sword. Final strike. Elma drives his sword home, lightning flaring, Patchwork collapsing into dust. System, plus 4,349 XP. Level up, 64 to 66. He grins, blood on his lip. This one's done and dusted. Chapter ends, not with relief, but quiet dread. Elymas, bloodied but standing, swings his sword in a clean arc and slices through the stitched humanoid with a sharp FWIP. Before it recovers, 3 blades and arrows punch through its torso. Stab, 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 pinning it down as it rides. In the background, the black-robed figure stands still, the dark-haired combatant holds his sword ready, and the fox-eared girl crouches low with her scythe raised, every muscle coiled, waiting. The fox-eared girl lunges. Her scythe flashes down with a metallic HTMP, sparks flying as it bites deep into the stitched figure's back, sending it staggering forward. Loose, jester-hatted and airborne, slashes downward with blinding speed. Swing, his sword carving through the air as a light-armored opponent barely blocks. Sir Kelt blocks with dual swords, TMP ringing off metal, while Elymas fires precise arrows from behind a skull pillar. A small dark figure lies near Kelt's feet, possibly downed or ducking. The black-haired woman with bangs shouts. Luce is obviously at her limit. Can't you get any closer, Sir Kelt? Her eyes stay locked on Luce, who's mid-motion, exhausted. A short-haired woman, sweat on her brow, cries, but at this rate, my MP will run out and we'll all die. Her voice is raw. She's not exaggerating. The spiky-haired man snarls. Screw you, wolf in sheep's clothing priestess. Hunters aren't that job class. He grips his weapon like he might throw it. Two silhouettes in a stone corridor taunt each other. Rejoice I'll be with you in your pathetic final moments, and I'll just save my own ass and run with hurried hair. The long-haired man with a headband watches silently. Luce's burden. The long-haired man speaks aloud, lightning crackling around his head. So far, no deaths. Inside, he repeats, I know Luce's burden is heavy. The spiky-haired, armored figure scans the field. I could take it out with one solid blow. He's calculating. Every second counts. A system window shows. Stitched enemy has 96 228 HP, 3066 MP, and one death sword left. It's wounded but still armed and dangerous. The fox-eared jester girl screams, HAH, twice, triggering.
Stagger $3.
But someone yells, shit, I'm too far away. A blonde girl flinches, eyes wide, as if struck or narrowly missed. Luce swings a full-body scythe slash, clong, striking the stitched giant's armor. It reels back, stunned but still upright. Two onlookers scream, Luce, and oh crap, she won't avoid the next attack. Their faces show pure terror, the kind when you see the inevitable coming. Luce hits the ground hard, KGH, as three energy lines spear toward her from a tall, slender figure with a headband. She's down, not dead but vulnerable. Thud, she's struck again mid-air, body twisting violently as she flies backward. The stitched enemy vanishes. Something bigger just happened. Panic erupts. It's hopeless. I won't make it in time, shouts the spiky-haired character, sweating heavily, while the blonde with bangs screams.
Run.
A desperate command, not advice. A masked figure with a fur collar exhales sharply, TCH, as the armored enemy's chest seal flares, radial energy lines bursting outward with a SJREN. The jester outfit character stands firm, back to us ready. The fox-eared girl freezes, eyes wide.
What?
As if reality just shifted under her feet. A spiky-haired character lunges and shoves the jester-hatted Luce sideways with explosive force.
Hurried hair.
Sending him tumbling through the air. The silhouette falls, voice trembling. If you want to survive as a B-rank adventurer, I can't believe you try to save someone like me. Not gratitude, just disbelief at being worth saving. The shadowed man grits his teeth. But I'm not ungrateful. I'm a shameless jerk, yeah. Sweat drips. He's honest, but not done. A massive arm swings.
Death sword.
And a dark-haired figure is launched backward, debris exploding in a radial shockwave. The fox-eared girl screams.
Killed.
Voice cracking, as she grips her scythe tighter, standing before a wall of skulls, her world narrowing to that name. A light-haired man shouts. That was an amazing setup, Kelt. Admiration clear, even as smoke rises around him. A sword embeds deep.
Slinus.
As lightning arcs around the light-haired wielder, eyes closed, muscles straining. This isn't just a strike, it's a vow. The armored, spiky-haired figure stands tall as the system flashes, acquired 2478 experience points. Behind him, the stitched giant lies defeated, arrows jutting from its corpse. The fox-eared girl kneels in rubble, voice broken. It's all my fault. Her shoulders shake, not from tears, but from guilt's weight. The black-haired man with the fur collar lies beside Kelt, whispering. I thought he was selfish, so why did he do that? His confusion is real. Kelt defied everything. The black-haired woman with bangs grabs Kelt's shoulder, voice cracking. He's not moving, Sir Elymas. Sir Kelt. Her hands tremble, blood on her knuckles. She won't let go. Luce kneels beside Kelt, quiet but clear. Oh, Sir Kelt. Her jester hat hangs crooked, one hand resting lightly on his shoulder, like she's afraid to press too hard. Elma crosses his arms. I understand what he was thinking. I sort of get it. No drama, just quiet recognition of sacrifice. Chaos erupts, huh? He's alive, though, asks the fox-eared girl, hopeful. But he was a party member just moments ago, and now he's dead, snaps the black-haired woman. He's an ass, yeah? Someone mutters. Grief, anger, and disbelief collide. The fox-eared girl with the scythe bows slightly, hands clasped. Thank you very much, Sir Kelt. Behind her, the skull and bone architecture looms. Her voice cracks as she looks up, tears glistening. I might have died. If you hadn't rescued me then, she trails off, breath hitching. The spiky-haired archer steps forward, eyes narrowed. I only did it because I detested the idea of owing you lot something. He's drawing lines, not being kind. A dark-haired figure bends over something in the corridor, while Luce stands beside the fox-eared girl. A voice cuts in. If this is about the final blow, I ain't apologizing for that. Elymas steps forward, fur-collared coat brushing his quiver. If you don't like it, go find a set party that'll make nice with you. Sure, it ruins party efficiency, but that's how I do it. He turns to the group and gestures sharply. Look, it's not a request. It's a pivot. Something's shifting, and he's steering it. The blonde man with earrings smirks. You go out of your way to be mean. Just when I was wondering what you'd say. He's amused, not mad. Elymas drops the hammer, voice low. I apologize for trying to flee. That was an error in my judgment, and I tripped you all up because of it. The fox-eared girl smiles faintly. The black-haired woman stays stone-faced. Sir Elymas speaks calmly. Someone once told me how to defeat them. It's reflective, not boastful. The black-haired woman blinks. You took down a whole patchwork on your own? Still, Sir Elymas.
I thought heavy knights had no attack stat to begin with.
Elymas shrugs, holding up his sword, lucking out and having a rare skill. It's really thanks to this sword and well. He cuts himself off, modest. Elymas slams his hands on his head. Enough with the Celt is a punching bag theme already. He's done with the joke. The black-haired woman leans in. I get the feeling you're significantly more powerful than Sir Kelt. Hold on, Sir Elymas, I didn't even think you'd come to our rescue like that. Elymas turns away. Yeah. I won't be changing how I do things. Got it? I'm not going to pretend to be friends with you losers. One thing, don't get it twisted. A rusted longsword lies across cracked tiles. A blonde observer stares at it, eyes narrowed, like he sees something others don't. System window, breaker, level 60 recommended, plus 30 ATK, 14 million gold. Description, due to its length and heavy weight, it conceals an astounding amount of power. Rusty, but full of potential. Elymas squints at the fox-eared girl crouching beside him. Let me guess, you have the luck booster skill? Skeptical, but curious. Luce sits cross-legged, sword across his lap, as someone asks, another drop from the enemy? The group is still processing the aftermath.
CWFX.
A sword unsheathes in a blur. Elymas watches, arms crossed. That sound isn't just metal. It's a warning. Elymas frowns. Huh? What are you plotting? His suspicion is razor sharp. In this world, silence means strategy. Luce grips his sword hilt. She would have been in dire straits without your help. Thank you for taking the blow for Luce. Gratitude is real, even if the name's off. Luce explains, because you three distracted it, I was able to land the finishing blow on your patchwork. The phrasing hints at deeper ownership, not just teamwork but legacy. Elymas snaps back. I only repaid the debt I owed her when I saved her. I don't need or want that. Luce narrows his eyes. Oh, so now you're being sarcastic toward me too? Kelt blinks as someone calls. What else do you have? Joe Kelt. He's still half in battle mode, half recovering. Elymas strides toward the exit.
Watching you three get all cozy is killing my motivation.
The white-haired ponytail shouts. Come on, we're out of here. Elymas clarifies. No, that wasn't my motive. Elymas stops, sweat beading. I won't be able to draw the attention of monsters that spawn if you get too far ahead. He's stating aggro mechanics plainly. Separation equals death. The fox-eared girl giggles, but I think it's cute. He's a bit of a puzzling guy. Elymas explodes, because I'm the one with good hearing and tons of experience. I'll be the one leading our party from here on out, then yells, You're too slow. Silent stone corridor, arched ceiling, flickering torchlight, a single floating flame ahead. No characters, just anticipation. A fox-like creature lies motionless, teeth bared. A bat flits overhead. Loot glints near a pillar. The battlefield is quiet, but the cost is clear. A tall figure with a wide skirt says wearily, We were really running short on HP and MP, but still decided to head for the meetup location. Exhausted but moving. Elymas calls out, Don't you think you're too far ahead of the party? Kelt keeps walking, leading, even when the group is barely holding on. He adds urgently, There's a horde of monsters to the left, so don't make a bunch of noise. Kelt doesn't turn back. He trusts his instincts, and the group behind him. TPM effects flash above Kelt as the group follows. A voice cuts in. Take her right ahead. They're moving as one. Alive for now. The twin-braided girl winces. I wish you told us that you had those sooner. Regret hangs thick. In this world, information is armor, and they're half naked. Elymas lists his skills. I have Hearing Booster and Sixth Sense. I also have Stealthy Steps, so I'm actually best as a scout far away from you all. He's optimizing, not hiding. The twin-braided girl stammers. I guess you're right. I'm sorry for being flippant. Elymas cuts in. And if I did, I wouldn't be alive now. If I reveal all my cards, I'll end up being used forever. Narrative box. Everyone hides their advantages and disadvantages as they play their cards. Magic swordsman, hunter, priestess, or whatever. Your strongest move is the one no one sees coming. Kelt walks up. Besides, Elymas? Still met, why not? I'll get the short end of the stick this time. He's choosing, not sacrificing. Elymas turns to Elma, sincere. I never thought you could take down that monster on your own so easily. We have someone kick-ass like you in our party. I can't go around acting all high and mighty with you around. He adds, almost wistful. It's the way you fight. It's so open and refreshing. To be honest, I'm almost jealous. Elma replies quietly. It wasn't a walk in the park for me either. The fox-eared girl lunges, hugging Elma. Why you can't have Sir Elymas? He's all mine. The dark-haired man stares. What the heck are you grasping at? She's serious and squeezing hard.
Teach our Obi.
And I snaps wide open in pure shock. Not fear, recognition. Something just clicked. Elma, still trapped, asks, what's wrong? She looks up, eyes bright. In this world of secrets, honesty is the most dangerous thing.
Flip.
FWIP. A dark-haired archer draws 2 arrows rapidly, stance locked, eyes fixed ahead. No words, just tension, the calm before the storm. In a dim stone hallway, the spiky-haired archer stands relaxed and says, I was certain you'd choose the safe path. Elma, still gripping his sword, lifts a hand and deadpants. Color me surprised. No smile, just dry sarcasm. The group tightens around Elma, fox-eared girl with scythe, dark-robed figure with book. He says quietly, they're not just here to survive. They want whatever's left behind. Maybe an adventurer's remains. No one answers. Just silence, heavy with grim calculation. The archer cuts in with a dismissive wave. Nah, never mind. You'll find out soon enough. The tension snaps into silence. Elma turns slightly away, muttering under his breath. He realizes he's stepped into something far deeper, and there's no backing out. The archer leans against the cracked wall, bow over his shoulder, and murmurs, it's super close. His eyes lock on a massive, dark, multifaceted jewel embedded in the floor, pulsing faintly. Distant footsteps click down a spiral staircase as a tiny figure sprints toward them, exclamation mark blazing above their head. Kelt's face fills the panel, eyes wide, mouth open mid-shout, sweat on his temple, 2 exclamation points beside him. He's not yelling at anyone. He's reacting to something off-panel, so shocking it breaks his usual calm. That look alone says, this is bad. The fox-eared girl crouches, holding the crystal they pulled up, and says casually, but apparently this would be sold for a lot. The archer squints. We might not know how to use it. It's different from a normal magic stone. Behind them, 2 armored figures stand frozen on the stairs, watching silently. Kelt lunges forward, sword half drawn, shouting, put that down. Kelt, wait, what? He yells his own name like he's correcting himself mid-attack. A kneeling staff user flinches as Kelt's hand snaps toward the staff. Not aggression, but desperation. He's trying to stop himself from doing something irreversible. A blurred hand shoots in fast and reaches for the crystal. Before fingers close, smack. A sharp impact jolts the crystal midair. It doesn't shatter, but something intercepted it decisively. Whoever did it knew exactly what they were stopping. The fox-eared girl and black-haired robe woman snap their heads up, eyes wide, mouths open. A single floats between them. Whatever happened rewired their sense of danger. Synchronized shock like that only happens when something fundamental breaks. The archer yells, face contorted, sweat flying. That was an expensive item. Then stutters. What the hell? It's not just cost, it's violation. Someone shattered a rule, and he feels it in his bones. In this world, losing an item isn't inconvenient, it's a warning. A sword slams point first into the cracked floor. Kirak hiku. Spiderweb fractures, radiating outward. No hand holds it, just buried deep like a marker. A tombstone, a declaration. The silence after is thicker than the dungeon walls. System window flashes, lamenting trapezohedron. Sale price, 25 million gold. Description, Necromantic crystal forged by fusing monster souls with high-purity dark mana, and cursed. Leave it exposed and it summons disasters. The jewel is pierced by a blade, black fluid seeping out. This isn't treasure. It's a trap disguised as loot. A long-haired man with a headband wipes sweat, voice tight, is the reason why this dream hole has been acting abnormally. He pauses, breath shaky. I have a feeling that this. He doesn't finish. The implication hangs, heavy. When dream holes glitch, people die. Another panel. The lamenting trapezohedron is a magic stone with forced higher purity. Silhouettes flicker beside it. A human, then a spider-like shape, coiled and waiting. Energy crackles. This isn't just cursed. It's engineered. Someone built it to break the system. Final piece. Changes in a dream hole occur when the number of materials containing powerful mana exceeds a set limit. A sealed cylinder floats in dark liquid, packed with crystals and glowing residue. So the abnormal activity? Not random. It's arithmetic. Someone's flooding the system on purpose. A lone silhouette stands amid floating dream hole structures, arms outstretched like a conductor. Storm clouds churn overhead, debris suspended mid-air. Off-panel narration. Then it would explain the sudden increase in difficult dream holes. If I assume they're being scattered for some evil purpose. This isn't chaos. It's a campaign. Back in the corridor, Kelt's face is tight, sweat glistening. He says flatly, things have changed considerably now that these are present. The jester-hatted girl and hooded figure stand beside him, silent but alert. He's not exaggerating. The rules just shifted, and they're all standing on the fault line. Kelt adds, hardening. The criminal going this far would never let the dream hole be conquered that easily. They must be plotting something else. Behind him, Elma and the archer sit slumped, sword beside them, breathing slow. Exhausted, but still listening, still calculating. Surviving the first fight was just the warm-up. For Stan in the corridor, the archer, robed figure, white-armored warrior, and a fourth barely visible. The archer breaks silence with a lazy yo. Then the robed figure turns, hushed. I hear screaming from really far away. The air goes still. In a dream hole, sound travels like a curse. The archer's voice spikes, urgent, shudder, at an insane speed, and I can hear its footsteps. Eyes wide, veins visible, mouth open, and something is charging at us. Radiating lines blast outward, like the world itself is recoiling. This isn't speculation. It's incoming. Panic erupts. It's coming from that exact location. We should have gone to the meet-up location. Elma thinks aloud. I knew it. It must be a wandering. The archer stammers. What the? Three others freeze mid-reaction. Jester-hatted, black-haired, dark-furred. Faces twisted in disbelief. Something impossible is barreling toward them. A light-haired figure shakes his head, strained. No, that's not possible. He's not denying the threat. He's denying the logic. Because if what they're hearing is real, everything they knew about dream holes just got rewritten in blood. One snaps, sweating. If meeting up is impossible, we gotta beat it. Then lowers voice grim. The night bone isn't something we can take on right now. Another cuts in. Hold up. The dream lord of this place. The name drops like a stone. Because the dream lord doesn't chase monsters. It chases mana, and they're all swimming in it. The group stands together. Fox-eared girl, robe woman, Kelt, archer, all tense, swords ready. One says quietly, that thing will definitely catch us. Another, if we trace back the detoured paths to go back. The last finishes. The dream lord chases after a human's mana. No escape route. Only forward. Or death. A long-haired voice cuts an off-panel. I also have another concern. Right then, the archer exhales sharply. KGH. Body trembling with exhaustion. MP drained. Sword lost. HP scraped thin. But he's still standing. Which is exactly as insane as it sounds. The archer blinks, catching breath. Why, you have a point. The footsteps sounded like an animal's. He looks confused. Then what could it be? If it's not Nightbone, and moving that fast, then it's something new. Something worse. And they're about to meet it face to face. The white-haired figure steps forward, sweating. You said fast footsteps, but Nightbone is a massive skeleton. It can't move that fast. He pauses, eyes narrowing. I believe the Nightbone. Behind him, a skeletal shadow looms, silent, watching. The distinction matters. Nightbone isn't myth. It's strategy. The black-haired woman drops to her knees, screaming. There's no way we could hope to put up a fight against that. The archer jerks back, eyes bulging. What? It's not fear. It's disbelief. They just beat a patchwork. Leveled up. Yet facing this? It breaks them. Winning once doesn't mean you're ready for round two. The system speaks cold and clinical. Has undergone existence evolution to hit level 85. No fanfare. Just a number that rewrites reality. Level 85? Not a boss, not a monster. A phenomenon. And it's coming for them. Right now. The group regroups, Celt upright, sword steady, fox-eared girl beside him, archer behind, bloodied but unbroken, robed figure watching silently. Someone says, fortunately, we learned about it early on thanks to Celt. Not praise. Acknowledgement. He saw the pattern first. In a world where hesitation kills, that's everything. Luz steps forward, jester hat tilted. So we want the same from you too. Open your status windows. Celt stands beside him, arms crossed. The archer reacts instantly, like slapped. In this world, your status window isn't data. It's your soul laid bare. Handing it over isn't trust. It's surrender. The archer snaps back, voice raw. Once what we can and can't do gets out, we'll end up at the mercy of someone else. Everyone knows that. He slams a fist into his palm. Our lifeline as adventurers are our status windows. He's not paranoid. He's stating fact. Exposure is suicide. He won't hand his survival over chance. Flashback. Spiky-haired sword wielder bleeding, shielding Luz as blades fly. Back to present. Someone says softly, yet, you laid your life on the line for Luz. Another adds, you said you did what you did to repay a debt. The weight settles, not guilt, not pride. Just truth. Some bonds aren't chosen. They're forged in fire. Close up on the spiky-haired, dark-clothed guy, grimacing. MNGH. The archer extends his hand, voice fierce. You're one hell of a brat. I'll follow your orders, Elymas. The black-haired woman grins, snaps fingers, FWIP, and declares, all right, I've steeled my resolve, and I'm in. Then smirks sideways. Unlike what this moron Celt said, I won't piss and moan. The team locks in. Not because they're safe, because they're done running. Elymas chokes on his coffee hearing about a skill that multiplies attack by 6 at the cost of HP. He yells, that's mad, dude, staring wide-eyed at the off-panel speaker. The black-haired woman with the hat leans in, excited. I've also never seen something be utilized so well before. Then points.
Oh, the Lady Luck skill tree.
Her energy lifts the room. The fox-eared jester girl giggles.
Tee-hee.
And points, tail flicking with joy. Even the blonde man with star decorations watches silently. For a second, they forget they're planning a suicide mission. The spiky-haired, armored man steps forward.
Thanks to you two showing me your statuses, I have a strategy in mind.
A system window shows Heavy Knight, level 66, 9 skill points left. He adds,
we stand little chance, but it's all we've got.
For huddle in a dusty stone corridor, Elymas kneels while someone asks, okay, so, Elymas, do we have any chance of winning? A status window confirms Heavy Knight LV.66. Now, with 16 skill points, an Oath of the Heavy Armor at 34 out of 100. Silence follows. Close up on the status window. Oath of the Heavy Armor now at 41 100ths, plus 7 added. Fong of Smoldering Insanity remains at 1575. No sound, just progress locking in. Full skill tree appears. Heavy Knight LV.66. 16 points left, skills listed. Oath of the Heavy Armor 34 100ths. Fong of Smoldering Insanity 1575ths. Beginner Swordsmanship 5/50ths. It's not flashy, but it's their only real plan. System pings.
Oath of the Heavy Armor has reached level 41. Unlocked common skill. Protect.
The armored hero flinches, not from pain, but from the weight of what just unlocked. Level 41. A new tool. It feels less like luck, more like fate clicking into place. Protect reduces damage by 30%, lasts 3 minutes. If mistimed, MP is wasted. A hexagonal barrier pulses beside a 3 o'clock timer. Someone mutters, if you mess up the timing for activation, you'll just waste MP. It's not advice, it's a threat. Protect also feeds into Dragon Ridge Deathgaze. System confirms. IT also takes part in the process for triggering Dragon Ridge Deathgaze. And the payoff? However, this lets you endure a more powerful hit. The armored man freezes, realizing a shield might unlock hell. The fox-eared girl with the scythe steps forward.
And you, Luz, once each. I'm thinking of healing you, Sir Elymas.
She's already calculating MP, prioritizing who gets saved. She closes her eyes, sweat on her brow.
But I can't heal everyone with my remaining MP. I'd like to heal up your HP to full.
That unfinished sentence hangs. She wants to give everything, but math won't allow it. Sacrifice is already on the table. Then,
nah.
The blonde man with the fur collar tosses it over his shoulder without turning. One word, more weight than a speech. The fox-eared girl pivots.
Heal up Luz, and then.
But he cuts in.
Actually, my HP is just fine as is right now.
Not pride, he's allocating. Every MP drop has purpose. Luce needs it more. Elymas blinks, bow half raised.
MME?
Then the blonde man drops the real order.
I want you to use heal on Kelt.
Not Luce. Not himself. Kelt. Out there recruiting, alone, and somehow the linchpin. Elymas' jaw drops. A long arched corridor, stone pillars, flickering torches. A soft SWWWWSSSH hums through the air. No one speaks. No one moves. Just the quiet before the storm. KUH thump. KUH thump. KUH thump. The sound echoes like a trapped heartbeat. Not loud, but inescapable. This isn't ambience. It's the world counting down. A voice cuts in. But if we follow the proper protocol for battle, we will summarily be defeated. Then, the key detail. Kelt's skill will tell him the timing of the Dream Lord's charges. Protocol fails. Only Kelt's timing saves them. That changes everything. The group tightens formation. Armored front left, fox-eared front right. Third, crouch behind. Someone murmurs, "We cannot allow this battle TO become a long, drawn-out one." In order not to be killed by a single attack. They're not afraid of dying. They're afraid of dying slowly. Close up. Light hair, sharp eyes, ear piercings glint. His voice cracks the air.
We must finish it in a brief, decisive battle. No matter the cost.
Not bravado. Acceptance. They're walking into a trap, and they know it. Rain streaks the corridor as three lock positions. Spiky-haired arms outstretched, light-haired gripping a shield-like object, black-haired crouched with a flat device. KUH thump pulses again. Not sound, but pressure. The floor trembles. Something's coming. Blonde man in ornate armor stares ahead. 2 KUH thump, echoes vibrate near his temples. His fingers twitch on his sword hilt. He's not waiting for orders. He's waiting for the moment to move. The fox-eared girl's eyes widen, instinct kicking in, as the black-haired woman grips her staff tighter. Both freeze mid-breath. That KUH thump? It's not distant anymore. It's here. A single eye narrows, dark markings beneath, sweat on temple. No blink. No bris. Just focus like the world has narrowed to this one point of impact. You feel the tension coil in your chest. Wide shot. Corridor stretches endlessly. At the far end, a tall, crowned silhouette, still. The KUH thump is no longer sound. It's the dream hole waking up. Fill the frame. Skeletal grin. Teeth like shattered glass. Eyes glowing faintly. No words. No warning. Just the terrifying face of whatever this is. And it's already too close. Gru. The Skull Lord. LV-85. HP 761/787. Crown rider on a skeletal beast. Charges. Black-haired woman shouts.
This thing looks nothing like the descriptions.
No one said it'd ride death like a warhorse. The fight isn't starting. It's already happening. Spiky-haired, armored man doesn't flinch. He points.
I bet its existence evolved to focus on being speedier than the Nightbone.
But it should be roughly the same creature. He's not guessing. He's connecting dots. In this place, that's survival. The creature roars again. Gru. And the fox-eared girl grits her teeth, scythe held like a promise. Behind her, the black-haired woman raises her staff, eyes locked on the ribs, calculating weak points. This isn't fear. It's razor-sharp focus. Chaos erupts. Spiky-haired fighter yells.
No defense spared.
And slams his gauntlet.
Life shield.
Lightning arcs as he screams.
Dragonridge death gaze.
Eyes blazing, energy crackling, voids opening behind him. He's not fighting. He's unleashing. The world holds its breath. A skeletal enemy steps forward with a shield raised. Someone off-panel gasps. One problem. I didn't expect it to have a shield. It's not just tough, it's prepared. 2 characters tense up. One mutters. Then we have 0 prospects of winning, while the other adds.
If it can deflect our finishing attacks with its defensive capabilities.
Sweat beads on their brows. This feels impossible unless they adapt. The corridor erupts as a crowned skeletal monster roars. Gruh! And charges. Kelt, blonde furred collar flaring, shouts.
Now!
Mid-stride. Nearby, a spiky-haired archer lies half-submerged in shallow water, calm, arrow quiver beside him. The archer rolls onto his stomach, draws his bow precisely, and fires. A clean THWPP as the arrow pierces the skeleton spine. A targeting reticle locks. Vertebrae expose, crown tilts. No fanfare, just lethal efficiency. Close up on the enemy's face. Ornate skull carving, jagged teeth, crown fused into bone. This isn't random. It's crafted, and it's watching. The archer slumps, blood trickling from his lip, but grins.
Heh.
A text box flashes, shadow skulk. Behind him, Elma calls out.
I knew you could do it, Kelt.
They're still standing, barely. Before anyone catches breath, the shadow skulk pivots. Grah! And impales a quadrupedal creature beside it. Bone snaps. The archer watches, still prone, fingers twitching toward his quiver. The fight is shifting, not over. On a cobblestone street, another crowned skeleton advances, shield up, sword ready, as a spiky-haired figure leaps mid-air, curved blade gleaming. Off panel, someone snaps. I see you're taking it easy when your foe's right in front of you. The skeleton snarls. GROH. And charges. A jester-clad figure drops from above, inverted in a vortex.
Multi-hit.
Then slams down with a thunderous wham. Stone cracks. Brutal, not flashy. Still spinning, the jester lands low and delivers 2 rapid slashes. Slice, slice, into a striped armored skeleton. It staggers back, ribs caving. The combo ends.
Acrobatics.
Pura violencia. The skeletal monster stands impaled, fluids bubbling. BLUBUBUB, as a system tag blinks. Abnormal status, plus poison. It's not dead, but slowed and weakening. The fox-eared girl stumbles back with a ZRRSH, scythe tight. The jester-hatted figure rises, sword drawn, and says,
Now for our wishes.
Behind them, a dark-armored crowned figure watches silently. Someone cheers. Excellent. But no one smiles. Too much hangs in the balance. The skeletal monster growls. GRAGH. Teeth bared, ribs heaving. Its eyes glow faintly. Still here. Still dangerous. Lightning crackles around Kelt's dual blades as he lunges.
Disarm.
Slicing through the skeleton's wrist. Weapon clatters away.
Slice.
Follows deep final. One less threat, for now. Kelt stands tall, lightning dancing on his sword, when a dark-haired figure materializes behind him, floating, surrounded by glowing gears, and finishes.
To come true.
Whatever they're building, it's happening now. A new crowned skeleton charges with dual blades, but a dark-clothed, long-haired figure raises a hand and shouts.
Slow.
Gears whirring into existence. Time thickens, the attack drags vulnerable. The skeleton swings anyway, swish, blade cutting air as the spiky-haired figure twists mid-air, barely evading. Gear particles swirl, the slow-down strains. Every second counts. A skeletal crowned figure looms silently as exposition drops. Each Dreamlord shares the same resistance, and the effect lasts half the amount of time they normally do. This resistance makes each debuff less effective. Poison slows, they wear off fast, and hit harder. This changes everything. Rain slicks the floor as the crowned skeleton stands center frame, arms outstretched, holding a skull. Down the hall, the archer, fox-eared girl, and a crouched black-haired woman watch, weapons ready. Then,
That's exactly why.
Why? Unknown, but tension is thick. Close up on the spiky-haired archer, face strained, eyes dark-ringed, bowstring pulled to his cheek. Muscles tremble. This isn't just aim. It's will. He's about to release it. The fox-eared girl grips her scythe horizontally, knuckles white, teeth bared in a silent snarl. Her checkered outfit flutters. She's not waiting. She's ready. The black-haired woman raises her staff, 3 fingers extended, mouth open mid-chant, brow furrowed. Energy hums around her. Whatever she's casting, it's big. And coming now. Kelt and the spiky-haired archer attack a debuff skull lord in a narrow corridor, lightning sparking from their weapons. The system warns, with 3 debuffs on it, 2 of which are lowered speed and attack. The skull lord groans and staggers under the hits. Kelt drives his sword forward with all his strength, muscles straining. A voice shouts, Now is our greatest and final chance at defeating it. The skull lord's bones crack, but it still stands barely. The crowned skeletal foe slashes down. Kelt blocks it with a clang, sparks flying, electricity arcing between blades. He holds firm, eyes locked on the enemy. The skeleton strikes horizontally with multiple blades. Kelt parries cleanly.
Parry!
Flashes as a white shockwave bursts outward. His stance stays solid. He's already anticipating the next move. The skeleton switches to a scythe mid-swing and cuts Kelt's side. Shrine. Lightning flares as he recoils, blood trickling, but he keeps moving. The archer is knocked back while Kelt crouches low, lightning still around him. 3 skeletons advance, the crowned leader and 2 flankers, turning the corridor into a tight kill zone. The fox-eared girl spots a skeletal jaw behind her shoulder. She doesn't panic, just sees it. That awareness alone gives her an edge. The monster lunges, Sirayinke, as she spins away, scythe flashing. Zwoosh, she evades by inches, still standing. The archer draws his bow hard, face strained, tendons visible. This shot matters. It could turn things or be their last. The fox-eared girl crouches near a wall, muttering.
I can't get past that shield.
But there's no shield, just a growing suspicion something's wrong. A short-haired figure yells.
Arg. My attacks aren't affecting it at all.
Arrows hit the centaur-like monster, but it walks on, unbothered. Real fear kicks in. Arrows strike the monster's torso, zwash, but it doesn't slow. The archer reloads fast, each shot feeling useless against its resilience. Kelt watches silently, lightning faint around him. He's not idle. He's analyzing every miss, waiting for the opening. The fox-eared girl grins, sharp teeth, narrowed eyes. Not hope, not fear, just certainty, like she knew this moment was coming. The corridor erupts in motion, dash dash, TMP TMP, arrows, steps, blurred limbs. The monster marches on, untouched. It wasn't built to fight. It was built to outlast. Whack! A scythe slams into a crowned skeleton's side, sending it stumbling. No hesitation, no warning. The skeleton crashes through a wall. AAGH. Aura. Debris falls. This wasn't luck. It was timing and skill. A massive crowned skeleton raises a spiked weapon, lightning crackling. The blonde archer lunges, shouting.
Loose.
Behind him, a small dark figure watches, silent and ready. This is coordinated, not chaotic. Close up, the spiky-haired sword wielder realizes too late.
No, I can't parry.
His blade trembles. The strike is too fast, too heavy. He tries anyway. Not yet, but the blow lands hard. Kaboom! Stone shatters. He flies back, gasping.
Shit.
He's down but not out. Kelt grips his sword tighter, life shield flickering. Sweat beads, but his voice stays steady.
I can't let my life shield be shattered yet.
He's holding the line, for everyone. Now wielding an axe, lightening up his arm, he stares down a spiked helmet skeleton.
I must find that decisive opening.
He's not waiting, he's hunting it. The archer panics.
No, not this skill.
The crowned skeleton screams.
Sra!
An energy surges from its chest, cracks spreading. Something unexpected is happening, and no one's in control. A light-haired figure screams.
No, no, no. Everyone get away and into the air.
Gravity warps, debris flies. They're not just fighting a monster, they're fighting reality itself. A massive skeletal monster appears, jagged teeth, electric veins. The jester-hatted figure freezes mid-air. The archer aims. The black-haired woman raises her spear. 3 reactions. 1 truth. Everything just changed. Crackle. The floor explodes. Thunderous earth shock. Rips through the corridor, stone fracturing, lightning branching. Kelt, Elma Edv, the fox-eared girl, and the archer react instantly, braced, stunned, alive. 2 figures lie still. The air reeks of ozone and blood. The fight? Just getting started. A blade flashes, stab, and someone drops, half in shadow. The spiky-haired archer leaps back, bow ready, sweat on his brow, yelling, why damn. SK yell. Off panel, a voice notes. This isn't a rookie. He's a seasoned adventurer who still got caught off guard. The crowned skeletal figure swings down with a curved blade. SWWS whoosh, while the archer crouches, arrow knocked, eyes locked up. A tiny inset shows a face screaming, teeth bared, and someone gasps, Eden. Not a name. A warning. Another skeleton lunges, ribs exposed, spiked helmet, and slams into a hexagonal armored figure with a GRAGH. Elma shouts, keeled, like he's watching his friend get crushed. The impact rattles the air. A long-haired figure blocks the skeletal attacker's swing, parry, steel meeting bone. No flip, just raw will to survive. The skeleton keeps coming. KUH thump, KUH thump, KUH thump, each step shaking the stone floor. Debris flies. It doesn't tire. It just advances. Then, whoosh, a slash cuts through the air so fast the long-haired character's hair whips upward. The skeleton barely registers it before the hit lands. You feel it in the sudden silence. The camera shifts. Armored shoulder blocks the view, while the long-haired character's hair still floats mid-air. The fight continues. We're just not seeing it yet. A skeletal monster crashes through a brick wall. WHA boom. Rubble exploding, jaws wide open. No stills. Just declaration. I'm here, and I'm hungry. Kelt is flung backward. SWWWSSH, surrounded by crackling energy, limbs flailing, debris flying. He's not dodging. He's being thrown, and he's still holding his bow. He lands hard, face twisted, sweat dripping, and gasps. Its attack is back to normal. His voice cracks. The monster didn't just recover, it reset, and now it's aiming. A bloodied hand grips a broken sword hilt. The disarmed fighter mutters. If disarm wears off, the other debuffs will too. He forced a parry using raw power and technique, but that trick won't work again. The clock's ticking. His eye narrows in close-up. Ahead, a crowned skeletal rider raises a scythe. Not at the group, but at him. It's wholly focused on me right now, he thinks. No backup. No escape. Just death coming straight for his throat. The spiky-haired archer snarls, "Eat shit. And die, you freaking corpse." As he drives his sword forward, arrows stick out his back like quills, but he doesn't flinch. The skeleton flies back, impaled, thwip, in a stone corridor. He's bleeding. He's furious. And he's winning. An arrow juts from the crowned skeleton's neck. It's still standing, breathing ragged, but narration confirms. Kelt succeeded in creating the greatest opening. That's not luck. That's timing. A black-haired guy with a top knot grits his teeth, sweat rolling, and lets out a strained.
Heh.
Not a laugh. A release, like he held his breath through a landslide and finally exhaled. Elma mutters, "That's a skilled adventurer for you." He's not praising Kelt. He's acknowledging him. Respect lives in that exhaustion. Lightning arcs around the spiky-haired attacker as he dashes. Dash, sword raised, orbs floating. He screams at the Skull Lord. "This is it for you." The monster roars back, GROOGH, as the blade bites deep. Brutal. Working. The spiky-haired figure surges upward, lightning crackling, as dark tendrils whip across the frame. Above, the skeletal dragon-like creature shudders, armor plates cracking midair. This isn't damage. It's unmaking. Close up, the spiky-haired man, eyes burning, electricity dancing over his skin. Behind him, the crowned skeleton collapses mid-scream. OOGH. Graph. Arrow buried in its ribs. The fight's ending, but not quietly. K-thud. The skeleton lies flat, arrow lodged, dust settling. A quadrupedal creature watches nearby. The battle's over. For now. A skeletal beast rockets down the corridor, K-thud, debris trailing. At the far end, a tiny figure stands still. Two others crouch nearby, breathless. They made it. Barely. Three faces snap toward the corridor. Kelt, the fox-eared girl, and the black-haired woman. All mouths open, eyes wide. Not cheering, just shocked. Like they can't believe they're still standing. The spiky-haired archer kneels, sword planted upright, panting, pant, as light flares. System text burns. Acquired 9057 experience points. Level up, 66 to 71. He lost a sword. He's bleeding, and he just leveled up. Still gripping his sword, he gasps. If we'd been defeated here, it wouldn't just be over for other adventurers. The entire city would have been affected. He's stating facts. Then, quieter, we won. In the distance, a dark-robed figure slumps against the wall. Slump, exhausted. The black-haired woman watches, then echoes softly, we won. Not triumphant, dazed, like she's still waiting for the other shoe to drop. The fox-eared girl wipes sweat, eyes half closed, faint smile.
Phew.
She says it like she just survived a thunderstorm. And honestly, she did. The black-haired woman bursts into tears. I still can't believe we really did it. We really beat a dream lord that was that powerful. The fox-eared girl nods, breathless, eyes wide. They're not just alive. They're awake. Kelt, star pauldrons gleaming, turns to a downed ally, Flump, who's lying there, fur-trimmed, armor dusty. You're telling me, forgive me for forcing a dangerous roll on you like that, he says low. Had you not sidestepped that thunderous earth shock, we would have lost our chances. Thanks, Kelt. He's thanking the other guy, which is exactly as insane and awesome as it sounds. Kelt stands at the corridor's edge, back to us, watching two fallen figures. One mutters, I don't ever want to win a battle by the skin of my teeth again. Kelt starts to reply, I don't ever, but cuts off. Because he knows. Next time, they won't be lucky. They'll have to be better. A blond man with a fur collar holds up a card and casually states the market rate, 10 million gold. He adds, good question, like he's heard 100 times, cool and unfazed. The spiky-haired archer, bloodied and breathing hard, stares at the massive crystalline object in the rubble and asks, how much do you think it'll sell for? His voice cracks. He's never seen a level 85 magic stone before, let alone held one after a near-fatal fight. His face twists in disbelief at 10 million. He sweats, gripping a small ornate item like an anchor. Reality feels unstable under that price tag. The fox-eared girl giggles, tee-hee, and points to Luce, the jester-hatted figure beside the crystal. As someone calls him out, That's our gracious Luce. The long-haired man with a headband watches silently, already piecing things together. The archer snaps, glaring. The reward makes the raid quest look like peanuts. Damn you both for acting like it's no big deal. He's not angry. They're alive, but this loot drop is insane, and he's done pretending otherwise. The fox-eared girl gasps as a skeletal shield clatters down, the Death Commander's shield. System text flashes, level 85, plus 88 DEF, cursed, 55 million gold. It dropped like trash after the Skull Lord fell. She's wide-eyed. The archer exhales, shaking his head. It dropped that like it was nothing. Dreamlords have higher drop rates. I guess Lady Luck is a killer skill. He's half joking, but odd. He nearly died, yet they're swimming in loot. The fox-eared girl teases. You wanted to land the final blow for the shield, huh? The archer winces. Faye, had I gone for it, I wouldn't be alive. He felt the death aura, and yeah, he wanted it. But survival won. He grins. We gotta get him to treat us to a drink. He also got a drop from the patchwork. He means Elma Edv, who stood in the storm and walked away with 2 legendary items. Respect earned, not given. 3 voices scream in unison. It's that expensive? But it looks so creepy. An FF55 million. The archer, fox-eared girl, and black-haired woman recoil. The shield isn't just valuable, it's haunting. Elma Edv steps forward, holding the shield calmly. I checked. It's worth 55 million gold. I'd rather not sell it. He glances at his old Demon's Rage shield, LV40 plus 25 DF and size. Time to say goodbye. He's upgrading, not just gear, but himself. The archer shrugs, tired. I landed the last attack, but should we split this? I can't take everything. He's not noble, just exhausted. And he knows. If they don't share, someone cracks later. Loyalty means splitting loot when barely standing. The dark-robed figure says quietly, I didn't have enough MP to help. I gained 4 levels. A tiny figure behind mutters. Rather, I'm the one who feels bad. They all carry guilt, even survivors. Surviving isn't the same as earning it. The black-haired woman cuts in with a smile. We get rewards for participating. We can't get drops from defeating enemies. She's not sugarcoating. It's a system rule. But she's ensuring no one beats themselves up over what they couldn't do. Showing up is the win. The archer flinches as she snaps. There's no reason for you to bless that hunter with anything either. She's not angry. She's protecting group integrity. In a world of hidden betrayal, trust must be earned. Right now, they're still breathing. That's enough. A distorted portal pulses as someone says, we'll meet at the guild to discuss splitting rewards. It's not a victory lap, just a pause. They're still in the Dreamhole's ruins, surrounded by heavy silence. But they're together. That's the only currency that matters. They stand battered but upright. Elma smiles faintly. I'm glad I formed a party with you too. The black-haired woman adds, we've been through a lot, but our party disbands once we're out. The archer nods, face streaked with dirt and blood. Some bonds need no words. Close up on the archer, red-rimmed eyes, loose quiver, dented armor. He says nothing. Exhaustion is written across his face like a confession. He fought, survived, and still stands. That's all anyone needs to know. Someone thanks Kelt. I'm glad you were in our party, Sir Kelt. The fox-eared girl cuts in with a laugh. Julie is kidding. It's a joke, but also relief. They're alive, and Kelt's sword kept them from becoming bones. The archer snaps at the fox-eared girl. Umph. I know you don't mean a word of it. You black-hearted priestess. She doesn't flinch. The black-haired woman steps in firmly. If it had been someone else, I don't think we could have defeated the Skull Lord. Truth, plain and simple. Luce stands beside the archer, smiling faintly. Everything ended amicably. It's not a lie. They bickered, doubted, nearly died, but made it. In a world of broken promises, that's the closest thing to a miracle. 4 figures stand on cracked earth as the Dreamhole fades. We defeated the Dream Lord, Skull Lord, one says. The Dreamhole, Graveyard of Grief, is no more. They saw the cause, the cursed crystal, the manipulation, and stopped it. Not perfectly, not cleanly, but they did it. A blond man with earrings speaks softly. But I have a lingering concern. His tone is calm, eyes sharp. He's not scared, he's thinking. And in this world, thinking is the first step towards staying alive. A starburst erupts as the voice continues. I know the person responsible is still nearby. Then it cuts off, like he realized something worse is coming. The air thickens. They're not safe. Not even close. Whoosh, debris rains. Scritch, a metallic edge scrapes stone. 4 figures freeze before a shattered archway. Archer, black-haired woman, Elma, fox-eared girl. They don't move. Don't breathe. Waiting. And it's fast. From shadows, a silhouetted figure watches and whispers, what in the world? He's not alone. Others gather. The fight isn't over. It's changing shape. Our guy, still standing, sword in hand, eyes locked forward. Ready. A masked, long-haired man shouts. That's against the rules. Did someone beat the Dream Lord before us? He's furious. Not at their win, but that the system allowed it. When rules break, real monsters show up. A bald, bloodied man pants. Did someone defeat that insane monster? Are we safe now? His hand, covered in blood, grips his knee. He's not asking. He's begging for hope. And right now, hope is the rarest drop. 7 figures murmur on stone ground as a masked, spiky-haired figure watches from the front, back turned. 6 are missing. The dream hole swallowed them. Now the question begins. Who's left? And who's lying? The blonde man with earrings sweats, eyes narrowed. We're 6 people short. This tells me he doesn't finish. Math is brutal. 20 started, 14 remain. No new faces. Someone left or disappeared on purpose. Wide shot. 14 adventurers stand in a courtyard, wrecked. I only see 14 people now. We started as 20. The silence after is louder than any scream. 6 vanished. In a dream hole? Vanishing doesn't mean gone. It means taken. The thought lingers. However, I don't see any new faces. No reinforcements. Just the same 14, staring like strangers in a room full of ghosts. If 6 disappeared during the fight, who's really standing here? Side panel shows bodies spiraling into a vortex, dissolving. Text confirms. The bodies of those killed in a dream hole disappear along with it. So yes, they're gone. Not buried. Erased. And if that's true, the 6 missing might not be dead. They might be elsewhere. A light-haired man thinks aloud. Were they killed before we defeated the Dream Lord? Did they flee? Does that mean someone working for the ringleader is among them? Suspicion isn't paranoia, it's survival. Close-up of intense eyes. It's too dangerous to find a criminal now. I can't assume. I don't know their classes, levels, HP, or MP's right. Without status windows, everyone's a mystery. In the dark, allies look like threats. A bald man observes from behind a gate. Almost everyone appears exhausted. It's not commentary, it's assessment. Exhaustion is weakness. In a world where mana runs dry and HP blinks red, fatigue is the first step toward death. A ponytailed woman asks tightly, did someone defeat that existence-evolved Dream Lord? The question hangs like smoke. If they did it, if our guy's party pulled off the impossible, then what does that make them? Heroes? Targets? Something worse? Elma Ed shouts, eyes wide. It was our party? Who could have possibly achieved that? He's not boasting, he's shocked. They won against odds, logic, a level 85 nightmare. And now the world is watching. Waiting. Hungry. Elma points.
Elymas.
The archer bows. I couldn't have done it without you 3. Elma cuts in. Wait, you. It's you 4. Murmur gasps, because they realize this isn't luck. It's them. And that changes everything. In a courtyard, Carlos is confronted. Did you cross blades with the Skull Lord? How did you defeat a monster I couldn't stand against? The crowd leans in, not accusing but awed. Carlos is the quiet one who survived. Carlos doesn't flinch. It was humiliating. I fled and told the others to do the same. He pauses. Yes, but I determined the other 3 couldn't hold their own. So I challenged it alone. The fox-eared girl breaks down, tears streaming. I don't know what I'd do if you died. I'm so glad you're safe. Her voice cracks in master. She's not just loyal. She's terrified of losing him. In that moment, the battlefield fades. Only 2 people remain, refusing to let go. Close up, eyes closed, voice trembling. Thank you so much, Elymas. It's raw, not poetic. Someone lived because of him. In a world where death is cheap, that gratitude is priceless. Hilda admits softly, but I was in some real hot water this time. Elymas replies gently. Don't be silly, Hilda. He's not dismissing her fear. He's holding it for her. Sometimes the strongest thing is letting someone lean on you. Elymas turns to the crowd. The lives of everyone here were saved thanks to your heroic efforts. He's not taking credit. He's giving it. To the team. To strangers who stood their ground. To those who didn't run. That's leadership, recognition, not power. He clasps his hands. Ernest, please allow me to visit in the future where we can speak at length. It's not a promise. It's an offer. A bridge across chaos. After everything, they still believe in connection, even when the world tries to erase it. Hilda grabs his hands, grasps squeeze, and declares fiercely, I now suddenly feel a strong bond with you. No hesitation, no doubt, just raw truth. In a world built on deception, that certainty is the rarest loot, and she's holding on to it like her life depends on it. A light-haired figure in a circlet and X emblem cape thanks the group for saving them, admitting they'd have been wiped out without everyone's help. They mention Lacarina as a backup plan that wasn't needed and say they now understand the chaotic damage tearing through the region. A dark-haired figure with a turban clarifies the faulty dungeon map wasn't the guild's fault. It was part of a larger setup. Carlos had already reported both the map errors and a buried black crystalline object, the lamenting trapezohedron. A labeled layout shows zones like Whitebird 45 and Redline 49, but only one path is real. The map zooms in. Every corridor except the one marked correct route is stamped as fiction. No detours. No secret exits. Just one narrow path, designed to funnel everyone into the trap. The Skull Lord erupts from the ground, skeletal hands raised, crowned skull grinning, and the adventurers realize too late. There's nowhere to run. This wasn't an accident. It was engineered to kill as many as possible, with all other paths fake. Total lockdown. In a quiet room, the fox-eared girl with her scythe sits beside the blonde man in a fur collar and a long-haired person whose back is unseen. They piece together how the trapezohedron was hidden far off the correct route, deliberately out of reach. One line hangs unfinished. One piece of proof is. A long-haired, one-eyed, or blindfolded figure responds. According to Lacarina's guild, a former adventurer became trusted staff, someone given sensitive tasks. Why would a guild hire a former adventurer for this? He continues. The man didn't just help. He managed the raid quest protocol alone, gifted responsibilities because he was exceptionally talented. In the background, a robed silhouette gestures while a female clerk watches silently. This is a profile being built. Then, bluntly, his current whereabouts are completely unknown. The light-haired figure in the shawl states it coldly. No panic, just certainty. Someone vanished. No one knows where. The blonde man with earrings exhales, eyes narrowing. I get it now. He's connecting dots. Behind him, people gather around a table poring over maps. Whatever they're seeing, it's changing everything. A long-haired figure with a headband speaks tightly. He's chased these abnormalities across the entire kingdom of Nalsung, only for the culprit to vanish when he thought he had decisive evidence. His hand rests on a Nalsung map. This isn't local. It's kingdom-wide. The scene cuts to a gothic mansion under stormy skies. Count Halrod's household. A half-seen face mutters. Is it either Count Halrod's household or a sect within it? Two options. One building. Suddenly, it feels terrifyingly personal. Inside an ornate chamber, an older white-haired man strokes his beard and nods. If you think rationally, yes, that makes sense. The fox-eared girl listens as another adds that pulling off multiple mystery cases this efficiently, few organizations could manage it. They're narrowing the field fast. The blonde man with earrings slams his fist down, GRIP, and drops his voice. Who stands to gain by causing these problems? He's past how. He's hunting why. And that's always the deadliest question. A hooded figure with light hair and a diamond headband says quietly, this experience showed me I can't do this alone. I know the criminal will strike again. No bravado, just grim acceptance. The guild can't be trusted. The threat is coming back. Leaning forward, the same hooded figure continues. I must ask the two of you to assist me when the time comes. It's not a request. It's a promise and a warning. The clock is ticking. Two close-ups of the hooded figure. First calm, then eyes narrowing, jaw set, the words stare slamming onto the page. No dialogue needed. Bellic says everything. I'm not backing down. Luce jumps up, fists clenched. I swear I'll do all I can. Elymas, bloodied but standing tall, adds, as long as you're happy with someone like me, I'll happily lend you my strength. Together, we'll do it. No hosetashchen, just loyalty, forged in fire. A seated, cloth-wrapped figure smiles faintly. I'm glad we met in this town. Thank you both. Flanked by silhouettes, he sounds genuinely relieved. Not just strategic, but necessary. Luce and Elymas walk through double doors into a grand hall, and a long-haired observer turns, calling their names in surprise. They're not just arriving. They're being recognized. Survival ends here. Strategy begins. A seated authority explains the math. Nalsung's vast lands are protected by only a few hundred nobles, knights, and high-rank adventurers. Luce stands alert beside a blonde woman with a ponytail. You realize those few hundred hold the line. Our crew just proved they belong in that number. Before a door marked NOD, the long-haired man with the headband and the fox-eared girl stand at attention. A woman with a clover brooch smiles. I have great expectations for you both. It's not praise. It's a commission. They accept responsibility without flinching. Night falls. A cloaked figure stands motionless on a rooftop, watching the building where the meeting ended. Moonlight glints off their hood. No movement, no sound, just observation and the unsettling sense someone is always watching. Back in a dim room, the blonde man in the dark cape sums it up. People here are trying to instigate something in Lacarina by powering up monsters, right? Luz sighs. That was a pretty difficult conversation. And yet it was. Now, they're not cleaning up after a boss fight. They're staring down a conspiracy. The blonde man's tone hardens. We can't make careless moves without clear evidence. Our opponents are too strong. He's not scared. He's respectful. And that's scarier. When you admit your enemy is stronger, you're already planning how to win. Someone blurts, "What is that?" Another murmurs, "I believe they were trying to trigger a Zork." Luz looks up, dryly. "Is it okay? We're discussing life pretty leisurely right now." Irony thick. They survived a massacre and now debate apocalypse-level threats over tea. A close-up of a light-haired figure's intense eye as narration reveals. The second phase of Dreamlord evolution kicks in when it kills enough high-level adventurers. The dream hole collapses. The Dreamlord commands a massive monster army and triggers a Zork, a city-destroying catastrophe. This wasn't a dungeon run. It was a near-miss extinction event. The fox-eared girl gasps, gulp, as realization hits. Then I believe they were trying to sacrifice us for the Zork. Her voice trembles. If that was the goal, they weren't bait. They were fuel. A gloved hand turns a wooden latch, GACHAK, and the sound echoes like a countdown. No face. No context. Just that click. Something's about to open. We're close. Either way, it changes everything. Suddenly, Gladder. A spiky-haired man leaps onto a tavern table, shouting,
"Elymas. Luz. Hey. Over here."
Elma barely lifts his gaze, just smirks. The dark-haired woman behind him watches, unreadable. Chaotic. Loud. First real relief since the battle. The fox-eared girl's eyes light up.
Oh.
As she locks eyes with the smiling Elma. He doesn't speak. Just holds her gaze, smirks still there. In that silent exchange, the weight of the last few days lifts for a second. The spiky-haired man grins at the dark-haired woman. "I didn't mind waiting for you to arrive. I enjoyed myself." She raises an eyebrow. "You kept us waiting so long. I had to hang out with this persistent, wily woman." Tension dissolves into banter. They're not just survivors. They're friends. Kelt whispers to the fox-eared girl. It looks like they're getting along better. She giggles, nodding. In the background, the spiky-haired man and dark-haired woman share a quiet laugh. Another voice adds softly, "We avoided tragedy and identified our enemy, despite not knowing who they exactly were. That's the real victory, understanding." For close-ups flash, Elma grins.
"Yep."
The fox-eared girl laughs.
"Right?"
The dark-haired woman smiles warmly, eyes closed. The spiky-haired man leans in, cup in hand. At any rate, they're not pretending, not broken. They're here, alive, together, ready. And honestly, that's everything. Someone's still targeting Lacarina, and that hasn't changed. At the guild, the Dreamlord is defeated, the raid quest cleared, but no report, no investigation. Just silence. A blonde man with a headband admits they still don't know who's behind it, but he's spotting inconsistencies in the story. The white-haired figure says the spy Carlos mentioned didn't just falsify the map. They rewrote reality boldly, openly. That boldness means the culprit wasn't afraid of exposure. The real threat remains hidden, deep, quiet, and watching. Someone scans a notice board listing dream holes, AD. Plan. Pick the next one. Simple, brutal, necessary. Outside the Adventurers Guild in Lacarina, stone archway, bold lettering. Business as usual, though nothing feels normal anymore. Inside, Elymas, Hilda, and Luz stand together. Elymas snaps his head up.
"Agreed."
Luz adds sharply, "We need to get stronger." No hesitation. As they step out, a black-haired man with bangs calls.
"Heya."
Luz and Elymas. His grin is wide and relieved. The spiky-haired man steps in, grinning. They say a good adventurer has info and fast feet. "I got a juicy story." He adds up, then gets hauled out. "Kelt?" "Yep." He backpedals with an awkward apology. The fox-eared girl with the scythe gives a full body.
Nod.
Eyes sparkling, just her hat bouncing. She's all in. The blonde man with the fur collar turns to her, arms loose. Anyway, what was this juicy story? He's curious, not skeptical. Elma spots Kelt at a table, leaning into two new adventurers. Elma claps once. "Okay, but let's go somewhere else." The fur-collared blonde cuts in, smiling. "We'd love to hear you out." Translation. Spill it. An off-panel voice yells. "Come on, let's beat it, Elymas." Someone nearby lets out a sharp TCH. Time to move. Outside, the fur-collared blonde chuckles. "I thought we were more famous than youngsters." The fox-eared girl nods. His small-time crook vibe suits him. It's affection, not criticism. They enter the empty adventurer's tavern hideout. Garang, pure silence. Perfect for secrets. At a round table, Elymas holds up his hands. I'm not trying to extort you. The fur-collared blonde smirks. Let's hear the price for this info. Straight talk, no bluffing. The black-haired woman with bangs tilts her head. How so? Elymas leans in. Count Halrod's household has been acting strange. Dead serious. This is intel, not gossip. In a throne room, silhouettes speak. Even the youngest is in the running for successor. Power doesn't care about age or blood, just leverage. A dark-haired man with facial markings cuts in. Nobodies can't succeed, but Halrod's household values power over family. Loyalty is optional. Survival isn't. Someone sighs. A lot of conflict is happening behind the scenes. Another adds quietly. Factions are split over the successor. The kingdom's rot is organized, not hidden. The skull-faced man in ornate robes, steepled fingers. It's rumored he's permitting killing. The current count sees this conflict as essential. Chilling. Not ideology. Just purge disguised as succession. Back at the tavern, the short-haired girl with the eye patch says, Snow Halrod, the count's firstborn, a genius swordswoman. Malicious, cruel, rarely speaks. The group goes quiet. The light, spiky-haired man nods slowly. You do have a point. He's connecting dots, and it unsettles him. An off-panel voice murmurs. She might be causing chaos to control how people see her, to gain advantage. Manipulation on a national scale. And it's working. A dark-haired man leans forward. Everyone's desperate about succession, but recent disasters feel too convenient. He's not guessing. He's connecting. A hand rests on the table. Still, waiting. 3 figures thank each other. Valuable info. I appreciate it. One adds warmly. So I shared it. You seemed interested. Trust is building slowly. Elymas smirks, sweat on his temple. Don't get shocked. The white-haired, armored figure leans in. Yup. I know there's more you want to share. He's waiting, not asking. Elymas gestures to the table. The guild is hiding a rare dream hole. Far from a city. Luce si sapret, e arsperkt. This is the real lead. Luce's eyes widen. A rare dream hole. His mug nearly tips. This isn't just rare, it's legendary. Luce lifts his mug, grinning. You'd make a fortune if Lady Luck smiles. The fox-eared girl and star-ornament blonde watch silently. The fur-collared blonde calculates risk versus reward. Elymas sets his mug down. I thought you two could handle it. That's why I reached out. He's not recruiting, he's betting on them. The blonde man with earrings says calmly, a dream hole like that requires A rank or higher. Elymas and the fox-eared girl exchange a glance. Their B rank. The tension thickens. One blonde snaps, fine. What sort of place is it? The fur-collared blonde fires back. What the hell? Don't be an ass. They're stressed, but still in the game. Elymas slams the table. The tower of the imaginary beast. Mugs rattle. The fox-eared girl jerks back. The fur-collared blonde leans in like punched. That name is feared, not just rare. The long-haired person sips calmly. From what I heard, it's called the Tower of the Imaginary Beast. No drama. Just confirmation, and somehow, that's worse. The fur-collared blonde rubs his neck. Yeah, sorry. We must keep this secret. The fox-eared girl suddenly calls across the tavern. Sir Elymas. The bartender, sign reading murmur, watches. We spa supurete. Psusti koso. Elymas wipes his brow. In-game, high-rank adventurers got stuck here. Tower of the Imaginary Beast is rare, low spawn rate, a bonus stage. I'm not exploring it, but is it that good? He's lying. Everyone knows he cares. The fox-eared girl asks, is there a specific item you want? The earring blonde replies, smoothly. Rare monsters appear in large numbers. It's not a dungeon. It's a hunting ground. The blonde nods, right? The Grim Reaper has a high chance of appearing among 5 random monster types. The fox-eared girl gasps. The Grim Reaper? An illustration flashes, skeletal figure, scythe raised, glowing eyes. This isn't just a dream hole. It's a death sentence with loot. At the hideout tavern, a striped-sleeved figure leans in and admits. The skill tree is powerful but relies almost entirely on luck. Even adjacent classes would benefit hugely from its branches. The blonde man with earrings smirks at Luce. With your insane luck stat, that risk is near zero. Elymas, the fox-eared girl, snaps her head up, grinning wildly. He lifts his mug and adds casually, you might even end up stronger than me for a while. Elymas stays still, but her posture screams excitement. Elymas jumps up, jester hat askew, shouting, that's what I became an adventurer for. Let's do it, Sir Elymas. Pure enthusiasm. The blonde man nods. Then our next dream hole is the Tower of the Imaginary Beast. Spiky-haired Elymas blinks, confused. Someone asks so, and the blonde confirms with a firm okay. A spiky-haired man declines politely.
Sorry, but pass.
I have prior commitments. No drama, just a clean refusal. The blonde man with fur collar interjects. We'd really value someone beyond B rank. He adds, I'm willing to trust someone skilled and reliable. Elymas watches quietly, taking mental notes. The spiky-haired man sighs. I'd love to, but risk isn't my thing. My motto is steady but tight-fisted. The blonde man with earrings turns away with a flick of hair and a quiet irk. The blonde man exhales, eyes closed, sweat drop forming. There aren't many B rank adventurers. He sounds resigned, not angry. He opens his eyes. You have a point. Get too worked up, and you might quit at the wrong time. Then he adds, anyway, just go check it out. Elymas and the fur-collared blonde nod silently. Maybelle, a healer who usually sticks with fixed parties and only joins raids occasionally, is mentioned. She's not solo material. Given what's coming, that matters. Kelt stands alone in a forest, bow ready, scanning trees. B-rank solo adventurers are rare, except for special cases like him. He's the exception, and the only one suited for what's next. An inset panel shows Elymas on a platform, bow drawn, grinning.
Lone wolf.
Bold text, sound effects, loud, proud, and funny. The fur-collared blonde narrows his eyes. The number of rivals if we start talking about this rare dream hole. He doesn't finish. The implication is clear. Secrecy is critical. At the tavern entrance, 2 guards stand motionless, one armored, one masked. Behind the bar, the bartender wipes a glass, unaware. Quiet, but tension lingers. Elymas slams her fist down. Then let's do it. The blonde man smiles. I think it's best if you and I go alone this time. 2 bottles, 2 mugs, 1 mission. Outside, a carriage clacks down the road. A man in a formal coat sits quietly on the rear step, gaze fixed ahead. Movement signals change. Inside a rustic building, a spiky-haired swordsman sits beside a resting fox-eared girl. His sword stands upright nearby. They're catching breath. What's next won't allow fatigue. 2 figures descend stone steps outside a wooden building, cart and barrels nearby, mountains behind them. Boots echo, clack, clack like a countdown. A bird chirps. Foliage, distant peaks under clouds. Peaceful, too peaceful. Right after this, silence ends. From bushes, 2 figures walk a rocky trail toward mountains. One gasps. It's still there. Eyes locked on the horizon. Something shouldn't be there. A swirling vortex floats above a cliffside entrance. Text reads, Tower of Imaginary Beast, entrance. Below, recommended level, 80. 2 figures stand at the path's edge, one with a scythe, one white-haired in dark robes, both staring. Elymas explains, rare dungeons don't need a dream lord. They collapse after enough monsters die. The fox-eared girl blinks. I've never heard of a rare dream hole. Her voice cracks. It's mythical. Kelt reveals, the guild hid this dream hole. A hooded figure adds, that means someone's likely monopolizing it for overhunting. Profit over safety, classic guild politics. A man in an ornate chair says, high-ranked players would swarm a rare dream hole instantly. Gone in minutes. They must act now, before others do. A wave of players charges forward, shouting, KO Arch. Stomp, stomp, the ground shakes. It's not a raid, it's a stampede. Trampling risk is real. The blonde man says urgently, we can't let Grim Reaper's grip slip away, but adds, the guild hasn't forbidden entry yet. 2 silhouettes swirl in a nearby vortex. The fox-eared girl stares at a winged lion statue, level 80. I heard it, but that's high. Not fear. Realization they're entering a god-tier zone. They sprint down a grand hallway lined with mirrors and winged lion statues. Speed lines blur, no time to hesitate. A light-haired, armored figure states rules. No suspicious areas. No chassing. Flee danger. We won't go deep. 3 rules. 1 mission. The fox-eared girl pumps her fist. Got it. The armored figure holds up a skeletal blade. We hunt Grim Reapers for the Grim Reaper's grip skill book. 1 goal. She spots a window, sunlight clouds, and blinks. Oh, a window. But wait, we're in a dream hole. Realization hits. The environment defies logic. A light-haired character with a geometric headpiece trembles. I can't see the ground, we're so high up. The tower looms impossibly tall, wreathed in clouds. A cloaked figure reminds her, remember, we're inside Alxero's dream. She peers out, giant tower piercing the sky. Does this mean there's a real tower somewhere? The dream bleeds into reality. Elymas warns seriously, don't look too hard out the window. If you fall, no telling what happens. All of it is part of the dream hole. The fox-eared girl freezes. The dream is alive. The fox-eared girl shivers, stepping back. I forgot about that. Hey.
Shiver why?
Effect punctuates her panic. Not fear of height, but of what falling means here. Unmaking. A checkered hallway lined with winged gargoyle statues. Stairs curve left, the air still and tense. One gargoyle snaps to life, fangs bared, wings tensed, eyes glowing. Another looms behind. This isn't decor. It's a trap. A skeletal figure in striped armor says, "We only fight when fleeing's too hard. Otherwise, avoid everything." The group moves fast. Fox-eared girl slides away. Others follow smoothly. Someone yells,
"Roger that."
The long-haired man watches as the group halts near a doorway. KTUNK, a metallic click. Fox-eared girl and an armored figure stand ready. A bowing de monstellage. Elma blocks with his shield. Debris flies. The creature flips back. His stance holds. The shield is clearly more than defense. He shouts,
"We're out of here,"
and sprints up the stairs, shield raised, fox-eared girl right behind. They're not fleeing, they're advancing. Two sets of legs stand on the tiles, one in black-heeled boots, one in greaves. No fuss, just arrival or departure. The situation just shifted. Panting, the armor guy grunts,
"Yup."
The fox-eared girl exhales.
Phew. We managed to get away.
They're exhausted but smiling. They enjoy this. He lifts the skull-adorned shield. It's strong. Stronger than I thought. This Death Commander shield? No yoke. Gear with a title means serious power. The spiky-haired girl with the scythe gets slammed mid-air.
Whoa.
Sir Elymas watches calmly, unflinching. Luce walks beside Sir Elymas. "Hey, Sir Elymas. Grim Reapers aren't guaranteed, right?" Elymas nods. "That's right. Worst case, one might not appear. They're gambling, and they know it." A hooded figure steps into the doorway, scythe low. Sir Elymas turns instantly. The fox-eared girl tenses. The white-haired ponytail character narrows her eyes. No words, just threat.
"There it is. Don't let our skill book get away,"
shouts Elymas. The fox-eared girl bolts forward. This is a race for the skill book. Grim Reaper, LV, 66, HP 166, 166, MP 66, 66, stands over dark liquid, scythe raised. Pure skeletal menace. The system confirms, this thing is real. Close up, hood low, teeth bared, a guttural gree escaping. Not a roar, not a whisper, something that chills you. The hooded figure swings, the scythe arcs wide, geometric patterns gleaming. Swing. Echoes like a guillotine. It's not just a strike, it's a promise. One eye peeks from under the hood. Narration. It's preparing the funeral frolic skill. The fight shifts from survival to countering something that shouldn't exist in a B-rank raid. The scythe whirls in a spiral, slashes crisscross, star particles flare. Two figures get caught. It's not cutting, it's rewriting space. Inside the vortex, you're already dead. Close up on a hand, knuckles white, grip firm, shards floating around the hilt. Grip. Control. Precision. This is designed, not chaotic. The spiky-haired guy with skeletal armor grits his teeth, so that's skill. Voice raw, not fearful, but realizing. He's seen it now, and he knows what comes next. Two figures rush toward each other. Narration. As a bonus, it becomes more resistant if attacked while powering up. Land a hit, it charges forward. So, don't interrupt it. The hooded figure grins, wide, unhinged, as sparks fly. Final line. The skill basically has built-in super armor. You can't brute force it. You have to outthink it. 3 panels. Scythe mid-swing. Starlight fracturing. Geometric fragments suspended. No sound. Just tension before impact. Another shield bash.
Wham.
From the armored guy with skull pauldrons. Debris explodes as he stops a scythe mid-strike. Perfect timing. Insane force. They're learning. The blonde-haired guy's eyes narrow. Should be crushed before it can get started. Not shouting, commanding. The team strategy clicks. Interrupt. Don't engage. End it. Someone adds, but physical knowing ghostly transparency won't activate while the skill is active. Then quieter. It's a powerful skill. The weakness clicks. Not invincible. Just smart. And they're catching up. A horned, hooded figure grins, gripping the scythe like part of himself. SCRECH. Tears out. Not from the weapon, but from him. This isn't a monster. It's a predator enjoying the hunt. The scythe slashes horizontally, and the fox-eared girl moves through it. She spins mid-air, just her outfit fluttering. Multi-hit acrobatics. Wham. Wham, wham. Near misses that feel like hits. She's dancing with death. Spiky-haired shield guy blocks a downward strike. Your toast, he growls, but the attacker twists, throwing a third figure back.
GREGH.
A choke cry, ink splattering. Messy. Brutal. Real. Silence. For figures on the floor. 2 down, One armored guy, standing with sword drawn, fox-eared girl crouched, scythe ready. The scythe lies abandoned. Fight over for now. A horn enemy lies broken. One horn snapped, snap. System. Acquired 2899 experience points. Small number. Huge win. Fox-eared girl turns to Sir Elymas.
We did it, Sir Elymas.
He looks at her, just a beat, and for the first time, you see trust. More valuable than any skill book. Elymas steps forward, calm. The best way is to strike its blind spot, or during another skill's use. Ghostly transparency makes it tough. He's sharing, not lecturing. That's how legends form. SWWWSSSH. A scythe slices through air as a dark entity dissolves. Fox-eared girl, now wearing a crown, pleads.
Give me that skill book. Please.
Armored figure says, now. The room holds its breath. Knowledge is power, and they're about to take it. A flash of steel, zwoosh, as an armored figure lunges with Dragon Slayer slice, slamming into the floor. The target, a horned, dark-armored foe, reels from the impact. A gloved hand grips a shield. SWF, as Celt, in fur collar and goggles, gets shoved back by a black-striped arm. He's holding on, but not winning. Elma grits his teeth, lets out a sharp TCH, eyes narrowing. He just walked into a trap and hates it. Mid-clash, a masked figure flickers, ghostly transparency, as Elma parries cleanly with swing. Precise, not flashy. That's how you survive. A spear sweeps horizontally, SWWWSSSH, sending both wielder and Isabella flying backward. She's airborne, shocked, unprepared for the force. A dark-sleeved hand shoots in.
Don't even think about it.
Blocking an attack instantly. Whoever's behind it means business. The Grim Reaper lunges with a spear, shouting freeze, and stomping with shadow stomp. But Elma ducks behind him, moving like smoke. He's positioning, not fleeing. Smirking, Elma leans in.
Your blind spot's all mine, now.
The Grim Reaper is already off balance. The Reaper's scythe clashes with a bone motif sword, clang, and Elma doesn't flinch. He taunts.
It's almost like there's no power behind your slices. What's the matter, Grim Reaper?
The Reaper stumbles back, rattled. A hooded figure swings a scythe, swoosh, while Elma watches calmly from the edge. Not involved yet, but definitely watching. 3 rapid HTMP sounds as a gloved hand flies loose, disarmed, knocked away. Someone overestimated their advantage. Isabella roars. And surges forward, curved blade flashing. Pure agresión, no hesitación. Amid chaos, Elma smirks, eyes narrowed, lips curled, 3 steps ahead, 0 panic. The grinning hooded figure spins with a spear, yelling OGREIGH, as multi-hit acrobatics. Flashes. Lethal, precise, almost theatrical. Isabella darts sideways, slice near her blade, dodging, countering, or setting up something bigger. She's always moving. Black flame slashes tear across the battlefield. Bush, debris flying, combatants blurred. Raw, high-speed violence. A blade strikes, shink, and the system pops. Acquired 1301 experience points, 2609 EXP. Then level up, 71 to 72. Celt smiles quietly. Elymas leveled up mid-fight. The Grim Reaper lies disintegrated. A kneeling robed figure mutters.
You have a point. IT can't avoid magic attacks.
Then adds.
You were right. Its ghostly transparency being its linchpin is a pain.
Isabella listens, scythe in hand. Celt sighs.
Then I guess the only solution is to wear it down like we've been doing.
Snow Howlrod nods.
I see.
Like she expected nothing else. Snow smiles faintly.
That's true. I have.
Then.
I mean, that was our third one.
He chuckles.
Don't worry. I think you've gotten used to hunting Grim Reapers, yeah?
They're not just surviving, they're adapting. He adds analytically. But the Grim Reaper is a swift enemy, so the attack window is tiny. Magic would require high accuracy, and MP brute force still wins here. Isabella grips her blade, resolved. So I no longer have any reservations about when to attack it. I now know when to strike. Another armored figure mutters. It's not like we're running around a carnival inside the tower, and hopes for a skill book drop. A massive SWWWSHH and squish. Something big hits the floor. Isabella freezes, hands clasped, sweat drop forming. Lucha status, shocked. Whatever happened? Definitely unexpected. System window, Death Scythe, LV 60, plus 18 attack, 15 million gold. Effects, Soul excision, moderate critical chance, MP damage. Great loot, just sitting there unclaimed. Luz slumps beside it, whispering.
Why?
A companion deadpants.
Another miss, huh? This is our third too.
Third time's not the charm today. Elma thinks.
Luz's Lady Luck skill needs to get its rear in gear and drop the skill book already.
He mutters. It's like they know we want it and won't give it. Lucha screams.
Why do I keep getting the crappy drops?
Kelt yells back.
Calm down. That crappy drop is still 15 million gold.
Fair point. Isabella kneels beside a fallen armored man.
No, we still have more chances.
Then.
But I think we need to start fighting in more MP-efficient ways.
He groans.
URK. BB, but this was our chance to get the Grim Reaper's grip.
She's already optimizing. A black spherical monster lies defeated, blowing, as Isabella insists off-panel.
We need to think of a way to do so without using our skills as much as possible.
Luz watches silently, absorbing her strategy. A crown monster curls on the floor, groaning GREGH, while a long-haired figure watches. Aftermath. Tension. Something's shifting. Suddenly, the crown monster snaps upright. Rub it. Full HP/MP restored. Stat box. Monster. Wealthy Rana. LV90. It's alive, ready, and staring at them. Two figures lie flat, blowing gray, as someone shouts.
It's a wealthy Rana.
The creature looms, crown gleaming, utterly unbothered. They're down. It's not. Isabella grips her scythe. Find a way to get close to it without triggering its attention. Luz points.
Luz, we're taking that thing down.
Then a close-up eye widens.
That's...
A low CREP builds. They're charging again. A crowned toad-like monster booms across the floor, chasing the spiky-haired, jester-hatted character who dodges sideways. Its spring-loaded legs make it dangerously fast. The monster screeches and lunges, just as a black-clad figure with elongated limbs leaps in, cutting the chase short with sharp momentum. A blonde observer mutters, "How is it so fast with a body like that?" A question on everyone's mind. The chase resumes with another BONG. The spiky-haired character lands hard, but recovers as the monster presses forward relentlessly. The spiky-haired character rockets forward in a blur, slamming headfirst into the crowned figure, who tumbles back with a startled BONG. Close up on the helmet. It caves inward slightly, stress lines spreading as GREGH echoes 3 times. This was no light hit. The spiky-haired character spins mid-air, eyes wide, radial lines exploding as they scream.
Die.
Wild, unhinged, and full of energy. Radial speed lines fill the panel as the character hurtles straight for the crowned figure's face. No finesse, just pure, reckless impact. The blonde man with fur collar sits calmly. We've been pressing ourselves pretty hard, so I praise you for your efforts. Warm tone, but heavy meaning. Elma Ed kneels, voice tight. I'm sorry, Sir Elymas. I failed to kill it. I thought my time had finally come to be of use to you. She's gutted. The group reviews the enemy. It has double your speed at 244. And the Dreamhole's wide corridors prevent reusing Golden Rana skills. This fight is built to frustrate. The crowned creature shrieks GRE. Greggy. Gree. While Elma stammers, I was so close. MNGH. B but. Her hope collapses into disbelief. The blonde man points to the system window. Wealthy Rana. HP 22 20 seconds. You need 3 consecutive SIXS with dice thrust to win. And their HP is insane. He states it like fact, not complaint. Elma snaps. What the? That's outrageous. The blonde man smiles faintly. I thought maybe with you I had a chance. So the awkward silence follows. A SWW fills the air as an ornate circular structure activates. Radial pulses ripple outward. Everyone waits, silent. 2 figures stand in the checkered chamber. You know, we've come pretty far in. Insetto, the spiky-haired character fidgets. Eyes darting, hyper hyper not scared. A masked black-haired figure murmurs, well, another agrees, good idea. A third adds, we should pull back to lower levels. Nods follow, retreat as strategy. The blonde man turns to Elymas, low and urgent. I thought I told the guild to keep their lips sealed about this. Armored boots clink nearby. Someone's coming uninvited. An armored figure steps forward, but some rats have made their way in. A shrink effect flickers behind them. Something fast is moving. Tension spikes. A blue-haired woman stands composed. Her attire bears a magic-boosting rune. Observers whisper. Halen Halrod, same hair, as Guildmaster Snowhowrod. Names hang, unconfirmed but dangerous. An armored horned woman snaps. How dare you address milady so casually? The frilly dressed woman adds dryly. You have some nerve. Diplomacy is gone. The fox-eared girl and her companion are ordered out. For worthless adventurers like yourself to play, this is no place. Their expressions shift from confusion to cold realization. They're unwelcome. A hooded figure watches silently. This might be a good opportunity to learn more about the incidents we're investigating. Calm, calculating, while others sweat. A light-haired woman with a black eye patch says plainly, the firstborn of the current count. Rumored cruel, willing to do anything for victory. Then she names her, Snowhowrod. Chills. The spiky hair man scoffs. I don't think they have that much power. This is just the daughter lashing out. He's calling her bluff, not dismissing her. The armored man with star motifs probes. A lookout at the entrance? If so, was there a formal order from the count's household? Every word is a trapdoor. She's not overreacting. She's processing danger faster than anyone. A masked horned figure shouts.
Isabella.
The name cracks the air. Someone critical just entered. The light-haired, armored woman glares. Voice icy. Your brazenness knows no bounds. Not yelling, condemning. Worse. Elma, Ed, and others exchange quick nods. Yes, but of course. I see. Yes. Short, sharp, synchronized. They're locking in, not being polite. An armored follower bows eagerly. Yes. What can I do? Lady Snow? Behind the gate, a silhouette shifts. Lady Snow listens, unimpressed. Isabella steps forward. You'd enter anyway and lose your lives in vain. Speaking to you monkey brains won't help. You don't know your places. The long-haired woman flinches and apologizes instantly. A gloved hand lifts slightly as the unseen speaker says, if you've determined we're interfering. The pause hangs, heavy, not questioning. A warning in velvet. Sir Elymas and the jester-hatted girl stand firm as the other side claims, concealing this dream hole and my warning we're out of Lady Snow's kind-heartedness. Kindness? Right. The jester-hatted girl snaps. I don't recommend hounding someone from the count's household. Sir Elymas. An armored woman smirks. Then you must have prowess, yes? A shink echoes as a skeletal blade draws near. The spark is lit. The fox-eared girl with a scythe huffs dismissively while the jester-clad girl stands firm, refusing to retreat. Beside her, Elma cuts in coldly. I want that skill book. No negotiation, just demand. Elma lunges, weapon drawn, shouting.
I will show you your place.
As two figures scramble back and debris flies. He's not holding back. He's seizing control by force. Close up on Elma. Sharp eyes, furrowed brow, sweat trailing down his cheek. He's not angry. He's calculating, focused, wrapped in steel.
Long.
A long-haired figure with facial markings blocks a spear thrust with a massive sword. The grid floor trembles. This isn't sparring. It's war.
Whoosh.
The fox-eared armored girl snaps her shield up, deflecting a bladed projectile. Her stance is tight, grip firm, shield emblem, a black field with a white paw over crossbones, glinting. She's defending, but also waiting. Blades rain down.
Clang.
Clang, clang, as she braces shield like a wall against three simultaneous strikes from a shadowy knife thrower. She doesn't flinch. Two armored fighters clash. Dragon crest versus skeletal ribcage shields. Blades lock with.
GHE thing.
Sparks fly boot skid. One presses, the other pivots into counterstrike. Fast, brutal, precise. A helmeted woman presses her sword to a light-haired man's throat.
You're just a wanderer.
His helmet's dented, breath shallow, but his eyes stay steady. He's assessing, not afraid. She leans in.
Have we exchanged enough blows yet?
Then sharper.
At this level, you must be B rank or greater. And I'll tell you now, there is no B rank adventurer in Lacarina that I am not already aware of.
He's either lying, or something new. The fox-eared girl with the scythe whirls, weapon lashing out.
Don't you speak back to me.
Her opponent staggers back with SC-Charien and Klong echoing. It's not just an attack, it's a warning. She charges Elma, roaring.
Stronghold smasher.
And slams her shield into him, launching him backward midair. Brutal, unexpected, decisive.
Swift.
His hand punches through a barrel then.
Push.
As his arm crushes something metallic below. The sound alone screams agony. His face tightens, teeth gritted, eyes narrowed, as a spear tip glints toward him. Star-shaped ornament on his shoulder catches light. He's still standing, but the cost shows plainly. A light-haired observer's eye widens, sweat on his temple.
What?
Pure disbelief, he felt something break the script. The fox-eared armored figure drops fast.
Helmbreaker.
Her sword smashing across emblem shield. Behind her, the long-haired fighter calmly states.
I have mastered the basics of swordsmanship.
Not bragging, just fact.
CRRSH.
A spear whips through air, blocked cleanly by a skeletal armored swordsman. Close quarters. No room for error. An armored woman shouts.
You're nothing more than a single adventurer. How can you repel my attacks?
Only for the defender to vanish mid-strike. She freezes, whispering.
Impossible.
He didn't dodge. He outthought her. From a doorway, another armored woman says solemnly.
Either way, I shall not permit anyone to sully Milady's good name.
Her voice carries weight. The fox-eared girl watches silently, like she knows how this ends. A light-haired character narrows his eyes.
Glare.
Sweat on his temple. He's not reacting to the fight. He's realizing what it means. And he doesn't like it. Next to him, the pointed-ear blonde man with earrings scowls, sharp brows, jaw clenched, earrings glinting like warnings. He's not just angry. He's cornered. An eye explodes wide.
Why?
Shock radiating, sweat drop trembling. Whatever happened rewrote the rules in real time.
How?
An armored arm swings down with terrifying force. Weapon blurred, muscles straining, scream, tearing out. This isn't technique. It's desperation wearing power's mask.
Slicing sword.
A striped armored figure cuts through air like a blade. Whoosh, whoosh, motion lines slicing the frame. Speed here is an advantage. It's survival. The opponent reels back. Whoosh, then grits his teeth.
You even use your skills?
Defiant. Challenging. Like daring her to prove she's more than flashy moves.
Holly light blade.
A figure soars mid-air, wing-like guards flaring, cape streaming, glowing sword aimed at a skull and ribcage shield. Light and shadow collide. Everything changes now.
KGH.
Close up on the attacker's eye, blood vessels strained, pupils locked. He's pouring everything into this. If it fails, there's no next move.
Clone.
Steel meat shield, sparks flying. Defender shouts.
Parry.
As attacker grunts.
KGH.
And recoils. Not a win. A stalemate. And here, stalemates are just delays before betrayal.
Gaff.
The fox-eared girl with scythe is thrown backward, debris exploding, body twisting midair. She didn't see it coming. Or maybe she chose to take the hit.
Boom.
Shield bash. Elma drives his shield into the striped armored figure like a battering ram. Opponent flies through rubble. No finesse, just raw dominance. He watches calmly.
Then she must be a defensive holy knight. If she has the skill Holly light blade.
He's not guessing. He's connecting unseen dots. That's scarier than any sword. The skeletal armored figure admits.
I will admit, I underestimated you.
Before he finishes, the striped sleeve character cuts in urgently.
However,
the fox-eared girl watches silently, already 5 steps ahead. The fox-eared armored girl snaps upright, broom and shield ready.
The true battle begins now. You selected the wrong skill.
Then a close-up, another girl whispers.
Isabella.
The name freezes everyone.
That's enough.
A blonde woman in a dress steps into the doorway, calm, poised, commanding. The fox-eared girl crouches nearby, suddenly still. Gravity shifts. The fox-eared girl's eyes widen.
Lady Snow?
Recognition hits like a blow. This is Snow Howlrod, and she's here now. Snow Howlrod, short-haired, bow-tied, hands clasped, says without raising her voice.
Therefore, we have no reason to delay them any longer. You have already lost to him. In sword fighting and a skill-based battle.
Final. Done with pretense. One armored figure snaps.
Don't you get it?
Another pleads.
But if we let them go, it will be our honor that suffers.
Honor. Always honor. Even as the ground crumbles. The woman in the star-patterned dress holds her staff.
And we will find ourselves in an unfavorable position. Drag this on.
She's not warning. She's reminding. Strategy is oxygen here. Kumbahaj.
GRRGH.
URGH, as the fox-eared armored figure strains. Then the truth.
He wanted to avoid dealing any unnecessary damage while in this dream hole. He didn't pick the wrong skill.
He wasn't reckless. He was protective. And that changes everything. A woman in a bow-adorned outfit tells Isabella flatly that they raised the issue of strength, and now there's nothing left to do. The admission hangs heavy. A small figure slips through a doorway, backlit and faceless. Isabella instantly locks onto it. The glance isn't flare, it's focus. Isabella Bouschaluli, Y10, Milady. I'm deeply sorry, Lady Snow. Elma watches her, arms crossed, like he's evaluating a job well done, or overdone. Elma exhales, muttering he shouldn't have let things get ugly with an adventurer of similar level. Not an excuse, just regret. Two internal voices whisper, one calling someone so honest it's creepy, the other recalling wild rumors. Then, Snow Howlrod. The name drops, and the air shifts. Isabella steps forward. I will, for now, acknowledge your power. Snow replies, very well. Isabella adds clinically, you appear strong enough to explore this dream hole. Elma stays still, arms crossed, already filing this under not over yet. A figure behind them cuts in with one word, but everyone freezes. That syllable is the calm before the storm. Off to the side, a fox-eared jester girl claps, softly, sizo, and floats a relieved bubble. She's smiling, but it's relief, not victory. Isabella lunges, scythe raised. Isabella, I haven't even shown you a single trump card of me. Remember this? Her scythe slices forward with a sharp whip. An armored guard shouts,
Milady.
Not in warning, but reflex. Isabella doesn't slow. She's proving something. Snow remains calm, unreadable. The fox-eared girl and Elma lock eyes across a dotted grid, silent. Between them, an ellipsis. The universe holds its breath. A blonde woman insists, but we must display our might as nobles. Another stammers, yes, yes, less agreement, more dread. An armored blonde woman strides forward, shield bearing XXX, and says coldly, then we lose our position as nobles. The master himself said this. Her tone is doctrinal, not pleading. One blonde woman leans back. He fears more for your personality than your achievements. The other cuts in urgently. Not to mention, the current master has stated that, and trails off, truth hanging unfinished. Snow tells the defeated opponent, you are free to move as you please. We will impede you no further. Isabella adds quietly, while it was a light pre-trial, I admit you did land a blow on me. No pride, no shame, just fact. Elmo wipes sweat, thinking I sort of surmised this. A wide shot shows the four spaced apart in the checkered hall, like chess pieces after the king moved. Everyone's breathing. Nobody's smiling. Internal thoughts flicker. In order to get the better hand of the other candidates for successor, then Snow's thought cuts in sharply. But what if Snow is daring to present herself as a foul woman? It's not just strength, it's perception, reputation, crown rights. The fox-eared girl and Elma exchange a glance. She curious, he puzzled, while a long-haired woman thinks. Maybe it's in their bloodline. That question cracks the foundation. In a dark chamber, a blonde woman in robes stands before a crystal structure. She's involved in the incidents traversing this dream hole to raise her level and add feathers to her cap. Rumors are now evidence. Back in the hall, a voice asks, and why is she so insistent on keeping this woman between us? Then, Isabella, ask this man his name. A small armored figure bows. Why yes, milady. Tension shifts, but doesn't ease. A speech bubble hits Elma.
Elymas.
His expression doesn't change, but his eyes narrow slightly. That name isn't new, and it's not forgotten. Isabella steps forward. I asked you for your name. You, wanderer, you have done well to come this far with me. She's not threatening. She's acknowledging. And that's more dangerous. Elma Ed tilts his head. Ah, I see. It was you. Isabella connects dots. Elymas? The man who shined in the raid quest. Two names. One legacy. Now standing in the same room. Before Elma can respond, Snow cuts in. Please wait. Not a plea. A stop sign. Everyone freezes. When Snow speaks, the world pauses. Elma bows politely. If you have no further need of us, then we shall excuse ourselves here. He adds sincerely, I thank your noble lady for being concerned about my welfare. He's withdrawing, not fleeing. The distinction matters. Isabella and Elma peek through a doorway, both confused, giant, above their heads. They didn't expect this twist. Neither did we. A short-haired woman says softly, thank you. This has been a learning experience. You agreed to fight Isabella because you understood our situation. She stumbles. Even nobles fluster when diplomacy walks the edge. Isabella puffs up. Don't worry. I could do it on my own. Then immediately adds. Please project a strong presence from the rear. An off-panel voice teases, "You don't need to force yourself, as we know you're of a timid nature." Isabella turns red, stammering bluish and humble, while a tiny fox watches, unimpressed. Isabella looks down, faint smile, a tiny HOD escaping. Elma watches her, not smirking, not pitying, just observing, like he's finally seeing the person behind the armor. He glances sideways.
Glance.
With a soft cheek click, Isabella's still smiling, barely. In that quiet moment, you realize, the real battle wasn't steel on steel. It was in the space between words. Suddenly, Gree. A scream tears through the hall, followed by rapid TMP impacts. No one shown, just sound and chaos. Someone got wrecked. Debris litters the floor, shattered armor, splintered wood, motion lines still vibrating. Whatever happened was violent and sudden. Nothing's intact. Elma stands tall, weapon at his side. "You have great drop luck, but we really want a skill book right now. Not a request, a demand. Loot is leverage." Isabella drops to one knee, scythe in hand, panicking. "I don't need them. I swear I don't need them. Why do I have 4 of these sickles?" Only one sickle is in her grip, but she feels all 4. RNG hit her like a truck. Blood stains the tiles, but Isabella grins. "But I am getting better at hunting these Grim Reapers." Elma nods. "You're also learning battle basics, smashing through enemy openings, reading movement patterns." He's validating her growth. That matters more than any skill book. Elma murmurs, "Maybe Isabella cuts in. "But don't you think our chances are abysmal at this rate?" He opens his eyes, scared, not weak. She says gently, "I appreciate the positive attitude, because sometimes hope is the last weapon left." A wide shot shows them tiny in the vast hall, blood, debris, silence. Close up on Isabella. "We really only have about enough strength for one more. Not if, not maybe. One more." And you believe her. Elma rubs his chin. "No, I should assume there are other adventurers here too." He's not hoping. He's calculating. In a dream hole, you never fight alone. You just don't know who's hiding yet. A spiky-haired man smirks from shadows. Kelt knows about this dream hole, and so does whoever told him. Names drop like stones. Ripples spread fast. Thought bubbles float. But would the dream hole still be here by the time we returned? Then we could take a break at a nearby village. They're planning escape routes while standing in wreckage. That's professionalism, not desperation. Isabella's eyes widen. That doesn't sound good, as someone mentions a shady shop. Her masked companion radiates secondhand panic. In this world, shady shops sell consequences, not potions. Elma shrugs. "We'll go see if it's for sale another day." Who has the Grim Reaper's grip and is going to sell it at shady shop? There might be other adventurers. He's stacking variables. Survival is about options, not just courage. A flowchart appears. Hidden dungeon to B rank or greater party to Grim Reaper's grip drop to sell to shady shop. Isabella points, but our chances aren't 0. Elma stammers, "Maybe," then deadpants. "Not to mention, doesn't that mean our chances are very low?" The math is brutal. Hope is thin, but they're still talking. Elma's eyes snap upward, a giant. Blooms above his head. He's not confused. He's connecting. Something clicked, and it's big enough to make him forget to breathe. Isabella looks up, voice sharp. "Sir Elymas? What's the matter?" She's not polite. She sees the shift in his posture, his hand drifting toward his weapon. Something's coming, and she's ready. A sudden
whoosh
and repeated echo up the stairs, and Sir Elymas is already moving, hand on hilt, stance locked, eyes fixed on the top. No figure yet. Just sound. Just motion. This time, it's not a trial. It's the real thing. A deep rumble shakes a domed hall as 6 figures stand frozen on a checkered floor. A bearded man with spiky-haired grimaces, flanked by 5 armed men holding axes and swords, all staring forward like predators. Isabella stands beside a helmeted warrior, sword in hand, spear ready. Both are braced, muscles tight, in the heavy silence before violence erupts. The spiky-haired man screams, "Just die already," and lunges. The long-haired opponent with a headband shuffles his feet and moves instantly. The clash begins before anyone reacts. Blades clash, shing, as the attacker drives forward, only to be countered by a brutal spear and shield combo. Impact lines explode outward. This isn't a fight. It's a declaration. The spiky-haired man reels back mid-air, a curved blade buried in his torso. Stab, and gasps JGH, blood spraying. He's stunned, realizing things went wrong fast. The long-haired fighter TCH's eyes narrowing with contempt. Not anger, but disappointment. Like he expected more. Like he's already bored. Isabella steps in, shield raised, fox ears pricked, blocking a strike with a sharp HMPH. Her stance holds firm. She's not just surviving, she's learning how to win. The spiky hair man swings at Snow, blade glinting. Isabella watches from the side, jaw set, eyes sharp, not reacting, calculating. He raises his blade and screams.
Die, Snow!
As a white-cloaked figure faces a looming shadow, Isabella turns her head slightly, already piecing together what's really happening. Swords cross, SWIP, a light-haired woman locks blades with a spiky-haired fighter. Their movements are precise, desperate. In a close-up, an eye flickers, focused, unblinking. This is choreography, not chaos. The light-haired woman presses forward, momentum carrying her. Isabella, in the foreground, watches with narrowed eyes, hand near her mouth, studying, not fighting. YRRSH, the spiky-haired man takes a brutal hit, drops to one knee, gasps KGH. Isabella's eyes widen, hand flying up, not fear, but recognition. She saw something she wasn't supposed to. A massive armored foe with a skull and crossbones shield slams into him again, gaffed at sending him flying. The hall shakes. The fight has turned brutal. 3 mercenaries scramble back, shouting, "This ain't nothing like what we were told." One complains about the promised payday, thinking they just run around a dream hole. A dark-clothed figure lies motionless, thud after thud, while Isabella and a blonde woman watch calm. From a balcony, a blonde, spiky-haired man shouts,
"BB boss. New adventurers have arrived."
His voice cracks, like he just realized they're not alone. The fox-eared jester girl and Elymas snap their heads up as he draws his weapon with a ZWSH. In the foreground, a wild-haired man grips his head, snarling.
"What did you say?"
The blonde, spiky-haired man bolts backward, screaming,
"WWERE outta here. Fall back."
Others scatter. The wild-haired man stays rooted, but the tide has turned. They're running. 2 new arrivals land hard. Thud, thud, Dio, a woman in light robes and an armored figure stepping in like they own the arena. The wild-haired man gets knocked back. The blonde man with the fur collar watches, eyes unreadable. He knows this changes everything. Figures flee across the hall in a blur, thud echoing behind them. A blonde, spiky-haired back and a masked silhouette linger, silent, watching. The battle's over. The real game is just starting. The blonde man with star ornament smirks. "I guess you didn't need our help after all." Isabella and the jester girl stand behind him, spears and shields ready. 2 distant figures keep running, not out of fear, but because they know they've already lost. Isabella tilts her spear, clink, and replies coolly, "I will thank you for speeding up their escape, though. They were annoying to even have to deal with." The jester girl blinks once. That's Isabella. No drama. Just facts. A helmeted, light-haired woman muses. Surely they could survive comfortably in Lacarina, with strength of their caliber. Her tone is dismissive, like she's talking about pests. An armored man with earrings asks, "Were they bandits?" A small figure, likely the fox-eared girl, replies, "So it appeared. I would say they were about C rank. No fanfare, just classification." 2 armored women trade thoughts. Adventurers of their kind are the worst to deal with. One says, though they've decreased lately. The other adds, "I'd say they're criminals who can't freely leave the city." Translation, trapped, desperate. Elymas stares off-screen, silent, as C-rank adventurers, hangs in the air. He's not thinking about their strength. He's wondering why they were here and who sent them. A spiky-haired man gestures wildly as the fox-eared jester girl listens. Rather than attack nobles, it's more rewarding to conquer a dream hole. A rank pyramid flashes, S to F, showing how top survivors often become dangerous criminals, which is exactly as insane as it sounds. The group turns skeptical. "Short-tempered fools," the jester girl scoffs. "That's what bandits are." Another adds, "Kidnap a noble's daughter, and things would just work out." The blonde man with earrings finally speaks. "I have my doubts. Honestly, so do we." A masked figure snaps. Because of that, they're greedy, simple, and won't question a plan no matter how foolish. His voice is furious, not at the bandits, but at the stupidity. They lack common sense, which means someone used them, and that's terrifying. A helmeted, fox-eared girl murmurs, "Milady?" Isabella steps forward. "I have my doubts about that assumption of yours." Snow turns, and for the first time, calls her by name. "Isabella. Not girl. Not soldier. Isabella." Isabella continues, voice quiet but sharp. "And even knew I was in this dream hole. Somehow knew what the daughter of a noble looked like. That strikes me as strange. She's not doubting herself. She's doubting the script." She looks at Snow and asks, "What are you implying, Lady Snow?" Her fingers twitch near her shield. Then she hesitates. Then, like the next word might crack open something they're not ready for. Isabella finishes. They lack the ability to make the decisive move, despite having definite prior knowledge. It's not incompetence. It's control. Someone gave them just enough info to act, but not enough to succeed. The fox-eared girl with floral ornaments leans in. Maybe they were supposed to collect the reward from another person. I think someone wanted the bandits to know, put only that info in their heads. Suddenly, the fight feels less like violence and more like theater. The blond man with the fur collar sighs, looking at his hands. Had I had a little more HP and MP, I believe I could have captured all 5. Perhaps I should have taken a risk. Regret, but also growth. He's owning his choices. Someone asks, does anyone come to mind? Lady Snow. Elymas adds, was it a warning? He pauses, then admits, still for assassins they were rough around the edges. Meaning, they weren't meant to succeed. They were meant to fail, loudly. Isabella nods slowly, hands clasped, and says with quiet certainty, I believe there is some logic to what you say. That's true. She's not just agreeing, she's aligning. And in that moment, the pieces click, not with a bang, but with the soft, deadly certainty of a lock turning. 2 armored women analyze the bandit ambush, not as a real threat, but as something deeply off. The fox-eared one notes that even if hired, bandits wouldn't escalate like this. She quietly adds, rumored to be talented with the sword. There's also Snow Howlrod. Snow doesn't just fight, she stops fights with a glance. The air shifts when someone says, Isabella. Just her name. The fox-eared girl stays calm. Elma watches, eyes narrowing as he re-evaluates everything. Snow leads off. The blond man in fur says dryly, let's be on our way, Lady Snow. She glances back, annoyed. He smirks. I planned on doing as such without your comment. Another voice cuts in. I think it's best if you take Lady Snow and leave. In the background, the fox-eared jester claps once, softly, and watches them go like she knows what comes next. One armored man slams his fist into his palm, cursing the bandits, not with rage, but frustration at how badly they botched the job. The smack feels sarcastic. Isabella turns, voice steady. There's no cause for chaos over this. She's not calming them. She's reminding them this is a test. Tests end with conclusions, not screaming. Off panel, someone yells, your leg has been injured, milady. We only see legs, patterned shorts, boots, a slight limp, but the urgency says someone important is hurt, and no one's panicking yet. A long-haired woman snaps orders, and comb this dream hole for the villains. Once we've returned, let us gain the master's approval. Her tone isn't hopeful, it's expected, like the outcome's already written. A defeated bandit lies crumpled, gasping, blood on his mask. How did this happen? I can't die. I don't want to die. His panic is raw, human, and useless. He didn't sign up for the script. 2 armored women, helmeted, light-haired, and hat-wearing, stare, wide-eyed off-panel, sweat on their temples. Their shock isn't fear. It's recognition, like they just saw the puppet strings snap. Chaos erupts. A spiky-haired man with wild eyes lunges down a ramp, blade raised. I will at least take you down. Screw you all. He's not fighting to win. He's fighting to matter. That kind of desperation is always dangerous. A bloodied, armored man slumps forward, gripping a table edge, torn coat soaked dark. Motion lines show he wasn't dropped, he was thrown. 4 faces, hat and glasses, short-haired, light-haired, bow-tie-wearing, long-haired blonde, freeze and sink. Sweat drips, eyes bulge, mouths hang open. Rain streaks the window behind them, but they're staring at what just happened and realizing it wasn't the end. It was the opening move. Crunch. Splish. A monster's jaws close. Blood sprays. Bone cracks. No heroics. No last words. Just brutal biology. Thud. An armored body hits the floor face down, sword clattering beside it. Blood pools near the shoulder. Elma stands guard, shield up, sword ready, while a skeletal monster looms beside him. 2 figures watch, one jester-like, one helmeted, silent, calculating. This isn't a fight. It's a standoff, and standoffs never end quietly. Stomp. A massive black boot slams inches from fallen body's outstretched hand. 3 distant figures freeze near pillars. Witnesses, not participants. The message is clear. This isn't over. It's shifting gears. A small quadrupedal figure sprints toward the stairs, tiny legs blurring. In the foreground, a blonde-haired person crouches, watching, not alarmed, just waiting. Like they know exactly where this is headed. Scree, a monstrous avian creature, wings spread, serpentine neck coiled, stands atop stairs, one talon buried in a humanoid's torso. Blood splatters marble steps. The victim lies still. The bird tilts its head, screeching again. This isn't random. It's intentional. The fox-eared jester girl shrieks. As a system window flashes, Dreamlord, Podarge, LV-80, HP 722/734. Her expression says it all. This isn't another boss. It's the main event. Isabella grips her weapon tighter, eyes locked on the beast. The Dream Lord, she shouts, not in fear, but grim recognition. The bandits weren't the threat. They were the distraction. A dark-haired man with facial markings grits his teeth, sweat rolling down his temple. So this is what was really after us. His voice is low, heavy, not surprised, just resigned. Some chases end with revelation, not victory. Close up, Podarge's face, multiple eyes, one spiraling pupil, jagged teeth, feathers like broken glass. This isn't a monster. It's a statement. And statements don't negotiate. A winged creature says, disbelieving. It's known there's little merit in attacking the Dream Lord of a rare dream hole. Another trembles. But why was a wandering triggered? Someone else sighs. Great, another wandering for us. They're not scared. They're annoyed, like the universe handed them a cursed questline. Isabella crosses her arms. This wandering was clearly triggered to attack Snow and her party. Elymas shakes his head. I don't believe the bandits triggered this. They're not debating if it was staged. They're arguing who pulled the strings. A pale, veined hand cracks through the floor, fingers twitching. Off panel, a voice murmurs. It's obvious that they're trying to kill her. No name, no Hosetastion, just cold certainty. And her can only mean one person. For armored figures assess the battlefield. One mutters, it doesn't struggle in close quarters combat either. In addition to it being difficult to launch an assault from our end, they're not just outgunned, they're outmaneuvered. And that's worse. Podarge is named aloud. Podarge, and the truth drops. They mainly attack with magic from a distance rather than engage in hand-to-hand combat. So no rushing in, just waiting for the storm. Stomp. Podarge's talon slams into the ground, cracking tiles like eggshells. The vibration rattles teeth. This isn't a warning. It's a countdown. Flap. Wings whip air into a gale, sending debris flying. Feathers slice light like shrapnel. Podarge isn't preparing to fight. It's tuning the arena for slaughter. Wide shot. Circular arena. Birds circling high. Armed figures brace below. A black text box reads, we don't have enough pieces to damage it. If we draw this battle out, it will kill us one by one. No brevado, just math. And math doesn't lie. Close-ups reveal the grim calculus. Snow and Isabella probably don't have much strength left. Pierrots aren't known for firepower. Luce is still in the 60s, and her lack of stats will affect her. My skills can't touch it. One speaker admits defeat before the fight begins. That's not weakness, it's clarity. A shield wielder dashes forward.
Dash.
While the blonde man grimaces. But we're forced to do what we can. We're at an incredible disadvantage. The long-haired man with the headband watches, arms crossed, utterly bored. Like he's seen this movie before and knows how it ends. Isabella steps forward, voice steel. I'll draw its attention. You all take Lady Snow and flee. Someone gasps. Isabella. But she's already moving, helmet gleaming. I won't last a minute once this thing starts attacking. Hurry and go. She's not sacrificing herself. She's buying time. And time is the rarest currency here. School. Podarge throws its head back, beak wide, unleashing a bone-vibrating sound. Beside it, a circular device pulses, triangular markings, teardrop lenses, like it's recording the moment. Wind hunt. The avian spreads wings, and a spiraling vortex of razor-sharp wind erupts from its talons. Feathers shred air. Debris becomes shrapnel. This isn't an attack. It's a purge. A fox-eared character watches, jaw tight. That's a terrible move. Does she plan on trying to dodge it? Her tone isn't mocking, it's terrified. Because dodging this isn't skill. It's luck. And luck runs out fast. A tiny insectoid creature labeled Hunker zips near an armored leg. Barely visible. But in a fight like this, even the smallest thing might be the key. Or the trigger. KGH. A helmeted armored figure. Fox ears peeking beneath metal. Grits her teeth, shield straining as radial lines scream inward. She's holding the line. Not because she's strong, but because someone has to. Whoosh. A white-haired armored character takes the full vortex, body twisting mid-impact. While right behind them, Isabella soars through the air, blade drawn, already closing the gap. She's not fleeing. She's advancing. The white-haired fighter gasps mid-impact, so you should withstand it. It's one of its weaker attacks. Wind Hunt has a tracking effect. Meanwhile, the attacker, striped armor, helmet, launches a second volley. They're not just fighting. They're learning. Isabella whirls, fury flashing. I told you to flee with Milady, you utter goose. Sweat beads on her temple, voice raw. She's not angry at the mistake. She's furious someone chose heroism over survival. And here, survival is the only win condition. Whoosh. Another wave hits the white-haired fighter. X-shaped impacts bloom across armor, but they stay upright, breathing hard, eyes locked ahead. They're not breaking, they're enduring. And sometimes, that's the bravest thing you can do. The helmeted girl says earnestly, "Made me want to ensure we all make it back alive." Elma, sword clenched in his teeth, replies instantly, "But hearing your words, I had planned on fighting it in the first place." No speeches, just two people choosing to stand, not because they're fearless, but because they refuse to let the story end here. The fox-eared jester grips her knife. Grip, knuckles white. Beside her, the frilly-dressed girl says nothing, just watches, ellipsis hanging like a held breath. Some moments don't need words. They need presence. A mouth opens, lips parting, besides, and the sentence hangs unfinished. Because sometimes, the most dangerous things aren't said out loud. They're the thoughts that form after the silence. A massive winged monster looms over two armored figures. One in striped armor holding a sword, the other with skull-patterned shoulder guards, while someone shouts that challenging a level 80 monster is reckless. A fox-eared knight, sweating, vows not to let the young lady she serves die, declaring it as a knight of House Halrod. A blond man in fur collar watches silently. Elma gives a stiff, mocking sorry to disappoint you, while a small armored figure claps softly, clearly amused. Isabella's face fills the frame, short hair damp, eyes wide, staying loyal under pressure. Beside her, a short-haired woman in ornate armor holds her sword calmly. Four figures stand ready on a checkered floor. Shield-bearer hesitates, white-clad fighter raises blade, jester crouches, spear wielder stays grounded, all waiting for the signal. Elma turns and shouts at Isabella, "If you want to protect Lady Snow, plant your feet and give it all with me," saying her name like a command, the first real acknowledgement she's gotten. He clarifies, "You and I will draw the Podard's attacks." Behind him, the avian monster crouches low, wings spread, coiled to strike. Isabella snaps. "Fine." As the Podard shrieks, "Scree!" An amassed figure grunts KGH, flinching from damage before the fight even starts. An armored woman warns coldly, "If Milady dies, you'll resent this judgment." The monster screams again, and the blond man grins, stepping forward with a boot crunch, clearly enjoying the chaos. Combat erupts in a grand hall. A spiky-haired armored figure dashes toward the monster, sword drawn, while the shield-bearer braces. This is now a full engagement. The spiky-haired fighter unleashes.
Sylph Cutter.
A sweeping energy slash leaves a pentagram sigil. The monster recoils mid-air, stunned by the clean hit.
DWA Wish.
The impact shatters pillars, hurls an armored figure backward through the air, barely conscious, magic warping around them. The fox-eared jester girl lunges with a spear, yelling,
"Now's our chance."
The spiky-haired man with a headband mutters that SYLPH Cutter is annoyingly fast, a top-tier magic. A bird-like monster dives talons first while an armored defender holds up their spear. A third person stares wide-eyed, mouth open, a sharp flash beside their eye. Things are going badly. Slice. Multiple blade projectiles pierce the creature's body. It screams, "Gah!" Suspended mid-air, impaled and bleeding like a comet's tail. The blond man with facial markings grimaces, teeth clenched, letting out a raw.
KGH.
Not from injury, but strain, like pushing past a hidden limit. A long-haired girl in dark robes thrusts her sword. A snowflake-shaped ice crystal blooms at the tip with a soft
Shuen.
Sparkling in the air. The bird-like creature narrows its eyes and lets out a low scree. Wings tensing, this isn't over. Elma realizes, I get it now. Snow is a crystal knight. He adds quietly that supporting them is likely all she can do right now. Snow stands calm amid swirling ice, holding the storm together. Crystal knights use ice magic from range, letting them swing swords freely, a devastating combo when used well. Snow poses confidently, star motif dress fluttering, snowflakes dancing around her. The fox-eared jester girl swings her curved blade.
Swirl.
Heart motifs catching light, motion so fast it leaves vertical streaks like cutting time. A serrated curved blade slices through air. Swirl. No face shown, but the speed and angle confirm a hard hit. The fox-eared girl with bow tie screams.
Freya.
Mouth wide, eyes blazing, as a silhouetted figure flies back behind her, debris flying, spiky hair whipping in a shockwave. She lands.
Critical 6.
With
dice thrust.
A short blade punches through the monster's chest, explosion and debris everywhere. She drops to one knee, cheering. I did it. I'm sure that did decent damage. A bird-like monster with wild feathers and razor-sharp teeth shrieks, "Skgh," and dives forward, claws out, eyes locked on its target. It drops into a grand hall with checkered floors and pillars. Isabella draws her sword. The blonde man in striped armor shields a hooded figure, and the fox-eared jester girl watches calmly, weapon ready. Off panel, someone grits their teeth hard. GRRGH, sweat beading as they grip something tightly. Slice! A spiky-haired attacker drops from above, blade flashing down in a blur, fast, focused, and hungry. Isabella hits the ground hard, struggle, teeth clenched, sweat dripping, muscles straining to stay upright. She's hurt, but not broken. A masked figure shouts,
"Hurry and rise, Isabella."
As the spiky-haired attacker advances steadily, Isabella turns, jaw set, already planning her next move. Boom! The monster's claw slams into the stone floor, sending shockwaves and debris flying. The spiky-haired character barely parries, shirring, as the strike skids off his forearm. He doesn't flinch. His eye snaps wide, sweat beading, pupils locked, pure focus, pure alarm. One mistake ends it. He curses.
Shit. Its reach is so wide that I can't counterattack.
As the monster's limb whips around again, wham, slamming him mid-crouch. He's pinned, overwhelmed. GGH, a mass figure reels back as wind slashes tear through the air. WHOSH, and a winged attacker soars overhead, unleashing gust. With precision. Isabella and a small armored figure are caught in the blast. KGH, thrown sideways like ragdolls, twisting mid-air without time to brace. Elymas exhales sharply.
Archon, it's completely reset the battle with that attack.
Eyes scanning the chaos. The fight's been rewritten. The aftermath settles. An energy spiral on the floor, scattered figures half buried in dust, motion lines fading. Silence replaces noise. Isabella crouches, clutching her arm. HNHH. Face pain, but eyes scanning the field. She's thinking, not done. An ornately armored figure screams, AAAGH. As they're hurled backward, limbs flailing, cape whipping. Raw force, no grace. The avian monster crouches, wings spread, HP at 671/734. It's buying time, so it can recover. The voiceover explains, while wearing US down in the process. Its eyes lock onto the group, cold, intelligent, and the narration cuts in. Our chances of victory are slimmer than ever. This is a countdown. Luce leaps forward, blade extended. Snow stands ready with her staff.
And Luce must find openings to continuously land successful dice thrusts so we can win.
The plan unfolds.
Snow must distract it with magic from the rear.
Isabella and the blonde man with the fur collar stand shoulder to shoulder.
In our current situation, Isabella and I must be the tanks.
His voice is steady, hers silent, posture firm. I'm here. I'll hold. Grasp. A talon clamps down on the striped armored figure, fingers locking like iron. No warning. No escape. Wham! The monster strikes again, skull tilted back, mouth wide open in a scary EH. That echoes off the walls. It's celebrating. A blonde armored fighter reels back, gaff, blood trickling, armor dented, blinking away stars. Still standing. Barely. Then,
Self-cutter.
a circular wind blade slices through the monster's face, cut glowing midair. In front, a helmeted, dark-haired figure watches, unreadable. A sword flashes, BM. Striped armored figure screams aga as the blade bites deep. He's not dodging. He's taking it. The fox-eared jester girl cries.
Sir Elymas.
As he's launched backward by PWBM, tumbling toward a wall while a shielded observer watches still. SWWSH. He crashes through the stone wall, rubble exploding outward, lands dazed in wreckage. Just dust and breathing. Isabella and a short-haired girl with a ribbon stand side by side, staring left. Behind them, the fox-eared jester sits cross-legged, humming softly. Behind shattered stone, a figure lies prone, spear upright, panting, pant, voice whispering. If only... A long-haired, light-haired man grips his weapon, knuckles white.
If only we had the Grim Reaper's grip.
His voice cracks with regret. Isabella's head snaps up, eyes widen, as she whispers. Did you just say the Grim Reaper's grip? Like she heard a lost password. She grins, sword lowered, hands thrust forward. If that's what we need, I have it right now. I have it. Confident, alive, the room tilts toward her. She explains calmly. H, of course. Snow and Isabella were exploring this dungeon longer than we were. It wouldn't be odd for her to have received it as a drop from the Grim Reaper. The blonde man stares.
What?
Because yeah, she did. Isabella thrusts the item forward. Please give it to Luce this instant. While a wounded man shouts.
So please. I'll pay whatever price you want.
Stakes are personal now. A jester woman lunges.
Take this.
Flinging something at a skeletal hand emerging from shadow, shouting.
You Pierrot.
Like settling an old score. A spiky-haired figure freezes, eyes wide, breath caught, pure disbelief. Whatever happened rewrote the rules again. The jester woman holds up a patterned book, FWAP, and blinks, surprised she succeeded. The skeletal hand lies crushed under broken stone, skull cracked, dust settling. The attack landed. The threat neutralized for now. A voice commands, erase attack booster, dump all points into Grim Reaper's grip. The fox-eared jester girl flinches, hand raised, book glowing. A skeletal hand gripping a skull pulses in a crystal inset. The system shows skill tree Pierrot with 23 points left, Fool's Acrobatics at 18/100ths, Lady Luck at 30/70, attack booster now 0. This is a full pivot, and she's holding the trigger. A silhouetted hand lifts a cup-like object beneath an open book. Pages flare with a sharp SHWH, like flipping through fate. Flip, 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 flip. The book flips rapidly, revealing skeletal illustrations that look like instructions, not art. Someone isn't just reading the manual, they're reverse engineering the system. Close up on a light-haired figure, eyes wide, black teardrop mark under one eye, lines radiating from her pupils. She's not reacting, she's sinking. The screen opens. The Fool's Acrobatics, Lady Luck at 30/70, Grim Reaper's The jester girl listens as someone calculates. With Luce's remaining points, she can learn all basic Grim Reaper's grip skills. She nods, cards flicking in her fingers, already 3 steps ahead. She murmurs, you're right. Then Elymas lunges, sword drawn, shouting, but we're settling the score now, Luce. Debris flies behind him. He knows they're cornered, but turns desperation into momentum. The jester girl stands tall, flaming sword in hand, a massive skeletal hand looming behind her. Her boots bear an X, her hat jingles faintly. She says plainly, with this skill tree, I think I might be able to do it. No bravado, just certainty. In the grand hall, the blonde man with the fur collar raises his sword. Let's take this out fast and hard. Dragging it out gives the Podarge time to regroup. The bird monster screeches, eyes blazing. Team locks formation. Shield bearer front, swordsman coiled, jester girl rear. Everyone breathes, thick risk. Isabella snaps, the same thing you've been doing, cutting through panic as someone stammers off panel, WH, what should I do? Meanwhile, a tiny armored figure soars mid-leap, already committed before the question lands. Tactical clarity hits. Isabella states flatly, Luce will land blows. Snow adds calmly, I'll create openings. 2 others lock eyes, jaws set, agree to hold a line as shields. No hosetashchen, just rolls clicked into place. Elymas roars, we're ending this quickly. It won't drag out. Then softer but firm, but don't worry. He's not reassuring. He's commanding calm. It works. An armored figure lunges, sparks fly, metal screams, and the words hang. In that case, not a question. It's the trigger. Elymas charges, leg extended, motion lines blurring him, and shouts over wind. Use any and all MP you have. He's not asking. He's burning the bridge behind them. The jester girl launches airborne, sword trailing energy.
Slicing wave.
Erupts, clean and lethal, cutting across the monster's flank mid-flight. Dash, dash, dash. The blonde man with fur collar becomes a blur, 6 rapid bursts, until his blade slices the Podarge's wing, feathers flying. A winged observer watches silently. This isn't fighting, it's high-stakes choreography. The blonde man with star-marked gauntlet freezes, eyes wide, mouth half open, as something unseen hits him. His expression says it all. That wasn't supposed to happen. The Podarge lunges, talons out, wings slicing air, and the blonde man vanishes behind its bulk. 1 second there, next inside the attack. Notoriously, only survive. He grunts, GGH, as impact rocks him. Then Kashink, a striped headgear fighter intercepts, shouting.
Parry!
Talon glances off blade, sparks flying. They're sharing the weight. The blonde armored fighter realizes too late, I must have screwed up my parry timing, and the monster's beak slams home. He screams, SHIT. Gah! World tilts, pain white hot. Even pros crack. His shield takes the final blow. Wham shield. It shatters outward in jagged fragments. He's thrown back, armor dented, breath gone. The monster doesn't pause. Close up. Blood trickles from his temple, shield shards near his jaw. The Podar's eye fills the frame, cold, unblinking, hungry. Most will break here. He doesn't. Not yet. It doesn't stop. TMP. 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 3 more strikes rain down. No mercy, no rhythm, just dominance. The Podarge isn't playing. It's finishing. The Jester Girl's eyes snap wide. Oh no. Here comes SYLPH Cutter, voice tight, as she grips her dagger. She knows the name, and it's bad. She leaps, not away, but into danger, arms raised, weapon forward, motion lines screaming. This isn't retreat. It's redirection. She's the fulcrum. Beneath her, a glowing pentagram flares. Lurch, and the spiky-haired fighter's face tightens, eyes locking onto the sigil like he's seeing the future unfold. Tide turns, or breaks. Crystalline shards peel from the spiky-haired fighter's face with a low crackle. Behind him, a geometric symbol flickers, ancient, awake. Wide shot of the arena, arched windows, dust hanging, and a winged figure streaks past, blurred by speed. Swoosh! They're not watching. They're acting. Isabella shouts, "M'lady," voice raw, as she clutches a small figure to her chest, eyes locked off panel. Protection is a choice she makes mid-combat. The Jester Girl lands hard on the checkered floor, dark wing-like shadow flaring behind her. Evasion or launch. Snow stands serene, snowflake-shaped shield raised, flakes drifting lazily. Calm isn't fearlessness, it's mastery. She's the anchor. Elymas, face smudged with dirt and sweat, screams, "Go for it, Luce." Voice cracks, not from weakness but belief. He believes in her, and that changes everything. The Jester Girl spins, a whirlwind of fabric, bells fury, WHRL, blade carving wind, wish on impact, then she screams. HH, eyes wild, teeth bared, pouring all her will into the strike. This isn't combat. It's catharsis. A light-haired man with facial markings watches the avian monster, muttering that the upcoming skill is more stable than dice thrust, but still an all-or-nothing gamble. The air feels thick with tension. The blonde armored woman nods as the fox-eared Jester Girl adds. Dragon Slayer skills are solid, and with Luce's luck stat, critical hits become nearly guaranteed. After what she just did, it sounds plausible. The headband-wearing woman interrupts, sweating. Even with criticals, they won't finish it unless attack stat improves. Right then, the wounded monster stomps hard, blood splattering, refusing to fall. The monster shrieks, SKREE, as a flash explosion rips its chest. A skull icon appears with black splatter. It reels back stunned but upright. Someone hit it hard, and no one saw who. Another impact from the left, BOM, KBOM, and the monster's upper body erupts in black splatter. Wings flail, feathers scatter. It's reeling, but still standing. The fight isn't over. K-thud. The monster slams face first onto the floor. The armored blonde woman and frill-dress woman gasp what? In unison, the Jester Girl stays calm, watching as someone crouches near its head and another holds a shield. No one knows how it happened, but it worked. The Jester Girl now holds a dagger wreathed in crimson flame. The avian monster staggers back, bleeding black. She glances at the blade like it's routine, because after what just happened, maybe it is. A blonde armored man leans in, voice tight, Hell's assassination dagger. Level 14. He doesn't sound impressed, he sounds scared. Level 14 shouldn't be this dangerous. A system window appears. Hell's assassination dagger is a special skill that doubles damage on critical hits. The Jester Girl listens as someone explains why the Grim Reaper's grip tree is feared. It doesn't just deal damage, it changes combat rules. The math is clear. Normal crits are x 1.5 damage, but with this dagger, it triples. Even with lower stats, you can break through defenses. That skull marked hit earlier wasn't luck, it was planned. The monster lies prone, HP 436/734, MP 213/272, letting out a weak SKRE. But the narration warns, it can still kill. Low HP doesn't mean low threat. Not with that dagger. Wham! A talon slams into the floor, cracking stone. A helmeted figure clenches their jaw. We can win at this pace. We can do this. It's not bravado, it's belief. And they need all of it. The Jester Girl's eyes snap wide.
What now?
As something shifts off panel, her posture tightens instantly. Whatever's coming wasn't in the plan. She looks up, murmuring, it started to hover. Sure enough, the monster circles high above the dome. It's switching to aerial tactics, no more ground brawls. Now it's playing chess, and they're the pawns. The domed hall, checkered floor, arched windows, all framed by the avian creature hovering near the ceiling, wings flapping sharply. The Jester Girl stands firm, spear raised, while an armored observer watches silently from the front. Everyone holds their breath. The monster spreads its wings wide, feathers drifting like ash. The narration drops. It does not plan to let them flee. This isn't just a fight, it's a trap, and they walked right into it. The jester girl turns to the swordswoman and archer. We're almost out of MP, and it knows that. The swordswoman's jaw tightens. They lack high firepower magic. They're cornered, not by strength, but exhaustion. The monster grins. Close up on a monster's grinning maw, sharp teeth, gleaming eyes. Narration. A monster that drags out battles this viciously never existed in the magic world. It's not just strong, it's wrong, like it slipped through reality itself. Snowflakes swirl around Snow as she lifts her sword. Put your faith in me. It's not a plea, it's a promise. And somehow you believe her. The jester girl shouts, and go in for the kill. 2 close-ups show her eyes blazing. No hesitation, just pure intent. This is it. No second chances.
Ice pillar.
A jagged spire of frozen energy erupts from the floor, snow swirling. Above, a dark-winged creature streaks past, and the jester girl stands ready, weapon raised, already planning the next move. This isn't defense. It's setup. Lightning crackles. Podarge hovers midair, sigil glowing. The blonde male character screams.
Run. It plans to blast away the pillar and you.
A grinning fanged creature appears, eyes alight with malice. This isn't escalation, it's annihilation, and they're all in the blast zone. A massive electrified entity crashes down toward a lone figure on a pillar, while a short-haired girl in a star-patterned outfit crouches nearby, eyes fixed on the descent. Someone yells, "Jump, loose." Snow raises her sword, sweat on her brow, shouting,
Put your faith in me.
and go for the kill. Her voice is urgent but steady. This is trust, not fear. Kirblam! A giant cylinder explodes outward, hurling a long-haired, dark-clad figure backward through the air. The shockwave reshapes the battlefield instantly. A light-haired archer draws her bow, muscles coiled, calculating angle and timing. The arrow hums before release. The fox-eared jester girl is struck mid-air. UUNGHH, her body twisting violently, horns askew. The hit feels intentional, like a script flip. She snaps her head up, mouth open in a startled WHOA, snowflakes drifting behind her. A tiny beat. Chaos catches up, and she's still smiling. She rides a spiky, star-shaped ice platform labeled Floating Lift, soaring above ruins while a spear-wielding girl watches below. She's not down, she's repositioning. Above, the winged beast lets out a ragged escary, chest injured, wings spread to steady itself. It's regrouping, not fleeing. That's worse. A blonde man with facial markings watches a distant swordswoman and mutters, I see why she's called a genius. Her timing and magic control are impeccable. He's analyzing, not cheering. The long-haired woman with a headband nods, but her being great with a sword seems true. Meanwhile, the jester girl thinks. The rumors of her cunning and malice were wrong. The swordswoman's reputation got twisted. The long-haired woman tells the blonde man in dark armor, with it like this, we can do this. They're adapting. Behind them, the jester girl crouches on rubble, dagger ready, teamwork, tactical. Elymas, HP bar chipped, grits his teeth.
I can finish it.
He slams his shield forward, activating life shield. He's not surviving, he's ending it. He charges.
Dragon Ridge Death Gaze.
Lightning crackling around his sword and shield, body low and driving forward. This is final, not flashy. A dark-clad figure leaps away from the monster's lunge. H-leap, barely dodging talons. Wings fill the frame, feathers trailing like smoke. It's fast and knows it. The jester girl lands hard on shattered crystal, scrunch, knees bent, one hand braced, the other already moving. Debris skitters, she doesn't pause. The monster bellows SYLPH cutter, while a dark-clad figure is thrown back screaming Dragon SLAYRR. The pentagram on its chest glows faintly. Not standard issue. An observer thinks, it's a second faster than her. Skeletal remains litter the floor. 2 tiny figures dart between columns. That 1 second gap decides survival. Elymas lunges, shadow stomp, electricity flaring as the monster twists mid-air to evade. A flash erupts where the strike nearly connects. Close, but it's pulling back. But a shock face appears. Caption, shadow stomp is less effective the farther away an enemy is. The monster hovers high, tiny, 2 figures freeze below. Distance, not power, caused the miss. The bird-like monster dives again, shield held firm. A second, whispers the text. A dark figure stumbles back, barely holding ground. That second is now. Slice, a crystalline structure shatters cleanly, shards flying in perfect arcs. Precision, no fanfare. Reality obeys the line drawn. Elymas stares ahead, jaw set. Is all that's needed to destroy. He's not talking about the monster. He's talking about the window. And he's stepping through. The jester girl plants her feet, extends a hand, shouts.
It stands.
The monster's face falters, eyes widen, teeth bare in uncertainty. She didn't strike. She changed the rules. She blurs airborne, wings flared, skull motif flashing, SCHWIGNG, driving forward with impossible speed. Dryiv echoes as she vanishes, leaving motion lines and the sense something was pierced. Scary. The creature disintegrates mid-flight in light and shadow, while a small object detonates below with a boom. It's over. Not with a roar, but silence and falling ash. The jester girl keeps charging, curved blade gleaming, expression fierce. She's not celebrating. She's following up. Hesitation is the only real death. SKRUH, a dark mass collapses into smoke as an explosion rips through an archway. Debris rains down. A robed figure stands ready, hands raised. Not surrender, but preparation. The fight shifted gears. The monster screams SKRAGH, blood spraying, wings flapping wildly, eyes bulging. Wounded and desperate, but still moving. That resilience makes it dangerous. Elymas leans forward, lightning crackling. Still have energy to flail. You really are one hell of a tough cookie if you, he cuts off. Implication, I respect you, but I'm ending this. A wild-haired, jagged-toothed creature roars into the camera. Black splatter bursts from its mouth. Eyes pure fury. This isn't mindless rage, it's personal. A tiny figure sprints left while a massive black avian lunges right, talons out. Splatter trails both. Not a chase, collision course. You hold your breath. Three faces snap to attention. Jester girl, helmeted woman, headband woman, all wide-eyed, mouths open, sweating. Something off-panel rewrote everything. None saw it coming. Bold letters blaze. No defense spared. No speaker, no context, just verdict. Whatever happened wasn't mercy. It was execution. An armored attacker with striped leg guards thrusts forward, SCH wheeing. The monster takes the hit square in the chest, recoiling mid-air. Black splatter blooms. Impact, line scream. The tide turns. A circular chamber with checkered floors and arch columns erupts in motion. SWOSH tears through the air as a bird-like creature hangs mid-air, black splatter trailing beneath it. It's not dead yet, but it's done. The blonde man in the dark coat exhales sharply. I never thought you'd have an ace like that up your sleeve. Beside him, the armored woman stands tall, arms crossed. It's over. She doesn't look at the falling monster. She already knows. The fox-eared jester girl's eyes widen, pupils shrinking. She stumbles back half a step, breath catching. Her voice cracks slightly, not from fear but awe. A horn-masked figure steps forward. Who the hell are you? The blonde man in ornate armor flinches, not from fear but recognition. He stutters, why you? The blonde man regains composure, wiping sweat with a grin. Ah, that was just a drastic move. I can't use it all willy-nilly, but you understand. The fox-eared girl blinks, still processing how drastic it really was. The fox-eared girl whips her head around, gasping.
Milady.
Her bone motif shield tightens in her grip. Her whole body tenses. Whatever she sees is urgent enough to override everything else. A short-haired knight turns to Isabella, voice low. Fought on the front lines with them, no? But Isabella, it was you who. The sentence hangs, unspoken, but heavy. Milady watches silently, ears twitching. Milady sprints forward, arms outstretched. Thank the heavens you are unharmed. Isabella smiles faintly, sword still in hand. One overwhelmed by emotion, the other steady as stone. Milady wipes a tear. I was certain that it was the end for us. She doesn't look away. That certainty comes from staring into the abyss and knowing you weren't ready to survive it. The short-haired knight snaps upright, fists clenched. Your words are wasted on a lowly knight such as myself, Milady. He's not rejecting praise. He's rejecting that he deserves it. Milady tilts her head, surprised and touched. Isabella speaks softly. To see you're safe, Isabella. A slip, her own name. I'm so relieved. A teardrop sound near her, says everything. Back in the hall, the blonde man with facial markings says, thank you for your assistance. The jester girl lands with a PATMP. The woman with the headband replies coolly, you two too. They're recalibrating. This fight changed something. The woman with the headband bows. Please allow me to thank you later. I owe you both our lives. The blonde man listens, unreadable. The jester girl stands quietly, hands clasped, not deference but respect. The blonde man nods. We wouldn't have taken down Poe Darge without you. The jester girl grins. We could say the same. Behind them, the headband woman watches, thinking, how many times have they done this? A robed figure steps forward. We dragged you into it. That wandering monster was clearly triggered to attack us. This wasn't random, it was designed. And someone knew exactly who to lure. The jester girl and headband woman shout together. Your magic helped us win. Lady Snow, please let us thank you too. Their energy is infectious. Even though Lady Snow isn't visible, her presence fills the room. Lady Snow flinches, a sweat drop slides down her temple. She didn't expect the thanks, the volume, or the warmth. Sometimes the quietest people get hit hardest by kindness. The jester girl blurts something, cut off by the armored woman shouting. How dare you interrupt her, wench? You heard Milady was speaking. The jester girl freezes. Milady, finally speaking without stumbling, gains a small but real victory. The jester girl drops to her knees. I'm sorry. Have mercy. The blonde man in dark armor stands beside her. No judgment, just quiet solidarity. He's seen this before. Someone chuckles. Oh, right. She gets really shy. The jester girl fidgets, cheeks flushed. Two others admit. You two were dragged into my affairs. It's messy, awkward, and real. The jester girl bows deeply to Isabella. I'm sorry, Isabella. Isabella doesn't speak, just tilts her head slightly. In her world, that's acceptance. A close-up on an intense eye, swip, bluish, G-Lanska me flashes. Someone's charging up. Not just power, purpose. The air crackles. A voice cuts through. Can you recover your momentum, milady? Momentum isn't speed, it's will. Right now, milady must decide. Keep running or lead. The white-haired man leans forward, fingers steepled. You seemed accustomed to defeating dream lords and wanderings. How many have you defeated? Skeletal monsters loom behind him. He's not scared. He's curious. The long-haired woman holds up a card. Amazing. The blonde man in dark armor looks away. Isabella, stop, it's embarrassing me. The armored blonde woman quickly adds. This was the third time for milady and me. The jester girl smirks. They're all lying a little to protect each other's pride. The light-haired woman muses. Without that backbone, she wouldn't last as next head of her household. The jester girl grins. She's indomitable. We turned a Dreamlord ambush into our advantage. That's the real victory. The jester girl points up. It happened again, Sir Elymas. An avian monster soars overhead. Not fleeing. Attacking. This isn't over. It's shifted gears. The jester girl holds up a massive spear, eyes sparkling. We got the spear of the avian lord. Level 75, plus 35 attack, 40 million gold, with Stormwind spear skill that summons gale force winds when charged. She's giddy. The light-haired man sighs. Using a weapon you're not used can cause accidents. The jester girl nods. You're right. The armored figure adds dryly. Neither of us can equip spears. They laugh, bittersweet. Lucky drop, but useless. A profile view character nods. All right. Isabella. Then again, 40 million gold is a good sale. Isabella stands calmly beside the armored woman, already calculating leverage, not just value. A close-up on a calculating eye. She easily understands how powerful it is. Elymas leans in. How much was the Grim Reaper's grip worth? The name hangs like smoke. Everyone goes still. That artifact isn't just powerful, it's loaded. Luce explodes. You could have asked for more than 100 million gold. His shock isn't greed. It's knowing what that item represents. And someone undervalued it. On purpose? The jester girl steps forward, spine straight. I've got a proposal, Elymas. Elymas blinks. Hey, are you sure? She doesn't flinch. She's not asking. She's offering. And that's dangerous. She holds out the spear. If you give us that spear, I'll consider your debt settled. How does that sound? An unseen hand reaches toward it. Slow, deliberate. This isn't barter. It's a test. Luce stumbles. That's not how things work, Luce. The jester girl gags.
Black. Gleesh.
Realizing how much gold they spent. Elymas stares. What? Not the cost. The audacity. She offered a 40 million gold spear like pocket change. And it worked. The jester girl insists. We should get it to them. Of course. Another voice cuts in dryly. Ah, I see. She wanted to gloat. The tension isn't about the spear anymore. It's about why they fight. Isabella steps forward. Plus, I want indisputable proof we defeated a Dream Lord. We owe you our lives. She's not negotiating. She's declaring. The spear becomes a symbol, not an object. A close-up on a solemn eye, because I owe them my life. Not gratitude, not obligation. Debt, the kind that changes who you are. The blonde woman stammers. Milady, why say that? With the spear, why we could, Isabella cuts in. We shouldn't accept the spear of the avian lord. The blonde woman nods instantly. No refusal. Alignment. The long-haired woman lowers her gaze. I caused them trouble by dragging them into my household's succession struggle. We were too absorbed in achievements. Maybe we lost sight of our original goal. It's not an excuse. It's a reckoning. A short-haired female turns to Isabella. Isabella, just her name. No title. No fetish. In that moment, it's pure acknowledgement. Finally seeing her, not the role. The helmeted female snaps. You can't protect the Halrod household with pleasantries. Another voice cuts in urgently. But milady, they're not arguing tactics. They're arguing survival versus ideals. A hooded figure speaks. I don't enjoy battles or pretending to be an adventurer. Pause. This was the only way I could achieve both. Not glory, necessity, and sometimes that's the heaviest burden. The hooded speaker continues. I must meet my father's expectations and protect my mother's status. Two weights, two loves, carried silently in every step toward the next fight. The fox-eared jester girl raises a hand. I watch. She leans in. I witness something in the rear guard. The spiky-haired male's eyes narrow. Not fear, but focus. Whatever she saw changed the game. Now the question isn't what happened. It's who was watching. The short-haired woman with the headband smiles faintly. And I thought they were very, very cool. The armored figure beside her stays silent, but their posture shifts. Recognition. Respect. Maybe envy. The masked armored figure says, I know political matters won't go smoothly with platitudes. The short-haired woman admits quietly, I conceitedly believed in the lionized stories of me being a genius. Not arrogance. Regret. And in that she grows taller. A voice calls, Lady Snow. Milady stands tall. I'm fully aware this path won't be easy. I want to become a future head recognized for power. Not inherited, but earned. She stops stumbling. She becomes the leader she's destined to be. The blond man with the fur, collar size, was nothing short of my own spineless thinking. He meets the jester girl's eyes. You are correct. Demanding equivalent value from those who saved our lives. He doesn't finish. The lesson is in the silence. An armored figure steps forward. I now understand your resolve, milady. Not praise. Not permission. Recognition. In that line, every loss, doubt, and impossible choice settles. Not as victory, but as purpose. An armored woman turns to a short-haired woman and says quietly, a person's heart is truly unpredictable, calling her milady, setting the tone for a high-stakes political mess. In the shadows, a half-hidden figure mutters, but I don't know if they would stoop this low, as thick black liquid oozes beside them. A light-haired woman with a headband says plainly, it's true that everyone currently running to succeed my father. Her calm expression hides heavy stakes. This isn't succession. It's a blood sport. A spiky-haired man cuts in firmly. The point is we shouldn't fear those who outwardly appear to be evil. Behind him, 3 others stand like statues. This is doctrine, not debate. The short-haired woman in black and white snaps back, voice tight, is something that's never happened in the past. But doing something this vile for the sake of an inheritance. She stands beside a mechanical device, eyes wide. Not scared, just disgusted. The light-haired woman leans in sharply. The ones to be wary of are the ones who wear thick masks to conceal their vulgarity. Nearby, a bald, dark-skinned figure holds up a white, smiling mask. Not wearing it, just holding it like a threat. A helmeted, armored woman steps forward, voice steady. This wasn't done by someone in the running to succeed. She rules out obvious players, and things get messy, eh? Wounded Podarge lies bleeding while Elymas strokes his chin. That makes it near impossible to hunt down the culprit. There was a possibility of their plan going up in flames had the Podarge moved differently. The monster was part of the script. The fox-eared jester girl sits beside Elymas, wide-eyed, as he muses. Are struggles for noble succession always like this? She blinks and replies, this feels pretty thorough. She's not exaggerating. It's over-engineered. Someone murmurs off-panel. I don't recall there ever being a battle for succession this intense with Count Edvon's household. Just saying the name weighs the air down. The blond man with the fur collar immediately corrects. I'm not so sure. He's not arguing. He's revealing how deep the rabbit hole goes. Another voice admits sheepishly, politically speaking, we had little presence, and we didn't wield much influence either. Translation, there were nobodies until now. A bearded man in a cape stands before a mansion, sword at his side, as narration notes. The original head of the Edvon household established himself through raw power. No politics, just strength. That's why this era feels unstable. 2 women stand side by side, one in a black and white dress with stars, the other in armor with a winged helmet. As the line trails off, in comparison, the Halrod household. This isn't another house. It's the Storm Center. An aerial shot shows a Gothic castle dominating the skyline. Massive, ancient, imposing. as narration confirms. It's one of the top 5 great noble households. We're not in the suburbs anymore. Inside a throne room, red carpeted stairs lead to a lone figure on the throne, 5 attendants below, when a spiky-haired profile cuts in. There's one more thing I take issue with. Narration adds, their conflicts and inner-circle disputes are on another level. This is warfare with tea service. A white-haired man in a star-marked cloak turns, voice measured. I think it best to assume both were committed by the same person. Cold logic lands like a punch. The group stands on a cobblestone path as he continues. It's the same as it was with the graveyard of grief. Someone with thorough knowledge of the dream hole was careful not to appear. This isn't random, it's curated. Someone's been watching. The fox-eared jester girl and a blonde armored. The white-haired man finishes near jagged rocks under night sky. Count Halrod's household was already rumored to be shady, and it's clear the rumors are based in truth. No sugarcoating, just ash-tasting facts. The group moves across barren ground. The fox-eared jester girl leaps ahead. Already chasing the next thread, she's pulling them forward. She skids to a stop and turns to Sir Elymas, crouched and staring upward. Is there something up there that's got your attention? He doesn't answer. He's still piecing it together. Sir Elymas gestures toward a towering cliff. Normally, if someone tried to kill the Count's daughter, I assumed it would be up there. The jester girl lies flat, listening, calculating. He adds, if they were going to keep tabs on it, while safely hidden away. The jester girl lifts her head, eyes narrowing, then murmurs, I see. Not surprise. Recognition. She connected the dots first. An armored woman with a visor steps in calmly. Elymas. You needn't worry about that. She's reassuring him. And somehow, that's scarier than shouting. From a ridge above, a distant group scans empty cliffs. We're up against someone nasty. Yet, I don't sense anyone being up there. The silence after? Deafening. If no one's watching, who's pulling strings? An armored woman kneels, gripping a broken helmet. I wish to accept this harsh reality and devote myself even more to my duties. While it is shameful to have the future head rescued by an adventurer, she's not blaming. She's ashamed, and that shame fuels her. 3 figures stand united. We members of the Count's household are to settle this matter with the criminal. No delegación. No backup. Just a vow. An armored figure bows slightly, voice thick. We owe you our lives. Allow me to thank you once more. Behind her, the spiky-haired man, long-haired woman, and fox-eared jester girl stand quietly. No speeches. Just presence. And that's enough. A blond man with a scarf rubs his face, eyes closed. Thanks? All right, okay. He's overwhelmed, not rude. And honestly, same. An armored woman with a horned helmet holds a small object. The fox-eared jester girl tilts her head, confused, as a long-haired figure mutters. What milady is currently saying. Even they aren't sure if it's command or confession. A masked character grips his helmet until knuckles whiten, whispering. I carry the same sentiments, then again. His eyes flicker, loyalty warring with doubt. Breaking point. 3 figures sprint across cracked earth, the center, one screaming.
I want to say something.
Whoosh. Urgency. Desperation. Whatever's coming, it's now. Extreme close-up, the masked character fidgets, hand over mouth, sweat beading.
Fidget.
Like he's holding himself together long enough to speak. Or run. A woman with a bow-adorned outfit beams. You both looked absolutely stunning. The sight of you defeating the Podarge left a profound impression on me. She's not just praising, they're her ideal. Beside her, Elymas nods, and the jester girl fidgets. He adds softly, as well as become a master who does not bring shame upon our name. Chills. The fox-eared jester girl leaps forward, arms wide. Thank you both so very much. She's sincerely grateful, and it hits harder because she did the impossible. Elymas bows. It is nothing short of an honor to have that said to me, by the future head of the Count Halrod household. He turns. Thank you, Lady Snow. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman watches Milady and murmurs. That was rare for you to open up that much to others, Milady. The jester girl grins in the inset. She sees it all. Suddenly, the long-haired woman jerks her head sideways, eyes wide, as a cry erupts.
Bluish.
And in a tiny panel, a figure dashes past in a blur. Something just happened. Off panel. Nobody saw it coming. 2 distant figures shout across rocks.
What are you talking about, Isabella? Don't you dare think a commoner like you can lay your hands upon Milady. Just to make it clear.
Hostility spikes, Isabella's involved, and someone crossed a line. Night falls over a massive Gothic castle, stars barely piercing heavy clouds. Its central tower bears a banner with a stylized animal head. This isn't just location. It's a warning. Inside, a silhouetted figure walks down a stained glass hallway as click, click, click echoes from windows, mechanical, deliberate, like a clock counting down. Close up, a man in fur-trimmed robes grips an armrest so hard it
Ka thud.
his smile faint, eyes gleaming. He's not angry. He's amused. And that's worse. A figure ascends a spiral staircase, back turned, voice low. I suppose I cannot take that man lightly. The click sound persists, 3, spaced like gunshots. The game changed. He just realized he's not the only player holding cards. The fox-eared jester girl chokes mid-stride.
And in a noble dress code.
Elymas, beside her, nods calmly. We naturally have to follow the noble dress code. They step inside. The jester girl freezes, awestruck.
Wow.
Crystal chandeliers, velvet drapes, glittering jewelry, and racks of impossibly expensive dresses surround them. Elymas scans the layout quietly. She wanders deeper, taking in sparkling displays and shimmering silks, then murmurs insecurely. This is astounding. But will we really find clothes I look good in here? Her shoulders hunch slightly. A peacock hat figure interrupts dramatically. What has brought you to our humble estim? He gestures to the knight, dented armor, jester girl, dusty, scraped, and their mismatched gear. He calls the knight the Feng Huang's draper. An unseen observer mutters about how ridiculous they look. Elymas rolls his eyes internally. She's judging me like old man Verga and the child master did. His expression tightens, not angry, just annoyed. Behind him, a long-haired woman watches silently. A bearded man with goggles looks unimpressed. The feather-dressed woman says, "That isn't the issue." Before she finishes, the blonde man in the dark cloak cuts in. No, monsieur. Today we are, the armored blonde behind him grins. We're B rank. We've got gold to spare. The jester girl watches, waiting for the punchline. The jester girl leans in bluntly. Essentially, your level of dirtiness stands out. She points at Elymas' scratched, blood-stained armor. Another voice adds calmly, "Your equipment speaks of your battle achievements with its wounds." The spiky-haired blonde stammers, "I see." The hat-wearing figure raises a finger. "Your outward appearance speaks to who you are on the inside. Those who fail to maintain it are mentally discomposed." Then Count Halrod, the hat-wearer freezes, jaw dropping. "Tugh-? He snaps upright. Then, this is a matter of utmost importance. Elymas steps forward, hands open. "We're here in search of appropriate garments. We will be enjoying the hospitality of the Halrod household. Confident? No hositashchen." Sir Elymas appears in a crisp white suit, sparkles floating around him. The jester girl claps. "Wow, you look charming, Sir Elymas." He smiles faintly, used to the reaction. The feathered woman launches into rapid-fire sales. "How about this red, Trent-pattern suit? Or fairy silk one?" Two background figures watch silently as she rambles on. Sir Elymas raises a hand. "This suit will do. I like it." Then, modestly, "That's okay. I'm not that picky." He's relaxed, done with the process. The jester girl brings her hands up softly. "You have the raw beauty, therefore making me hesitate further." No sarcasm, just genuine awe, maybe intimidation. The hat-wearing woman turns sharply. "Then there is the problem of you." The jester girl flinches, not scared, just caught off guard. A curtain shushes aside, SHKRRT, and racks shift clack-clack. Behind it, a small figure blurs past. No face, just movement. Tension spikes. The hat-wearing woman states crisply, "No men are allowed beyond this curtain." The long-haired man with the headband sweats. "You understood." He retreats fast. "Surifigazu basto hoado eniue, tsu spiky heado, one jester style, charging across the floor, shishu, shuba, shupaba." Zero regard for the rule. In the dressing area, a short-haired young woman models 3 dresses, floral, black ruffled, frilly corset, with sparkles swirling. Off-panel, the hat and fur figure coos. "You look stunning, my dear." She tilts her head. "Do I look good in any of them?" The short-haired armored girl sighs inwardly. "I feel like we're gradually deviating from the final goal." She's shown in combat gear, alternate armor, in a robe, still on duty, but clearly distracted. The camera focuses on a mannequin in a red dress, black trim, rose detail at the hip. Off-panel, what about that red dress? Not a question, a pivot. The short-haired girl's eyes snap toward it, and she points, fingers trembling slightly. Realization dawns. That dress isn't just fabric, it's a key. From near the display, a voice calls sharply, "Sir Elymas." Only black shoes, a long dark skirt, and poised stance are visible. Sir Elymas studies 2 artifacts.
But my level's too low for it, huh?
He nods.
Interesting. This has decent stats and a fair price.
Text flashes, 1 hour later. The young woman reappears in the off-shoulder ruffled dress, rose accent pinned, cape skirt trailing. Sparkles dance around her. She lifts her chin. What do you think? It's a plea for belonging. A wavy-haired character with earrings stares, mouth open, eyes wide, an empty speech bubble beside them. Pure shock. The hat and fur woman rambles rapidly. This dress features a sun tree peony accent with material. Ramble, ramble. The wavy-haired character watches, trying to decode if it's fashion or threat. In a dim corner, the short curly-haired young woman stands still, rose pinned to her shoulder, gaze downcast. Heavy silence. An empty speech bubble floats beside her. The wavy-haired character turns, voice urgent. Loose. The woman in the hat, loose, stands composed, mirror glinting, checkered floor between them. No drama. Just a moment where everything hinges on what comes next. Inside Howlrod Manor's Grand Hall, a calm Elymas stands beside a fox-eared jester girl, her mouth wide open in shock. The air is tense, heavy with unspoken rules. The jester girl clutches her cheeks, whispering, I am not pushing my luck by being here, right? Behind her, two men in black suits stand rigid, silent, watchful. The hall looms. A light-haired woman turns sharply. Maybe you should have come alone, Sir Elymas. But another voice cuts in firmly. Don't be ridiculous. Elymas walks on calmly. The jester girl trails behind like a nervous shadow. A blonde woman with kind eyes leans in gently. There's no need to feel hesitant at all. Her soothing tone feels more unsettling than shouting in this room. The armored woman in star-pattern gear addresses off-panel figures. Milady is greatly indebted to you too. Remember? Her posture and tone make it clear. She's reminding them of a debt, not asking for anything. She turns toward the stairs. Please don't expect some grandiose welcoming. A curly-haired woman interrupts, startled. Furthermore, like she just recalled something critical mid-sentence. A hand reaches for a doorknob, creak, and an off-panel voice states flatly, he will not be making a single appearance. No explanation. The master stays hidden, and everyone knows what that implies. Two figures walk away down the hall, backs to us. An off-panel voice murmurs, the master is a very, very busy man. The implication hangs thick. City skyline, spires piercing the sky, silhouetted figure over rubble. Text flashes, while also possessing the greatest firepower for protecting the capital. Then, the count could be a potential culprit, and a shattered crystal in dirt. There is so little information to proceed into recording the ongoing incidents. A close-up shows a hand near lips, someone thinking hard. Internal monologue. I really wanted to confirm his stance across the board on all of them. They're mapping allegiances like chess pieces, and this game is deadly. An ornate hall, silent except for one floating speech bubble. Miss Isabella? No speaker. No answer. In another hallway, the armored woman nods grimly. Yes, it is terribly frightening. A young woman shivers. Is it true that Lord Hardin has a terribly frightening face? A formally dressed man walks silently behind them, bracing. The jester girl shrieks, pointing at a shadowy figure, and sharp eyes like those of a goblin's. A pointed nose like that of a devil's. He has a massive mouth like a dragon's. A short-haired girl squeaks.
Eep.
And ducks behind her arm. Elymas watches the jester girl with quiet amusement. She's oddly the positive type. She beams, sword in hand. I am grateful that Milady has an adorable face like that of her mother. One plots, the other compliments. The jester girl peeks through a half-open door, sweating. This is the drawing room where... She trails off, heart pounding. Whatever's inside isn't tea and biscuits. Count Hardin fills the frame. Pointed ears, fur collar, grin stretched ear to ear, facial markings like war paint. A blonde girl beside him whispers, trembling. Lord Hardin. Nobles fill the table behind them, but Hardin dominates the room. At the table, a man in a fur-collared coat chuckles. Snow is quite the beauty. His maid-like companion nods. I think the same. I'm glad she resembles her mother. Sweet, until you remember people vanish here for blinking wrong. Three newcomers enter. Elymas, the dark-dressed girl, and the headband-wearing girl, who stammers. WHWHWH. An off-panel voice cuts in. What brings you to the drawing room? The tension snaps tight. The headband girl keeps stammering. WHWHWH, while others freeze. Silence, so thick you hear your own pulse. Louder than shouting. Hardin leans back, smirking. Surely a father can make an appearance as his adorable daughter welcomes guests. Another voice fires back sharply. What's wrong with me being here? This isn't small talk. It's a duel with teacups. Isabella steps forward, bowing. Father was insistent that he speak with Sir Elymas. Hardin tilts his head. I'm sorry, Isabella. The long-haired man with the headband flinches. In nothing, my lord. He's his son, and terrified. Hardin gestures to an empty chair. I've been wanting to speak with you. Take a seat. He's not inviting, he's summoning. Whoever sits will walk willingly into the lion's den. Elymas bo stifli, igregages, milord. Close up, the monstrous face character grins, teeth glinting. Young Elymas. 2 voices, 2 agendas, one deferential, one predatory, zeroing in on the same target. The jester girl bursts into the dining hall, running full speed toward the table, hair flying, eyes wide. At the head, a blond man stands rigid. Everyone else is seated, waiting. This isn't dinner. It's an ambush with silverware. An off-panel voice thinks, it's unexpected sheer luck that I get to meet with him. A side profile of Count Hardin appears, smirking, eyes sharp. Narrator adds quietly, Count Hardin, like saying his name aloud, might wake something up. Close-up of Hardin's face, grinning, exaggerated features, almost cartoonish in menace. Narration, he looks like a mischievous father with awful facial features, but that can't be all. The smile hides the knife. 3 servants lift cloches and sink. TMP. One reveals a tiny figure, maybe a doll, maybe worse, nestled among dishes. Theatrical, unsettling, not just inner service. The jester girl stares at the dish, then lets out a dramatic.
Ooh. OW.
Eyes pop, sparkles erupt. She's not just shocked, she's performing shock. In this room, comedy is survival. She slumps forward, whispering frantically. Am I doing it right? Sir Elymas, help. Then, sottovoce.
Make sure to tell me if I do something strange, okay? Okay.
Panic leaks out like steam from a cracked kettle. She pauses confused, then slowly extends her arm across the table with a soft
reach.
No words, just motion, testing the air for traps or maybe the truth. Hardin leans in, wine glass in hand, smile widening. After all, it's only us who are present in this room. There's no need for uptight formalities here. He says it like a promise and a threat. The jester girl already sees the lie. The camera pulls back. The table is full, dozens of nobles seated, silent. One murmurs, thank you very much. Another, blonde and trembling, why yes, my lord. Hardin's lie hangs heavy. He said only us, but everyone knows the difference. The trap is set. Dinner is just the appetizer. A spiky-haired man grins in a lavish dining hall, wine glass in hand. Flashbacks show a bearded man calling Count Hardin egotistical, and a fox-eared girl beside a hooded figure and Elymas, who later stares with knowing intensity. The atmosphere is thick with hidden tensions. Elymas leans in and reveals. Luce is a commoner, and I am a disinherited son of the Edvon household. The fox-eared girl doesn't flinch, just grips her fork tighter, recalculating everything she thought she knew about him. At the far end, a man in a fur-trimmed coat mutters to himself, but I should stay on guard nonetheless. It's difficult to think he would set me up for something, even as the dinner clearly involves assassination talk over dessert. A short-haired woman in a bow tie tells someone off-panel, no, it's fine. I'm sorry that I made you worry about my well-being, father. Her voice is calm, but her white-knuckled grip on the table shows she's managing damage, not relief. A masked man with sharp teeth stabs his fork into his plate and smirks, whether by using foul measures or simply with good fortune. The sound effect underscores this isn't dinner. It's a rehearsal for survival. A spiky-haired man in a ruffled collar tells a seated girl, you need to be able to overcome life-threatening happenings as a potential future head of this household. She nods without blinking. She knows failure means more than disgrace. A grotesque, fish-like creature lunges from under the table and bites a fork extended toward it. The girl keeps chewing calmly. No one reacts. This is just how noble dinners go here. A blond man declares flatly, will be my heir. A dark-cloaked figure adds instantly, whoever survives in the end. Between them sits a silent girl, caught in the crossfire of succession and slaughter. This is only the appetizer. Elymas, spiky light hair, bow tie, leans in sharply. Made on your daughter's life to be a judging condition for succession, my lord. His voice cuts through the room like a blade. Everyone freezes. Even the fish creature stops chewing. The seated noble, backlit and shadowed, replies without moving. So, you would go so far as to use an assassination attempt. The pause confirms it. Not denial, but acknowledgement wrapped in silk. The fox-eared girl leaps up, eyes wide. How dare you say that to Lord Hardin? Elymas. Silence. She's not just defending a title. She's defending him. And calling him Elymas aloud shows deep loyalty. A dark-robed figure steps forward. You'll ruin the meal that was prepared for us with care. That's enough. Do not shout. The room falls dead silent. not out of fear of power, but because interrupting him means disappearing between courses. The blond man lifts his wine glass. Secret dealings are only meaningful when they remain secret. I will investigate. He doesn't raise his voice. The threat is in his unsmiling calm. In the hallway, the fox-eared girl walks with the spiky-haired archer, who planned an assassination so foolish it can be found out with a quick investigation. She's disappointed, not angry. Behind her, he watches shadows like he expects them to move. A white-gloved hand lifts a wine glass. Sip. That's all. No words. Just the sound of someone sipping red wine, like they've already ensured everyone else runs out of time. A dark-haired man with facial markings sets down his glass with a soft pat and smiles, coldly. I will personally make sure it ends in their immediate death. However, this hinges. He leaves it hanging. The ellipsis says more than any scream could. The pointed-ear man in the fur-collared robe gestures smoothly on whether or not they are my household. It's not a question. It's a blood-and-velvet boundary. Cross it, and you become a footnote. Wide shot. 6 seated figures, one standing at the head of the long table. No dialogue. Just the weight of unsaid things pressing down, like the ceiling might collapse if someone breathes too loud. The pointed-ear man leans in. You seek to know how aware I am of the ongoing incidents. Elymas, my boy, let's be frank. As the head of my household, yes. He's not denying. He's inviting Elymas to play chess with live pieces. The blonde person with a headband and earring cuts in, sweat on their temple. Does that mean you believe the individual to not be within your household? They're not asking. They're testing whether the lie holds. The room holds its breath. The masked man with sharp teeth grins wider. Isn't that right? It's not a question. It's a trapdoor opening beneath everyone's feet. One wrong answer, and the floor vanishes. A woman with braided hair and a ribbon says gently, as though you were frustrated about what I said about my daughter out of fear of asking me directly. You attempted to put on a performance. Her tone is soft, but the implication is brutal. She sees everything and is done with theater. Elymas shifts, jaw tight. That was never my intention. He sounds almost wounded, in a room where intentions are the least valuable currency. The masked figure cuts in. You should not test others with your words. But doing so is not wise, young Elymas. Then, barely whispered off panel, he is mostly correct. That last line is the real knife. Not the warning, but the agreement. A silhouette thinks silently, eyes glowing. If he believes the criminal behind the tower of the imaginary beast is the same person, I want to know how involved the Count is with the Dream Lord incidents, as the mastermind behind them all. The pieces click violently. Someone's holding the hammer. Elymas challenges the noble. By time, my lord? The noble snorts. Your tactics were more or less an attempt to buy yourself time. Not an accusation, just a verdict. And he's probably right. Elymas is addressed. Answer me, young Elymas. He doesn't turn or flinch, just sits back to us, already deciding what to say and how many lives it'll cost. The high-collared figure states, flatly, I'm not taking the graveyard of grief incident lightly either. Then, casually, you needn't fear a thing. The contrast is terrifying. He's not reassuring. He's warning them not to panic yet. The blond man murmurs, what sort? Behind him, a massive, spiky-haired figure stands near the fireplace, arms crossed, waiting for the room to catch fire and planning to be first out. 3 candles flicker in darkness. Over them, what sort of criminal do you believe to be behind these incidents? It's not rhetorical. Someone's about to name names, and when they do, the candles won't be the only things going out. The fox-eared girl holds a rose, eyes wide, not shocked but horrified. She knows what's coming. Holding the rose isn't innocence. It's defiance dressed as fragility. Close up on Elymas, sweat on his brow, lips pressed tight, eyes downcast. He's not thinking, he's calculating. Every micro-expression is a step in a plan he hasn't shared. And that's the most dangerous look of all. Elymas speaks steadily. I believe this chain of incidents to be some sort of test for them. Not us. Not me. Them. Whoever they are, they're being watched. Evaluated. Failure isn't punished, it's erased. He continues, and is attempting to use it for their own benefit. The criminal possesses more information regarding dream holes than the kingdom. I believe. He trails off, not from doubt, but because saying it aloud might summon the thing he describes. A wild-haired man shouts, and has become overrun with high-level dream holes. Appears suspicious to you, do you not? Now he speaks directly. Then you mean the Howrod household, which has overseen these land for generations. The room goes silent, not with noise, but with detonation-level shock. 3 close-ups, the fox-eared girl, the black-haired woman with bangs, and the blonde woman with the fur collar, all frozen, eyes wide. Not fear, recognition. They've heard this name before, and it never ended well. The fox-eared girl pleads to Elymas, voice trembling. please just apologize for what you've said. Why you shouldn't do this, Sir Elymas. She's not afraid for him. She's afraid of what he'll become if he doesn't back down. That's love in a house built on betrayal. Elymas sighs. Well, I won't say that I lack a single one, but it's not even close to being enough to wreak the havoc unfolding. He admits weakness, not to surrender, but to reset the board. Sometimes bravery is admitting you're outgunned, then reaching for the gun anyway. A statue-like figure raises a torch. Yes, we do possess information. The Nalsung map appears. Damatora, healing, key points lit. Another voice burns. I want to know where and how this individual is gaining this information. A third adds quietly, I too have my misgivings. The conspiracy is real and organized. The Nalsung map fills the screen. No dialogue, no movement. Just geography. Because sometimes the most dangerous thing isn't what's said, it's what's marked. Silhouettes murmur. What do you mean? There has been similar phenomenon that have occurred. The air thickens. They're not talking about one incident. They're connecting decades-old dots and realizing the pattern wasn't accidental. It was designed. A figure stands in radiant light, arm raised. Narration explains. Adventurers suddenly appear with irresistible force, making names as if granted revelation. It's not magic, it's engineering. Someone's handing out power like candy at a funeral. Elymas frowns. Then a grinning fox-like creature pops up. Good gracious, it makes me wonder what it is that could be guiding him. Not who, what. Because here, the puppeteer might not be human or even alive. A wild-haired, sharp-toothed figure grins manically. These incidents resemble that? Don't you think? He doesn't finish. The implication crawls up everyone's spine. This isn't new. It's recycled. And last time, people vanished permanently. Final shot. Elymas sits at the left end of the table, profile sharp against candelabras. Elymas stares ahead, sweat beading, eyes darting, internally screaming. Is he talking about me now? In a room full of liars, the most terrified person is the one who might be telling the truth. A grinning man in a fur collar laughs, covering his face as he says everyone has secrets, but he's just messing with them. Behind him, two women peek from curtains, bracing for trouble. The mood feels less like dinner and more like a trap being sprung. A close-up shows a fork and knife crossed on a plate, liquid spilled beside them with a soft SWE sound. Next to it, don't let unjust suspicions twist facts. It's a direct warning. The man's grin sharpens as he points at blonde-suited Elymas. Don't lock into one line of thought, or you'll miss the real game. His expression is unnerving enough to make you rethink your life choices. In a formal hall, someone bows and stammers. Why yes, my lord, like caught in a lie they didn't know they were telling. The air is thick and heavy. A sweating man thinks aloud. Now I see why my father, Eras, loathed this man. He's unsure how serious Eras was. But that hesitation? It's dangerous. Side-by-side panels. Hardened, skeletal mask, fur collar, arms crossed, grinning, and text stating he's slippery and mean, while Eras is stubborn and rigid. They'd never get along. Two immovable objects in one space. Harden leans in, voice amused. You returned alive after wandering. My bet's on you, young Elymas. It's not praise, it's a high-stakes gamble hanging in the air. He gestures to quiet snow and adds, delighted, to see my shy daughter invite a guest herself. My lord replies stiffly, it's an honor to receive your praise. The irony is thick. Then he asks bluntly, are you interested in marrying into my household, young Elymas? He leans forward, eyes calculating. Your class is bizarre, but your strength speaks for itself. Translation, you're weird, but useful. Let's talk terms. A woman with messy short hair coughs violently, hand over her mouth, sweat on her forehead. No explanation, just the raw, unsettling sound. A girl with a headband shouts, FF father, eyes wide, cheeks flushed, pure panic. This isn't surprise. It's dread. A blonde woman holding helmet, lows sharply. Your humor knows no bounds. Then coldly, this commoner could never marry Lady Snow. She doesn't even look at Elymas. He's already dismissed. Seated, my lord stays still, hands folded, while someone mutters dryly. How you jest, my lord. 2MNGH. Pop up near him and the coughing woman, both thinking. Did he really say that? Elymas stares ahead, a giant. Floating beside his head. Not confused, betrayed. Like he walked into Checkers and found 4D Go. A scarred, pointed-ear man with fur collar says smoothly, with my backing, he could be welcomed back and succeed the household. Then drops the bomb, but he's of House Edvon. That's why everyone's holding their breath. Elymas freezes.
What?
Fist clenched tight, glench audible. His face says, wait, he just offered the throne to someone from the cursed house? An armored woman in star-pattern gear tells the long-haired person across from her. Ah, that explains your swordsmanship, you noble. She connects dots fast, and her surprise shows it wasn't obvious to anyone else. The spiky-haired man smirks. Is that so? Well then, my apologies. It's not sincere, it's polite betrayal. A blade between ribs while shaking hands. The formally dressed man keeps calm, but tightens his voice. I'd appreciate it if you didn't bring up my past. I'm satisfied with my current position. He's not denying, he's drawing a line. Cross it, and things escalate. The spiky-haired man cuts in, hands clasped, gaze sharp. Let's change the topic. Above them, a chandelier glints ominously, and a small figure watches silently. Something big is coming. The blond man with the bow tie blinks, sweat on his temple. Come again? He's not doubting the words. He's doubting reality. Like the floor vanished, and he's still standing. The spiky-haired man tightens his grip, voice low and dangerous, and get to the core issue. No more games. Everyone knows the bandage is about to rip off. A masked, pointed-ear figure steps forward. There will be another raid quest under the same conditions. I want you two to participate. The young woman and Elymas flinch, like handed a velvet-wrapped death sentence. Two wide shots of the Gothic mansion under storm-gray skies. No movement, no dialogue. Just the building looming like a tomb waiting to open. The fox-eared jester girl asks Elymas, are we going to participate in the raid quest? He looks away, hexagonal bubble reading, already running the math, and disliking the answer. Sir Elymas walks down a stone corridor, purposeful, followed by a woman in dark dress. Off-panel, someone calls his name, but he doesn't slow or turn. Just keeps moving like the walls are breathing down his neck. A monstrous-faced character snarls. I'll expose the fools turning my dominion into a playground. I'll find proof they're after the Zork. His fury isn't just revenge, it's war declared. Behind a burning ruined city, Elymas states flatly, if a Zork triggers, thousands die and Lacarina is destroyed. He adds, Count Hardin and I reach the same conclusion. Dread settles like lead. An unseen voice says grimly, but the Count plans to carry it out nonetheless. Another confirms quietly, that's right. No protest, no hosetaschen, just acceptance, and that's worse than screaming. The fox-eared jester girl's eyes widen. Then a raid quest is simply too dangerous. She gasps, oh no, not from fear but realization. This isn't a test. It's a trap set by people willing to burn the world to win. She steadies herself, whispering fiercely, to catch the criminal. And this is probably our last chance. No theatrics, just raw clarity. They're not choosing danger. They're choosing truth, even if it kills them. The group pieces it together. He knows all our accomplishments. One stammers, but why would Lord Hardin, before another cuts in? Maybe he was screening us, testing if we'd stay balanced. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure looms, holding two tiny figures in its palm. One in dark coat, one in jester garb. Like chess pieces in a game none asked to play. A light-haired noble in military coat speaks calmly, but heavily. As a noble born to protect the kingdom, and someone who understands how this world works, I admit I want to resolve this affair. He's not volunteering. He's committing. And that changes everything. Then, however, a black panel slams down with that word in bold white. No context. No warning. Just that word hanging like a guillotine blade. Whatever comes next won't be kind. A hand crushes a wooden mug, then gulps down liquid fast. Glug, glug. The drinker exhales sharply, chest heaving, clearly trying to suppress something worse than thirst. The spiky-haired man with the fur collar sweats as he says, when you two asked me to join, my sixth sense skill triggered and gave me a nasty feeling. He breathes out heavily again, still shaken. A noble-crested bottle sits untouched beside him. He leans forward. I was right to decline your offer. The cat-eared girl watches silently. The blond man says nothing, just sits like stone. The cat-eared girl slams her fist on the table, Puska, and snaps, if you notice something like that, tell us.
We went through a lot back there.
Her voice is tight with irritation. She turns sharply, locking eyes with someone off-panel, Sir Kelt. The spiky-haired man flinches instantly, head snapping toward the same direction, alert, ready. He panics, hands up, and nah, it wasn't like that. The cat-eared girl just stares, SDRE, her silence louder than any accusation. He's been misidentified, and knows it's bad. A dark-haired man with facial markings wipes sweat and explains, strained, my sixth sense skill is system-backed. It warns of dangerous monsters or rare items nearby. He's running on nerves. The spiky-haired man shivers, muttering, I feel like I'm feeling something nasty. Internally, he admits, I ignored my warning and now regret it. A nasty feeling is almost always unreliable for me. A jester-like girl calls out, Sir Kelt. The blonde man in formal coat nods calmly. That's fair. No pushback, just quiet agreement. At a round table, an elderly hooded figure states flatly, disseminating false information without proof is a war crime. Another adds dryly, this is common among recon classes. The fox-eared jester listens. This is doctrine, not gossip. The spiky-haired man sits alone, head bowed, hand clasped. He looks emotionally drained, carrying the weight of every misstep since this started. The fox-eared jester girl blurts out, I'm sorry. I didn't know anything, and spoke out of turn. Her voice cracks. She's trying to undo damage before it spreads. Elymas rubs his temple and says, it's even more dangerous here. In Magic World, data could be reliably shared. This scenario happened often. He's sounding the alarm. The spiky-haired man sips slowly, eyes half-lidded, muttering, not disengaged, just conserving energy for what comes next. He admits quietly, I'll admit there was a time when I shared false information myself. The blonde man across doesn't flinch, just crosses his arms. The small fox-eared girl shifts uneasily. Before he finishes, a voice cuts in sharply. Hold on now. Please don't do that. Elymas jerks upright, hands flying up, pure alarm. Something bad is about to happen. A black-haired woman fans herself and smirks. I'll complain to Maybell. The fox-eared jester snaps up. I take back my bowing and apology. She's done playing nice. Sir Kelt walks alone, shoulders slumped, when a cheerful girl in robes calls out.
Oh. Sir Kelt.
He barely registers her before she teases him. This won't end well. She points playfully.
What sort of petty thing are you plotting next?
Sir Kelt jumps back, eyes wide, defensive, caught off guard, and she knows it. She leans on the railing, grinning, as Sir Kelt holds up a fan of cards, mid-gamble. It's a total waste to try making money from gambling, she chides. He looks utterly embarrassed. Sir Kelt explodes. After that raid, she's a nuisance every time I run into her. Even under normal circumstances is one thing. His voice cracks with frustration. She's haunting him. A window, light streaming in. One word, still, just lingering uncertainty. The blonde man watches them bicker and smiles faintly. I'm glad to see you two are getting along. Calm, amused, but his eyes say he sees the chaos this brings. A light-haired man in military coat studies a system window. Sixth Sense special skill detect dangerous monsters approaching and rare items once in a blue moon. He frowns. It resembles it, but didn't exist in Magic World. Then pauses. Maybe it did. An NPC fisherman reels in his line. My sixth sense is whispering, so I'm calling it early. He glances off-screen. Even background NPCs drop lore hints now. Zahokusuyado jistagaru. Dorinkusu rongu ando derivareto. Guragoku goku. She's not relaxing. She's buying time. Every sip is a calculation. Elymas strokes his chin. So maybe that's the closest explanation? There's consistency with the flavor text. He's connecting dots, and it's unsettling him. Urimazu dorin kusu again guragoku goku mirauringuza jista. Not coincidence. Synchronization. Both using the rhythm to stay grounded as things tilt. Overhead shot. 4 figures around a cobblestone table. 1 seated, 3 close. No words. Positioning matters. Elymas turns slightly. I feel like we're overlooking something. Still, Sixth Sense doesn't sit well with me. He's not doubting the skill. He's doubting what it's reacting to. The blonde man leans in. What is it, Elymas? Elymas freezes. The fox-eared girl watches, mug halfway to lips, waiting. Elymas sweats, gesturing wildly. That's not at all. I promise I'll tell you next time it triggers. Don't hold a grudge. I know you're not the type. The fox-eared girl cuts in. That's not at all. Oh nah. She sees through him. The blonde man relaxes. It wasn't a nightmare. We got rare items. Suddenly.
WHAAT?
A spiky-haired character shrieks, eyes bulging. Whatever happened? Totally unexpected. One explains steadily. We were invited to Lady Snow's manor yesterday. It also put us on the Halrod household's radar. Just saying the name changes the air. A cloaked figure groans. Arg, I should have come along. Then grins. Damn, you in the Count's graces now? I'm so jealous. Even in danger, someone's keeping score. Another sighs. You met the rumored Snow Halrod. Huh? Then again, he trails off, eyes distant. That then again is where real trouble starts. A chibi girl floats above 2 men, aura crackling, menacing, as they talk. One says, she's scheming cold like a creepy doll that doesn't speak. The other concedes. He might be right for about 20% of that. Somehow that's worse. A man with facial markings grips Wood tightly. Is going to put up another raid quest soon. There's a story that Count Halrod. He stops, then adds, I just remembered something when you mentioned the Halrod household. The chandelier sways. Unsaid history hangs thick. At a barrel-lined table, one announces, Carlos, the Black and Flame Blade, is leading troops again. Casually. Remember that creepy stone from the dream hole? They found the same one elsewhere. Someone's replicating artifacts, and they're not alone. A monstrous-faced character clenches fists, voice trembling. I want to expose the fools making a playground of my dominion. His eyes burn, not with ambition, but violation. This is personal. Elymas whirls around, shocked. What? Why are you two sitting there with docile expressions? The pom-pom hat girl and blonde speaker just blink, calm, silent, unreadable. Some people wait. They don't panic. A blonde, spiky-haired man apologizes for being late. I was concerned about a few things and took time to make my move, while a woman in a black hat interrupts, startled. But I never thought you'd just show up out of the blue. Outside, a hooded woman states the lamenting trapezohedron incident is now the guild's top priority. Inside, a small figure in a black hat urges two others to act fast, adding, Halen must know the most about them. The uproar around the lamenting trapezohedron. No explanation, just the name, heavy with implication. The blonde character thinks the uproar is something regarding Count Hardin's raid quest. He adds, intensely, what I really want to know at all costs. Matilda, in formal attire, knocks at an ornate door. Lady Halen? It's Matilda. Carlos and the fox-eared jester girl murmur a synchronized thank you, polite but tense. The door opens with a GACHAK. An off-panel voice says, What's the matter? Cool. The jester girl steps forward, flanked by a tall, cloaked figure, and they enter without hesitation. Lady Halen, buried in paperwork, snaps up irritably. Right now? How impudent. Her aide informs her. Two adventurers wish to speak with you immediately. She doesn't look up, just leans forward, jaw tight. Halen sighs. I'm overwhelmed with incident paperwork, then need to speak with my household about the raid quest, and after that, a meeting with the merchant leader. The jester girl watches, head tilted. The cloaked figure looms silently behind her. A woman in a hat stammers, hands fluttering. Usits. She can't finish. Fear and loyalty clash visibly. Carlos shrugs. Yeah, we did suddenly drop in. Let's try another day. The jester girl mutters.
To be honest, I could fall asleep at my desk.
The long-haired woman snaps.
The least you could do is perceive that and leave me be.
The long-haired woman slams her fist down. Why did you bring adventurers to me in the first place? Anyway, I don't have the time. Motion lines and thunderous sound effects emphasize her breaking point. Someone apologizes to Sir Elymas. Carlos adds dryly. She appears to be very busy right now. Calm, observational, not sarcastic. They exit with urgent precision, WHABANG, as the group vanishes down the hall. No one looks back. Back inside, someone snaps at Matilda. Lead with that information, Matilda. She stammers. Forgive me, Lady Halen. The door bursts open again. Lady Luce strides in, grinning. Oh, it was you two, Lord Elymas and Lady Luce. Lord Elymas stands beside her, silent but imposing. Carlos cuts in smoothly. No, that's not why we're here today. His eyes lock on Lady Luce. He's redirecting fast, precisely. Lady Luce leans in. To come and work for our branch? Does your visit mean you're going to accept my offer? She gestures warmly. Please come on in. It's an invitation and a test. A low G-loom rumbles as someone murmurs. Oh, okay. Not agreement. Surrender. The room shifts subtly. Someone clears their throat. Ahem. Fingers near lips. Eyes sharp. Everyone tenses. The truth is coming. A long-haired woman with a headband says formally, Please allow me to express my gratitude. Word has reached me that you rescued Lady Snow. Her tone is warm, but her eyes are calculating. Carlos steps forward and asks directly, What brings you here today? No pleasantries, just a blade-sharp question. The woman smiles faintly. I never expected you two to accomplish such a deed so quickly. The jester girl watches every micro-expression. She's evidence, not just a guest. A woman with long hair and glasses lifts her head with a soft. Her expression shifts from focus to confusion. Something didn't add up. The blonde man in the military coat asks, Are you aware of what has been asked of us by Count Hardin? The jester girl watches him intently, wide-eyed, alert. Two close-ups. One pair of eyes narrows coldly. The other widens in realization. No words, just a silent shift as the chessboard flips. A light-haired woman in a tricorn hat commands, Matilda, give us the room. Matilda blinks, flustered. Oh, right away. She scurries off. Privacy is a demand, not a request. A hand slides papers across the desk with a smooth, sly-eyed. The sound of secrets being rearranged. Clutter suggests months of hidden work now exposed. The woman rests her chin on her hand. You have been requested to look into the traitor during the raid. That is why you're here today. Carlos nods slowly. I see. He's not surprised, he was briefed. A chessboard fills the frame. Off panel. If it's looking into an internal crime, it's strategy, not investigation. Everyone's a pawn except the one's moving pieces. A hand holds a cracked knight piece. The light-haired character stammers. That in and of itself is a heavy responsibility. They're terrified, not refusing, because using someone under the Count's influence means betrayal is inevitable. A sweating eye stares. I don't know the first thing he's thinking, or does he have something else in mind? Meanwhile, a grinning elf-eared man floats chess pieces above his palm. Two figures standing below. He's rewriting the rules. A seated figure says quietly, but tomorrow morning, a request is going up. It's already become a rumor within the guild. Carlos listens, still. Rumors shape the battlefield before the first move. The long-haired woman explains. The raid quest is Submerged Capital of Dreams. A high-level dream hole, crystals spotted again, monster pools triggering. The jester girl lies exhausted. The dark-haired man with markings watches, a tear tracing his cheek. Elymas demands. I want to read that report. Not ask, demand. He's done with hints. His jaw sets. He won't leave until he gets it. The dark-haired man with markings gestures toward documents. Triggered the wandering in the graveyard of grief. You mentioned that the guild investigated the person who... The jester girl stands beside him, silent but attentive. This is reconstruction, not speculation. A crowned skeleton rises from ash and flame. Text confirms. No one adventurer was traveling alone. When the wandering triggered, this wasn't random, it was coordinated. A glowing portal pulses, the dream hole. Text. No one fled from the dream hole either. Not panic, not escape, just acceptance. They walked in knowing what awaited them. An impromptu party. Lineup appears. Armored man, jester girl, spiky-haired man, short-haired woman. The guild assigned the parties, and though it's hard to believe they arranged the same story beforehand, they did. Someone controlled the narrative from the start. The jester girl asks plainly, the report? Then adds, I've read it myself, but nothing struck me as odd. She's certain, not lying, which means either she's blind, or she sees the truth clearly, and that's the scariest option. In a crowded room, she blinks, hands on hips, level 80. That's really high. Her mental map of the world just shifted. Sir Elymas yawns, rubbing his eyes, exhausted. The jester watches him, one eyebrow raised. She turns fully. Sir Elymas? He's still rubbing his eye, lost in fatigue. The weight of everything they've been through hangs thick. Elymas mutters, I didn't get much sleep last night, and someone off-panel apologizes instantly. A tiny human moment amid chaos. The long-haired man with a headband flips reports. Skill trees were manipulated to fake alibis, but it's just rough info. A diluted assumption. The jester asks, you okay, Sir Elymas? He stays silent. Count Hardin, blonde with fur collar, begins speaking cautiously. Hardin pinches his nose. The reports weren't useless, but no real conclusions. Too many people don't optimize their skill trees. That makes suspicion unreliable. Systemic distrust is the real obstacle. Luce gets accused of dragging someone into trouble. She laughs exaggeratedly. Ah, don't say it like that. Fingers splayed, eyes shut, pure chaotic energy. Hardin sighs. I dragged you in again. Sorry. Luce cuts in, hand over heart. But that's not important. We're friends, aren't we? Then, smack, a light slap on her shoulder. She grins. A shadowy figure sneers. So you losers are joining the raid quest? Hardin turns. That's right. Thank you, Luce. Luce stands beside him, back straight, ready. Hardin grins. Heavy Knight, Elymas. But this raid's some real heavy shit. The jester glances around, but I can't see her. Hardin smirks, mocking someone's small achievement. Tension spikes. The jester snaps her head down. Sir Elymas, below you. Look down. Her finger jabs downward. Hilda is crouched low, barely visible, coiled to strike. Elymas looks down. Oh, it's you, Hilda. Skull armor, cape flaring, teeth bared. She's already in combat stance, growling.
Ja!
At an unseen foe. The spiky-haired man squints at a scythe. Hey, I know that scythe. The blonde beside him admits sheepishly, I acted immature during our match. My bad. Rare humility lands well. The spiky-haired guy swings the scythe. Its buffing effect is a big boost. Now that I'm used to them, I like scythes. The blonde nods. It looks good on you. Rivalry softens into respect. The jester grips her staff. Why do I keep getting crappy drops? The blonde tries. Calm down. That's still 15 million gold. She's furious about RNG injustice. Relatable. Elymas and Luce walk calmly after selling dozens of death scythes. While cheaper than market, receiving that much gold was numbing. The blonde and jester stare. These two turned loot into a fortune effortlessly. Someone asks bluntly, because we wanted to know if you'd participate. Another cuts in dryly. Funny you should say that. The room holds its breath. Hilda slams fists together. I'm a B-rank disciple of the Blackened Flameblade. Ain't no way I wouldn't join. Elymas adds, they're short on adventurers, and recommended level is 80. Collective inhale. Hilda points at herself. I can take out weaker enemies without MP. Don't underestimate me. Someone murmurs. She has strong duty as a B-rank adventurer. And you believe it. Elymas analyzes. Carlos has 6th sense, detection skill, so he'll avoid nasty fights. It's not hope. It's strategy for survival. Another voice. Maybe we can force our way through. Then wistfully. I assumed we'd team up with A-ranked Carlos again. Quiet ache. This time, they're truly alone. The jester crosses arms. I don't plan on relying on my master for everything. She huffs. Proving something to herself. Independence is her vow.
Huh.
Her expression shifts. Eyes wide, mouth open. Something clicked. She's processing fast. A system panel flashes. Possession of detection class skills is paramount in Dreamholes. Warning, exploited for skills, it affects offensive capabilities. Translation, you gain awareness, lose firepower. Support only. Brutal trade-off. Elymas explains, I work through scenarios. Magic swordsmen like him must have 6th sense. It made sense. The jester blinks.
Oh nah.
Did you know Carlos had that skill? He deduced it like a grandmaster. The jester pivots. Anyway, Sir Elymas is focused on another issue. Hardin's son stammers an apology. She reacts with bleg, then fires. Do you even know how many skill trees exist? How did you know that? Elymas stays unshaken, observing, not explaining. A cloaked figure announces. The submerged capital of dreams has been announced. The jester turns instantly.
If you need help, I'm glad to lend a hand.
She offers, no permission asked. She's a pillar now. A light-haired woman with a forehead mark smiles. I won't force you, but I have high hopes for you two. She names them. You're Hilda's master, Sir Carlos. The jester shrieks.
A master. How could you?
Luce and Elymas stand quietly acknowledged as a pair. The jester's eyes burn. The reason you've come this far is your own resourcefulness and hard work. Not praise, fact. And she means it. The light-haired woman replies calmly. I never actually did anything for you. It's natural for the experience to guide newcomers. No false modesty, just quiet authority. The jester extends her hand, voice trembling slightly. To repay your charity by helping struggling newcomers. Not me. Then, under breath.
A master.
The woman takes her hand. Close-up shows the 4-leaf clover emblem. A bond seal by choice. The jester grins, pointing.
Nyehaha. You heard him.
The light-haired woman turns away, indifferent. A hooded figure stands silently beside her. This isn't the end, it's the start. A sharp question cuts through. Did you suggest the guild put up the raid request too? The cloaked speaker lifts a hand. I didn't suggest it. They asked for my advice. Then the reveal. Not the guild. Count Halrod. The name hangs like smoke. It was orchestrated. The short-haired earring wearer blinks. Dubious? The hooded figure murmurs. I detect faint traces of something dubious. Not accusing, confirming. Worse. A pointed ear character with dark markings leans in. One branch family under House Halrod doesn't get along with the main house. Implication. Civil war in slow motion. The long-haired... She continues. I'm so close to catching them red-handed. I've been chasing the truth. The jester explodes. Shoo. W8 master. That's. Then stunned. An attempted assassination? Voice cracks. Real. Bleeding into now. A light-haired figure with feathered headband stands tall. I won't back down. Even if it pits nobles and kingdom against me. Inset. This raid will be dangerous. Then, however. Black panel slams down. Not silence. The storm's coming. The jester's fists fly up. If you're going, I'm going too. She turns to Elymas, who gasps.
Master.
And shouts, that's my master. Side carrier stands silent, weapon on shoulder. Loyalty roared. The raid is now a promise. In a dim tavern, Elymas leans in. He has a dangerous request. If the pay isn't worth it, they can walk. No sugarcoating, just raw risk. The spiky-haired man snaps back, annoyed at being lumped in. Don't tell me you're about to spew nonsense like you're participating. He's done being framed. Elymas exhales, hand near his mouth, admits his phrasing was aggressive, but he doesn't back down. He's pushing forward, sweating slightly. The dark-haired man with fur collar cuts in urgently. Come on, Elymas. I know, this is about the raid on the submerged capital of dreams. Sweat beads on his temple. He's connecting dots others avoid. The fox-eared jester girl steps in calmly. She knows the truth. It's again about the lamenting trapezohedron. Elymas nods. It's not new. They're walking into a pattern. The dark-haired man with facial markings stares, sweat dripping. Are you being serious right now? His shock is real. He can't believe they're treating this casually with stakes this high. The spiky-haired man turns to Elymas, leaning hard. The only ones who deal with that are either broke or morons. Then, grudgingly, I admire your strong sense of justice and direct approach. It's sarcasm with reluctant respect. The light-haired man in a striped coat claps. Why do you think we pay our dang taxes? He's aligning against the nobles too. Their disdain is rock solid, even if unity isn't. The spiky-haired man shrugs off intervention. I'm sure the nobles' troops will do just fine, even if we don't help. The jester girl watches, arms crossed. The long-haired woman stays silent. They're listening, not sold. The spiky-haired man looks down, voice raw. To be honest, I'm one of the weaker beranked adventurers among the B ranks. Sweat glistens, not from heat, but vulnerability. He's laying it bare. A hooded figure stands, has also come to Lacarina for this reason. Then drops the name, the A-rank adventurer, the blackened flameblade. The spiky-haired man tenses. Someone big is already here. The jester girl tilts her head, eyebrow raised. Elymas blinks slowly, both confused. Something's off. They're not buying the story anymore. The spiky-haired man points at the short-haired guy in fur collar. Stumpy overhears C-rank to boot. The jester girl and Elymas watch, unamused. It's not a joke. It's a reminder. This team isn't elite. The short-haired man sputters. Yeah, I have just as much battle experience as you. The jester girl explodes. How dare you call me that? She's mad about the label, not the rank. The light-haired man in an X-brooch cape cuts in. The raid this time will have teams of 4. Off-panel, someone grips a wrist hard, a silent warning or promise. This is recruitment, not just planning. The dark-haired man with markings leans in. It's because I trust you both that I wanted to ask you to join me. Raw honesty in a room full of half-truths hits hard. Elymas drops the bomb. There's a very real possibility a traitor will weasel their way in. Hands clasped, expression grim. If there's a traitor, who's left to trust? The dark-haired man turns to Maybelle, smiling faintly. You feel the same, Maybelle, yeah? She nods, smirking.
You got me well at first, but you are pretty devious too.
Mutual recognition, not betrayal. And that's dangerous. The dark-haired man slams his hand on the table. Sorry, but you just blew up any motivation I had to go. Voice cracks with frustration. Elymas stiffens. Trust is fraying fast. A girl with twin braids and a beret smiles. I kind of like it when people come to me for help. I'm down to come along. Calm, confident, like she already knows how it ends. The spiky-haired man shrieks, what? Eyes wide, speed lines radiating. His composure shatters. The long-haired woman beside him sits eyes closed, like she saw it coming. The jester girl leans forward. You're on board? Just like that. Elymas gapes, mouth open, eyes huge. No one expected that. A hand yanks fabric, pull, as someone mutters besides. Urgency screams, off-panel, pulling the conversation sideways. The dark-haired man with headband lunges. Are you seriously going to go? The jester girl looks up calm, cup still in hand. She's in control, and that terrifies him more than danger. The jester girl grabs the spiky-haired man by the arm and drags him across the floor. He screams, wait. Let me have some time to think. He's resisting her, not the mission. She hoists him up, grinning. To repay us for saving your life after your sorry ass tried to ditch us last time, right? He's still mid-scream. She's reminding him, and he's stuck again. At the bar, the dark-haired man defends Elymas. He thinks logically and won't ask anything impossible of us. He listens quietly. They're relying on him. A gamble no one admits making. The jester girl pumps fists.
Yeah, that's right.
The long-haired woman smiles, but admits. True, I do have misgivings about raiding a high-level dream hole. I asked because I thought that much of you both. It's faith, not confidence. Elymas lays it out. I understand the monsters and layout of the submerged capital. I think we as a quartet could take it down. He trusts them because they've shared status screens. Transparency equals his bet. The spiky-haired man groans. Man, do you really have to keep sliding those little jabs in? The long-haired woman smirks. What are you going to do about it, HM? Just teasing between allies. Someone off-panel says plainly, I don't hate the idea of us 4 forming a party. The 4 sit still, listening. The silence is heavier than any shout. They're almost there. The dark-haired man stares at the spiky-haired man. You made the most energetic expressions when we were conquering the graveyard of grief. The long-haired woman laughs, but he lies back, gripping his shoulders like he's holding himself together. The spiky-haired man wipes his eye. You were doing what you were meant to do, rather than running around like a loser and collecting the spoils. He's justifying, not just reflecting. The jester girl watches, silent. An inset shows a masked figure with wipe on their sleeve. Main panel. Not to mention, it'd be a struggle with 2 newly promoted barankers and 1 C-rank healer. Then sharply, I do owe you all a debt of gratitude. He admits it, not proudly but honestly. The spiky-haired man leans forward, fists planted. Will lend you his strength. Fine, this top-tier scout. He's not just agreeing, he's claiming the role. For the first time, he sounds like he believes it. His fist slams the table.
Bump.
And the sound echoes like a verdict. No more hesitation. He's in. The whole room feels it. Wide shot. The 4, jester girl, Elymas, spiky-haired man, now composed, and long-haired woman, all locked on him. Mugs half full. Breaths held. The deal's made. The mission's set. Real chaos hasn't even started. Inside a floral-upholstered carriage sit 4. A fox-eared jester girl upright. A long-haired woman calm with her headband. A blonde man in star-adorned armor composed, and Elymas lying back, exhausted. Bold text above reads, Ray Quest A. The curtain parts slightly. Outside, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages, mounted soldiers in formation. The blonde man turns sharply, jaw tight, reading the situation before anyone speaks. He breaks the silence. Count Halrod sent about 20 of his own troops. The jester girl doesn't flinch. The long-haired woman tilts her head. Elymas stays reclined, but his fingers twitch on the seat, calculating loyalty, not numbers. Elymas sits up, voice rough. Average adventurers won't touch this, no matter the rewards. It's that shady. He adds quietly. The Count had to bring his own troops. Nobody else would join. He's right. Maybelle bursts in grinning. I'm really fired up. An off-panel voice teases. Faye, you're still the same stumpy girl inside. The jester girl claps. That's Maybelle for you, always cool. Maybelle blinks, surprised, and the mood lightens. The long-haired woman slams her hand on Elymas' shoulder. He yelps. You too loose. He mutters, flinching.
Ouch. Cut it out. I'm sorry.
The jester girl watches, unbothered. She's seen this before. The blonde man laughs, thanking the jester girl. The long-haired woman adds, You look great in your new outfit. She smiles, wearing her star-themed cape and beret like it was made for her. It's oddly comforting. She sits cross-legged on a sofa, holding 2 star trinkets. 3 system boxes hover. Court jester cap boosts speed, jeweled brooch raises drop chance, siren shoes increase luck. She's not just flashy, she's built for efficiency. She beams. You're right. I feel stronger too. Elymas kneels beside her, dryly. Yet that's better than nothing. He adds, everything but armor has only a placebo effect. She ignores him. She's already hyped. The long-haired woman frowns at Elymas. Why react differently than when you spoke about my clothes? He shrugs, oh nice. Luce is fired up too. The jester girl murmurs.
Thank you very much.
Steady as always. Outside, the carriage speeds through mountain passes. Wheels rattling, snow-capped peaks ahead. They're moving fast. This raid won't wait. And they know it. Elymas lifts his hands. A flash. Oath of the Heavy Armor hits level 49. Unlocked. Knight's Conviction. His eyes narrow. This isn't grinding. It's strategy. The full Heavy Knight skill tree appears. Level 74, 7 points left. Oath of the Heavy Armor 49 100ths. Ring of Shouldering Adversity 15 50ths. Beginner Chivalrousness 5 50ths. Solid. Reliable. Like Elymas. The jester girl blinks. A new skill? Elymas nods. I want to allocate some points. There's weight in his pause. He's choosing a path. Finally intentional. System expands. Knight's Conviction resists frenzy and sleep. The jester girl cheers. Oh nice. That's amazing. Elymas mutters. Too bad it's not impressive. But resisting 2 status effects in a raid? That's real insurance. Frenzy and sleep are minor, but dangerous if caught off guard. Heavy Knights get mocked for confusion vulnerability, but this is about willpower. Standing firm when the mind cracks. Subtle. Smart. Elymas sighs, pointing. What I really wanted was the next skill. The long-haired woman murmurs. I see. I didn't realize. The jester girl leans in. There's a way to make it useful, but not now. They're thinking beyond survival. Whoosh. Oath of the Heavy Armor hits level 57. Unlocked. Magic Guard. Elymas' expression shifts, just slightly, from resignation to quiet satisfaction. He's building something real. Magic Guard. Shroud your shield with magic to boost defense against attacks. The jester girl gasps. There. like the final piece clicked. This isn't just defense. It's control. Elymas slumps, moving on. The dark-haired man leans forward. You show me yours? What's the harm? Someone snaps. Stop showing off your status. Another adds quietly. I'd feel bad doing it where you two couldn't watch. From shadows. Ain't no telling if Maybelle and I will always be with you. Loyalty isn't assumed. It's negotiated. Maybelle looks up, startled, as someone addresses her directly. For me? Elegant in formal dress and hat. Her eyes flicker with curiosity. This is intentional, not casual. Elymas turns to her, low but clear. Sorry, but I do have a request for you, Maybelle. No teatrix. Just respect. Maybelle Watts, no hosetashchen. Elymas freezes. Are you serious? Maybelle smiles calmly. You remembered all that after one glance? He's stunned. Someone just recited her entire skill tree. No screen needed. And it wasn't him. Off-panel voice confirms. You had 5 in use points, 42 in the Believer's staff, 20 in Druid's curse, none in beginner staff arts. System flashes exact match. Elymas bows his head. Sorry. Not embarrassed. Odd. She's reading the game. Elymas regains composure. No, I haven't, but what about it? Changed anything since? She shakes her head. Serene. They're not just sharing stats, they're syncing intent. That's scarier and stronger than any skill. Elymas locks eyes. If you go up 2 levels, allocate all points to the Believer's staff. I'll create the opportunity. She blinks, then smiles. Sure? I can do that. That's the one I want to grow most. Outside, carriages thunder across a shallow river. Thud, VSS, momentum, inevitability. They're not turning back. The blonde man looks ahead, voice tight. There it is. No fanfare, just certainty. They've arrived. The submerged capital of dreams rises, a natural arch over still water, glowing spiral portal pulsing within. Slug-like creatures with eye stalks crawl nearby. Recommended level, 80. Not a warm-up. Wider shot. Marshy, treacherous terrain, more creatures scattered. A carriage sits idle. Horses know better than to rush. The air hums with danger and silence. The calm before chaos. Inside, the jester girl squints. What's with the creepy crawlies? Dark-haired man watches, unreadable. Maybelle stays calm. Twin-braided girl nods. She's seen worse. Elymas leans forward, sharp. Where the heck are you getting all this info from? Jester girl and dark-haired man stay silent. Someone knows these monsters, and they're not talking yet. System flashes. Devil Seal Slug. LV 63. HP 177, 177, MP 9999. High offense, high defense, tentacles, water magic. They don't just attack, they drown you in chaos. And they're everywhere. The jester girl tilts her head. Kinda cute, I think. Elymas whips around. Cute? Those monsters? She nods. Absurd, but somehow perfect. If you don't laugh, you scream. Elymas exhales, half smiling. Maybe they could be? Not agreement. Surrender to her logic. For once, he sounds relaxed. He jerks upright, flushed. WH. Did I say something weird? Jester girl grins. Dark-haired man smirks. He's not lowering his guard. He's breaking it. Glorious. Then tentacles wriggle. Gnocchi, and the jester girl snaps upright. Sorry, nope. Nothing cute about them. Reality hits. They're not toys. They're hungry. Adventurers charge.
Charge.
Weapons raised, armor gleaming. Smaller devil, seal slugs scatter. One wears a horn helm. Another, a visor hiding all. They're cannon fodder. The real team? Still watching. Waiting. Not their fight, yet. Order drops. Maybelle, rear guard. Loose, smash them. Kelt, make an opening. Time to go. Kelt leaps onto his skeletal mount, charging into the swarm, drawing every horror toward him, while the dark-haired man shouts, don't overextend. The raid begins. Elymas stands firm with sword drawn, declaring a heavy knight's role is to draw aggro. Behind him, the dark-haired man with facial markings watches in stunned silence, muttering how Elymas pulls off flawless skill mastery so effortlessly. Eibou stringu synapse to gigikubu no wazu, justoro tension building to odo release. An arrow soars. Carlos watches its path, striped shield on his back, already 3 steps ahead. The dark-haired man fires his own arrow and calls out sharply, What are you aiming at, Kel? His voice mixes challenge and curiosity, testing if Carlos truly knows his target. The arrow strikes dead center in the eye of a multi-eyed, tentacled horror rising from water. It explodes outward, writhing in agony with a guttural writher. Carlos shrugs coolly. I wouldn't miss from this distance. Elymas smirks, noting the insane accuracy required. Carlos just nods, accepting the praise. Elymas realizes Kelt targeted the eye specifically. The long-haired woman teases. You must be so good due to always stealing the kill. He grins. That's her kill for you. As the group regroups, a Pyro-type monster erupts from the water. KR splash, with ruffled fabric and an unsettling grin. Nearby, a light-armored swordsman stands ready, eyes locked on it. Close up on the Pyro's face. Huge, unblinking eyes, twitching tentacles, leered at it hovering nearby. Not just watching, but studying, peeling defenses with its stare. Chaos erupts. Fighters swing wildly. One gets knocked back with splish. The Pyro lunges at terrifying speed. Limbs whipping through water as RAHHH echoes. A dark-haired figure in a fur-trimmed coat shouts. Pyros specialize in fooling enemies with speed and moves. Elymas. Can we leave finishing blows to loose? They're clearly coordinating, not just fighting. Carlos, spiky hair, jaw set, eyes burning, doesn't speak. He's preparing, not reacting. The fox-eared jester girl leaps into battle, surrounded by hulking devil sea slugs with exposed ribcages. A narration box worries she's outmatched, but she doesn't flinch. She's already moving. Extreme close-up. The sea slug's maw opens, teeth glinting, tongue lashing. Jester girl's face fills the frame, eyes wide but steady. She's not afraid. She's waiting. WHABM, a flash of motion, Dragon Slayer drive, slams into a tentacled monstrosity, exploding water. In the background, another figure watches, silent but alert. A serrated blade slices air. Flash. Embedding deep into a skeletal face, hollow eyes frozen in shock. This isn't damage. It's decisive. An eye-tip tentacle recoils sharply, motion lines streaking behind it. The hit landed. The enemy is shaken. Carlos blinks, bow still in hand, as a skull-headed monster flies back in explosion. The jester girl surges forward in shallow water, weapon raised, the system chimes. Acquired 446 experience points. 3 armored figures stand guard nearby. Carlos wipes sweat, eyes wide. What did you just do? Something unexpected and powerful happened. He's still processing. Elymas explains calmly. But this is what she primarily does. She's an attacker. He adds she perfectly fulfilled her role, drawing enemy attention in the graveyard of grief. It's design, not luck. The jester girl throws her arms up, weapon high, screaming with joy. Hooray! I took down one of them. Her energy is infectious. Even mid-battle, she radiates fun. Nearby, an armored fighter yells. That devil sea slug went flying into the air. His comrade stammers. What was that? Proof it wasn't just flashy. It was shocking. 3 small octopus-like monsters hover in shallow water, rumbling. The jester girl stands centered, star-patterned cape fluttering, cat ear headband tilted, eyes locked, curious, not scared. ZPLOSH, a massive octopus erupt from water. The jester girl flinches, whispering, Ugh, they're looking at me. Even she isn't immune to being stared down by something unnatural. The long-haired woman raises her staff calmly. A snowflake-shaped ice formation blooms before her. No shout, no flourish. Just precision. Just power. The ice projectile launches.
Ice.
And slams into a tentacled monster, sending it splashing into rocks. A horned rogue caster watches, staff still raised, as the impact echoes. A foot steps forward decisively. The long-haired woman grips her weapon, sweat on brow, eyes narrowed. An eye widens, SHBLOSH, and the monster glares back, tentacles twitching, multiple eyes fixed on her. A sharp-featured, light-haired figure cuts in, voice cold. Sorry, but she's not your foe. No explanation, just authority. Whoever this is, they know the rules better than anyone here. Elymas drops low, swings his shield.
Shadow Stomp.
Hits the tentacled monster dead on. It freezes mid-lunge, stunned, while the jester girl watches from behind, already planning her next move. That's teamwork. The jester girl darts away, ZWSH, as a tentacle snaps where she stood seconds ago, missing by inches. Her cape flares, expression focused. She's not running. She's dancing. She pivots, unleashes Dragon Slayer drive. Again, the skull-headed monster explodes mid-air. System flashes. Acquired 510 experience points. She grins, yes. There goes number 2. 2 kills. 1 unstoppable vibe. A sigil flares, SHRD, and Elymas shouts. It's charging up for water slash. Get away from there right now, loose. Danger is real and building. Another arrow finds its mark, THWPP, impaling a multi-eyed tentacled monster straight through the eye. Precision. Relentlessness. This team doesn't miss twice. The jester girl recoils with a startled.
Whoa.
As water sprays. SBLOSH, star motifs on her cape glistening. Even surprised, she's glorious. The blonde man with fur collar grins. Nice shot, Kelt. He's acknowledging, not just praising. Kelt's already reloading his bow. The wounded monster roars. Ruahair. As the arrow trails into the forest, body still thrashing. It's hurt, but not done. Neither are they. Final shot. Carlos, spiky hair, headband, black top, and white shorts, bow drawn tight, quiver full. Eyes locked ahead, breath steady. He's not waiting. He's already acting. A dead slug lies on cracked stone as the fox-eared jester girl grabs its drop, grinning, holding up pouches full of glowing spheres. Well, you do have that drop rate boosting skill after all, she teases. Carlos shrugs. The long-haired woman wonders if they're potions, but the blonde man with the fur collar cuts in. Ocean's tears. Alchemy material. Tiny slugs dropping rare reagents like candy. Kelt steps forward, sword ready, and says,
I wouldn't recommend manhandling them. Stuff them into your magic bag.
The group, jester girl, long-haired woman, and dark-haired man with facial markings, stands alert behind him. It's practical advice, not flashy, but vital when survival depends on small details. The dark-haired man frowns.
Why? Are they poisonous?
The jester girl lifts one to her nose, gloves on, sniffs, then says casually,
I'm not about to drink one, though you can drink them as is and you'll be healed.
She holds it like a snack she's politely declining.
Damn, I really feel like I'm going numb to reality when I'm with you all.
He's blurred in the background, questioning his life choices, and honestly, same. This team is wild. A helmeted figure tells Elymas, you appear to be the target of attention out of the starting gate. Then another drops.
No, but one sells for about 6 million gold.
Elymas panics.
Don't be so nonchalant when sharing critical information like that.
Shouting market prices and raid prep? That's how ambushes start. A light-haired helmeted figure raises their fist and shouts. Whenever you're involved, the line cuts off, but the exasperation is thick. Someone's had enough. The armored figures march in unison. Crowd echoes as the jester girl and Carlos lead, masked companions beside them. Two figures watch silently from behind, one with a massive bow, another in a hat. This isn't just a meeting, it's a standoff before the fight begins. Close up, a short-haired woman with an eye patch and pearl earring locks eyes off screen, glare sharp. Gudea. She doesn't blink. She's already won. Carlos and the jester girl freeze mid-stride, eyes locked ahead. A nervous GLUP underscores the silence. Carlos's jaw tightens. Her mouth is slightly open. They've seen something that rewired their understanding. Whatever comes next won't be subtle. Off-panel, someone stammers. Gee, give me a moment, Isabella. The jester girl offers. Should I be the one to speak up? A masked figure confirms. You have come to greet them. Yes, milady. Everyone tiptoes around landmines, disguised as pleasantries. The jester girl closes her eyes, breathes deep. HH. Ha, ando igarizu surori. Esu. She's not calm, but she's in control. This is her moment. No more asking permission. She bows slightly. I also apologize for my father's behavior when I hosted you. Thank you very much for lending me a hand last time. As she speaks, Carlos stiffens, eyes locking onto something unseen. That aura, it can't. A voice cuts in. You adventurers were only invited to round out the numbers. We are the stars here. The jester girl doesn't flinch. Let's be on our way, milady, she says and walks off. Someone yells Elymas. And don't stand there and demand my lady's gratitude. But she's already gone. She owned a room. The jester girl and long-haired woman stride away, back straight. Let's be on our way, milady, she says coolly. That is all we have come to remind you of. SWWF follows them like a curtain closing. They didn't win. They ended it. Perfect exit. The original group stands stunned, staring at empty space. Carlos blinks. What was that just now? 3 ellipses hang in the air. Even the twin-braided girl watches calmly. No one answers. And that's the scariest part. For armored figures circle a swirling vortex, spears raised. SWWWSHH hums as the portal stabilizes. Particles swirl. Light flares. One has rabbit ears peeking from under their helm. This isn't teleportation. It's summoning. And what's coming isn't friendly. Close up on the vortex. Wider, brighter, crackling. A lone armored figure stands aside, spear upright, watching. SWWWSHH intensifies. Pressure builds. Point of no return. Submerged capital of dreams. Recommended level, 80. The jester girl stares up at the warped ceiling, eyes wide. This is way worse than I imagined. She breathes. I've been told this was a pretty creepy dream hole. Spripupyo yonpurasun dorippusu raiku condensation. She's not scared. She's processing. And that's scarier. Team forms. Jester Girl center left with staff. Elymas beside her. Dark-haired man right. Carlos arms crossed far edge. She states clearly. First, cull monsters and destroy the lamenting trapezohedron. Second, regroup and defeat the Dream Lord. Raid quest is live. No margin for error. A skeletal... The Jester Girl turns, voice steady. But I also plan on finding out who exactly that traitor is. She glances at the group. Dark-haired man gripping his weapon. Long-haired woman tight on her staff. And adds, I discussed this with you all in the carriage on the way here. It's not paranoia. It's strategy. She's 3 steps ahead. Carlos turns profile toward the group, lips parting. That is why we... The sentence cuts off. The pause is deliberate. He's about to say something critical. Something that ties it all together. With us close to finding out what he's been holding back. The skeletal figure walks through flooded halls. Splash, splash, splash. Behind them, the Jester Girl and Carlos watch, silent, shoulders squared. The mission has begun. Monsters wait. And somewhere in the shadows, the traitor is already moving. The short-haired girl with bangs looks down, voice tight as she admits she didn't gain a single level after the Devil's Sea Slug cull. No XP, no stat bump, nothing. The Jester Girl turns to her, sharp-eyed, and asks straight out, did your level even go up at all during that fight? 4 of them stand in the plaza. Jester Girl front and center, Sir Kelt hovering behind her like a shadow, long-haired woman beside her like a silent pillar, and the weight of that question hangs in the air. The Jester Girl doesn't flinch. She leans forward, pen in hand, and lays out the new plan. Skip weak monsters entirely. Hunt only higher-leveled ones. Elymas, calm, analytical, drops a quiet truth. Dreamhole routes aren't random chaos. They have to follow a pattern. Like rules written in water. Invisible but unbreakable. The Jester Girl frowns, pointing at the map he's already sketching. He flips the page to a diagram. Entrance on one side, Dreamlord chambers on the other, and explains, the layout is randomized, sure, but never nonsensical. It's a puzzle with fixed constraints, like how the chambers must sit a certain distance from the entrance. The long-haired woman nods slowly, eyes locked on the lines. It's not magic. It's architecture disguised as fate. Then he points decisively. There, this route, he says, guarantees no other adventurers beat us there. And if we confirm 30%, another 20% reveals itself automatically. It's not guesswork. It's deduction. And for the first time, the Jester Girl's expression softens. Not quite belief, but the edge of curiosity. She turns back to the group, fingers tracing the document. So if we follow this, we reach the Dreamlord's chambers fastest, right? Sir Kelt holds the paper, brow furrowed. You said it. He murmurs, then adds under his breath. Even though I'm hearing words, nothing's making sense in my head. The spiky hair man beside him just watches, silent, waiting. They move, down cracked marble stairs, through colonnaded halls where pillars lie shattered like fallen giants, into a narrow alley, windows shattered on both sides like broken teeth. The spiky-haired man, Elymas, steps forward, voice low. There should be a plaza once we pass through this alley. Behind him, the long-haired figure follows, and far to the right, a robed silhouette watches from a window frame, unmoving. He draws his blade with a sharp shink, not flashy, just decisive, and says, we should prepare for battle, just to be safe. His face is set, eyes scanning the alley's mouth. In the background, the Jester Girl and long-haired woman don't flinch. They just watch, ready. They step into the plaza, a cobblestone square with a dry fountain at its heart. Buildings loom around them, scarred by old damage. Elymas and the dark-haired man have weapons drawn. The Jester Girl stands center, hands relaxed but posture coiled. Long-haired woman grips her staff like it's part of her spine. From behind a crumbling archway, a light-haired figure whispers, barely audible. No. Their face is half hidden, but the tension in their shoulders says everything. The courtyard feels empty, too empty. The Jester Girl scans it, calm, and murmurs, nothing here. But before the silence settles, another voice cuts in. In one brutal cut, the Jester Girl is surrounded. Dozens of those stalk-eyed things circling her, some floating, some pooling like liquid. She jerks back, an exclamation mark flashing above her head. Not fear. Surprise. Like the world just flipped the script without warning. Chaos erupts, but it's organized chaos. We can shake them if we make for that red building in the distance. Shouts the long-haired woman. Elymas is telling us he'll be fine. Hurry up, Luce. Luce hesitates, voice cracking. But look at these numbers. The Jester Girl cuts in, sharp and clear. Go on ahead. And just like that, the team splits, purposeful, desperate, alive. Got it. Luce confirms, already moving. The Jester Girl turns to the fray and declares, then they're all yours, Sir Elymas. Tentacled enemies lie subdued on the plaza ground, and the spiky-haired, armored figure streaks past them, mid-combat, mid-motion, unstoppable. A close-up on one tentacled monster, wide eyes, distorted mouth, pure shock. It wasn't expecting this. It strikes, tentacle whipping forward, but the armored figure snaps up a shield and yells, "Magic God!" The impact shudders the air with a deafening wham, and the attack stops dead. Before the monster can recover, the armored figure pivots, whoosh, and parries the second strike with a clean, ringing parry, deflecting the tentacles sideways like a whip snapping against steel. Then, a glowing circular seal erupts on the ground beneath the creature. It recoils, stunned, as the armored figure vanishes from frame. Something just changed, and it wasn't just a fight. 3 attacks hit at once, a massive
water slash.
Arcs overhead, Elymas slams his striped shield forward with
shield bash.
And another blonde figure screams,
shove.
While driving the creature backward, debris flies, the wet ground reflects the chaos, and the monster crumples under the coordinated assault. A lone figure stands still on the wet street, small, upright, as splish ripples spread from puddles around their feet. Tiny tentacled creatures rise from the water, bobbing like cursed buoys. Then, SHWLOSH, the ground explodes upward. A massive black, tentacled beast erupts from the cobblestones, shattering pavement in a radial burst, debris flying like shrapnel. Its central body swells, tentacles whipping wildly. This isn't a scout. This is the main event. And just as the beast rises, a blonde armored figure lunges forward, blade gleaming, eyes locked on its core.
Perfect. Now's my chance.
His voice is raw, urgent, like he's been waiting for this exact second. Behind him, skeletal armor glints in the spray. This isn't luck. It's timing. From the water, dozens of smiling octopus-like creatures burst upward in unison. Splash. Tentacles waving, eyes bright, almost cheerful. It's absurd. It's terrifying. It's exactly what this place does best. An armored figure sprints left to right across the plaza, water splashing underfoot, while the octopus creatures trail behind, partially submerged, still grinning, still moving. Classical columns blur in the background. They're not fleeing. They're hurting. A spiky-haired figure in a dark cloak stands frozen, facing one of the octopus creatures. Hovering, tentacles raised wide-eyed. Neither moves. Neither blinks. It's not a fight yet. It's a stare down with the ocean itself. Elymas, sharp features, high collar, wind tugging at his coat, gives a single, deliberate NOD. Not agreement. Not approval. 3 arrows fly in perfect sequence. Eye, head, body, and the mollusk monster detonates in a shower of shell and gore. Kelt lowers his bow, smirking as Elymas calls out, "Nice shot, Kelt." He doesn't thank him. He just grins. Behind them, the plaza is littered with defeated foes. Mission accomplished. For now. The jester girl exhales, looking around the quiet plaza. We really were able to shake them by coming to this spot. The tension eases just a little. They're still deep in enemy territory. But for this moment, they're breathing. One of them turns to Kelt, incredulous. "Where the hell did you learn that, Kelt?" The jester girl steps in, calm but firm. My plan with Kelt worked like a charm. She explains, devil sea slugs pause after taking an arrow, and the distance they give up is predictable. Anyone can do it, she says, as long as you know how fast they move. Kelt just watches her, silent. That look? It's not pride. It's recognition. Elymas frowns, arms crossed. We're going to be twiddling our thumbs and wait. And we move in too fast. The dark-haired man beside him doesn't answer. He just keeps scanning the rooftops. Speed is good, but haste? That's how traps spring. The long-haired woman taps a device, maybe a map, maybe a compass, and confirms, according to the map, we've come pretty far. The Dream Lord's chambers should be close. Her voice is steady. No drama. Just fact. Sir Kelt turns toward the horizon, voice low but unwavering. Because the ideal outcome is one in which nothing happens. The best thing we can do is arrive early. He doesn't say it to reassure them. He says it like a vow. Like he's already seen what happens when you're late. Kelt kneels in sludge, pulling out the lamenting trapezohedron with a disgusted TCH. He holds it up.
And there it is. I found the lamenting trapezohedron.
He passes it to Elymas. Behind them, the core team stands ready. Fox-eared jester girl, long-haired woman with staff, dark-haired man with markings, and blonde man in fur collar. In a ruined plaza, Elymas mutters,
"I'm a moron for getting my hopes up."
A calm voice cuts in. One of the goals of this raid was to destroy that once we found it. Elymas swallows. He knows it's true, and he hates hesitating. Elymas nods, grips the trapezohedron tighter, and smashes it down hard. No hesitation.
Yeah, you have a point.
The strike echoes off broken walls. The trapezohedron hits the floor, not shattering, but releasing a deep WHOSH that ripples through puddles. Arrows lie scattered nearby. The ground feels alive. A pair of eyes snap open. Huh. As a dark shard zips past, the observer jerks back instinctively. They weren't ready for this. Slice. A multi-bladed weapon cuts the long-haired woman's side. She gasps.
Aga.
Stumbling back as a clawed hand erupts from the water beside her. It's coordinated, not random. A fish-like tail breaks the surface with a shaploop and vanishes. No body. Just Kelt is flung backward. Splash. Armor clattering. Off panel, the jester girl screams.
Kelt.
Raw. Urgent. The water settles. Ripples spread slowly. SWWWSH. Too quiet. The jester girl whirls.
What was that just now, Sir Elymas?
Her starboard ray tilts, eyes blazing. Kelt's already up, sword drawn, watching the same spot. They want answers now. A close-up on narrowed eyes. I've never seen that monster before. It's not just unfamiliar, it's wrong. 3 figures watch the water. One murmurs.
That tells me that it has a skill to dive into the ground.
They're piecing it together fast. If it vanishes like that, it can strike anywhere. It wasn't just fish or human.
It also looked like a cross between a human and a fish.
Mermaid, but not one that flees. This one wants you close. Crack. A massive boot punches through the surface, spray flying. Noripid. No warning. It's coming up. The jester girl's eyes widen.
At what?
Pure disbelief. She saw it, but her brain hasn't caught up. Elymas shouts.
I think we're up against the existence, evolved form of the rare monster. Mermaid.
Rare. Evolved. Adaptive. And it's here to play dirty. The dark-haired man crouches low, gritting.
MNGH.
Hurt, maybe poisoned, but still standing. Not backing down. If it's luring them near rare items, that's bait. The mermaid isn't hunting, it's farming. Crystal-laced waters, paralyzing claws. This whole place is a death trap. Mermaids normally run. Always. So why is this one charging? Why is it smiling? The answer hits.
Allowing it to meet some special requirement, giving it ferocious abilities.
A glowing crystal floats near its fang maw.
However, IT could have been influenced by the crystal.
It's not just evolved, it's enhanced, using their target against them. The jester girl spins.
Mabel and Kelt, you guys back me up from a distance. I'll go draw its attention. There's no telling what skills it has.
She volunteers to be the target, because someone has to. The dark-haired man drops to one knee.
Kelt?
A system message flashes, abnormal status, paralysis, and he grits.
But its claws have a paralyzing effect.
He looks up ashamed.
My bad, Elymas.
He got hit. Now they're down a fighter. The long-haired woman thinks.
I can just have Mabel heal. Wait, no, I can't.
Healing now would leave them exposed. She bites her lip. Sacrifice or survival. She chooses survival. Elymas steps forward.
We don't know where that monster is going to attack us from next. I can't protect everyone on my own if we're focusing on healing.
Brutal truth. They're outnumbered by uncertainty. Stomp. A boot crashes into water. The armored man roars.
Change of plans, everyone. Close the ranks.
They shift instantly, tightening, like a fist. The jester girl shouts.
All right.
Elymas adds.
Focus on our enemy for now. Save the healing for later, Mabel.
They're synced, desperate, and still trusting Mabel, even though she's nowhere in sight. For stand on circular platforms. Jester girl gesturing, dark-haired man crouched, Elymas kneeling with shield, rabbit-eared armored figure silent at the edge. Elymas declares.
We're taking that monster out the next time it appears.
No more reacting. Next time, they strike first. Before an ornate gate, the core 4-lock formation. Blonde man sword drawn, jester girl front, long-haired woman steady, black-cloaked figure shadowing left. No words, just readiness. The jester girl's expression sharpens as she lowers her sword. The long-haired woman doesn't blink. They're not waiting for permission. They're waiting for the trigger. GLUB, a massive dark sphere slams ahead, kicking up debris. 3 distant figures flinch. It wasn't natural. It was delivered. A vortex swirls, splish, and the dark-haired man's eyes snap wide. Twitch. He feels the shift, the presence. This is where it gets real. From the water, a Kuro rises. LV 76, HP, full, MP nearly maxed. The jester girl points.
Over there.
Carlos crouches, locked on the beast. Others recoil. The hall trembles. This isn't a monster. It's a statement. A clawed hand slashes toward the jester girl. Clang. She blocks with her staff, sparks flying. Her stance holds. She's not just defending. She's measuring. The long-haired woman raises her staff.
Ice.
A snowflake projectile rockets forward.
Oh.
And the jester girl stumbles back slightly as the blast washes over her. The long-haired woman stares at her hands, trembling.
I dove underwater to avoid my attack.
She literally jumped into the water to dodge her own spell. Insane, and somehow perfect for this raid. Za ice detonates, splash, sharosh, shapurushu sending a boteus autoado. A skeletal figure is caught mid-lunge, half submerged, armor glistening. The long-haired woman stands frozen. The jester girl watches. First wave survived. Fight's not over. A sharp eye snaps open, focused and intense, like locking onto a target it won't lose. Three figures stand near a massive dome labeled GLUB. One armored, one coiled like a spring, the third shadowed. It's not a temple or gate. It's waiting. The spiky-haired archer shouts.
There you are.
And fires an arrow with a sharp FWSH. No warning, just war. The arrow hits a dark-robed figure with a wet THWP, splashing black fluid. GLUB bubbles rise around the wound, like something digesting the impact. Elymas leaps forward, star emblem, skeletal pauldrons, mid-air, fully committed. On slick stone, a dark-coated fighter parries a sword strike with a ringing shink, water sprays, motion blurs. This is survival, not practice. A monstrous mermaid erupts from the water, mouth wide, scales glistening, hair whipping like tentacles. No, just raw fury shattering silence. A massive black eye stares, rings spiraling inward, pupil catching light like a trapped star. Someone's watching, not blinking. A skeletal creature in a horn mask is gripped hard, fingers digging into its ribs as water droplets hang mid-air. It's not dead. It's being held. The dark-coated fighter slides sideways across wet pavement as a shadowy tendril whips past, scrunch, and barely avoids being crushed by whatever lurks below. Above, a hulking monster with jagged armor smashes through a stone wall, debris flying, teeth bared, not breaking in, but announcing arrival. The fox-eared girl dives with her scythe toward two allies, while a light-haired teammate shouts.
We can do it, everyone.
Voice cracking with hope, not certainty. She lands hard.
Shield bash.
And slams her shield into a skeletal foe, sending shards flying. The ground rattles. She doesn't flinch. A serrated blade slices down. SHH. Black streaks blur the air. You don't see who holds it, only what it does. A beast roars, but too late. A jester-clad figure is flung backward through water, yelling.
Dragon SLYR.
Like a prayer, a curse, disbelief he's still alive. Another eye, cracked, glowing from within, surrounded by wet organic matter. Not human, not close. Sweat beads on the light-haired character's brow as they grip something tight. Knuckles white, jaw set. They're not just fighting, they're holding things together. Three mermaid-like figures float above the city skyline, while a cat-eared attacker lunges, stars exploding from their hands, screaming.
Illusion.
Like summoning, not casting. Two tight shots of the same wide, sweating eye, pupils dilated, breath ragged. Something broke. They felt it. The cat-eared character recoils, arms thrown out, shouting.
It just used my ability.
And
what?
Cracks spiderweb from their feet, as if the ground rejects them. A serpentine creature lunges at the spiky-haired character.
URK.
Hissing. Drive. As it pushes forward, fangs glinting, tail coiling like a spring about to snap. He screams.
Love.
As the tail smashes him, but still swings his blade mid-fall.
Slice.
Pain and precision in one motion. A finned enemy leaps from water, and someone yells.
Loose.
Just before impact. Not a name. A lifeline. The fox-eared girl lies paralyzed, whispering.
I am sorry, guys.
System flashes abnormal status, paralysis. She can't move, can't fight, only apologize. The spiky-haired archer grunts.
Arg.
Gripping his sword, while a light-haired ally snaps.
Paralysis, concealment, And it can use illusions?
A spear THWPS into water beside them. It's smart, not just strong. Caption. It got to loose after Kelt. The enemy chose targets strategically. Cold. Hunting. Not chaos. Sweat drips from the spiky-haired archer's strained eye as he crouches, groaning GGH, internally. It's becoming increasingly difficult to plan our escape. No plan. Just survive. 3 are down. Fox-eared girl, spiky-haired archer, both paralyzed, while a black-robed figure stands guard. A voice explains. Once paralyzed, not only is your movement hindered, but your speed is also greatly reduced. Then,
where will it strike next?
A woman in white robes kneels, staff raised.
For now, we need to heal one of them or we're finished.
No debate. Only action or death. Elymas stares, sweat on temple, eyes narrowed. Not at the enemy, but where it vanished.
Where will it emerge from?
Because it's not hiding. It's waiting. Elma spins, shouting.
Cut it out, Mabel. Stay alert.
Ground shivers beneath her.
It's going to come up from right under you.
Black-robed figure watches, magic array, glowing, silent. Mabel swings her scythe down with all she has.
Whack.
Muscles straining, eyes locked on the spot. But it strikes from below. A slicing blow rips through her side.
Yun.
Elmas lunges, staff raised, already too late. Blood blooms dark on stone. Then, splish, a geyser of black liquid erupts where Mabel stood, swallowing the black-robed figure whole. Their mouth hangs open, shocked. Magic array still glows behind them. Like reality rewrote itself. The spiky-haired male snarls.
Take this.
And charges. No plan, no fear, just reckless momentum. Sometimes it's all you've got. The fox-eared girl gasps.
KKGH.
As paralysis hits again, abnormal status, paralysis flashes. She's stuck. Again, clock ticking. A woman in white dress stomps.
Shadow stomp.
Freezing a mermaid midair with.
Freeze.
One threat neutralized. But she's rooted, can't move, can't run. The frozen mermaid splashes into water. KR splash. As the fox-eared girl watches paralyzed, while the spiky-haired male holds ground, breathing hard. Battle shifts, but isn't over. The woman in white admits.
The only issue is, I can't take a single step while Shadow Stomp is active.
But adds.
With this, IT no longer has the ability to go lurking underground again.
A trade-off. A gamble. Maybe a way out. Mabel grips her staff, shouting.
All right.
As the spiky-haired male orders.
She's the only one who can deal a killing blow to that fish. Go on and he'll loose before me.
Then gently.
Remain calm, Mabel.
Someone still believes in her. The fish thrashes, screaming. Hershaw. Blood mixing with water, while a long-haired observer murmurs.
Even then.
Like knowing this isn't the end. The real test is coming. A skeletal armored figure blocks a blade with.
Magic guard.
Shouting.
I will buy Mabel enough time for her to heal loose.
Behind, another splashes into water. Icharasache? As if the battlefield screams back. From water, a long-haired figure rises slow, deliberate, dry-iffed, like a predator surfacing after waiting too long. Elymas watches, eyes sharp, jaw tight, not afraid. Ready. He knows what's next. And he's not blinking. The long-haired figure stares.
Stare.
Presses a foot into water.
Press.
And launches forward with violent.
Splish.
All intent malice now. Elymas meets the lunge with a perfect.
Parry. Shink.
Steel bites steel, sparks fly, neither gives ground. Not a clash. A conversation in blades. The spiky-haired character watches, sword tip near lips, thinking.
What was that smirk just now?
As a blonde armored figure lunges at a dark-haired enemy, whose grin is too wide, too knowing. Something's off. A dark-clothed figure stabs into a black pool on the floor. Ripples spread like ink, and whispers.
No, it can't be.
Like realizing the game was rigged from the start. Same line, different angle. The light-haired armored figure lunges, sword extended, eyes locked on the grinning foe, repeating.
What was that smirk just now?
Smiles like that belong in traps, not battles. The light-haired figure stands, sword lowered, staring at black ripples spreading. Drift, as Shifaloar, and mutters again.
No, it can't be.
The truth settles. They weren't fighting monsters. A dark-haired figure slices through murky water at explosive speed, leaving turbulence behind. Sir Elymas, spiky-haired and armored with a star emblem, rockets forward midair, fully committed to the charge. He lands hard on wet stone, spray flying. Nearby, a hooded figure with a skeletal face watches silently from the shadows. Sir Elymas plants his boots and shouts, "Shadow Stomp." Re-release. A geyser erupts beneath him as he grips his sword tight. A massive scaled creature bursts from the water, limbs flailing, jaws open, not random but waiting. A dark-haired character is hurled upward, boot flying off. In the foreground, a light-haired armored figure stands still, back turned, watching. A single submerged eye stares out. A skeletal armored figure gets slammed by a sea slug-like creature, SWF. Then a boot crushes something underwater. Combat is messy and brutal. Elymas drives his shield forward with whack and shield bash, stunning his long-haired opponent. It's not just defense, it's a statement. Sir Elymas and another silhouette leap across a flooded plaza littered with broken boats and tiles, dodging unseen danger. Dul. Shah. A colossal wave erupts from the plaza floor, tearing through stone. Whatever's under there isn't staying buried. Elymas murmurs, "Clever girl. Ah, it used dirt drifter to avoid the impact." Sir Elymas crouches, water splashing blue up, rises smoothly, sword ready. No hesitation, no wasted motion. The arena opens. Fox-eared jester girl up front with staff, spiky-haired archer kneeling, long-haired woman steady behind, small armored figure prone. 4 versus 1 scale monster. Luce's Dragon Slayer drive strikes the creature's flank. SPLIK, but the narration cuts in. The only damage we have inflicted. Not great. Close up, a shallow puncture barely breaks the scaled hide. Without a critical hit, it's just a scratch. The monster's health is effectively full. Elymas says, even as a party of 4, we haven't really doled out any meaningful attacks. His tone is frustrated but factual. Whoosh, a star-shaped projectile streaks across the frame. Someone's trying something new. Elymas grins and calls out, "Nice job." "You too." Sharp approving like he sees real hope for the first time. The short-haired girl nods firmly, sweat on her brow, gripping her pole tighter. She's locked in. The jester girl surges forward. "Maybell healed me with Para Heal. I'm gonna blow it out of the water with Dragon Slayer Drive. This time for sure." She says, "I just need to pull the winning lot of 3. Then reassures someone, "D, don't worry. And remember, I'm good at that sort of thing." A second voice warns, "That doppillusion is a nasty trick." She tells Luce, "If you swing unsure whether it's an illusion, you won't land a critical hit." He nods. "True, that is your specialty. Critical hits are mandatory." Dragon Slayer Drive lets users safely land critical hits via spirit focus. Without it, defeating an Akuro is nearly impossible. Luce's normal attacks? Useless. The jester girl mutters now how to handle this. Her confidence wavers, not from fear, but from the brutal math. Elymas swallows, sweating. "I think our only choice is for me to try Shadow Stomp again." He's out of options. Then, Maybell? The jester girl's eyes widen in shock. Nobody saw it coming. The dark-haired woman steps forward, staff raised. "We just need to know which one isn't the illusion, right?" "Oh, I know. Tactical whiplash." The spiky-haired archer draws his bow. Here it comes. It's headed for Luce. 2 distant figures stand frozen. Real or trap? Time's up.
Doppillusion.
3 identical black, spiky creatures erupt from the water, lunging and sink. The jester girl watches, hat tilted, breath held. Her eye narrows, 3-1. My odds are 3-1. Inset, 1 creature shatters, blade piercing its core. She's calculating, not panicking. Flash, an area heal blooms as a robe caster stands firm. Elsewhere, a dark-haired figure is seized by a pale, distorted creature. TUNK. The fight's everywhere. A sharp-faced figure smirks. "Excellent work, Maybell." The praise lands, but who said it? The real game may have just begun. Water churns as a long-haired swordsman charges, splish, while Sir Elymas swings his blade, wham, into a fish-scaled monstrosity. This is survival, not finesse. Sir Elymas drives his sword home.
Vital slice.
Bones crack, structure collapses. Off-screen, a voice says, "It's the end of the road for you." The skeletal foe falls. 1 threat down. A black-haired girl with a beret and staff freezes mid-grip, eyes wide as someone off-panel asks hesitantly, "Why you want me, T.O.?" She's clearly caught off guard. Something massive sinks beneath the water with a wet blub BLUB, while a sharp cry of AGH echoes. Tension spikes instantly. Maybell, long-haired, armored, dual-wielding, is snapped to attention as a voice shouts,
You're Mabel. You're up.
Behind her, a figure in white watches silently. Maybelle turns sharply, stern.
I said it would be a good idea if you leveled up along the way.
She's insisting, not scolding. This is about survival. The beret girl clutches her staff tighter, voice trembling.
I'm not a fixed party member of yours or anything.
She adds guiltily.
It almost feels like I'm stealing EXP from you all, and I don't like that.
The fox-eared jester girl screams.
Look out, Sir Elymas.
Her eyes are wide, body tensed. It's a last-second lifeline. Above churning water, the dark-haired man with facial markings is hurled upward. Feet skimming surface, hair whipping back, sound effects glare, and SLID as he cuts through air like a blade. Sir Elymas, spiky-haired and armored, roars.
Go, Mabel.
Then, decisively.
She's all yours.
He's handing Maybelle the kill shot. No hesitation. Maybelle lunges, hair flying, weapon blazing, and slams into a distorted, multi-limbed horror rising from the water. Spray flies. Sir Elymas watches, jaw set. A shield bash cracks, whack, and a flying, distorted enemy rockets backward. In the foreground, a masked figure in dark robes stands silent, observing. The jester girl lets out a raw.
Wah.
While stammering.
BB butt.
Beside her, the enemy shrieks. Gah! Teeth bared, eyes wild, pure chaos. Then, wham! The jester girl swings full force. The enemy's face explodes in fluid and shattered bone. Eyes bulging, teeth splintered. That's not a hit. It's a verdict. With a swish, a dark-haired figure sinks underwater. Then the jester girl grabs them by the collar and yanks them up with a thunderous KR splash. She's saving lives, no permission asked. She catches her breath, still holding the rescued ally, and mutters.
I went up 2 levels, but...
Ugh, I still feel bad about it. Level 62 to 64. Yet she looks more guilty than triumphant. A system pop-up confirms, acquired 2048 experience points. Simple, clean. She stares at it like it's evidence of a crime. Elymas leans in, eyebrow raised.
Did your level go up?
He's genuinely curious, not mocking. The blonde man with fur collar sighs.
Besides, last time, I felt like we didn't have the chance to properly divide things up. It's been weighing on me.
He's talking about trust, not just loot. The twin-braided girl kneels, bow in hand.
Just let it go already.
The dark-haired man beside her nods once. Tension eases. Sometimes all it takes is one honest line. The dark-haired man with facial markings says calmly.
You didn't receive much experience in the graveyard of grief either, right?
Someone murmurs. We all know that. It's solidarity, not blame. Suddenly, the jester girl shouts.
Look.
Holding up a gleaming drop. Maybelle blinks.
I received 10 times the amount of experience that I normally do back then, actually.
The archer gasps.
Equipment?
Elymas grins. Luce's luck is no joke. The jester girl presents an ornate bangle, smiling. Elymas leans forward. It's not just gear, it's hope, polished and wrapped in gold. A system note flashes. In Magic World, we weren't able to equip more than 2 accessories at once. 2 slots labeled accessory appear. Simple, clean, suddenly critical. Then the fine print. Sure, you could put them on your character, but only the 2 items with the best stats would be reflected. The mermaid bangle, plus 15 magic, water, / paralysis resist, 43 million gold, recommended level 76. A close-up of a sweating character.
43 million?
Followed by a choked F, while it's weep in real time. A dark-skinned man snaps.
You look at the price first, you ninny.
The light-haired guy with headband adds calmly. Don't worry about the price. Pay more attention to the boosts than the price it will fetch. In a dream hole, stats save lives. The archer and Elymas shake each other.
Do you two always get these ridiculously expensive drops from monsters?
The jester girl and Maybelle watch, amused. Off panel, someone yells. There is something wrong with your sense of sight. We believe them. The light-haired character with headband remains silent, but present. Like the calm eye of the storm, they're all orbiting. The jester girl extends the bangle toward a hooded figure.
So the bangle belongs to you. Here you go, you defeated the monster.
She's not negotiating, she's declaring truth. The hooded figure accepts silently. Maybelle recoils.
There's no way I could accept that.
Sweat beads.
WHWH what?
The jester girl smiles.
But that's how we decide things around here.
Loyalty isn't given, it's earned, then handed over like a gift. A jagged outline, dark-haired figure erupts.
There's something wrong with you too if you decide things so flippantly.
The jester girl grins, holding the bangle like a trophy. Sir Elymas stands nearby, shield ready, expression unreadable. Some fight monsters. These fight ethics. The blonde man with fur collar walks beside the top-knot man.
Yeah, but there's no need to be in such a hurry since no one has made it this far yet.
The top-knot guy leans in.
What do you say about searching for one more Akuro?
Then quietly.
Hey Elymas.
Asking permission to chase destiny. Maybell holds out an item, voice warm.
If your magic stat is boosted, we'll all have an easier time fighting, too.
She's not just healing. She's building the team, stat by stat. The jester girl hands Maybell the item.
Anyway, please go ahead and equip this, Mabel.
Then simply.
Here you go.
No fanfare, just trust passed hand to hand. The jester girl grips an ornate staff so tightly her knuckles whiten, eyes darting.
I'm so scared I'm going to damage it.
Panic floats above her head. She treats relics like sacred vows, and she should. Elymas points at the skill tree.
Can you go ahead and allocate those points to the believer's staff?
Maybell glances up.
Oh right, Mabel?
The moment hangs. This isn't just a skill, it's a promise. The jester girl frowns.
That this new skill will really change the tide of battle.
She bites her lip.
I don't really think. It consumes a lot of MP to cast too.
She's doubting the cost, not Maybell. That's smart doubt. Maybell hesitates, then murmurs.
Sure.
A finger taps the system window. Skill tree priest, level 64, remaining points, 0. The believer's staff sits at 49. She's committing. Fully. Maybell turns, calm but firm.
The believer's staff is a unique skill tree, meaning that IT won't be useless. Don't worry.
Someone adds fondly.
Think of it as insurance for our insurance policy.
Fear melts. They're not gambling. They're preparing. Kelt, spiky-haired archer, smirks faintly.
Hey, Elymas, when we get the chance.
Then cuts himself off.
I guess I shouldn't be getting greedy in a high-level dream hole like this.
He's not weak, he's wise. Kelt turns, bow loose at his side, and asks the armored figure beside him.
What's the matter, Kelt?
He's asking himself, or the figure mirrors his thoughts. Either way, the water laps quietly. The world holds its breath. Kelt stands alone, back to us, bow at his hip, staring across the water at a massive, ornate building. Above it, the sky twists unnaturally, swirling, broken, and a full moon hangs low, cold and watchful. This isn't the end. It's the next threshold, and they're walking straight into it. A shadowed figure stands at the base of stone stairs, sword held steady. Above, footsteps echo, PATMP, slow and deliberate on marble. For fighters take position in a sunlit plaza. An archer draws his sword, a long-haired man grips his staff, a fox-eared jester flips dual blades in a stance, and a skeletal armored fighter lunges. All while the PATMP sound lingers near the entrance. A woman with long hair and a forehead gem speaks calmly, eyes closed. She was certain she'd finally meet their traitor. A blonde-cloaked figure on the steps exhales in relief as 4 figures approach in tight formation. Thank goodness, it's you 4. He shifts grip and draws his blade with a sharp chink. The 4 keep advancing, 2 armored, 2 robed, moving like they've rehearsed this 100 times. The fox-eared jester tells Sir Kelt and the others plainly. Since they took down the Skull Lord, she'll trust them blindly. No qualifiers, no hesitation. A blonde man leans in and murmurs. So, it was you, Carlos. His voice isn't angry. It's like he's solving a puzzle he's stared at for weeks. From a raised platform, a light-haired noble watches, arms crossed. You've made it deep so fast. You're amazing. It sounds like praise, but lands like a warning. He smiles faintly. I see I was right when I placed my sights on you 4. Confidence radiates off him like heat from steel. Sir Kelt stands quietly as another explains. They came because his 6th sense triggered. And yes, they cut corners off the mapped route. Sometimes survival means ignoring the rules. A dark-haired man with facial markings rubs his head, muttering, as a back-facing blonde asks flatly. What happened to Hilda and the others? They were supposed to travel together. So where did they vanish? The blonde speaker explains how he found them. I knew it wasn't just regular adventurers. He used presence detection, not sixth sense, not magic, just pure tracking instinct built into his system. He continues, considering Hilda's lack of strength, I asked her to meet another party and moved ahead myself. Then, quieter. The real traitor should be very powerful. Like he's already sizing up the enemy. He glances at his detection results, frowning. It's just you all. The jester girl narrows her eyes, not convinced. Then again, he trails off and the air thickens. The jester girl blinks and blurts out.
Huh.
Then points at Sir Kelt. But I thought you had 6th sense, Sir Carlos. Am I wrong? The star-outfitted figure stumbles back, flustered. Pardon me, while the gem-wearing woman stares, silent and confused. Elymas steps in. Carlos also has 6th sense, so he'll avoid nasty fights. Someone confirms. Luz is exactly right. Which only makes sense if you know the system's quirks. Sir Kelt thinks aloud. We confirmed Carlos had 6th sense with Hilda. A magic swordsman like him must have it. It made sense. The jester girl gasps. Did you know he had that skill? Like the group just realized they've been walking blind. The long-haired woman with the headband tilts her head. Bluntly, that's a bizarre build. Magic swordsmen usually pick other detection trees, not 6th sense. It's overkill, or a trap. A light-haired man in an X-brooch, cape size. I feel uncomfortable sharing skills. He apologizes. I'm sorry, I never planned to deceive you. Just as someone off-panel asks sharply, was Hilda the one who told you? The light-haired character starts. Truth is, I have 6th sense but the dark-haired man cuts in, voice tight. Hold on. Presence detection was just a bluff. That's why the jester looked so thrown. Someone off-panel asks Sir Carlos. You were the one who linked the nobles and guild to chase abnormal events, right? Carlos stands silently near the archway. No denial, no confirmation. Just waiting. The dark-haired man snaps. He's right. 2 quick cuts. A gauntlet hand grips a hilt with a sharp grip. A bare hand with claw-like nails does the same. No fusses. Just tension coiled tight. A woman with shoulder-length hair and a diamond gem on her forehead stares ahead, pupils wide, breath caught. Something shifted, and she felt it. A long-haired speaker raises a hand. I want you all to stay calm and hear me out. From the shadows, the dark-collared figure nods. I can understand how that raises suspicions, and the unsaid weight hangs thick. A cosmic anomaly pulses as the armored blonde turns urgently to Elymas. We face a massive crisis. Internal discord is the last thing we need. Elymas, surely you'll understand. Meanwhile, the dark-collared figure grits his teeth. GNT, holding back a scream. 3 figures huddle over Halen's graveyard of grief reports in a dim chamber. The spiky-haired one flips pages silently. The long-haired one with a staff says no suspicious individuals were found. The hooded figure murmurs that this absence is exactly what sparked their hypothesis. The hooded speaker leans forward. I want you all to tell everyone else we acted as a group. They stress secrecy. Personal skills must stay hidden, and reveal someone lied about having a detection skill to spot an abnormality. The fox-eared jester girl stands firm beside Elymas and the dark-haired man with facial markings. In this world, obeying a higher-ranked person's order is automatic, and personal skill info is far more valuable than in magic worlds. Never leak it. But the truth was different. Carlos didn't just claim rearguard. He said his party saw the group wandering together, implying coordination. The long-haired woman watches, the twin-braided girl listens, and the jester girl gestures sharply, already connecting dots others miss. The jester girl isn't shocked, just calculating. As narration reveals, that was the lie he told his allies. Then, bluntly, Carlos said, she knows who's feeding half-truths and won't let it slide. Elymas admits he faked believing Carlos had 6th sense, to trick Hilda into giving him intel. The lie? Carlos used 6th sense to detect the wandering, justifying rearguard duty. It's all deception, and someone's about to pay. A robed figure lingers near the boss chambers. Narration reveals, someone went there on purpose, to aggravate the Skull Lord and trigger the wandering. It wasn't accidental. It was deliberate provocation. The silhouette stares at the door, waiting for chaos. Close-up of the Skull Lord's crowned skull, cracked, ancient, radiating malice. No words needed. This is why they're here and why someone wanted awakened. The narrator held back doubts from Kelt and Maybell to avoid worsening their anxiety, even though those doubts were just the first layer of a deeper hypothesis. Kelt stands ready with his bow. Maybell watches calmly. Tension hangs thick between them. The narrator's doubts harden into conviction, not from evidence, but because they chose to confront Carlos now. This wasn't chance. It was setup. Their expression shifts to pure resolve. They're done playing defense. The final risk. Kelt revealing 6th sense to Carlos. As that thought lands, clong, a sword clash echoes. Chaos erupts. Voices scream. He's been working to sacrifice them to the Dream Lords. He set traps under raid investigations.
You are the traitor, Carlos.
Hooded figures leap in. One shouts.
Shot point. Multi-hit acrobatics.
With a curved blade while Carlos raises his sword, surrounded. The dark-haired man, with facial markings, yells.
What?
As a cloaked dual sword wielder spins in a blur, deflecting every blade perfectly. Shink, THWPP, snap, shrine, while the jester girl gets knocked airborne. One onlooker gasps.
Impossible.
Another stares, jaw dropped. A white-haired guy with a star emblem headband grins wildly, teeth bared, hair flying, eyes bulging, radiating unhinged energy. No context, just raw intensity. He's launched backward mid-laugh, limbs flailing, speed lines tearing through air as he yells.
H ha 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 ha.
Hit by something funny or devastating. Either way, he's out of control. The spiky-haired blonde man shouts.
Loose.
As the twin-braided girl takes a brutal mid-air hit, face twisted in pain. Sudden, visceral, no one saw it coming. Splash. She hits water hard, but instantly rights herself, arms out, shouting.
I'm fine.
Not bravado. Confidence born of knowing she'll survive. Before she breathes, a robed figure descends like a storm, swinging a massive weapon. Clau Wang. Sending her flying again. Shockwaves ripple across the domed courtyard. Debris flies, architecture groans. A single foot steps onto wooden planks.
TMP.
Quiet, deliberate. Whoever it is isn't rushing. They're arriving. The silence after feels heavier than any shout. Wide shot, flooded courtyard, ornate stairs, domed pavilion glowing faintly under moonlight. Two distant figures, one crouched near the pavilion, another standing high on a platform, sword in hand. SWWWSSSHHH. The wind carries secrets. No movement yet, just waiting. A light-haired man shouts, sweat on his brow. I thought there was something suspicious with the general investigation. A robed figure stands atop an arch, sword raised under the full moon. Another armored figure with a skull gauntlet watches from shallow water. A third swishes down. PTMP, teleport, step. The pieces are snapping into place. A hooded figure smiles faintly. Must have been related to the Howlrod internal conflict. Simple, clean, and somehow, that makes everything more complicated. Carlos, spiky-haired, voice tight, accuses directly. It was how you persistently kept stressing that these incidents. His eyes burn with betrayal. He's not defending himself anymore. He's demanding answers. The jester girl notes how the subject interacted with his disciple Hilda. It didn't look fake. Maybell adds quietly. Because of that, I could never say I had definite proof. Sincerity is the ultimate alibi. Maybell continues, faint smile. There were parts one found funny. He looked sincere talking about the kingdom's future and adventures. She shrugs inwardly. No proof, just gut feeling and irony. Sometimes that's all you get. A hooded figure smiles subtly, almost sadly, was to believe in Carlos. Not trust, believe. Big difference when the world's falling apart. The spiky-haired man's face twists in raw pain, eyes wide, teeth gritted, as narration completes. What I truly wanted. He's not fighting just to survive. He's fighting for something unnamed. A light-haired speaker, urgent. As an A-rank adventurer, you have the greatest freedom to live your life. Tell me this, Carlos. The weight of that privilege hangs. What did he choose to do with it? The question intensifies. Did you truly have some motive that made you go so far as to do all this? A hooded swordsman whispers. Power. And even fame. You have wealth. It's not greed. It's ideology. And it's terrifying. SWWWSSSHHH. The wind howls past stone walls, swirling dust. No one's visible, but something big is moving fast. A long-haired, cloaked figure grips their robe and asks coldly, do you know why this world is teeming with dream holes? Then, turning slightly, oh, Elymas. The name drops like a stone. Everyone freezes. The jester girl crouches, dagger ready. Carlos draws his bow, stiff, and the long-haired woman with the staff goes rigid. Not paralyzed. Frozen. Time itself paused. Whatever's coming isn't physical. Carlos's eyes fly open, wide, stunned, as a massive collapse rips through the background. R.I.P. Debris explodes outward. He didn't see it coming. Neither did we. A light-haired figure shouts, chest emblazoned with a skull in wings and X-brooch.
Our god of creation, Alxeros.
Voice cracks with fervor. Not a confession. A declaration of war. On a raised platform, the same figure stands back to camera, spear in hand. And we, the Dream God's vanguard, are servants of the god of creation. Alxeros has chosen to erase humanity birthed from the gods, lead it to destruction, return everything to nothingness. Small figures look up, not in fear, but devotion. Cult-level conviction. Close up, a character's eyes lock off panel. Glare. Pure contempt. No words, just heat and hatred radiating from a gaze. Fists clench so tight they tear fabric. Rip, as narration laments, deplores the absurdity and tragedy in this world. This isn't just anger. It's grief for what's broken and what's about to shatter. Carlos, eyes closed, voice calm but heavy. I understand everything now, Carlos. Wait, he's talking to himself? Or is someone else speaking through him? The ambiguity is intentional and chilling. The jester girl snaps. Why you're lying, SIR Calrose. She misspelled it. Stress does that. Then bold text slams. And we are going to become the saviors of this world. That is why we caused the Zorks to happen. She's not denying the mission. She's redefining it. The dark-haired man with facial markings raises his sword, voice cracking. I never thought the blackened flame blade would be this insane. He's not scared, he's awed. This isn't just betrayal. It's revolution. And it's just getting started. A winged, chained figure glows in a circular emblem. Someone mutters, I don't care about the organization backing Carlos. This strange feeling connects to what I felt before. A stone staircase climbs into cloudy skies, flanked by flaming pillars and bare trees. Fragmented thoughts. Carlos's final goal is to perfectly use every power he gains, not ambition, obsession. Elymas, the blonde man with earrings, locks eyes and says, You live to fight, don't you, Carlos? Maybell appears, arm raised, smiling. Now I get it. I knew you'd understand, Elymas. How happy this makes me. A masked long-haired figure raises their hand. To let me enjoy myself. In a small inset, another hand snaps forward. Now do your best. It's not survival, it's performance. Two fireballs scream toward a lone silhouetted figure on a balcony, weapon ready. He doesn't flinch, just stands still, calm in the face of destruction. Four allies react instantly. The headband girl grips her weapon. The marked man narrows his eyes. The fox-eared jester gasps. And the spiky-haired blonde shouts, Look out! Dark Blaze will chase after you. Elymas slides across water like glass, racing toward a striped skeletal figure half submerged below. He's not evading, he's pursuing, smiling. He hits ground, and WHA blom. A ribcage monster slams into him mid-stride. Debris flies, shock waves ripple. He braces with his sword, teeth gritted, eyes locked. He holds. The marked man soars through air, weapon extended. The jester girl dives headfirst, spear raised. Two strikes, one rhythm. They sync without words. A spherical energy blast rockets toward a domed complex, debris scattering. A dark-clothed figure dodges sideways, barely. One misstep, and the plaza becomes rubble. Maybell grips her staff, eyes shut, sweat on her forehead as an explosion rips beside her. Ugh! She's not just casting, she's holding the line, and it's costing her. Something huge SBLOS through water, a limb or weapon, and someone yells. Hurried hair. The timing is precise, not panicked. This is choreography. Shadow skulk. Two figures crash through a wall, then float alive in water. The spiky-haired man notes. He survived, but Shadow Skulk doesn't nullify the attack. Luck saved them, not skill. A blonde woman with a forehead gem murmurs. Your movements are precise. Above all, I see you trust each other. It's not praise, it's assessment. From a distant balcony, a robed figure smirks. I thought those two were dead. Nice party. Casual, dismissive, like watching ants rearrange a chessboard. The white-haired armored man says tightly, is the worst possible outcome and the one I never wanted to be true despite considering it. Having the blackened flame blade be the traitor. A chaotic flare erupts beside him. Not anger, but realization. A hooded figure gestures toward a glowing sphere. In addition to this, a direct blow from his attacks would be fatal. No drama, just fact. A robed figure declares from above. Despite having numbers, we can't scratch him. Our levels are too different. Carlos is A rank, legendary. They're throwing pebbles at a fortress. The white-haired figure holds a crystal. Shake the foundations of the land had he been the worst criminal. The hero everyone admired. I considered it possible. That pause? The world cracking open. A cloaked swordsman with an X-marked gauntlet ponders. Who should I target next? Not frantic, like choosing dessert. And we're all on the menu. A light-haired figure sweats, teeth bared. If only I had. I just couldn't bring myself to share that beforehand. But the sentence cuts off. Guilt hangs heavy. A cloaked figure slices through air. SWWWSH, sword trailing moonlight. The jester girl stares up, grip tight, on her curved weapon. The sky swirls behind them. An armored figure stands motionless on a balcony, spear loose, watching chaos below. No reaction, just presence like a statue outliving the storm. Then, leap. A vertical descent, fast enough to blur the balustrade. The cloaked figure drops like gravity forgot to ask permission. Sir Kelt drops to one knee, bow drawn. Where did he go? His quiver rattles. The plaza is empty, too empty. Silence is the loudest sound. A voice cuts through quiet. Above you, Luce? The spiky-haired man points up, while the jester girl stands ready, and a tiny silhouette hovers over the plaza. She's not looking up. She's waiting. The jester girl leaps.
Jump.
Weapon raised, body coiled like a spring. No hositashchen. She's not reacting. She's initiating. Midair. Doppelillusion. Two identical jester girls hang, suspended. One strikes down with.
Slice.
The dark-cloaked figure takes the hit full force. The illusion is tactical, and she picked the right one. Or did she? Close up on the jester girl's face. Wide eyes, mouth open, pulse visible. Not shock. Calculation. She's already running the numbers. Same face, tighter frame. Her expression hasn't changed. Still intense, still focused. She's not blinking. In this fight, a blink is a mistake. Mistakes get you erased. A spinning sword attack flashes, slice. Impact particles explode outward. Whoever's wielding it isn't holding back. They're finishing. The jester girl's eyes widen. I missed 2 out of 3? 3 shots. 1 hit. The odds weren't 3:1. They were 1:3. She learned the hard way. Maybelle steps in calm. It's not like you had a snowball's chance in hell. Brutal, honest, but it lands like encouragement. She's resetting expectations, not mocking. The jester girl sighs, weapon raised. I thought I was a lucky guy. Then again, she trails off. That self-doubt isn't weakness. It's the moment before she recalibrates and comes back sharper. An off-panel voice. Hold on tight to your shield, Elymas. He grips the rim, fingers white-knuckled. He knows what's coming, and he's bracing. The jester girl slams her palm against Elymas's back.
Magic guard.
Maybelle lunges with her spear. ZRRRSH, SCHWM, and Elymas grunts.
GGGH.
As impact shudders through him. They're not just defending, they're holding space. The jester girl's eyes snap wide. Sir Elymas. Voice raw with alarm. She sees something unseen. In that split second, her posture shifts from defender to protector. Sir Elymas is hurled backward.
Gaff.
Body twisting midair. He's not flying, he's being thrown. The sound isn't pain. It's surprise. He didn't see it coming. The jester girl screams.
Roosh.
Voice cracking, while Maybelle watches, frozen. That name isn't just a call. It's a plea. And for the first time, she sounds scared. The marked man steps between her and the threat, sword raised. You're the one in danger here, not him. Not comforting, just truth. And she hears it. Sir Elymas crouches, foot slamming whetstone.
Shadow stomp.
A ripple of dark energy surges outward. It's not flashy. It's foundational. Exactly what the team needed. Grounding. Samuan woburusu, gura woburu ohubaransu, aizu, barugingu. They didn't see the aftershock. In this fight, one stumble is all it takes. Maybelle smiles faintly, dagger in hand. You should assume you won't land hits against higher rank. The jester girl swings.
Dragonsayer drive.
Weapon arcing wide. Wind howling, SWSH. Maybelle murmurs. Dragonslayer skills have too large a swing. Risky, reckless, and exactly what they need now. Sir Elymas activates Life Shield. His HP bar flickers low. The skill flares around his arm. Fur trim barely visible. He's not healing. He's buying seconds. Seconds are currency here. Carlos stands calm, cloak stirring, weapon loose. Narration. Carlos still only views this battle as child's play. He's not fighting, he's observing. And that's the most terrifying part. The jester girl drops to her knees. Don't use that skill here, Sir Elymas. Her voice is urgent, raw. She sees the flaw before he does. In that moment, she's not the student. She's the strategist. Sir Elymas unleashes Dragon Ridge Death Gaze, skeletal energy coils, lightning crackles, air distorts. It's not just power, it's presence. For the first time, the enemy looks interested. A calm voice states, as long as the blackened flame blade is a human of this world, this should work. Not hope, not prayer, just logic. And in a world where gods walk, that's the most dangerous assumption. The thought continues. It's a gamble for sure, and while he is errank, the sentence hangs, unfinished. Because sometimes, the bravest thing is admitting you're betting everything and still throwing the dice.